The story of the book begins with the fact that one day, the world changed dramatically, and it was no longer possible to turn back. Towers and dungeons that appeared out of nowhere began to spawn monsters, and they began to attack people. Chaos also engulfed the Korean peninsula, which became famous as a region where towers and dungeons were constantly appearing. The monsters there were more aggressive and stronger than in other countries, which was a real hell that did not give peace to ordinary citizens. The monster cornered a woman and child and began to roar loudly, while the small child in his mother's arms burst into tears of fear. However, even the deepest darkness can be dispelled by a bright light because evil never remains undefeated. The young mother with her daughter in her arms looked in surprise at the bright rays of light, while her daughter looked at everything that was happening with a smile and without tears. In this novel, the bright lights were the heroes who came to the rescue and extended a helping hand to a young mother with a child in her arms. Thanks to the power of the heroes, Korea began to fight the monsters, and gradually people were able to take control of the dungeons and towers. People began to use cataclysms as an engine of industry, and gradually humanity began to emerge from its dire situation. Time passed without stopping, and Korea, along with the United States, became one of the strong countries which attracted world-famous heroes. To prevent the emergence of monsters and dungeons, Korea founded the world's best hero training center where magic was taught. Thus, the Cube Academy was born, which became a center for training heroes with the study of advanced magic and technology. The academy had cadets from all over the world who were able to make it despite the high-level competition. One of the students was a young man with crystal blue eyes who was training hard and mastering the science of magic. Among the students were heroes who would become the saviors of the world in the future, because each of them put incredible efforts into their studies. But those who competed with them will also achieve great heights because they did not give in to their opponents one step and continued their training. The author believed that the world was not invented by God at all, but by him, because he was all-knowing. But a certain problem arose that was serious. The award ceremony for the students who took part in the competition took place at the main stadium of the training center. One of the students in a white suit stood in front of the judge, and she announced the well-deserved first place among the first-year cadets. The first place among the first-year cadets was taken by Kim Soo-ho, who silently and with a smile reached for the award from the judge. Another first-year cadet was shocked by what he heard, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek from the nerves he was experiencing at that moment. The world that the author described in his book was before his eyes at that moment, because it was all very exciting and emotional. He understood that this was definitely the same world, because it contained cadets, the Cube Training Center, and also blue-eyed Kim Soo-ho. People's opinions were different. Some called the young man just lucky, while others simply wanted it to end as soon as possible. The author sat far away from everyone and silently watched as the spectators watched the award ceremony for first-year cadets. He heard everything that was said in the distance and said that this year, all the first-year students were quite capable, and there were practically no stupid ones among them. He also watched the happy spectators who were up in the stands and watching the awards ceremony from above. The author said that among the first-year students was the same Kim Soo-ho, who had previously been awarded first place in the competition. He couldn't even believe that the young man was only 17 years old, because in terms of mental abilities, it seemed that he was much older. Kim Soo-ho was the main character in this world, who had crystal blue eyes and a charming oval face. He was the one who would lead the world ruled by monsters because he was kind, fair, and had the qualities of a true hero. Kim Soo-ho also had a special secret that he couldn't tell anyone, because no one else had the right to know. The author also reflected on the fact that whoever competed with the young man obviously did not end up very well, because it was dangerous. The presenter meanwhile announced that there was also a first-year student who had taken second place in the competition and was to be announced. This cadet was the white-haired Shin Jong-hak, whose look was self-confident and somewhat arrogant, as it seemed from the outside. The young man was the grandson of an oligarch, namely the owner of the large company Johnson, which added to his status. He had similar skills to the main character and was an arrogant rich man to the core who would become a villain. Now they were all cadets, but later, Shin Jong-hak, feeling inferior because of Kim Soo-ho, would become a villain. The author watched the two main characters and thought to himself that it looked like he had definitely entered the world inside the book. He also told himself that if he was a character in his own book, then he should at least have a name, and suddenly he was patted on the shoulder. The young man asked Chung Dong if he had really slept late yesterday since he was acting so strangely and looked very sleepy and tired. Chun asked the young man if it was true that he was the one who was speaking to him, and the guy replied that yes, he was speaking to him. After that, he asked if there was another Kim Chung-dong around here. Something shocked the young man, and he simply fell silent. The author went deep into his thoughts and wondered if there was such a name among the characters in his book, because he was hearing this name for the first time. He didn't remember calling anyone that and assumed he might remember the character when he saw his face. Then he started touching his face and became a little worried because his face was just a question mark, which couldn't help but worry him. Then the author realized that he had become a character that he had not written about in the book, and that he had neither an appearance nor a role, and his name was completely old-fashioned. In his mind, he told himself that without a face, no one would pay attention to him, and even his presence would be somehow unclear. He is called a cadet, but he has no friends, and he is the one who has no common ground with the main characters of his own book. The author was simply a character to fill the audience's seats, which, although bitter to realize, was the truth that could not be escaped. He spread his legs wide and lowered his head, after which he thought deeply and came to a certain conclusion, because something became clear. At first, the author assumed that he was just a minor character, but then he realized that he had become dust inside the book. One day he was at home when suddenly he received a message that immediately caught his attention, and he decided to read it. An email arrived with an offer to write a remake of his own book, purely for fun. The sequel to his book about the hero's return had not been published for 6 months due to stagnation in the creative process, which slowed down his abilities. The author said that there are weirdos in the world, because this man wants to make a remake of a novella that has stopped coming out a long time ago. For a while he stared silently at the monitor screen, not even knowing how to respond to the mysterious stranger's offer. The author thanked the fan for his interest, as no one had ever shown such interest in his creative works before. Kim had no idea that the answer to a strange fan's request would cause subsequent unexpected events in his previously boring life. After 2 weeks, the author told himself that he had tried a lot of methods, but could not figure out who, how, and why placed him in this body. Kim suggested that he might have to stay in this world for a long time, since unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to figure everything out so quickly. The author understood that by the time the plot reached the point where the release of chapters stopped, he had about 10 more years. He rested his hands on the sink and bowed his head down, continuing to think deeply about the strange events that were happening in his life. Kim Chung-dong was taken aback because he knew that he would have to spend 10 years in the book and giggle with teenagers all that time. In his mind, he told himself that he had his own life, so he didn't want to stay in this book forever, trying to survive. The young man continued to lean against the sink and think about this terrible situation that had happened in his life so suddenly. He needed to figure out a way to get back, and he said nothing came to mind other than following the main storyline. He opened the book and said in his mind that if he got to the middle of the story, then the chapters would stop coming out anyway. Kim Chung-dong decided that he should try to hold out first, which was the most rational decision at that moment. He remembered the cover of his book, and leaning against the sink, said that in order to hold out, he needed to go to Cube School. The place was located on an artificial island near the East Sea, and the academy had about 5,000 cadets. It was a high-tech city where magic was concentrated, and thanks to Cuba, Korea was called one of the most powerful countries in the world. The author understood that the center of this city was the main stage, where the plot of the book he had written earlier unfolded. Students, most of whom were dressed in white and blue jackets, were walking around the Hero Training Center. Among those who hoped to become heroes and had special skills, only a small elite could study in Cuba. The owner of the body in which the author was located, namely Kim Chung-dong, was also a cadet at the Hero Training Center, which said a lot. The author didn't know what skills he had, but it must have been something special if he managed to get into the Hero Training Center. He was very nervous and said that no matter what, he really hoped that the hero's abilities would help him survive. Soon, Kim Chung-dong approached the gate of the Cube Training Center, after which he began to carefully examine the huge wooden gate. Then he opened them and entered the laboratory, where the rest of the students of the training center were being trained, which is where he needed to go. He entered the Truth Classroom, which was a place where there were good and bad characters that he had the chance to study with. There were allies and rivals of Kim Chung-dong, who were very different and unpredictable people. And most importantly, in Truth's class was the main character of the book, whose eyes were charming. Very soon they will begin to form groups, which will entail various events and consequences for the class. And the author in Chung-dong's body would have to be around them for 10 years, without even having a face, which made everything much more difficult. He was very lonely, and he didn't even notice how the days flew by, because studying took up quite a lot of time and energy from the guy. The boy was wondering how he could possibly study all day long in high school, and suddenly something caught his attention. Under the door, he saw a cardboard box, on which it was written that it was a delivery from the training center where he studied. Kim Chung-dong immediately began to unpack the parcel and wondered what it was, because he was not told at all that he should receive something. The author continued to unpack the parcel and wondered what it could be, and whether these were the personal belongings of the novel's hero. After finishing unpacking, his face was extremely surprised, because he did not expect to see what was in the cardboard box. The author in the body of Kim Chung-dong was stunned, because his laptop was in the box, and he wondered what he was doing here. After this, synchronization began, and the light from the laptop blinded the hero, after which he dropped the laptop from his hands in complete bewilderment. The system notified that synchronization with Kim Ha-jin had begun, which could not help but surprise the hero at that moment, because everything was very strange. He was stated to have a muscular strength of 4, sensitivity of 5, and intelligence of 4. The author in the body of a young man was extremely surprised, because he realized that this was a settings log that he himself had created some time ago. After that, he wondered who could have sent him such a thing, since only he had this knowledge, which made him even more wary. Kim Chung-dong was sweating from the nerves that the author was experiencing, and began to look at the monitor screen to find out more information. The synchronization was completed completely, after which the laptop turned off and the hero received the unique right to change the settings. Suddenly, the question mark on Kim Chung-dong's face disappeared and he regained his real face, which was surprised at that moment. After this, the system notified that all indicators had been reset for synchronization purposes, which shocked the author. After this, the laptop turned off, and the hero grabbed the laptop screen, after which he began to look at his own reflection. Kim Chung-dong was extremely surprised and wondered in his mind if this was really his real face. He looked away and wondered what had happened and where it all came from, since he hadn't done anything unusual. The phenomenon of awakening that occurs when one overcomes one's own boundaries in this world is called enlightenment. After it, you can see your abilities, techniques, and skills in numbers, and also become stronger in a much more effective way. But to put it simply, from now on the author began to see a status window, where all his abilities and physical indicators were described. Kim Ha-jin decided that he needed to look at each indicator first to objectively assess his physical capabilities. The first thing that caught his eye was the synchronization and reset, as well as the fact that the conversion cost 10 points, which he paid. The author didn't know what was going on, but because of this, his face changed and he became weaker than Kim Chung-dong, but his stats increased. He was also concerned about the unique power to change settings that allowed the creation of inanimate object data. The author didn't remember him having such a skill, but in terms of Kim Ha-jin's importance in the world, it gets important points. He became wary and wondered if he really needed to increase his importance in this book, as the reference book said. The hero wondered if they had returned his laptop and given him power so that he could become part of the plot of this story. After this, the digital system gave him a new notification, which surprised him and called everything that was happening nonsense that he did not believe in. The system announced that the undisclosed information would be revealed after the end of the main story, which even sounded like nonsense to the hero. Kim Ha-jin realized that if he wanted to find a way to return to his world, he would probably have to interfere with this story. After that, he moved his chair back and decided to sit down at the laptop to study the information and draw some important conclusions for himself. The hero decided that it was not a fact that he would get out of here at all if he just sat and waited until the plot of the book stopped. He realized that if the hidden information didn't help him, then maybe he could find a clue while talking to the characters. The hero also realized that for this, he needed to become stronger in order to withstand the conditions of the main plot, and decided to invest points. In his book, there was no concept of leveling up, and the only way was points, which were considered very valuable. The most effective way to use points was to invest in luck, which is what the author of the book recalled. Luck could be obtained not only by discovering unknown rewards in the dungeon, but also in everyday life. The author understood that the constant luck indicators could not be increased, but he could exchange them for important SP. After this, the main character decided to try to exchange 10 points for the 10,000 points he needed for development. After that, Kim Ha-jin invested 9,000 SP into luck, the level of which was 9th out of 10 possible, which made him very happy. Then the mysterious luck began to be used, which made the main character very surprised, and he looked at the laptop with a little bated breath. The system notified that the luck indicator had increased to 9 points, and the author was surprised that luck even affected this. The hero said in his mind that the main character Kim Soo-ho's magical powers were about 9 points, which meant he was very lucky. He decided to invest his remaining points in patience, because he had to endure training at the Cub Cadet Training Center. Great luck was applied and patience increased to 7 points, after which the author called himself lucky and smiled sincerely. But the system warned him that an error had been detected that could affect the probability of increasing the character's stats. The hero was unhappy and realized that there were limits to the tricks, but he still managed to increase his luck and patience, which was already significant. After that, he remembered that he still had 10,000 points that he could use to benefit his future development. Kim Ha-jin leaned back and folded his arms, thinking about how to use his points wisely because it was important. Sometime later, he was at a training session where the instructor praised the students and said that they had trained well. Then the instructor announced that it was time for him to introduce himself to the new students while the hero sat there propping his jaw up with his hand. The man introduced himself as Kim Soo-hyuk and said that he would be their instructor for the entire school year and would guide them. He said that his rating is 3,850, and in the association rating, he is at the average level with the 5th rank. After this, the instructor sternly stated that there was enough information about him and said that now they were obliged to move on to the matter that was important to them. He said that, statistically, less than half of the cadets graduate from the academy without repeating a single year. The instructor also said that the academy raises heroes, which means that cadets will be evaluated according to very strict criteria. After this, the instructor strictly ordered everyone to immediately stand and follow him to determine the main weapon. Soon, the teacher and students proceeded to the armory, after which he put his hand on the scanner to open the door to the room. The students looked at what the instructor was doing in surprise and remained silent, and beads of sweat even ran down the hero's face. The armory contained a variety of bladed weapons, including axes, spears, katanas, and even sharp swords with gold handles. The instructor exclaimed that he did not give them time to admire and ordered them to quickly select weapons for further use. Kim Soo-ho chose a sword for himself, and the teacher said that the weapon cannot be changed for 6 months, so they need to think about it. A charming girl with brown hair chose a bow for herself and then pulled the bowstring to try it out. An equally charming girl with blonde hair chose a sharp sword, the shiny handle of which was delightful. The other characters also chose cold weapons for themselves, while the main character silently watched them all. In her mind, Kim Ha-jin said that all the main characters had already made their choice in favor of weapons without any problems. After that, he approached the arsenal with cold weapons and mentally told himself that now it was his turn to choose. He thought deeply and then came to the realization that he needed to think carefully, because then he would not be able to change the weapon. The hero understood that with his performance, he would not be able to stop at the weapons that other cadets at the training center used. Even if he wants to increase them, the efficiency of investing points will only decrease, so there are conditions for the weapon. He told himself that he should have experience using it in the real world, and also that he should be able to adapt to it quickly. Kim Ha-jin reached out his hand to the weapon he had chosen, and one of the cadets noticed him at that moment. The cadet asked everyone to pay attention to the hero, which attracted the attention of the instructor, who was looking at the tablet screen. Seeing all this, the teacher looked at Kim Ha-jin with a serious face and asked if he really wanted to choose this weapon. In the hero's hands was a combat firearm, the barrel of which was shiny and perfectly polished. All the other cadets looked at the hero in surprise, but the young man himself looked into the eyes of a cold-blooded instructor. The teacher said that he remembered how Cadet Kim Ha-jin used a sword in the cadet school, which was clearly imprinted in his memory. The hero answered the instructor that he had decided to change his weapon, and the teacher asked if that was really why he had entered the cube, to which the hero replied, yes. The teacher did not try to dissuade the student and said that at the Cube Training Center the choice is always up to the students. He then exclaimed that it did not matter whether the choice was right or not, the responsibility lay solely on the shoulders of the cadets. He asked them to keep in mind that the responsibility lay only with themselves, and Kim Ha-jin silently listened to the teacher's words. The hero heard his classmates talking about how he had gone completely crazy because he had acted in a completely out-of-the-ordinary way, and not like everyone else. Some wondered why he entered the cube if he chose a gun, while others assumed that he wanted to attract attention. The author told himself that a pistol, even in this world, is the best weapon, especially for a person who does not know magic at all. It uses magic bullets, which are much more destructive than regular bullets because they contain mana. However, despite this, pistols are not particularly popular among the students of the training center. The whole point is that pistols have obvious limitations, which puts off cadets and they choose bladed weapons. No matter how strong the owner is, the gun has a certain destructive power, which is the first reason. The second reason is that the pistol does not have any deep and significant history of origin. In this world, there are myths and legends as well as artifacts from these legends, which was an important factor. The longer and deeper the history of a weapon, the higher it is on the rank board, which is what the cadets look at first. That's why the Cuban cadets preferred weapons that had history rather than modern ones, because they didn't rely only on magic bullets. The author said in his mind that naturally this had nothing to do with him, and beads of sweat ran down his face. He has never even picked up a sword in his life, so there is no point in comparing him to other cadets, because he is not the main character of the comics. Kim Ha-jin knew that he could handle the gun quite well, and besides, it was a great way to earn points. He also told himself that since he had chosen a weapon, he now needed to acquire an ability that was very important. The ability was a skill that could be called a supernatural ability without any exaggeration. Usually, each person was given one ability, but there were all sorts of exceptions which gave hope. Kim Soo-ho was the owner of an as-yet undiscovered skill and a revealed swordsman skill, which was quite good. The main character himself saw Chae Na-yoon's puddle and asked if she had also come to practice her shooting technique. The girl asked why else would a training hall be needed, and the guy scratched his head and said that there were usually few people there after school. Kim Soo-ho said that there was another shooter in their class, and Na-yoon asked if it was the guy whose name she couldn't remember. Her face turned a little red with anger, and the young man said that it was he who asked what happened to her face. Chae Na-yoon asked how he could be a shooter with a gun that only had a range of a kilometer. She said that he refused to be a hero, and if he left the academy early, there wouldn't even be a record of expulsion. Kim Soo-ho asked her in surprise how he could refuse, after which the girl looked at the guy with a little bewilderment. But the main character himself smiled slightly at her and said in a calm tone that there was no point in throwing around such words. Chae Na-yoon didn't understand his words at all and asked him what he meant while looking at him with an emotionless gaze. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho narrowed his eyes with a smile and silently looked at the girl, keeping his hands at his sides and not even moving. Chae Na-yoon angrily asked him not to tell her what to do and said that she didn't want to hear those words from him. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin scratched his ear and wondered in his mind if it was possible that someone was saying something about him. The author said that the main character, Kim Soo-ho, will become the best hero only through skill, which means ability is very important. Besides, there is the first ability that can bring 10,000 SP, so he can't miss this kind of chance. Kim Ha-jin used 10,000 points to create a skill and was surprised by the notification he received from the system. He was surprised because the system itself corrects everything, and he also gained the skill of a mid-level sniper with the skill of a marksman. The author considered any ranged weapon to be quite good and understood that he could use not only a pistol, but also a bow. At the moment, his level was not very high, but he will be able to develop it, and in the long term, this leads to the better. The hero made his decision and decided to fully acquire the skill, after which he realized that now he was ready and everything was in perfect order. Kim Ha-jin rolled his eyes slightly with sweat on his face and told himself that all he could do was hold on to his abilities until the end of the story. The teacher in the class said that there weren't many minor problems, but they needed to pay attention to the examples of clearing the tower. The hero said in his mind that from just a few illegible lines, a whole textbook was created, which was quite surprising. The Holy Apostle Guild cleared the tower and obtained the sea stone, and Kim Ha-jin listened to the lesson completely thanks to the skill. The skill in the literal sense was observation and viewing, because he could observe those who were in his field of vision. Also, Kim Ha-jin had the ability to open the settings tables without any means at absolutely any time convenient for him. The teacher said that they needed to review what they had learned and asked if the students were aware that there was very little time left before the exam. Chae Na-yoon became angry and exclaimed that the ability only needed to be demonstrated in a real battle and did not require endless study. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin burst into the classroom, exclaiming that everyone absolutely had to go to the square in 20 minutes. The girl immediately became happy and jumped up from her seat because this meant that the boredom would finally end and she could relax. The rest of the students, on the contrary, lowered their emotionless gazes downwards, still sitting in one place and not moving. Kim Ha-jin felt very awkward at that moment, and a drop of sweat ran down his face from the awkwardness of the situation. Soon the instructor announced that they would skip the introduction and go straight to forming teams, as time was very short. He said that each team would have 4 people, 2 of whom would be shooters, and 1 of whom would be an assistant. The teacher said that the teams would remain in this composition until the exam, and the cadets in the teams would be of different levels, so that it would be fair. The instructor also said that they should get used to their team, then said that it was time to check where they ended up. Kim Soo-ho was shocked because he saw a board with members of different teams on it, and he saw himself there. The young man became very nervous and could not believe that he was on the same team with a girl with whom he did not have the best relationship. Kim Ha-jin, meanwhile, was happy to be in the same room with Yu Yan-ha, which was pretty good for a hero. In books, the main character is always surrounded by characters who encounter him, talk to him, and get into similar situations. And among all these many characters, Yu Yan-ha was special, and his eyes were mesmerizing with their charming appearance. She was the first successor of the best Korean guild, Essence Strait, and also the heir of a famous and influential clan. At the beginning of the book, she was at odds with Kim Soo-ho, but then she came under his influence and became a reliable ally of the young man. The author thought that the more often he was involved in the story of the book, the more points he would be able to earn. He clenched his fist tightly and told himself that today during training, he definitely had to find a way to get Yu Yan-ha's attention. The quiet and calm girl was greeted by other cadets, which immediately caught her attention at that moment. Jin-ho said with a smile that they were on the same team, and the green-haired girl, Hazuki, stood next to him and silently smiled at the girl. Yu Yan-ha looked at the young cadets analytically and understood that she couldn't ignore them because they were members of her team. She went into detail and said that she was very pleased and addressed them as Yu, and Jin-ho didn't understand why she was doing this since they were the same age. The girl asked where the other team member was because they should all have gathered together and discussed the future. Another member of the team turned out to be Kim Ha-jin, who said that he was a member of the team, after which he was noticed. Yu Yan-ha looked at the young man with a little confusion, trying to ask him about something. The young man understood that he couldn't mumble, because she disliked insecure people the most, which made him wary. Jin-ho was very pleasantly surprised and asked if he was the same young man who chose a pistol instead of a bladed weapon. The young man said with a smile that he had managed to become famous among the first-year students, and the stern instructor heard empty talk. The instructor behind them suddenly asked if they had time to chat, and the freshmen were very scared of him. He said that he sent the location of the monsters that the team would have to fight to the smartwatch and asked them to get started. Within a few minutes, the teams were off and running across the fields at great speed as they didn't have much time. Yu Yan-ha was the team leader and was carefully looking at the map on the watch to make sure how much longer they had to run. The girl told the rest of the team that they would soon be there and that they needed to prepare to fight the monster. She said that the information about the monsters could be viewed when they reached their destination, and Kim Ha-jin ran behind. The young man was trailing behind them, although his physical indicators exceeded the level of an ordinary person, which puzzled him. Jin-ho ran confidently at high speed and waved his arms, and his face remained completely unchanged as he ran. Hazuki ran at the same high speed, and Kim Ha-jin looked at them and wondered if this was really the average level of the Cuban cadets. Yu Yan-ha soon stopped and looked around the area, saying that they had finally reached the place they needed. The team was at the training ground, namely Beach Number 8, where a small ship was approaching the shore. Soon a black humpbacked octopus emerged from the depths, looking terrifying and destined to become the team's enemy. The black humpback octopus immediately sank the ship, after which it turned its attention to the crew, who were watching it from the shore. The team leader said that it was time for them to start discussing their plan, and Kim Ha-jin was still trying to catch his breath after running. Yu Yan-ha said that the black octopus is a low-ranking monster, so it doesn't have that much attack power, which will help them. But the team leader also said that the problem was his hump above his head, which would obviously be their main target in battle. When he senses danger, cubs emerge from this hump and attack, and each of them can turn a person into a mummy. Jin-ho said that they need to be eliminated first, and Hazuki said that Kim Ha-jin should try hard since he is a shooter. But Yu Yan-ha confidently stated that she would take care of the black humpback octopus babies, since she was the team leader. She said that the black octopus has a fast recovery speed, so it is necessary to destroy its hump with one blow. Kim Ha-jin looked at the girl with a little shock and wondered if she was trying to exclude him from training. The team leader then asked if everyone was ready to start training, looking at the surprised young man. After this, Yu Yan-ha exclaimed that it was time to begin their action plan. The rest of the team members were already prepared for this. Kim Ha-jin looked at the girl and thought that she was very mean because she was trying to do everything only in her own way. The black humpback octopus, meanwhile, wrapped its tentacles around the small passenger ship to show its strength. Jin-ho decided that he needed to lure the monster to the shore and swung his axe, but the octopus got angry and suddenly rushed at him. The training fight began, and the young man, with a smile on his face, wondered if the monster was already bursting with anger. But the smile quickly disappeared from his face, because he saw something strange in the sky that posed a great danger to him. A baby black humpbacked octopus with an open mouth containing 6 sharp teeth was flying towards him from the air. Jin-ho understood that the situation was difficult, and the only optimal option was to start running away. which is what he did. The young man was very nervous, as a result of which he clenched his teeth tightly and continued to look at the baby octopus. But unexpectedly, the team leader Yu Yan-ha burst into the battle and successfully repelled the attack of the black octopus babies. The baby octopus was destroyed, and the black humpback octopus itself was amazed by such a stunning fighting technique. The girl herself silently looked at the enemy and held it tightly in her hand, being ready for any outcome in the battle with the monster. Jin-ho looked at the team leader with a smile, mentally marveling at her incredible strength and ability to fight monsters. Yu Yan-ha was a ranker who was ranked 7th when entering the Cube Training Center, but was very capable. Soon the octopus became angry again and tried to attack the team, causing Jin-ho to run away, leaving the girl alone. But the team leader herself looked confidently at the enemy, thinking about how to destroy the hump on the head of the black humpbacked octopus. Without thinking twice, Yu Yan-ha jumped high in place and then swung her sword to cut off the hump of the monster's head. The monster was stunned by the girl's incredible agility, and his yellow eyes widened in surprise and shock. Yu Yan-ha swung a long black whip at the octopus and then successfully managed to attack its head section. She used the whip to strike the octopus's tentacles back and forth, knocking it to the ground. The black octopus was not going to give up either and released a baby from its hump so that it could deal with the clever girl. The cub flew rapidly towards the team leader, with its mouth open and all its sharp teeth sticking out. Hazuki was very scared for Yu Yan-ha and shouted that a great danger was approaching her and that she needed to leave immediately. The team leader didn't understand anything, after which she decided to turn around to find out what was going on behind her. She was a little wary because the baby black humpback octopus was already a few meters away from her back. But what was even more surprising for the girl was that at the last second, the baby octopus was killed with a firearm. It turned out that the octopus was shot by Kim Ha-jin, who was holding a gun in his hands and looking at the team leader in cold blood. Yu Yan-ha looked at the young man. Then with sweat on her face, she exclaimed his name, preparing to express her dissatisfaction to him. But the blue-eyed young man himself only looked with a small grin at the leader, whom he had saved a few seconds ago. The points that could be exchanged for stat points increased as Kim's importance in this world increased. However, from the very beginning, the author was outside the plot, so it was difficult for him to count on high value in the world of the book. His only option was to intervene in the events that the main characters of the book were going through, which is what he did right now. The green-haired Hazuki was shocked by what was happening and looked at Kim Ha-jin with her mouth and eyes wide open. Jin-ho was as stunned as the girl and could not believe that Kim would act so bravely and quickly intervene in the fight. Yu Yan-ha shouted at the young man that she had previously asked him not to interfere in what was happening, but he did not fulfill her request. The black humpback octopus, meanwhile, took advantage of the opportunity and released several more of its babies from its hump. The bloodthirsty monster cubs were rapidly approaching the team, so they had very little time to counterattack. Yu Yan-ha grabbed her weapon, not understanding anything and trying to come up with a plan on the fly on how to counterattack the enemy. Ha-jin understood that there were dozens of monsters, but their intelligence was so low that their trajectory of movement was clearly visible. The young man closed his eyes, weighed the pros and cons, and came to the conclusion that there would definitely not be a second chance like this. Why did he suddenly open his eyes, which were filled with rage and readiness to destroy the opponents in his path? Kim Ha-jin had a bullet timing skill that allowed him to calculate the trajectory of a bullet with millimeter precision. Bullet time was a skill that the hero created that, when used, slowed down time for 3 seconds. This meant that for 3 seconds the hero could see where the nasty baby black humpback octopuses were moving. He realized that everything else was just a matter of technique, and he just needed to shoot at the approaching vile creatures. Time was moving towards 0, and the vile monsters were getting closer and closer to the main character, and he himself opened fire from a pistol. Kim Ha-jin delivered precise blows to the mouths of the baby black octopuses, never missing or stopping. Bullet casings fell to the ground one after another, and time became less and less. But the hero did not stop. The young man held the pistol confidently in his hands and deftly reloaded it whenever it needed to be done. But at one point, Kim Ha-jin looked away seriously because he saw something that threatened the life of another team member. There were only a few seconds left before the timer ran out, and there was another baby octopus above Yu Yan-ha's head. But still, the clever young man managed to hit the target at the last second before the timer expired, and thus saved the girl. The remains of the cubs fell a few centimeters away from Yu Yan-ha, who was surprised and turned around to look at the young man. The team leader turned her attention to the main monster, after which a certain spark appeared in her eyes, which was very noticeable. At that moment, the black humpback octopus was very vulnerable, and its hump was swollen due to the fact that it was very angry at that moment. The team took advantage of this, after which the team leader grabbed the octopus's hump with a whip to finally deal with it. Then Yu Yun-ha began to pull the whip towards herself and ordered the rest of the team to immediately attack the vulnerable octopus. The rest of the team followed her order, then made a high jump to deliver the finishing blow to the hump. Jinho smiled brightly at the vile monster before swinging his blade to kill the octopus. Hazuki pulled the sword out of its sheath, releasing energy, and it was already obvious at that moment that victory would be theirs. Together, they began to deliver blows of great force to the enemy's back, not giving him the opportunity to counterattack. Kim Ha-jin was a few meters away from them, firing a pistol, while the team leader continued to pull the whip towards herself. Within a few minutes, the efforts bore fruit, and a large gap formed in the middle of the octopus's hump. Soon the black humpbacked octopus was destroyed and fell onto the seashore, and the heroes relaxed with peace of mind. The author breathed a sigh of relief, but in his mind, he wondered if they had really destroyed them, since this whole story had already exhausted him. Yu Yun-ha heard a strange sound behind her and then calmly turned around to see what was going on. Behind her, she saw Kim Ha-jin, who had fallen on the sand and was complaining about how hard it was for him, but she didn't say anything to him. After counting the results of the 5 teams, it became known that the 5th team completed the task in 58 minutes and the same number of seconds. It was announced that they were currently in 16th place, and Kim Ha-jin was breathing heavily while lying on the sand. Yu Yun-ha froze in place and silently looked at the ranking table with her mouth open because she expected completely different results. The video of the battle was filmed with a drone, and they were told it would be sent to a smartwatch for everyone to analyze. Yun-ha was upset that they only placed 16th, but individual performances will still be judged separately. But she still couldn't understand why it was Chae Na-yoon, whose team was ranked 4th, who had overtaken her. Yu Yun-ha tried to close the gap between their teams, and then wondered if that was all she could do. The cadet with ash-colored hair folded his arms across his chest and grinned as he thought about the results of the fights with the monsters. She glanced at Chae Na-yoon, who was sitting not so close to him, while Yu Yun-ha watched all this from between them. The girl couldn't stop thinking about her place in the ranking, after which she clenched her teeth, as if she was going to do something that had been bothering her for a long time. She slapped her palm on the table, then plucked up her courage and stood up from the table to finally dot the I's and cross the T's. Yu Yun-ha began to quickly approach Chae Na-yoon, who was sitting in front of her, resting her jaw on her hand and thinking about her own thoughts. The girl approached her, and Chae Na-yoon immediately noticed that someone was standing right behind her and staring at her. But Yu Yun-ha hugged the red-haired girl's shoulders, and the girl herself calmed down a little, because she realized that this was her friend. Yun-ha asked if she liked the practical lesson, and Chae Na-yoon replied that she didn't really enjoy it since they came in 4th place. The leader of the 5th team said that she took 16th place and continued to smile, although in her heart she wanted to rage and throw. Chae Na-yoon said that it was really cool because they got the wall shooter to be in 16th place, because he could have just pulled them down. Yu Yun-ha realized that he was still dragging them down, because they got to the place in 50 minutes, when it could have been done in just 10. However, on the other hand, his contribution to the battle with the monsters was significant, and Kim Ha-jin suspected that someone was discussing him. Yu Yun-ha recalled that he destroyed the baby octopuses before they even reached the ground, which was very important. She also understood that all of this was done with ordinary magic bullets, and the rest of the team praised the shooter. The team leader calmly watched Kim Ha-jin, and in her mind she was wondering who he really was. After some time, the hero was in the training room and was lying on the floor trying to recover from a hard workout. He looked at his laptop and said that he had been too busy training to check the notification and wondered how much he had grown. Kim Ha-jin had improved his stats and was also informed that he would be able to see and hear a little better from now on, which was very encouraging. During training, he used luck to increase his score, so he realized that it was not in vain that he interfered with the team leader's plan. Thanks to sports, he improved his other indicators quite well, and he also said he understood that all this was due to inspiration and luck. Kim Ha-jin took a sip of water, then told himself that since the numbers had increased so much, he could stop training. After that, he went back home while Yu Yun-ha was in her room analyzing the past fight. She carefully reviewed every frame captured on video and also paid special attention to how Kim Ha-jin shot. When the video reached the moment of the shooter's shooting, Yu Yun-ha suddenly pressed the spacebar on her keyboard and stopped the video. The girl was surprised because there were almost 3 seconds left until that moment, and he fired his pistol 60 times. She wondered if it was possible to pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second, and also wondered if there was a continuous fire button. Yu Yeon-ha understood that his reaction was not like everyone else. His health was low, unlike the others, and he also suddenly changed his weapon. She folded her arms across her chest and wondered why she hadn't seen him at Yeowon High School. And at that moment, she received a notification on her smartwatch. Yu Yeon-ha read the message from Shin Jung-hak with a sweet smile, who cheekily asked her what she was doing. The girl immediately answered him that she was analyzing the video from the fight, and the guy said that she was doing all sorts of nonsense again. Yeon-ha wrote that in order to manage the guilds, she needs to learn to spot capable personnel. And the guy said that she is surrounded by nothing but scum. He asked who the guy with the gun was on her team, and the girl smiled and said that there was something cute about Shin Jung-hak after all. Then she wrote that the shooter could handle the task, and the guy asked if she was lucky to have him, which made her think. In the guild office, meanwhile, the secretary told the girl that her visit to the guild was scheduled for Friday in 2 weeks. The girl said that she understood everything, after which she asked the secretary to be sure to look at where she was pointing. The larger screen showed Kim Soo-ho, and Yoon Seung asked the secretary if he thought there was something special about the young man. She said that the guy has a sharp sword technique that has no analogs in any modern technique and smooth movements. Yoon Seung also emphasized that Kim Soo-ho's technique was similar to a sword dance, which made him even more impressive and attractive. She said that the extraordinary force with which he cuts is alluring, and it seems as if he is cutting not just a monster, but space itself. Yoon Seung said that it was now clear why the big guilds in Seoul were trying to get this guy, since he had a mixture of important skills. She then said that she would like to take him in and also said that it didn't look like he was in any guild. The girl said she would keep it in mind, and then said it was time to examine the next cadet and draw a conclusion. Yoon Seung was surprised and couldn't believe her eyes, and it took her a few seconds to take a closer look. On the screen, she saw Kim Ha-jin and wondered if he was really using a gun, which was quite unusual. The secretary said that because the young man was on the same team as Yu Yeon-ha, many people in the guild saw this video. He said that it wasn't even a rifle, but the guy fired 60 shots in 3 seconds, of which only one missed the target. The secretary added that even if he had excellent reflexes and pulled the trigger, a regular pistol simply wouldn't be able to withstand that. He also said that Kim Ha-jin is acting quite eccentric, and that he is called a heretic at the academy. The secretary added that when he entered the cube, the young man changed his weapon from a sword to a pistol, and Yoon Seung realized that it was all a matter of insight. It is impossible to know about your abilities before enlightenment, so there are those who change weapons because they do not match their skills. In this case, career growth begins to lag behind by 3 years. And at the Yuan school, cadets were advised to use different weapons. Yoon Seung said that Kim Ha-jin is developing quickly, but if he is limited to one gun, then there is nothing special about him. She did ask if there were any scouts available to look after him, but the secretary replied that they were all fully booked at the moment. The girl said that in that case, they would leave the guy for now, because if a diamond is in the dirt, it will start to sparkle on its own. Then she turned her gaze to the side and quietly said that everything would soon be clear, but a cunning plan was already maturing in her head. She believed that it would soon become clear whether Kim Ha-jin was a heretic or not, and in the meantime, the young man slept soundly in his bed. On Wednesday, the blue-eyed and agile Kim Soo-ho was in training, swinging his sword, preparing to deliver a precise blow to his opponent. His brown-eyed opponent, however, was only wearing gloves, but was not afraid at all, and gritting his teeth, swung at his sparring partner. Wednesday was the day for one-on-one training fights, and on this day, the cadets trained hard and gave it their all. One-on-one fights were held in teams, each of which consisted of 2 cadets, who were supervised by a referee. All the cadets used their main weapons because it was much easier to evaluate and it was also less painful. The instructor was very strict and shouted at Kim Ha-jin, who was ranked 934th on the list. The referee placed his hands on his waist and ordered the young man to stand up immediately, and Kim did not understand why he was fighting only with him. The instructor said that the training pistol was still being made, and training with a real pistol was too dangerous. The teacher said that this was why the young man was made to fight with him, and Kim Ha-jin shouted that he was giving up because he couldn't do it anymore. The instructor clenched his fist tightly, and then exclaimed that in a real fight it would be impossible to give up, so one had to fight to the end. He swung his fist in order to immediately strengthen the defense, and Kim Ha-jin looked at the instructors with excitement at that moment. The young man understood that he couldn't give in to weakness, so he concentrated as much as possible and was ready for any outcome in the fight. The instructor immediately launched a crushing blow, but Kim Ha-jin managed to jump to the side, thereby thwarting his plans. The stern teacher was quite surprised by such an act on the part of the cadet, but he was not going to abandon his intentions. Kim Ha-jin knew that he had managed to resist the enemy's attack, but he gritted his teeth because giving up was not an option. The instructor swung at the young man again, but the young man pulled his body back, thereby again preventing him from striking. Then came another left hook, but although the cadet was very nervous, he once again managed to avoid the blow. The instructor was surprised and mentally said that the guy was in a slightly awkward position, but he was watching his punches carefully. Kim Ha-jin's pupils dilated slightly at one point as he used one of his new skills. His skill of foresight allowed him to see at great distances and roughly predict the enemy's trajectory. The skill, of course, only helped the hero, but he had to dodge on his own, so he couldn't relax for a second. The other two cadets laughed at the young man, saying that he was just jumping around and it looked very funny and stupid. Kim Ha-jin became very tense and wondered if attracting attention really had any effect, and his SP points had doubled. After a while, the young man bought himself a can of soda from a water machine, while exhaling heavily after the workout. Holding a can of soda in his hand, a tired Kim Ha-jin looked blankly at the girl passing by. Yu Yeon-ha walked past the heroes with a stuffed bag and also looked into his eyes, but at the same time she remained silent and did not show any emotions. At one point her gaze became arrogant and she looked at the young man, as if showing her indifference to him. Kim Ha-jin also looked at her without emotion and slightly arrogantly, while still remaining completely silent. Yu Yeon-ha walked past him, and the author in the body of a young man said in his thoughts that even though he wrote the book, she had a terrible character. He then decided to conduct a small experiment and then pressed the button to dispense soda from the water dispenser. The soda machine dispensed another can of water, after which the young man turned to the girl, and she immediately turned around. After that, Kim Ha-jin immediately threw her a can of soda, which the girl deftly caught, but continued to remain silent. Yu Yeon-ha asked the guy if he was bullying her, and the guy responded to her question by asking what she was even talking about. He said that she had helped him a lot during the last training session, and that he also wanted to be friends with her, which surprised the girl a little. Kim was curious to see how many points he would get after talking to the main character, and this was all an experiment. Yu Yeon-ha thanked him and said that she didn't need water, then scratched her head and said that she wanted to say something else. She threw the can of soda back to the young man, and he silently caught it, slightly confused by the situation. The girl asked not to address me informally without permission, and also added that this was the first warning on this matter. Kim Ha-jin, holding a can of soda in his hand, lowered his gaze and remained silent in response to her words, and the girl began to leave. While walking down the street with her bag, Yu Yeon-ha stopped at one point because she felt something strange and incomprehensible to herself. She noticed that the weight of her bag had changed, which was very noticeable compared to her recent weight and was alarming. She immediately stopped and decided to open the bag in order to examine its contents and understand what was going on. In Yu Yeon-ha's bag, she found a can of soda that Kim Ha-jin had slipped in, which made her very angry at that moment. The girl immediately grabbed a can of soda and, clenching her teeth in anger, swung her arm to throw it straight into the trash can. But at the very last moment she stopped because she realized that it was useless to waste her nerves because there was nothing wrong with it. The girl then put the can of soda back into her bag, after which she told herself that the water wasn't to blame for anything. The author remembered that Yu Yeon-ha likes simple food like Coca-Cola, ramen, burgers, but because of her reputation, she can't buy them. He also realized that he would have to interfere with the main plot since short dialogues would not earn him many points. Next, there should be an attack on the museum by human monsters, who were people who made a contract with the devil. In exchange for their souls, they gained enormous power, became subordinates of the devil, and spread throughout this world. The purpose of this incident was to kill a specific person, for which they hid in the weapons museum and waited for the right moment. They were destroyed by the main characters who came on a tour. And thanks to this episode, Kim Soo-ho attracted the attention of others. The episode will feature Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-yoon, and the human monsters aren't that dangerous yet, since this is just the beginning of the book. In his mind, the author said to himself that this was great because he had the opportunity to interject into this episode, which was exactly what he needed. First, he needed to find a way to get on a tour of the museum, and the security guard asked the cadet why he wasn't going to the dormitory. The guard ordered him to immediately give his number, and Kim Ha-jin asked for forgiveness and began to leave with a laptop in his hands. The hero had a lot of different items on his laptop, as well as a new message in his email that he hadn't read yet. In Cuba, there is a community called clubs, which are groups of cadets with common interests. Hobbies include science, martial arts, practical training hobbies, and anything else that might interest cadets. There were about 100 different communities in Cuba, which was quite a large number for a training center. These clubs were aimed not only at self-development, but also at communication between cadets, which was also important. The chairman of the travel club, Ohan Nayan, thanked everyone for participating in their travel club. She also said that there are quite a few new people in the club this year, and many of them are amazing and nice people. Among them were Kim Soo-ho, Che Na-yoon, Yu Yeon-ha, and many other cadets who were also nice people. Ohan Nayan was very nervous and said with a trembling voice that when he received the application to join, he did not know whether it was real or not. Everyone listened attentively to the young man, and he said that he would tell them again about their club called Healing Rain. The chairman said the club's purpose was relaxation, and twice a month, they would organize trips outside of Cuba using the portal. He said that today, they would conduct a tour of the club and also take a mini-trip not far from here. Oh Han-yeon said with a smile on his face that they would be heading to Seoul, which should have made many of the new club members happy. The author in Kim Ha-jin's body listened attentively to the young man, but at the same time maintained a cool mind and extreme attentiveness. He told himself that this coincided with the content of his book because they would split into pairs and set off on a free journey. His goal is the Seoul Arms Museum, where he will go with the main characters and then slightly integrate into their story. Oh Han-yeon asked to draw lots, and the author became a little embarrassed and wondered if this was how the teams were distributed according to his plot. Yu Yeon-ha drew lots and then said that she was on Kim Ha-jin's team, and then looked into his eyes. The young man widened his eyes and looked back at the girl, realizing that he would indeed be on the same team with her. The girl approached him and holding her hands to her chest suggested that they go separately, while confidently looking the guy in the eyes. Kim Ha-jin, slightly excited, said that he agreed, and it would be better to do so, and the girl turned her gaze away from him. After this, Yu Yeon-ha began to leave, but at the end she said that she had something else to tell him, which made the young man wary. She turned around and, looking sternly into the young man's eyes, said that she had already asked him not to address her familiarly, but he continued. Soon they arrived at the National Arms Museum, which houses the largest exhibition hall of weapon models in Korea. Kim Ha-jin put his hands in his pants pockets and began to walk calmly and relaxed through the weapons museum. Suddenly he recognized Che Na-yoon, who was glued to the window and admiringly looking at the weapon sample on the stand. The author immediately realized that there was another main character nearby, after which he noticed him near the stand. Kim Soo-ho stood near one of the weapons stands holding his hands in his pockets and carefully examining the weapons. The author in the body of a cadet carefully and in detail examined the face of a young man who was one of the main characters. But overall, Kim Soo-ho was the main character of the author's fantasy book, which was called The Return of the Hero. The protagonist turned his attention to Kim Ha-jin, who was standing a few steps away from him and staring at him. Ha-jin asked Kim Soo-ho if he was really looking at the 7 knives, and then introduced himself to him. But the young man didn't know what to answer. And then he awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled, said that he forgot about it for a second, and then asked for forgiveness. Soo-ho asked if it was true that he was the shooter, and also inquired if he had also joined the travel club. The young man was nice and fair, and because of him, readers had many complaints that he did not look like a normal person. Suddenly, glass began to fall from the roof of the museum, and a red light began to flash inside, signaling some danger. Visitors to the Weapons Museum immediately noticed this, but none of them even guessed what awaited them next. The museum's dispatcher called on everyone to pay attention and said that monsters had appeared near the museum building. Then he repeated what he had said, and the exhibition hall began to panic among the visitors, and no one knew what to do. The panic grew stronger every second, after which one of the visitors shouted that they needed to run, and everyone started running. People tried to push their way to the exit and started pushing, but someone from the crowd asked them to calm down and stop panicking. In their panic, some people didn't even notice the children in front of them because they were thinking only about themselves and wanted to get out as quickly as possible. Suddenly, one of the main characters hit the glass stand with his fist as hard as he could to attract the crowd's attention. It was Che Na-yoon, whose blow cracked the glass, but people still paid attention to her, and a temporary silence reigned. Some people in the crowd were blue in the face with fear and looked at the girl with their mouths wide open. Kim Soo-ho was scared because he was holding a little tearful girl in his arms, who was almost trampled by the panic mongers in the crowd. Che Na-yoon looked at the crowd of frightened people and asked them to calm down, then said that a hero would come here soon. She stuck her hand through the broken glass and pulled out a bow, then said that if they ran outside, they would be eaten by monsters. But the girl did not take into account that this was a recorded fact of theft of an exhibit, after which the barrier was activated and the siren went off. Che Na-yoon asked Kim Ha-jin to take the weapon and said that they would have to protect the people until a hero came to help. She became a little wary because a strange silhouette appeared in the museum building and began to approach them closer and closer. Che Na-yoon immediately reached for his quiver to draw an arrow and be ready to begin the battle with the unknown enemy. As it turned out, one of the monsters had already gotten inside, wearing a black suit and with a terrifying grin on his face. Kim Ha-jin understood that this was the human monster Lucius's dog, who was the villain that contributed to the development of the protagonist. The monster had a thick hand with long fingers and sharp claws, with which it could cause irreparable harm to a person. He slightly bent his fingers and was ready to tear apart any person, while Che Na-yoon was ready to shoot a bow. Behind Dog Lucius was Kim Soo-ho, who swung his sword with a sharp movement but did not frighten the monster at all. The monster immediately sensed something was wrong and began to turn towards the enemy, while Kim Ha-jin watched from the side. According to the plot of the author's work, Kim Soo-ho would deal with the monster in no time, and there was nothing to worry about at all. But something completely unexpected happened, and the monster managed to counterattack the main character, throwing him several meters to the side. Kim Soo-ho himself did not expect such an opponent, and underneath him was a half-destroyed and cracked concrete floor. Kim Ha-jin looked at everything that was happening with some surprise, because the turn of events should have been completely different. The young man's eyes opened wide in surprise, and he stood there without even moving because he couldn't believe what he saw. Kim Soo-ho was lying on the floor and didn't even show any signs of life, and Kim Ha-jin silently and motionlessly looked at his body. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and in his thoughts he was telling himself excitedly that something was clearly wrong here, because everything should be different. In his story, Kim Soo-ho was slightly inferior and then gathered all his strength and surpassed his opponent, and Che Na-yoon began to worry. She screamed and called for Kim Soo-ho, and the young man suddenly woke up and began coughing up blood while still lying on the floor. Kim Ha-jin ran up to the guy and excitedly asked if he was okay, while the main character tried to say something. Lucius's dog had no intention of stopping and turned his gaze to Che Na-yoon, who understood his intentions and became very agitated. But she still managed to control her emotions, and anger and hatred prevailed in her head, after which she took aim with her bow. She kept shooting at Dog Lucius, but the arrows did no harm to him, and he only smiled in response. But Che Na-yoon did not give up trying to inflict damage on the enemy, and continued to shoot from her bow without stopping, sparing no arrows. The arrows still did not cause any harm to the monster, and he continued to smile annoyingly and stand in place. The girl began to get very nervous, because the arrows were almost running out, and the enemy had no problem with them. Che Na-yoon became even more angry with each passing second, and in her mind she realized that this was not some special skill or regeneration. The girl understood that this degenerate was using only his agility against her and was laughing annoyingly in her eyes. Kim Ha-jin looked at Dog Lucius, and the whole situation that was happening made him nervous, and he also needed to come up with a plan of action. The boy shouted at Che Na-yoon that she had to leave or she wouldn't survive, while the monster quickly advanced towards her. But the girl did not move and continued to shoot at the monster. While gritting her teeth in anger, she looked straight into his eyes. Unexpectedly, Kim Soo-ho, who had previously been lying in a pool of blood, came to the rescue and now rushed at the monster to take revenge. The young man had many bruises on his face, but he worriedly asked Na-yoon if she was okay. The girl was stunned by what she saw, after which she simply asked how he felt, since he had been wounded earlier. Lucius's dog grabbed Kim Soo-ho and began squeezing his body, trying to suffocate him and get rid of him forever. The main character himself tried to escape from his clutches, trying to beat the enemy with the same weapon as him, but at first he failed. The monster's claws were like a sharp blade, and he himself smiled maliciously at Kim Soo-ho's face, preparing to deal with him. The young man was stunned because Dog Lucius's body changed right before his eyes, which was very alarming. The monster began to approach the main character even more closely, while Kim Soo-ho, on the contrary, tried with all his might to move away from him, moving backwards. The semblance of the devil swung at the main character, and the young man tried to defend himself in every possible way, putting his hands out and getting in his way. The monster began to strangle Kim Soo-ho, but at one point something happened that made Dog Lucius look away. It was Che Na-yoon who fired her bow once again, which served as a distraction for the monster. The girl continued to shoot the monsters in the back, and several arrows were sticking out of his back, which he noticed. Lucius's dog began to turn around little by little, and Che Na-yoon continued to shoot at him with her bow and arrow without stopping. But something completely unexpected happened, and the girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she could no longer resist. The monster used its devilish ability and released a bloody beam that threw the girl aside. The monster's ability had pinned the girl tightly against the concrete wall, while Kim Ha-jin watched silently with sweat on his face. He realized that at this rate someone could die, and then shouted at all the civilians to immediately retreat. Lucius's dog grabbed Chae-na-yun's head tightly and didn't even give her the opportunity to breathe, and the hero became even more nervous. Barely containing his panic, he wondered why the plot had changed so suddenly, because everything should have been different. Opening his laptop, the author mentally told himself that he needed to calm down and do what he could do now to help others. Then he took a pistol out of his pocket and began to try to load it with trembling hands, but he couldn't do it. He realized that he wouldn't be able to even scratch the monster with such bullets. And even if he increased his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill him. But still, it was the world from the author's book, so the basic settings did not change at all, which could already play into his hands. Then the author, in the body of a cadet, began to type commands on the laptop keyboard while being maximally focused on the process. He started editing the settings of the magic bullets, which he did, and the bullets became much better and stronger. The reason there are so many different heroes in the world is because their properties and compatibility allow them to overcome level differences. Kim Ha-jin took aim at the demon, then held his breath for a moment, preparing to deliver a precise and accurate shot. He realized that this human monster had demonic properties, after which he began to gradually pull the trigger. The author understood that only light can destroy darkness, and then he shouted at Kim Soo-ho because he was in his way. Kim Ha-jin shouted very loudly and asked the protagonist to immediately get out of the way, after which a white light bullet flew out. The white light bullet slightly blinded Dog Lucius, and he desperately tried to stop it with his hand, but it didn't work. The bullet successfully hit its target, causing the demon to scream at the top of his lungs from the incredible pain he was experiencing. Despite the pain, Lucius's dog still held tightly onto Chae-na-yun's head, who had already lost consciousness. But he still dropped it from his hands, and Kim Ha-jin dropped his firearm, looking at the girl falling to the floor. Kim Soo-ho looked at the monster, who was suffering from incredible pain from a gunshot wound. Kim Ha-jin fell to his knees and said in his mind that with this move, he had bought enough time for the others. A bright blue light appeared around him, blinding the enemy's eyes, and the young man himself sat with sweat on his face. Kim Soo-ho gathered his strength and grabbed his powerful sword, preparing to finally deal with the insidious enemy. Lucius's dog looked at the bright blue light with slightly narrowed eyes, not understanding what was happening around him and what to expect. The magic of the sword that cuts through everything in its path was activated, and so this time the monster was finished. Kim Soo-ho gathered all his strength and will into a fist, then made all possible efforts and swung his sword at the enemy with a shout. Lucius's dog began to scream even louder from this incredible pain, and all possible efforts of the main character brought very great results. After that, the demon fell to the floor powerless, and Kim Soo-ho stuck his sword into the concrete floor while kneeling and lowering his head. The main character was sweating profusely and was also breathing heavily as a result of a tough fight with the enemy. Chae-na-yun was also kneeling and trying to catch her breath, because Lucius's dog almost strangled her with his dirty paws. Kim Soo-ho walked up to the sweating girl and patted her on the shoulder, asking if she was okay after what happened. The girl tried to catch her breath and was very angry, as a result of which she threw the main character's hand away from herself with a strong blow. Kim Ha-jin asked him to leave the girl and said that her brother would come soon and calm her down, as was in the plot of his book. After these words, Kim Soo-ho and Chae-na-yun turned their attention to the young man, because his words were very attractive. The girl, with great surprise, asked the young man again what he had just said and whether she had misheard. But after that, she almost lost consciousness again, which really scared Kim Soo-ho, who was very worried about the girl. Somewhere on the street, meanwhile, many fire monsters were attacking people, which led to terrible consequences. But they were all defeated with professional swing of cold weapons, which spoke of serious skills and hard training. It turned out that Yun Shung had such skills, and with the help of 2 swords, she deftly smashed the monsters without giving them a chance. A paramedic climbed out of the ambulance and reported to the deputy leader that the situation near the museum had been resolved. He also said that according to eyewitnesses, a human monster appeared there, but it was immediately destroyed by the Cuban cadets. Deputy leader Yun Shung said that the academy cadets were really great, and then asked who was there. The paramedic said with a little excitement that it was Chae-na-yun, Kim Soo-ho, which already surprised the girl, but was still unsaid. The man did not have time to finish speaking, and Yun Shung did not listen and immediately rushed to the museum building because it was important to her. She smiled and thought that she was very lucky because she had a chance to meet the hero Kim Soo-ho. On the way to the museum, the girl tried to think of a topic for conversation and how to start this very conversation with the young man. Running up to the museum, she saw Kim Ha-jin and realized that she had arrived just in time because the cadets were still on the museum grounds. The young man himself was somewhat surprised because a girl stopped right in front of him and examined him. Yun Seung even scared the young man a little because she appeared very unexpectedly and greeted him with a smile. She asked the young man if it was true that he was a cadet from Cuba, after which she was going to ask something else. Kim Ha-jin immediately understood everything and said that Kim Soo-ho was inside, and the girl thanked him with a smile. Deputy Leader Yoon Seung entered the museum building where civilians who were frightened by what happened earlier were passing by. But only after a few minutes the girl noticed something strange that had happened to her just a few minutes ago. While in the museum building, she wondered how Kim Ha-jin knew that she came here to find Kim Soo-ho. Ha-jin was surprised that Yoon Seung approached him and wondered if this situation had anything to do with changing history. The author, meanwhile, concluded that the character named Kim Ha-jin intervened in the situation, but the value was still insignificant. So far, the plot has been going smoothly as it should have, and it hasn't affected the main plotline in any way. But suddenly the author caught himself thinking that he had completely forgotten that this story also had a co-author who also influenced it. This world is a remake and is based on the author's book, which was edited by the person who sent him the email. He understood that if part of the book had indeed been edited by a co-author, then that already said something. The author told himself that in that case, all his assumptions about his story were now simply useless. The author's pupils dilated from the realization of a fact that he did not want to accept because it terribly frightened him at that moment. But after a few seconds, he became even more worried because a notification came to his laptop, which was very alarming. The author in Kim Ha-jin's body immediately noticed the message and began to open it to quickly read it. It was a remark that for the protagonist and the characters around him, there is no such thing as a threat. It was emphasized that if events continue to develop in this manner, there is a risk of losing the interest of readers. The author in the body of a young man continued to scroll the page to fully examine the messages that had arrived in the mail. His face changed even more because the temporary measure was to increase the level of negative characters. After some time, the strict instructor of the Cub Academy called cadets Kim Soo-ho and Kim Ha-jin to him with a shout. The instructor said that he heard about what happened and ordered them to return to his place, and he would ask about the details later. Kim Soo-ho asked what was wrong with Na-yoon, and the man replied that she had taken sick leave and gone home with her parents. After this, the instructor left, leaving the young cadets alone, and Kim Ha-jin looked at the back of the man leaving. Kim Soo-ho was sitting on a bench and suddenly turned to his friend, who was a little surprised by the unexpectedness. The blue-eyed boy asked Kim Ha-jin why he said such a strange phrase to Na-yoon at the museum. The young man didn't understand anything and asked again what exactly he said, and Kim Soo-ho reminded him that he said something about the girl's brother. Kim Ha-jin was about to answer his friend's question, but another remark came to his laptop, distracting him. He asked what happened to Chae Na-yoon's brother, and Kim Soo-ho asked if he was pretending not to know, and Ha-jin denied this fact. The main character closed his eyes and frowned a little, after which he suggested that we talk about this topic another time. Chae Na-yoon was the 4th-ranked student at Yeowon Cadet School and is related to her father Ji Shin-hyuk and brother Jin Yoon. The author in Kim Ha-jin's body, studying the information about the girl, said that everything was as he described in the book, but Soo-ho's reaction was still strange. Suddenly, he came across information that surprised him greatly, and he immediately began to carefully study the details. The author learned that Chae Na-yoon's brother was in a coma, having fallen into it while saving 3 colleagues from human monsters. Kim Ha-jin studied the information about the operation to suppress the human monsters, trying to find at least some clue. The operation was given the firm name of arson and also caused a lot of noise, since it entailed many terrible consequences. This was the first opportunity for the main character's ally, Chae Jin-yoon, to gain great fame and respect from society. At that time, Chae Na-yoon was only 13 years old, and she looked at her brother from the crowd with great admiration and pride. This was exactly the version of the author's book, but at one point his thoughts were interrupted by another message that arrived in the mail. The note stated that the changes would be sent out after the subject, Kim Ha-jin, personally confirmed them. However, it was decided that the main character had too many assistants, so some changes were made. The change was that 4 years ago, when Jin Yoon became a hero, he received the Devil's Mark on his first mission. The author in the body of Kim Ha-jin tried to figure out what was in the message with great surprise and interest. The radio said that many people were injured as a result of the monster attack, and that Yoon Seung was involved in the suppression. Chae Na-yoon was lying in the ward and turned off the radio because it was painful for her to hear all this, and she didn't want to think about it at all. The girl was constantly thinking about her brother, for whom she was very worried, and she could not find a place for herself. Suddenly, an agitated man in a business suit entered the room, and with him came a nurse who did not understand anything. Chae Na-yoon was shocked because she didn't expect to see her father at all, and she asked how his work was and why he was here. The father asked his daughter if this was a problem and how she felt, and the girl replied that she was already fine and felt good. The man asked if she needed to get checked out, and Chae Na-yoon said with a smile that everything was fine, and asked why he had come anyway. The father said that he was very worried about her, but the girl looked him in the eye and said that she really was completely fine. After this, the girl turned to her father, who looked with excitement and regret at his beloved daughter, for whom he was so worried. Chae Na-yoon shrank and asked her dad if she could meet him again before being discharged, because she missed him very much. The father felt very sorry for his beloved daughter, because he understood how much she missed him, and he looked at the girl with regret. Then he gently took his daughter's hand and said that of course they would be able to meet again, because he loved her very much. Demons were beings higher than human monsters and left marks on people, thereby turning them into demon seed. After an incubation period of 5 to 6 years, the humans would turn into powerful demons who would do the same. Chae Jin-yoon was already halfway through his incubation period, as he had received the demon mark on his first mission. There was only one answer to this confusing situation, and at that time, Na-yoon was approaching her brother's room, who was in a coma. Before the demon awakened in Chae Jin-yoon's body, it was necessary to kill it as quickly as possible, not allowing this to happen at all. Meanwhile, Chae Na-yoon was in the ward of her beloved brother, who was in a coma, and it was unknown whether he would survive. The author began to drive away bad thoughts and wondered how it was possible to kill Jin-yoon if it was not so easy to do. It was impossible to hire a man to kill, because no mercenary would take on the murder of an oligarch's offspring. The young man showed no signs of seed germination, so it was impossible to do anything. There was no way to stop the demon inside Jin-yoon, and even when heroes enter the fight, casualties among them are inevitable. In that case, now is not the time to do anything, because the heroes will play a big role in the second part of the author's work. The author in Kim Ha-jin's body clenched his teeth and tried to come to some kind of logical conclusion, which was difficult. Chae Na-yoon looked into her brother's eyes with great hope, but as it turned out, it was she who had to deal with him. The author sat in front of his laptop for a long time and tried to come up with a twist in the plot, but he managed to do all this with great difficulty. Na-yoon said that it was the first time she saw such a human monster, and asked how an ordinary cadet could deal him a fatal blow. The girl also wanted to say something regarding the shooter, but at one point she stopped, as if she couldn't move her tongue. The nurse told Chae Na-yoon that visiting time was over, which the girl immediately took notice of and did not argue. She touched her brother's chest with her palm and said that she would look in on him again, but he was still unconscious. Then Chae Na-yoon walked out into the corridor and bowed her head down, after which she cautiously took a small step forward, as if she wanted to do something. She stared at the door in front of her for a moment, concentrating on her feelings and desires. She remembered Kim Ha-jin and how he asked Kim Soo-ho to leave her when she was injured at the gun museum. The girl recalled that he then added that her brother would soon come and calm her down, and this was very strange to hear from a stranger. Chae Na-yoon's bangs covered her eyes, and she wondered how Kim Ha-jin knew what was going to happen in the future. Then she raised her head and her eyes glowed yellow, and her gaze was cold and emotionless at that moment. Meanwhile, Yoon Seung was looking through the government organization's materials in the Tower of Heroes, which was completely illegal. But the girl said she was just going to take a second to look at the records of today's incident at the Seoul Weapons Museum. After watching the recording, she said that traces of mana with the property of light were found in the monster's body. She also realized that such a person could become a dangerous opponent for the monster, so it was necessary to recruit him. She assumed that one of the 3 cadets had used mana, and the assistant confirmed that this was indeed the case. Yoon Seung began to analyze the situation and said that Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-yoon were already under her close surveillance. She heard about the last cadet for the first time, and she also saw that he was in 934th place. The author, in the body of Kim Ha-jin, was working on his laptop, and in his thoughts he said to himself that he had recently realized one important fact. He realized that other people couldn't see his laptop, and he didn't have to worry about the main characters and check the contents of the book. He also added a feature to the laptop when he found out it wasn't visible to others. And in the meantime, Rachel was declared the winner. Kim Ha-jin looked at Damon lying on the floor, who had lost the battle, and his self-confidence was lower than usual. If settings that differ from the plot appear within a radius of 30 meters from the hero, he immediately receives notifications. The author was thinking that this was much more effective than messages from a co-author after his confirmation. Behind Kim Ha-jin, Chae Na-yoon suddenly appeared, coldly glaring at him and offering to fight. The young man turned around and looked condescendingly at the girl, but initially did not respond to her proposal. Then he replied that he didn't want to, and the girl asked if he was afraid, and also added that he himself was chatting about other people's families. Kim Ha-jin said that these were real bullets, and he did not want to be scolded for injuring his classmate during the fight. The young man's words made Chae Na-yoon very angry and irritated, causing her to grit her teeth, burning with the desire to hit him. Suddenly, an instructor appeared and shouted, asking what they were doing there, and the cadets silently looked at the instructor sternly. The instructor ordered Chae Na-yoon to return to her place because Kim Ha-jin did not have a training weapon. The girl was angry about the whole situation and simply obeyed the order, while the young man continued to work on his laptop. In his mind, the author told himself that he shouldn't apologize to Chae Na-yoon now, because now is not the right time for that. The hero had primary goals, one of which was to try his best and make great efforts to become stronger. And the second goal was to kill Chae Na-yoon's brother, to prevent the demon inside him from manifesting because there is no other way out. Even if Kim Ha-jin's relationship with Na-yoon improves, she will only be betrayed by him later. Truth Club leader Hyun welcomed everyone to the Truth class's introductory lesson while smiling sincerely at the guests present. He said that the purpose of their club is to analyze monsters and research strategy, and they meet every week to discuss. Club Chairman Truth asked everyone to read the brochures that were distributed to each guest. The girls looked at Hyun with admiration because he had an attractive appearance and knew how to keep attention on himself. Kim Ha-jin was also in the hall, and in his thoughts he realized that all these qualities were just demonic abilities. Hyun will become a villain who will be responsible for evil deeds, and after making a contract with the demon Lilith, he gained the skill of charm. The man monster has a target that he is currently hunting, and which is of great value to him. And this girl is also the reason why Kim Ha-jin joined the Truth Club, because she is also very important to him. That girl was the charming Yoo Yeon-ha, who sat silently on a chair, her hands folded at her chest, expressionless. Hyun said that they had an introductory meeting today, so he would just tell you a little about the Truth Club's activities. He showed an above-average monster, a mountain tyrant, that appeared during an outcall and is almost 50 years old. Regardless of the location of the monsters, information about high-ranking monsters is of great value and is worth a lot. Then, Hyun asked Yoo Yeon-ha with a smile what the vital information was about this mountain tyrant. The girl replied that it was unknown, and the leader said that the answer was correct, and the task of their club was to discuss such cases. Yoon-ha said that those who wanted to could stay for the meeting after class, and Kim Ha-jin asked Yoon-ha if she would go to it. But the girl simply remained silent in response to his question and began to leave, and the young man felt a little awkward. This angered Kim Ha-jin, and he called her again, but this time he called her miss and asked if she would go to this club meeting. Yoo Yeon-ha replied that yes, and perhaps she would be able to obtain useful information, and the young man thought about it after her words. He asked the girl if he wanted to tell the dungeon clearing team in his guild, and Yoo Yeon-ha looked at him silently. The Essence Straight Guild was created 50 years ago, during a powerful magical explosion that led to the creation of dungeons. The key figures in this guild were the family of the charming Yoo Yeon-ha, who made a great contribution to the development of this guild. At the moment, this guild is one of the largest, which has great influence throughout Korea. Kim Ha-jin said that the vice guild leader's influence has been declining lately, so Yeon-ha also feels threatened. He asked if it was true that this was why she wanted to go to the meeting and get information, and the girl asked what he was getting at. The young man said that he would tell her about the mountain tyrant's weak points, which was supposed to attract Yoo Yeon-ha's attention. The girl was shocked, and Kim said that if she wanted to run the guild without problems later, she had to start making an effort. Ha-jin said that the tiger has a small blue pattern on its heel, and if you hit it right there, it won't be able to move anymore. The boy said that this information was not free, and then asked if her guild had an arsenal, which surprised Yoo Yeon-ha a little. Kim Ha-jin said that he wanted her to get him the Desert Eagle, which was golden and black in color. The girl was very surprised by his whims, because the Desert Eagle was a very powerful pistol for professionals. Yoo Yeon-ha asked what he based his claim on, and also asked if he had any evidence. In response to her questions, Kim Ha-jin smirked slightly, as if he was about to show her the evidence for his claims. But unexpectedly, he said that he had no evidence, after which Yu Yan-ha looked at him in bewilderment. She got angry and started to leave in a rage, saying that she had simply wasted her time. And the guy said that it would be to her advantage to believe him. Ha-jin thought that if she ignored his words, then information worth billions would become useless. But if she believes, then he will have an army of allies. And in the meantime, Yan-ha asked the secretary to convey something to the team. She said that the important part of the mountain tyrant is the blue pattern on the heel, and asked to tell the team to check it out. Kim Ha-jin read the loan agreement and was shocked to see that the amount to be paid was 300 million Korean won. He wondered what Kim Chung-dong was doing, since the maximum amount that 2 cadets could borrow was exactly that amount. For a few more minutes, the young man held the paper with the loan agreement in his hands and tried to find some kind of clue. Then he saw a notification on his smartwatch that he had 3 million Korean won in his bank book. The author realized that not only would he not be able to return to his world, but he risked dying here, paying off debts for the rest of his life. With sweat on his face, he scratched the back of his head and told himself that he needed to earn money. Otherwise, he would not be able to get out of here. To do this, he needed to find guilds that were engaged in clearing dungeons and buy shares of developing guilds. After all, he knows which one will succeed, but he doesn't have the money to buy shares, so this method doesn't suit him. The second way to earn money legally is to hunt in the field, where he will have to go out alone to carry away all the prey. The difficulty level there is very different from the tower and dungeons, but you can make good money selling monster corpses. He wondered if he would be able to take the field, since his score had only just now surpassed that of the average adult male. Kim understood that even if he enhanced the effect of the gun with glasses, it would be a waste of effort, and another method was needed. Suddenly, the thought process was interrupted by someone knocking on the door of the room, which Kim Ha-jin immediately noticed. The voice behind the door said that there was a package for the cadet from the course of Yu Yan-ha, which was quite unexpected and surprising. Kim Ha-jin immediately looked towards the door in surprise and wondered what she could have sent him in this package. The hero immediately opened the door, after which, without thinking twice, he decided to open the box with the parcel, looking at its contents in surprise. He was very surprised because he didn't expect to see what was in the box sent to him by Yu Yan-ha. Using the portal, he was transported to a field area in Gangwon province, where the girl thanked him for using the portal. Kim Ha-jin thought that all he had to do was say that he was a cadet, and she became so unusually polite. The young man then left the portal building and began to walk down the stairs, carefully looking at the views around him. The Gangwon area is considered to be quite low in terms of field danger, and there are many foreigners who come here to hunt all year round. Suddenly, a stranger in white gloves shouted that he was looking for a team, which was quite unexpected and attractive. The young man said that they were recruiting mages who were ready to go together to the Chiak Mountains, and someone shouted that they were selling troll blood. Someone was gossiping that there was some crazy guy in the area who was fighting monsters with his bare hands. Kim Ha-jin watched as the girl with glasses said that 3 hobgoblins would cost 600,000 won in total. He then turned his attention to the deal to sell monsters, and thought that it would be much more profitable to sell monsters with an agent. Kim Ha-jin was thinking about searching for an agent in these parts, and behind him, a few meters away, stood the foot of a stranger. After this, the stranger turned to the young man, asking him to listen to him, which attracted the guy's attention at that moment. A man in a business suit with disheveled hair asked the young man if he had come here to hunt. Kim Ha-jin asked the man if he was an agent, and the man said with trepidation that he was an agent, after which he began to look for his business card. Then he finally handed over his business card, and the young man smiled and mentally called him ridiculous for his funny behavior. But the smile quickly disappeared from the young man's face after he carefully read the inscriptions on the agent's business card. The man was a department head at the SH agency, which surprised Kim Ha-jin greatly, and his name was Park Soo-hyuk. In the future, this man will become the director of the best agency in Korea, as well as the personal agent of the main character, Kim Soo-ho. The author had no intention of meeting this man here, but he felt awkward and asked if he had heard of such an agency. Kim Ha-jin said the agency's name again, and the man looked at the young man with enthusiasm. The guy said the title sounded compelling, then said he would sign a contract, which surprised and shocked the agent. In this world, the characters don't know their true value yet, but after these words, the agent promised to provide him with the best service. The author wondered in his mind whether he could really intercept the main character Kim Soo-ho's agency like that. He then asked the agent if he could really go with him, as he still had some doubts about him. The agent said that if it was dangerous, he could leave him, but the author was thinking that agents usually wait outside the field. The man saw the hobgoblin's tracks and said that the difficulty level was low and that one could fetch around 400,000 won. Kim Ha-jin thought that if you think about the price, then the monster is more profitable, because for one destroyed tower, they give 200,000 won. He then pointed his finger at the ferocious boar and asked the agent what he could say about the value of this beast. The man was stunned and, adjusting his glasses, wondered if he really saw a steel boar in front of him. He said that a bullet wouldn't penetrate his skin, and Kim Ha-jin laughed and said that until they tried, they wouldn't know anything. The young man has a very good pistol, which he received in exchange for information about the mountain tyrant earlier from Yu Yan-ha. The Desert Eagle possessed destructive power enhancement, reduction magic, and mid-level recoil control technology. Kim Ha-jin took aim at the boar and also used his glasses and added some settings to his new weapon. The agent stood aside and was very afraid, and then told the young man that he thought the boar would only get angry about this. But the young man did not listen to the agents at all, after which he fired a shot, intending to check whether the bullet would pierce the skin of a steel boar. The bullet hit its target, causing the steel boar to squeal in incredible pain and then fall straight to the ground. The agent was shocked because he did not believe at all that the young man would be able to hit the steel boar with just a bullet. The destructive power of the gun doubled, and Kim Ha-jin said with a smile that the weapon had quite good performance. The agent was surprised to hear that the weapon was amazing and also praised the young man for being an excellent shooter, which sounded rather strange. Kim Ha-jin looked away in response to his compliments and then thanked the man, still thinking about his own. All of a sudden, he opened fire with the Desert Eagle again, and the agent covered his ears and started screaming so as not to be deafened by the shot. The young man said that there was a black pelican near the rocks, and the man asked if he could really see so far that it would be surprising. Kim Ha-jin said that he has farsightedness and can see objects at a great distance. Then the young man said that it was time for him to go, and the agent knelt down and watched him go, and then asked him to wait for him. Kim Ha-jin is with the agent. Will they be able to drag the bodies of the boar and the black pelican out of the field if they are so heavy? The agent replied that it would be better to pay the service, and he would transfer his money to him tomorrow, and the young man liked the agent's precision. The young man shook the agent's hand and said he hoped they would get along, and the man expressed the same hope. The agent asked if it was okay to ask how Kim Ha-jin was using his fee, since this was his first time hunting in the field. The young man did not hide his intentions, after which he replied to the man that he would buy shares with this money. The agent was shocked by what he heard and shrank a little, after which he asked again what he was going to do with the fee. The new guild, the Master of the Pack Horse, was created by the human monsters and plays a very important role in the author's book. The author knew he should be focusing on other settings right now, but there was a dungeon that this guild was clearing. In the book, it is described as the Suwon Devil's Nest, after which the guild's shares will increase by 1,000%. You just have to buy it and he will definitely be a winner, and there is simply no other way to earn such a sum. Kim Ha-jin purchased 3 million won worth of shares in the Pack Horse Master Guild, hoping that it would be enough for him. He was interested in all kinds of information about the promotions, but there are no official communities, so he will have to go to a shadow site. The young man remembered the Chameleon Group, a criminal organization whose members were only known to disguise their color. If only Kim Ha-jin could get in touch with the guild leader, maybe he could tell us something about the incident with Jin Yun. The author remembered that around this time, according to the plot, one position became available in the guild, which meant they should start searching soon. Suddenly, the laptop turned off, after which Kim Ha-jin, shocked, grabbed it and began to think about what happened. He couldn't believe it, because perhaps this was the only way to return to his world, and now he had nothing left. But after a few seconds, the laptop turned on again, after which the young man immediately smiled and realized that there was hope again. The young people in the establishment were talking to each other, and the girl asked the guy to pay attention to another table. People couldn't figure out who was sitting at this table and even assumed that they were some very famous stars. Shin Jung-hak asked with displeasure if it was possible to stop these high society gatherings, since he was already tired of them. Yu Yan-ha asked him to be patient and said that they would not lose anything if they established close ties with the leaders in advance. She asked how his grades were lately, and also said that Jung-hak would not rest until he achieved first place. The white-haired young man was typing something on his smartwatch and said that this is why he says that everything is fine with him. Yu Yan-ha stopped bothering the young man and said that she was very glad that he was doing well. A few minutes later, the door to the establishment opened, and the green-eyed beauty Chin-yun, who had come to the meeting, entered. Shin Jung-hak immediately jumped up happily because he missed her very much, and Yu Yun-ha waved her hand, indicating that they were at the table. He asked the girl why she attended the meetings, and she replied that she would not have come if she had known of his presence. The young man asked how she went to the hospital, and Chae Na-yoon answered with a little bewilderment that it was nothing serious. Meanwhile, Yu Yun-ha turned her head away and silently listened to their conversations, feeling like a third wheel in their company. Chae Na-yoon held a cocktail in her hand and said that she wanted to tell them something, but almost forgot about it. She asked if they knew Kim Ha-jin, and Yu Yun-ha immediately understood who she was talking about and became curious about what she wanted to say. She immediately asked with interest what was wrong with this young man and whether there was any interesting information about him. But Chae Na-yoon said that she wanted to talk about that incident at the museum and said that there were 3 of them that day, her, Kim Soo-ho, and that guy. It began to tell her that the human monster turned out to be much stronger than she thought, so the battle was brutal. Then she said that right during the fight, this idiot used a gun against the monster man. She was amazed that with the training gun, he simply tore off the arm of the human monster, which was amazing. Chae Na-yoon remembered Kim Ha-jin's cold face and said that it was all very suspicious, and he was clearly hiding something. She also remembered that the young man was on a team with Yu Yun-ha and asked her opinion on the whole situation. But the girl herself looked at her with a little shock. I don't even know how to express myself about this whole situation. She knew that Kim Ha-jin lived in an orphanage and owed 300 million, and it was also unclear how he found out about the mountain tyrant. He also didn't answer questions, so she decided that she would have to continue the investigation and not rush to conclusions. In her mind, Yu Yun-ha said that in the fight with the monster, she didn't notice that he had enough strength to break her arm there. She took a sip of her coffee, then wondered in her mind if this meant he had something hidden. Chae Na-yoon quietly asked Yu Yun-ha if Kim Ha-jin was accidentally a human monster. But she and Shin Jung-hak only looked in surprise at the girl who was throwing around such assumptions. Yu Yun-ha said that there was something about Ha-jin because he was very unusual, and at that time, the young man was blinded by a blue light. The system notified that the update was almost finished, and his smartwatch suddenly began to emit a white light. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin felt a strange and sharp pain in the area of his wrist, which immediately attracted his attention and made him wary. There was blood oozing from the area of the smartwatch strap, and the sleeve of the white sweater was also stained with blood, which was very alarming. Kim Ha-jin immediately jumped up from his chair and grabbed his hand tightly, which hurt a lot, and he didn't understand anything. There was a tsunami in the young man's head, and information was coming in continuous streams every second. Shin Jung-hak put his hand in his pocket and asked Yu Yun-ha if it was true that she didn't like that suspicious guy, Kim Ha-jin. But in response, she and Chae Na-yoon looked at the young man with bewilderment, who asked a question whose meaning was unclear. Kim Ha-jin, meanwhile, grabbed his head because the noise in his ears was getting louder and didn't stop even for a second. Meanwhile, Chae Na-yoon remembered the young man's words that her brother would come soon and would definitely calm her down. She answered Shin Jung-hak's question by saying that she really doesn't like the young man. Kim Ha-jin was sweating profusely, and a blue cross-shaped mark appeared on his hand, and he sat with his eyes tightly closed. A few seconds later, he fell completely to the floor, and in the meantime, a program with important information for him started on the laptop. Sometime after the fight with the monster, Kim Ha-jin, Kim Soo-ho, and Chae Na-yoon received awards for their contribution to public safety. The young man squeezed his wrist, but in his mind he said that yesterday's wound was still aching, which did not give him peace. He also told himself that he needed to find out what kind of skill this was that was added to him after the update. Next to him sat a disgruntled Chae Na-yoon, who asked the young man to be quieter, which was rather strange. Kim Ha-jin looked at her and said that he didn't say anything, and the angry girl said that he was still making noise and disturbing her. After that, he asked if she had forgotten, and an angry and dissatisfied Chae Na-yoon asked what exactly she should not have forgotten. The young man reminded her that he had saved her earlier, but the girl looked at him and simply remained silent in response. Then she got angry and asked if this was happening, and Kim Soo-ho asked Na-yoon to switch places with him and calm down. The girl, dissatisfied with everything, said that she didn't want to do this, and the main character asked why she was throwing a tantrum here. Kim Soo-ho calmly sat down next to Kim Ha-jin, and the area became quiet and peaceful because no one was nagging him. Chae Na-yoon was still angry and dissatisfied, but she was already sitting to the right of the calm protagonist, who was silent. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho thanked the comrade sitting next to him for that time, and Kim Ha-jin tried to understand what happened again. The main character told the young man that if he had not helped, they would not have been able to defeat the monster, so they are very grateful to him. Kim Ha-jin said that he didn't even know whether to accept his thanks, because without him they would have managed on their own. He said that if he had not been there then, perhaps a higher level of power would have awakened within them. And he supported this by the fact that the main character always becomes stronger in the face of danger, which was a fact. Meanwhile, the long-haired man said into the microphone that the man was here, so everyone needed to get ready. A long-haired, brutal man with a very athletic and strong build entered the room. Yoo Si-hyuk was ranked 37th in the hero rankings and was also a high-ranking hero, which spoke volumes about his strength. This man was the very wolf of Valhalla, who possessed enormous magical powers. The award ceremony was announced to have begun, and Chae Na-yoon silently watched the awards being given. Kim Soo-ho also watched the award ceremony silently and calmly, and all the winners were asked to come up on stage. It was said that these three people were able to destroy the monster in a dangerous situation and became model citizens of society. Yoo Si-hyuk handed the award to the main character and asked if he was really that Kim Soo-ho, to which the young man replied that he was. The man said that it was no wonder that everyone wanted to get him, and the protagonist responded that he was exaggerating. Yoo Si-hyuk advised him not to dare to come to the association, because it would be better for him to work as a hunter for the Wide Plains Guild. He said that heroes have too much responsibility, and Kim Soo-ho, without fear, replied that this occupation suits him. The man called him boring and did not argue any further, after which he simply scratched his ear and ended the conversation with the young man. He then turned his attention to the next winner, who was Chae Na-yoon, whom he said he had not seen for a long time. She called him his teacher, and Yoo Si-hyuk called her some archer, then asked since when he was her teacher. He said that her father simply asked him to take care of her, and that his plans did not include anything like what she was talking about. After this, Yoo Si-hyuk turned his attention to Kim Ha-jin, who had turned pale and stood still with sweat on his face and his eyes wide open. The man asked the laureate who he was, and the cadet introduced himself by name, after which the man silently handed him the award. It was announced that the award ceremony would end here, and Cadet Chae Na-yoon was asked to say a few words. Kim Ha-jin received a reward for destroying the monster in the form of a cash prize, after which he allowed himself to eat at the establishment. With this money, he decided to buy more shares of the Packhorse Master Guild, but now he wants to do something else. He turned on the laptop because he wanted to check the updated functions of the laptop because it was very important. The author said to himself in his mind that now the wound on his wrist would have to be called a stigmata while looking at it. But he called the method of use inaccurate because it was said that he can use it in accordance with his desires. Kim Ha-jin began to think about how he wanted to use it, and the stigmata suddenly glowed bright blue, which was not the right time. The young man understood that no one should see this, and the best solution was to quickly hide his hand under the table. The young man decided that he would need to check this when he returned to the dorm, because now was not the best time for this. Then he moved the mouse over the internet activation button, after which he began to think about what it was and why it was needed. Kim Ha-jin opened the list of available sites, after which everything became clear to him and he understood what this button was. There were not only regular websites here, but also some that could only be accessed for a fee. And the important site was Purple Banquet, which had a lot of value compared to other less important websites. It was the most famous website among the underground ones, where you can trade information, weapons, place orders, and so on. There are almost no heroes who have never used this site, so even the government turns a blind eye, even though they know. Before registering, you need to invest a decent amount, and if Kim Ha-jin has 200 points, he will be able to create an account for himself. The young man was very interested in registration and decided to try to do it because the attempt was not torture and nothing was stopping him. Suddenly, Yoon Seung walked into the room, finally finding a young man, and she looked great too. She asked Cadet Kim Ha-jin if he knew her, and the young man silently looked into the eyes of the lady who appeared. Yoon Seung said with a smile that she was very surprised when he suddenly disappeared from the award ceremony. The girl said that she wanted to tell him something, and then handed him a business card with the name of the guild on it. Kim Ha-jin looked at the business card and thought that if Yoon Seung pulled out her business card, it meant a lot. The girl looked at the young man with a little admiration, after which she said that she was curious about something about him. The young man understood that this was most likely the first stage of the method of recruiting a girl who was behaving very cunningly and tactfully. Propping her chin on her hand, Yoon Seung smiled sweetly and asked Kim Ha-jin if she could ask him one question. He said to himself that in the media she looks quite friendly, but inside she is completely different and not what she seems. If the person she brings in doesn't live up to her expectations, she simply gets rid of them, takes what she wants, and throws them away. This is Yoon Seung-ah, the deputy leader of the best guild in Korea, who puts on a fake personality. Kim Ha-jin understood that connections with her would be useful for the further development of events, which is what he needed. Yoon Seung-ah continued to smile and said that she was curious about something, but the guy interrupted her and said no. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, and the young man said that he had nothing to tell her at all, which puzzled her a little at that moment. She said that she currently has a huge interest in him as the deputy leader of the #1 guild in Korea. Kim Ha-jin thanked her for her interest, but said that it was only if her interest was genuine and not fake. He realized that she most likely saw that he used an attack with the property of light, but now she was feeling ordinary curiosity. Kim Ha-jin grabbed the strap of his backpack and decided that he needed to leave here so that her curiosity could grow into something more. The young man stood up from the table and said that it was time for him to go, which shocked Yoon Seung-ah, and she opened her mouth in surprise. After some time, Kim Ha-jin decided to transform the magic of the stigmata into the form of a sword, which was a necessity for him. The transformation was successful the first time, and within a few seconds the hero had a bluish sword in his hands. He was surprised and said that as soon as he thought about what he wanted to use, it appeared by itself. When he came to this world, he didn't even imagine that he could use magic, and he is very happy that such a method appeared. The next skill to be tested was the Book of Truth, which carried great truth and meaning. Kim Ha-jin looked at the skill name and thought about its meaning, after which he decided to start checking it anyway. The young man straightened his hand and then said the name of the skill, causing the Book of Truth to begin to be checked. The Book of Truth opened before the young man and the pages began to turn at great speed. This book contains the truth and can answer any question if magic allows it. Kim Ha-jin looked at her with trepidation and wondered if it was true and she could answer any of his questions. He asked the Book of Truth how tall he was and was immediately told that he was 174 centimeters tall. The young man spent 1 point in exchange for information, and his watch suddenly lit up red, which was very alarming. Kim Ha-jin received an emergency notification that someone was looking for the last person to see Cadet Jin Ha-jung from Nuri's class. He realized that the second main story had begun, starting with the incident of people disappearing at the Cube Training Center. As the title suggests, during the month that this episode lasted, 6 cadets would go missing, which would be a shocking fact. No traces of the criminal will be found, the investigation will reach a dead end, and the number of missing persons will only increase. The author remembered that this episode was of great importance in his work, as it was rich in various incidents. And all this is because the criminal's latest target is Yoo Yeon-ha, who didn't even know that she was someone's target. If the main character's assistant dies due to the co-author's intervention, then this will be a big problem, and the author would be better off finding the culprit himself. But still, he began to push these thoughts away from himself, because if he made a hasty decision, history could be distorted. Kim Ha-jin decided to watch for a while, and Kim Soo-ho greedily gulped down drinking water after training. One of the cadets asked the protagonist to pay attention to Kim Ha-jin, who was the object of ridicule for him. The red-haired cadet stepped on the weight plate the young man was lifting and sarcastically asked him what he was doing, calling him a loser. He asked if he really wanted to completely disgrace the academy, and if it was true that he entered the Cube Training Center for a bribe. Kim Soo-ho was tormented by a sense of justice and decided to intervene, but the cadet behind him began to laugh and said that there was no need to interfere. The hero asked Yeon-han to do something, since he was the headman, but he said that there was no need to interfere, since it would only make things worse for him. The headman said that it was possible that Kim Ha-jin was just pretending, and Kim Soo-ho became even more angry at his words. Yeon-han asked how he could cut off the human monster's arm if he couldn't respond to these guys bullying him. Kim Ha-jin threw the barbell onto his shoulders, and then was about to stand up with it straight from his knees, which surprised those around him. The elder scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said that he was just lucky that he was able to destroy the human monster. Chae Na-yoon stood nearby holding a bow in her hand, and the female cadets heard loud sounds and thought that someone was swearing. Suddenly, a very angry instructor burst into the room and asked what they were doing during training. Then, holding the poster in his hands, he ordered everyone to gather immediately and announced that the exam results had appeared. The instructor said he would put up a poster and ordered the cadets to go check their exam results, which scared them. The cadets lined up and began to check their results, and some of them even failed the exam, after which they realized that this was the end. Kim Ha-jin took first place in the ranking, but this was absolutely natural because he cheated on the exam. Suddenly, the young man turned around in surprise because the charming Rachel standing behind him dropped her blade and stood silently in place. Rachel Elizabeth Louise was an English princess who was ranked 3rd in the admissions process at the Cube Training Center. She never gave in to others and took first place in written exams, no matter how difficult they were. Kim Ha-jin looked at the girl with bewilderment, and her charming eyes showed excitement and frustration. She remembered the day she entered the cube, where guests asked her if she was worried, because world-famous heroes would gather there. Rachel smiled and said that she would work hard and live up to the expectations placed on her at any cost. She was ready to do all this for the glory of the English royal family, after which she looked at the painting with pride. Rachel Elizabeth sat in class and thought about what had happened in her life, and in her thoughts she asked for forgiveness from the citizens dear to her. The teacher said with surprise that student Kim Ha-jin presented a completely new point of view on analyzing the real world. In Rachel's mind, she said that this was a pretty difficult class and that she wouldn't be able to catch up with him in grades before the midterms. Kim Ha-jin, who had cheated on the exam, sat at his desk and couldn't understand where he was and who the teacher in front of him was. Princess Rachel was filled with fire and began to wonder what the young man usually did since he was so successful. Kim Ha-jin decided that since he had gotten the Book of Truth, he should use it properly and earn money at the same time. With its help, you can find out any information in the world, if it does not exceed the number of points you have. The young man applied to register as a seller, and then realized that he needed to invest his accumulated SP points to continue the process. The start of the second main story means that the cube is no longer a safe place where monsters cannot get in. Kim Ha-jin held the Desert Eagle and thought that his skills were not enough to face the human monsters right now. But he had enough points, and the young man decided that he needed to invest them and get something that could be useful in a dangerous situation. The first thing Kim Ha-jin decided was to strengthen the weapon, and then began to improve the pistol called the Desert Eagle. On the laptop, he saw that the Desert Eagle's additional properties could include a powerful sniper rifle. Kim Ha-jin smiled slightly and wondered if this was too much, since the properties of a sniper rifle and a pistol were very different. But still, he spent 250 points, as a result of which the pistol immediately began its transformation into a rifle. After just a couple of minutes, the transformation was over, and a large caliber sniper rifle was lying on Kim Ha-jin's table. The young man looked at her, laughed a little, and said that with this thing he would be able to surprise everyone he met. The sniper rifle was not the final form of the Desert Eagle, and it could still become a pistol. Unlike abilities which cause a phenomenon based on magic, techniques refer to physical abilities or skills. For a shooter, the most important thing is the ability to take a position in a fight, and a technique that is beneficial for this is parkour with flexibility of movement. Kim Ha-jin realized that he couldn't feel it now, but the skill was probably used and was successfully acquired with points. Suddenly, the young man's smartwatch lit up blue and a notification melody sounded, which he noticed. Someone asked if anyone had seen Cadet Park Seong-yeon from Nuri's class, and it became clear that this was already the second victim. All the cadets who disappeared before Yu Yan-ha was kidnapped were killed by the criminal who dealt with them bloodthirstily. The author knew who was behind it and who would be next, and then wondered if he should continue to watch it indifferently. The young man was speechless, and this whole situation made him very nervous, and making a decision was very difficult and took a lot of nerves. Soon the instructor gathered the cadets on the site and said that today there would be a special practical training. He said that the cave behind him was an artificial dungeon created using magical engineering technology. Inside there are imitations of real monsters, and today the cadets will have practice clearing the dungeons of them. The instructor shouted at them not to relax, thinking that this was just a boring lesson, but that was fundamentally not the case. He said that in this huge dungeon there would be a general training session for the Truth and Cultivation classes today. In the Truth class, there were Kim Soo-ho, Chae Na-yoon, and the others, and the people from the Development class looked at them with serious eyes. The instructor said that they would form groups with one team from each class and ordered them to split into teams. Kim Ha-jin was in Team 8, which included Yu Yan-ha, Jin Ho-sung, and the green-haired Hazuki. All kinds of traps are installed inside the artificial dungeon, including several traps in the form of human monsters. Kim Ha-jin made some special bullets just in case, but wondered if he would be able to successfully complete this training. Suddenly, the young man became very wary because the system notified that the settings had changed, and not just one, but 3. He couldn't understand how exactly the settings could have changed, or who could have influenced this, since everything had been fine before. Cho Yun-ah from the Development class looked at Kim Soo-ho and then said that he looked stupid, but they were on the same team. Her character became even more mischievous, while the young man from the other team politely shook Yu Yan-ha's hand. She's teamed with Jaden, who said that they are on the same team and expressed hope that they will work together. Che Na-yoon asked the stranger if he was also on their team, and also said that she saw him at the hunting club. And in the third team, there was she, as well as the blonde Sven, who smiled at the girl and politely introduced himself. His psychological weakness is increasing, so during the clearing of the dungeon, there is a high probability of penetration by the devil's servants. Kim Ha-jin watched from the sidelines as everything happened and wanted to find out something, realizing that there were two interested parties. Jaden from Team 8 was arrogant, a weakling in front of the strong, and a strong man in front of the weak. His potential grew again, and the young man introduced himself, and then introduced Yoo Yun-ha to his team members. And she said that her team included Jin Ho-seung, Hazuki, and Lee Ha-jin. But the young man said in his thoughts that he was actually Kim Ha-jin. But he did not focus on this, after which he turned his gaze to other individuals who interested him. Sven from the third team was a German student funded by the state, a promising player who had completed the course. But the peculiarity of this young man was his sympathy for Che Na-yoon, which he did not even hide, smiling sweetly at her. There were many foreigners studying in Cuba who all had the same dream, and Sven also entered in the hope of reaching the very top. However, reality turned out to be not as simple as the young man would have liked, and his plans were somewhat disrupted. Due to the skill of the strong cadets, he became one of the ordinary average students, and his self-confidence gradually faded. Sven first felt inferiority and defeat, as well as personal instability due to adolescence. And in the end, the young man sold his soul to the devil in order to gain incredible power, because he had no other choice. The content matched what the author wrote, but the problem was in the expression about clearing the dungeon and what happened during it. Kim Ha-jin knew that the awakening had come early, and hoped that it didn't affect the plot too much. Jaden touched his shoulder and asked if he was a shooter, then asked him not to slow him down like that in the dungeon, laughing as he did so. Kim Ha-jin removed his hand and asked him to move away. The arrogant guy said that it was not for nothing that all sorts of rumors were circulating about him. His reputation has been terrible lately, due to rumors that he uses his status as a cadet to intimidate everyone. In his mind, the young man wondered why no one even stood up for him, and were they not on the same team? After a while, the instructor would shout at the top of his voice that they would enter one by one, starting with the first team. Jaden mockingly told Yoo Yun-ha that there were rumors that she was the #1 cadet receiving support. And she said that she had heard a lot about him too, and also that there is usually an outstanding player who comes along with it. Then the instructor ordered the 8th team to enter the dungeon, and after a while, the group was walking through the dungeon. The team members were a little wary, because the first transfer point was located at a crossroads in the dungeon. Yoo Yun-ha wondered where it would be best to go, and Jaden said that Jin Ji-wyu was the shooter in their team. Unexpectedly, Kim Ha-jin suggested that they go to number 6, which immediately attracted the attention of the team leaders. Jaden asked, with an annoying smile, why they suddenly had to go there, and Yoo Yun-ha silently looked at the young man. The arrogant guy asked him to just follow him, and Kim Ha-jin was shocked by his insolent expressions. Yoo Yun-ha stood up for the guy and said that he doesn't look very good, but he seems to have a good eye and can be trusted. Kim Ha-jin realized that it was even better this way, because they would be able to follow the path that Che Na-yoon had chosen for herself. If Sven were to make a contract with a human monster here today, it would be difficult for her to cope alone, and the story might get confused. Jaden said that this idiot wanted to attract attention, and Kim Ha-jin asked him to watch out for the monsters ahead. But in the darkness, there were no monsters to be seen, and Ha-jin said that there was a salamander ahead, and it also seemed to be a dungeon switch. The archer immediately pulled back his bowstring to fire a light arrow and illuminate the way for the rest of the team. Everyone was cautious because they saw a salamander ahead, which was a 6th class monster above average. At that very moment, everyone became alert and was ordered to prepare for battle, and they also asked if anyone could attack with water attributes. But Kim Ha-jin thought that it was not time to use them yet, but held the gun in his hands and was ready to start shooting. Yoo Yun-ha took command and swung her whip, ordering everyone to attack the monster in the center. Continuing to swing the whip at incredible speed, she rushed forward at the monster, not allowing it to strike. Her agility was astonishing and her techniques bore fruit, but Salamander could not even recover from the blow. Yoo Yun-ha swung her whip in a sharp motion and managed to tie up the monster's head, not giving it a chance to strike. Hazuki rushed at the monster, and the team leader herself was also preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the completely tied-up monster. Holding a whip in her hand, Yoo Yun-ha told the rest of the team that the dungeon was changing, which was not good. Kim Ha-jin saw the light of the charge and wondered if she had already reached the level of enlightenment, which said a lot. He was quite surprised by the girl, mentally calling her amazing, and the team leader said that it was time for them to move on. Unexpectedly, Kim Ha-jin tripped over a protruding rock and pushed Yu Yan-ha, who was standing next to him, causing him to fall. At that very moment, the two of them simultaneously fell face down on the ground, and the young man's hand was on the back of the girl's head. Beads of sweat were running down Kim Ha-jin's face because he was very uncomfortable, since it was because of him that they fell. She angrily asked him to let her go. What was he doing to her? And then Yu Yan-ha was about to hit him, but something suddenly distracted her. It became known that when they fell to the ground, Sven was struck by a poisoned arrow, and barely breathing, asked to leave him. Chae Na-yoon was very nervous and shouted at him to shut up, and said that if he had the strength to mumble, it would be better to run. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand what was going on because there couldn't be a poisoned arrow that came from nowhere during a training session. Suddenly, a huge monster with sharp white teeth appeared, oozing lava and growling loudly. Chae Na-yoon began to drag her wounded ally on her back, and was suddenly surprised when a huge monster appeared behind her. The members of the other teams were also in the artificial dungeon and continued to shoot back at the monsters. The monsters tried to destroy the cadets with their fiery breath, but they did not give up their attempts to defend themselves and protect themselves from the monsters. One of the team members used a shield to prevent the monsters from hitting them with their fire breath. The team shooter, meanwhile, continued to shoot monsters with a bow, and on his shoulders was a great responsibility for the lives of others. Yu Yan-ha swung her combat whip deftly, while Kim Ha-jin continued to shoot accurately with his upgraded pistol. Jaden also did not stand aside and swung his sword in different directions, hitting weak monsters. He then threw his sword over his shoulder and exhaled, asking if it was true that they had almost dealt with all the remaining monsters. Yu Yan-ha said that most of the monsters are very easy, but there are no other traps in sight except for that arrow, so it's okay to move on. Kim Ha-jin stood behind all the team members and silently listened to their conversations, while thinking about his own thoughts in his head. In his thoughts, he said that even the cadets did not understand what was going on and wondered if this was really a trap for a training session. He himself wondered with interest what this incident with the poisoned arrow was, but nothing came to his mind. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Kim Ha-jin, and the young man immediately became wary because he needed to act immediately. The salamander immediately opened its mouth wide, preparing to use its fiery breath to destroy its enemy. Kim Ha-jin was shocked to see Salamander, and he was even more surprised that she was alive after everything that happened. But there was very little time to think because the monster continued to attack, and the cadets were not ready for this. Yu Yan-ha heard strange sounds and looked at what was happening in surprise, because she did not expect to see a living monster. Jaden and the rest of the team were also shocked, and it was also clear that they had relaxed quite early. Kim Ha-jin decided to take responsibility for himself, and then decided to change the magic of the stigmata, which was the optimal solution. He immediately changed the magic of the stigmata into a water barrier, and then used it to stop the monster. The salamander used her fiery breath stream at that moment, and the hero's water barrier stopped it. The monster's fire breath was stopped, and the floor beneath the protagonists began to be eaten away by lava, which melted it. The floor continued to melt, and the teams looked at the salamander, which was about 100 meters away from them. Jin-ho was stunned and wondered what kind of powerful thing Kim Ha-jin had used, while Hazuki simply remained silent. One of the team members said that the smart attack was real because even his skin felt a strong heat. Jaden immediately turned to the shooter, and Kim Ha-jin himself was excited and carefully turned his gaze to him. Suddenly, Jaden grabbed him by the jacket and angrily said that he asked about water attributes earlier, but he remained silent. Kim Ha-jin said that it was just the effect of a magic weapon. The team leader asked if he was really asking them to believe it. Yu Yan-ho said that there was no time for showdowns, and the girl asked if it was true that it was a real monster and asked what he was doing here. In response, Yan-ho said that this place was close to a real dungeon, and it was possible that the monster appeared here naturally. She then told the team members that it was time for them to move on and not waste time, and for this they would receive additional bonuses. Yu Yan-ho also understood that Kim Ha-jin most likely lied about the magical weapon, but all of this remained only in her thoughts. She wondered where he could get his magical skills from, since he couldn't even buy himself a Desert Eagle pistol. Yan-ho tried to understand why he was hiding everything so carefully, because he knew important details about the mountain tyrant and had magic. Then she remembered Chae Na-yoon's guess and suspicion that Kim Ha-jin was a human monster. At that time, she did not believe it, but now, with each passing hour, the young man became more and more suspicious to her. The teams then came to a 5th-class mid-level magma monster, which is the main monster of the dungeon. Chae Na-yoon said that it would be difficult for them to defeat him, but another team would come here soon, and they would join forces. The guy said that Sven needed treatment and asked if she thought the training level was too high. Sven, meanwhile, was sweating profusely and mentally asking the boys for forgiveness for being hit by that damn poisoned arrow. Tears were streaming from his eyes because he was always getting into situations like this. And after he came to Cube, something was always happening. Suddenly, the young man heard someone call him a child and ask if he wanted to become stronger because he had had a hard time. A hand hovered over Sven's body, and a voice said that the price for strength would be small, much less than giving everything. The young man looked at the hand that suddenly appeared with apprehension and did not know what to do because all this was very strange. But still, he clenched his teeth and said with tears in his eyes that he wanted to become stronger, after which he extended his hand forward. Soon there was a firm handshake, but Sven had no idea that it was the most primitive trap. Then a strange voice said that he was hooked, after which the frightened cadet began to be drawn to the unknown monster. Sven began to scream at the top of his voice from the incredible pain and fear he was experiencing at that moment, while not understanding anything. The cadets and the young man's comrades around him were alarmed, because they did not understand the reason why he suddenly began to scream loudly. No one understood what was happening to Sven, but at that moment, they were expecting a fight with a monster that was approaching them. Che Na-yun shouted loudly to everyone not to panic and hold him, and then she turned around and saw a monster nearby. The entire team froze at the sight of the one-eyed monster, who at that moment was looking at them, but did nothing. But at that very moment they decided to write, after which the magma monster rose up and began to splash lava from its mouth. The team of cadets tried to defend themselves and counterattack the monster, but all their attempts were in vain because it was superior to them in strength. The golem grew more and more angry with each passing second, as it was unable to hit the fleeing targets due to their small size. Che Na-yun ran with Sven's body, while the magma golem punched and tried to crush the cadets. He became more and more furious and continued to strike, and eventually one of his blows bore fruit. The crushing force of the blow scattered the team members in different directions, because he still got hit by it. The team members were unconscious and lying on the floor while Che Na-yun was crawling on all fours, trying to recover from the fall. She was breathing heavily and trying to cough because she had swallowed a lot of dust that had risen up with the incredible blow. Then she raised her head and noticed the huge golem, which was looking at her with a bloodthirsty gaze. Che Na-yun's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she thought to herself that this definitely couldn't be an ordinary training doll. She understood that she was finished and wondered if she would die here, and no one would even come to her aid. The giant monster's eye turned even redder, signaling that it was about to deliver a fatal blow. But suddenly a water barrier appeared, and everything around began to glow with a bright blue light, which was completely unexpected. The red eye of the monster suddenly began to lose its bright color, and Che Na-yun had hope for salvation. The monster suddenly stopped and stopped swinging at the girl, but she was still standing on all fours. Che Na-yun was surprised by what was happening and silently looked at the golem, which had stopped acting in an instant to destroy her. Suddenly, black smoke came out of the monster's eyes, and the silhouette of a cadet was visible in the distance, which surprised the girl. It turned out that the cadet was Kim Ha-jin, who fired the Desert Eagle, thereby hitting the huge golem. A few minutes before this, the group in which the young man was found was trying to figure out what kind of huge wall was in front of them. Jaden said that Kim Ha-jin said earlier that the main monsters area can be seen here, and there is just a blockage here. He said that behind this wall was the main monster zone and asked to try to break it, but Jaden did not want to obey him. But he still understood that this was necessary for the common good, after which he swung his sword with a sharp movement to break the wall. His incredible strike didn't produce any results, and Kim Ha-jin watched silently from the sidelines, silently drawing conclusions. The useless blow caused great pain to Jaden, and from the incredible pain, he clenched his teeth tightly and became angry. Through clenched teeth and pain, he asked Kim Ha-jin if this was enough, and the young man was surprised, because even the blow with magic did not work. Suddenly, Hazuki pointed her finger upward and said that everyone should turn their attention there, because there was a crack there. Kim Ha-jin said that it was possible to get through it, but Jaden said that was nonsense, because the wall was at least 10 meters thick. The young man responded that since he couldn't get there, he would do it first to scout out the situation. After that, he did not hesitate and began to climb the wall, and also used technology to make this task easier for himself. The rest of the team watched from below, and Kim Ha-jin confidently climbed the wall without stopping for even a second. The entire team was surprised, and Jaden wondered out loud if this guy was a cat since he could climb so skillfully. The team members were watching closely behind the wall, being prepared for anything, and were also extremely alert at that moment. Strange sounds were coming from behind the wall, and beads of sweat were running down Jaden's face because he was very nervous about what was happening. Che Na-yun didn't understand what was going on, and Kim Ha-jin was standing nearby behind the golem at that moment. But the young man was somewhat stunned because the ice on the golem melted very quickly, which greatly alarmed him. Kim Ha-jin tried to figure out how he had thawed out so quickly while the golem turned to face him. The young man shouted at Che Na-yun to pull herself together and start moving immediately while he distracted the monster. Kim Ha-jin was getting more and more nervous with each passing second because the monster was completely towards him, which instilled great fear and confusion. With a hysterical smile on his face, the young man asked Che Na-yun to save him, although she did not hear it, but he had no time to think. He realized that there was no time to waste, and so he took up a fighting stance to prevent the monster from attacking him and to try to attack himself. But unexpectedly, the rest of the team came to his aid and immediately began jumping from place to place. Che Na-yun was still sitting on the floor and smilingly looked at the guys who came to help her escape from the evil monster. She also understood that she couldn't sit idly by and needed to join the slaughter, after which she began to pull the bowstring. The girl aimed straight at the monster's eye in order to somehow help her allies, who were already fighting at full strength. She shouted at them to stall for a little while so that they wouldn't have the opportunity to make an accurate shot right at the target. Che Na-yun continued to aim and asked for a little more time, while the allies in the meantime distracted the golem in every possible way. One of the team members was taking away a wounded ally, and Kim Ha-jin was confused and stood in one place with a pistol in his hands. Suddenly, someone's foot began to run towards the monster, and after a few seconds, the golem's pupil decreased in size. He began to scream in incredible pain as an unknown cadet dealt him a crushing blow from behind. It turned out that the clever cadet was Sven, who asked his allies for forgiveness since he had only just joined the battle. He landed right on the golem's head and said that unfortunately he came too late, but better late than never. After this, Sven did a backflip, and the monster was stunned by his incredible skills and became very afraid. The young man continued to distract the monsters in every possible way, thereby giving Che Na-yun the opportunity to deliver a precise blow to the enemy. Taking aim, the girl gritted her teeth from hatred for the monster and was as focused as possible because everyone needed an accurate shot. She exclaimed that this time everything would be different, after which the aiming was completed and she was ready to release the arrow. The fiery arrow flew straight at the enemy, leaving behind traces in the air that disappeared after a few seconds. The arrow successfully reached its target, after which the golem was defeated and could no longer harm any of the cadets. A few seconds later, the monster finally collapsed to the ground, and a small amount of lava spilled around its remains. One of the team members said that they actually destroyed the magma monster and asked if they would get points for it. Che Na-yun waved her bow and asked the rest of the team if they were okay, which sounded a little strange at the time. A member of the other team asked how they managed to do it, and the girl asked in response if she didn't know about special techniques. Sven hasn't quite become a human monster yet, because the plot is slightly different from the original version of the book. However, the process is simply slower, but he had already made a contract with the devil, so reincarnation was inevitable. All the team members started talking among themselves, and at one point, Che Na-yun noticed Kim Ha-jin sitting on a rock to the side. He sat on one of the stones and just looked at the floor, which attracted the girl because she was curious about what was happening to him. Che Na-yun didn't know what to do, because it was also awkward for her to approach him, but she couldn't leave him alone either. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin raised his head and looked away because he heard someone speaking to him. It turned out that it was Che Na-yun, who finally found the courage to approach the young man to talk. The girl said that she still thought she had something to tell him, but Kim Ha-jin didn't understand what she was talking about. Che Na-yun's face turned red and she couldn't get a word of gratitude out, but she knew she had to thank him. Still, she succeeded, and despite the awkwardness, she still said thank you to Kim Ha-jin for saving her. The young man's eyes lit up with surprise at that moment, because he did not expect to hear such warm words from her. He asked her again what she had just said, and Che Na-yun became angry and said that it was just said like that. But Kim Ha-jin was still surprised and wondered in his mind if she really knew such words. The first tragedy in Che Na-yun's life happened on her 6th birthday when she lost her mother to human monsters. At that age, other normal children laugh and misbehave, but she decided to become a hero and trained herself to the point of exhaustion. Che Na-yun couldn't make close friends with anyone because to extend a hand to someone meant to show one's weakness. When someone extended their hand to her, she looked at that person with bewilderment, realizing that she would not extend her hand to him. Therefore, few people heard words of gratitude from her, and there were practically no true friends who remained close to her. And even less often could one hear gratitude and apologies, as well as from the author of this work himself. Kim Ha-jin lowered his somewhat surprised gaze to the floor and remained silent for a while, thinking about the pressing matter. Chae Na-yoon asked why the boy tolerated Shin Jong-hak's bullying if he was so strong. She said that he stopped the magma monster, and with such abilities, he could just fight back against the bully. Kim replied that if they got into a fight, he wouldn't be able to win, and Chae Na-yoon said that was nonsense because she saw his powerful pistol. Ha-jin raised his upgraded pistol, silently examining it, while the girl silently looked into his eyes. The young man said that he had made this weapon himself, and in a calm tone, asked the girl if she understood it now. Chae Na-yoon said that if he was caught, he would be kicked out of the academy, and Ha-jin said that's why he uses him when necessary. He also figured out how to hide weapons in the stigmata, so now no one will catch him or kick him out of the Cube Academy. Chae Na-yoon said that he was still very strong, and then looked at the young man with suspicion. Being wound up, she asked Kim Ha-jin if he really had a weapon enhancement skill since he was so strong. He said that she could think whatever she wanted, and Chae Na-yoon said that he wouldn't tell anyone and asked her not to use it anymore. As she was leaving, she suddenly stopped because she had something else to say to the young man, and she was not going to put it off. With her back turned, the girl asked Kim Ha-jin if he wanted to tell her anything, as if hinting at something. In response, the young man only remained silent, making it clear that he did not understand what she wanted from him, and the girl still had her back turned. Suddenly he said firmly, "No," realizing that if he apologized now for speaking badly about her brother, she would surely forgive him. But he can't do this. It will be better for him to remain a simple acquaintance at a distance for this girl. Kim Ha-jin knew that he had to kill Chae Jae-yoon, who was Chae Na-yoon's brother, and that would be a huge betrayal. The ally asked Na-yoon if she was friends with the guy, but the girl immediately said that this was not the case at all. Sven, meanwhile, remained silent and looked with a smile at the charming girl for whom he had pleasant feelings. The cadets were ordered to stop clearing and leave the dungeon because some problems were discovered. Several cameras inside suddenly stopped working after a night of training, and instead of the dungeon dolls, a real bridge was introduced. Despite the seriousness of the incident due to the lack of casualties, Cuba decided not to involve external forces, but to conduct an investigation. In other words, the human monsters who held leadership positions in Cuba managed to hush up the matter. The investigation into the incident will take place in the second episode, but for now, we need to focus on Sven's problem. The consequences of a contract with the devil are heightened sensitivity, and it will be bad if it reaches its limits. In order to prevent such a situation, it is worth observing how the relationship between Sven and Chae Na-yoon develops. Kim Ha-jin entered the list of available sites where he saw the messenger, and then hovered the cursor over it to open it. He felt a little ashamed, but he decided to just check Chae Na-yoon's messages on the messenger and turn it off right away. Sven wrote that the hunting club was going to Gangwon-do this week, and asked Chae Na-yoon if she wanted to argue about it. The author realized that according to the plot, Sven had a breakdown that day, which already told him a lot at that moment. He decided that it would be better to go with them, and also that he needed to prepare properly, just in case, because he didn't know what awaited him. Kim Ha-jin had also grown a little, so he decided that it was time to go into the dungeon on Mount Gari because he needed to develop. Suddenly he received a notification on his smartwatch, after which he looked at it and wondered why he was calling. The young man decided to answer the call, but he didn't say anything, just listened to the voice on the phone. It turned out that it was Kim Soo-ho who called him, and he greeted his comrade with a smile on his face. The protagonist asked the young man if he had time on Friday, which surprised Kim Ha-jin at that moment. Mount Gari was a famous place, so from ancient times it was called a training mecca where the country's warriors gathered. However, not only warriors came there, but also seekers of treasures hidden in the depths of the mountain. As was Kim Yoon-jun, who was a mountain ginseng collector, and he was also full of charisma and pathos. Kim Ha-jin looked at the man emotionlessly while holding both straps of his backpack. The man told the boy that he was staring at the map in vain because he should be reading the mountain's breath like him. But Kim was not looking for ginseng, but for one place. Kim Yoon-jun said that he was hoping for quick riches in vain, but Kim Ha-jin didn't even see the point in telling him anything. After this, the man turned away and said in his mind that this newbie still has a lot to learn, and the young man tripped over a tree. He wondered warily what kind of roots the trees had because they really were very strong and elastic. After that, Kim Ha-jin turned his head back and saw a tree root from which an alluring golden light emanated. The boy looked at the plant root lying on the ground and realized that he had found ginseng, which was very precious. Ha-jin chewed 7-year-old ginseng roots, and if he changed the settings, he would be able to increase his skills within half an hour. He felt sorry because if he had sold everything completely, he could have earned about 700 million Korean won. Suddenly, Ha-Jin's foot slipped and he realized that because of the height of the cliff, no one had been able to find anything yet. But the young man still stood firm and continued to move forward to grab the vines and rise higher. Hidden among the rocks on Mount Gari, where there are many different caves and moss, is an immortal dungeon where Kim Ha-Jin was heading. Soon the young man managed to get to the entrance of the immortal dungeon, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The boss of this dungeon is Night Death, and although Ha-Jin has become stronger thanks to the ginseng, his strength is not enough to defeat the boss. But still, the young man decided to move forward and told you that nevertheless, it doesn't matter at all. Ahead of him, he saw blue, bony hands of the monsters that lived in the immortal dungeon crawling out from under the ground. There were many vile skeletons all around, opening their mouths and making vile, ear-piercing sounds. Kim Ha-Jin remained cool and calm and simply silently watched the events happening in the immortal dungeon. The stigmata on his hand glowed blue, and in his thoughts the young man told himself that his target today was not the boss at all. His goal for today is to open the stage in this dungeon, which is what he needed to know and in some way study. He used the stigmata on his wrist to protect himself from the vile, bony monsters. After this, Kim Ha-Jin picked up a gun and shoved it into the mouth of one of the monsters that wanted to harm him. The eagle's empty shell had incredible power, and as a result of the shot, the skeleton simply flew apart in different directions. After this, the rest of the skeletons began to run towards the young man, but he continued to shoot back and made accurate shots. He used his foresight skill to check the route, and the skeletons continued to climb towards him. With the help of the skill, he saw that there would be many more skeletons, and each of them was eager to deal with him. But Kim Ha-Jin didn't care at all and simply continued to aim at their heads to crush each of them. The shootout continued for a long time, but in the end, he killed the last one with a kellet, after which he lowered the smoking barrel of the pistol. The young man looked around and realized that it seemed that everyone was finally ready, and the ground around was strewn with many skeletons. The number of dead people is gradually increasing, which means that he is getting closer to the Evangel base, which is what Kim Ha-Jin needed. Which Evangel is the boss of the hidden stage who will later build Castle Evangel, the dead's most terrifying tower. In his mind, the young man said that the reason he was hunting her was because of the 2 items he could obtain. These items are the ether-growing type weapon, as well as the important Evangel seed, which was very valuable. According to the plot of this, they made Tomer, a character in the book, a monster leader of monsters, and the ether will help him grow up quickly. Kim Ha-Jin moved forward and then used the 1,000 Li skill to measure the distance to his target. In the body of the ability, he saw the exact route he would have to take to reach his desired goal. In the distance, there was a tree with crooked roots, on which there were purple crystals, and in the corner under it sat a little girl. It is quite difficult to fight against an adult witch, and she must be killed in childhood, when she is not yet developed in mind or body. The little witch was playing with an unknown object, but at one point, she turned her attention to Kim Ha-Jin. The young man looked at her with a little trepidation in his soul, but at the same time he remained completely silent and tried not to panic. He clenched his fist and tried to pull himself together, reminding himself that he had to do this, because even Tomer had done it. The author reminded himself that he had created her anyway, and then he rolled up his sleeves, preparing for the inevitable fight. He understood that a witch in her state of mind could not be killed with a pistol, and having opened the stigmata, he used a spear of light magic. Kim Ha-Jin was very stable and stood firmly on his feet, and also said that the ginseng turned out to be quite good after all. The young man was ready for the fight, and felt as if he had become Yu Yan-Ha, who had proven herself in combat conditions. He delivered a crushing blow, confident that after this the witch would be destroyed, and the blue light blinded her eyes. After a few seconds the light dissipated, and looking closely the young man wondered if the little witch was still alive. The witch, although battered by his strong blow, still remained alive and continued to sit on the earth. She looked at Kim Ha-Jin with wide eyes, while she spread her arms in different directions to make it look weird. A purple sphere appeared around her, enveloping a small area around her to keep the enemy out. Then the little witch opened her mouth and made a dull sound, and her behavior was very strange, as if she was dying. Kim Ha-Jin was excited, but he watched everything from a short distance away from her. There was a seed left on the ground containing the soul of the witch Evangel and ether, which the hero successfully collected. Thanks to the ether effect, all the stats increased by almost 1 point, and Kim Ha-Jin said that the effect was quite good. He said that if he grows up more, it will only get better, and now he even likes being a cadet at the Cub Training Center. Kim got about 47 points, and the rest of the ginseng was invested in the purple banquet. But if the main benefit, the most important benefit was the seed of Evangel, which could sprout and thus call forth the Witch of Despair Evangel. Kim Ha-jin said that she has a terrible name, but if she is raised properly, she can become a good ally. Growing a seed is very simple, because you need to give it a little blood instead of water, but this issue should be approached seriously. The contenders for the blood to grow the witch were Kim Soo-ho and Princess Rachel, who did not understand why Ha-jin needed blood. Yu Yeon-ha asked him not to approach her, and Chae Na-yoon got angry and asked if he was a pervert. Having imagined all this, Kim Ha-jin decided to put it off for later, but he himself began to think about how he could find blood. He decided to turn off his laptop and said that he needed to go to bed early today, after which he got up from the table. Tomorrow he will have a difficult day, because tomorrow he will have to go to the hunting club and it is unknown what will await him there. The next day at the Byukba Mountain Spring, a sweet brown-eyed girl asked if all the participants were there. She said it was nice to see everyone gathered together, and then asked if this was the first time they had seen each other since the first meeting. The girl said that their Leonidas Club holds meetings where they hunt harmful animals, which brings benefits. Kim Ha-jin was very nervous because he himself doesn't know today's episode, since he only wrote the short ending. During the battle with the monsters, Chae Na-yoon was seriously injured and Sven died, and this was necessary for Kim Soo-ho to pay attention to Na-yoon. Kim Ha-jin decided that he had to make everyone think that she was the target of the human monsters. He understood that this would keep the search party watching her closely, which would make her a little safer. It is important to note that Sven's story has changed a little because he has not exploded yet. Until it exploded, he could control the devil's power, albeit very little, but he had some opportunities. If Sven disappears from the book now, there will be nothing to worry about, but if Kim Ha-jin attacks him, he will be swept away. Chae Na-yoon looked at the young man suspiciously and wondered in her mind why he was looking in her direction. She said in her mind that he was pretending not to be interested, constantly hanging around, and suggested that he had fallen in love with her. Sven asked her to be careful, and Chae Na-yoon laughed and asked if she really had to be careful with this boy. But the young man said that he was talking about the disappearances of people, which immediately alerted the girl, and she looked at him. Sven looked into her eyes, and Chae Na-yoon said with a trembling voice that Kim Ha-jin was not like that, and he silently looked at her. Then they started to leave, and Kim Ha-jin silently glanced at their backs while thinking about his own. There was emptiness and confusion in his eyes because he didn't know how to behave with Chae Na-yoon, because everything was very complicated. A deer was walking in a clearing in the forest, and he didn't even suspect that in a few seconds he would be attacked. The deer was pierced by sharp whips that passed through his body, but he himself could not resist and simply withdrew. Then the whips began to strangle the neck of the defenseless animal, and it was left to take its last breaths. It turned out that the animal's killer was Sven, who hung the deer up and simply looked at it with cold blood. Chae Na-yoon screamed and called out to the young man, which made him a little wary, and he immediately looked back. She was carrying a deer carcass on her shoulder and said that she had won the argument today, and her eyes were full of joy. Within seconds, she was stunned and saw many deer carcasses and asked how he managed to kill so many. Sven said that this time the victory was his, and Chae Na-yoon asked what he wanted, since she would have to fulfill his wish. The young man felt a little awkward and insecure as he tried to offer her what he really needed. Kim Ha-jin watched from the bushes and remembered that Sven had made a contract with the lust demon Asmodeus. When he breaks through and becomes a human monster, he will forget about such a word as patience once and for all. But still, Sven managed to express his desire and asked Chae Na-yoon to date, which was a very unexpected statement. The girl looked at the young man with great surprise and asked again if she had heard correctly. Sven asked if she didn't want to, and Chae Na-yoon replied that they had known each other for less than a week, so naturally, no. The young man said that he understood everything, and Kim Ha-jin continued to watch the young people from behind the bushes. He waited for Sven to reveal his human monster nature, because this moment was very important to him. Chae Na-yoon also said that she likes guys who are much stronger than her, hinting that he is weak. These words shocked Sven, causing his eyes to widen and his eyebrows to rise as high as possible. The girl turned away and asked for forgiveness again, after which she began to leave the place where they were talking. Sven quietly asked if her words were true, because it gave him some hope that they would be together. He asked if she would like it if he was stronger, and Chae Na-yoon became irritated and asked him to know his limits. After these words, she turned around again and began to leave, but suddenly a loud bang sounded behind her. Chae Na-yoon turned around and saw an explosion at the place where Sven was standing, and the blast wave sent rocks flying in all directions. Long tentacles appeared around Sven's body, and he looked emotionlessly into the eyes of the girl standing in front of him. Kim Ha-jin suddenly emerged from the bushes, transforming the ether into a shield shape to protect the girl from the explosions. The young man asked Chae Na-yoon with trepidation if she was okay, but before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly struck. The boy was thrown aside by Sven's tentacles, and the girl was very scared for Kim Ha-jin at that moment. The girl tried to gather all her strength and reached for her bow to give at least some resistance to the scoundrel. Sven continued to strangle Kim Ha-jin with his tentacles, tightly squeezing his body and not even allowing him to move. The young man tried with all his might to escape from the filthy clutches of the scoundrel, but he was unsuccessful. At that moment, Chae Na-yoon used the concentration of magical powers to somehow help Kim Ha-jin. Sven transformed into a monster, after which he began to repeat incessantly that he loved her very much. But these were empty words. But the girl did not attach any importance to these words and swung at the monster, only calling him a scoundrel. Kim Ha-jin clenched his teeth tightly because he no longer had anything to breathe, and also desperately tried to escape from the tentacles. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the unexpectedly appearing green light, which seemed to give him hope for salvation. Sometimes in this world, some characters with high potential may do things that shouldn't be done. They choose weapons that are not quite right for them and cannot fully express themselves, and a prime example is Chae Na-yoon. The girl used magic and transformed a huge yellow sword to snatch Kim Ha-jin from the monster's vile clutches. She called Sven a degenerate and asked him to immediately release the young man, swinging her sword. Suddenly, the tentacles let go of Kim Ha-jin, which made him even more wary because he didn't understand what was going on. The monster looked at the young man with red eyes, after which it suddenly dissolved, and Ha-jin fell to the ground. Chae Na-yoon was trying to catch her breath after what happened, and in front of her there was a small path with a depression. The girl looked at her palm with surprise, because just a few minutes ago she had a huge yellow sword in her hands. Kim Ha-jin held his throat and asked if it was a laser sword, but the girl said that she didn't know at all. She asked the young man if he was okay, and he looked at her with a little surprise. Then he finally said that he was okay, and Chae Na-yoon asked with a slightly strange smile if it was true. And then she said very tiredly that it was very good, and her eyes began to close little by little, which alarmed Ha-jin. Within a few seconds, the girl fell to the ground unconscious, and the young man was very scared and worried about her. Soon it became dark and evening came, and Chae Na-yoon began to slowly open her eyes after a deep restorative sleep. She was very surprised because Kim Ha-jin had been carrying her on his back all this time, and she couldn't understand anything. Chae Na-yoon immediately screamed and asked to be let go immediately, and the guy asked if it was true that she wanted to go down. He did not carry her by force, and lowered her to the ground while the girl looked into the distance in surprise, as if she had seen something. But as it turned out, it was all about her feelings, because she couldn't get to her feet and sat down right on the cold asphalt. Chae Na-yoon was very surprised and did not understand why she could not stand up on her feet and what happened to her legs. Kim Ha-jin immediately asked in surprise if this was her first time experiencing magical exhaustion. But the girl looked at him with even greater surprise because she did not understand at all what magical exhaustion was. The guy said that this was a state when the supply of magical powers was depleted, and the proud Chae Na-yoon exclaimed that she knew this herself. Kim Ha-jin said that she wouldn't be able to walk for a couple of days and asked her to climb on his back if she didn't want to stay there, which she did. He asked if she would continue to use the bow, and Chae Na-yoon asked him in confusion what kind of stupid question he was asking. The guy said that today she felt everything herself, and also without realizing it, she discovered her abilities. Her power is a sword that can destroy a large number with one blow, and in a major battle there will be no one who can stop her. In order to become the queen of the battlefield in the future, she needed to leave the bow now, and the girl screamed that he didn't understand anything. Kim Ha-jin left the girl on the bench and said that the checkpoint was already visible from here, so she would go on by herself. Chae Na-yoon was taken aback and asked where he was going, and the guy replied that the dorm had already reached curfew. The people at the training center were discussing the monster's attack on Chae Na-yoon, while Kim Ha-jin silently walked past the gossips. Soon, he reached the place he needed and took hold of the door handle to enter the room and begin his studies. Kim Ha-jin glanced at the room, and Kim Soo-ho smiled and asked the young man to come in and join them. Besides him, Kim Ho-rak, Shin Jung-hak, and the charming beauty Yoo Yeon-ha were also in the room. Also to the side, the young man saw Lee Yong-han, who was sitting with his head propped up, wrapped in his dreams. Kim Ha-jin said to himself that all the most important figures of the Cube Training Center had gathered in the room. The day before the incident at the hunting club, Kim Soo-ho asked Ha-jin in a text message if he had time on Friday. He wrote that he had a request for him, and the young man wondered what request he might have for him. Kim Soo-ho said that Cub entrusted them to investigate the disappearance of the students, after which everything became clear to Ha-jin. In order to avoid attracting outside forces, the Cuban leadership selected students from each course and entrusted them with catching the criminal. The representatives of this team are freshman Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jong-hak, and red-haired Chae Na-yoon. That day, Kim Soo-ho wrote that the culprit might be a cadet, and the leadership believed that the investigation would be easier. Ha-jin asked why he called him, and the hero replied that he heard that he could see 1,000 li ahead and that he had good eyesight. Kim Soo-ho also added that he was recommended by Chae Na-yoon, which was surprising for the young man at that time. Then the main character asked Kim Ha-jin if he would still help them with the internal investigation of the case. In the end, he still came, because it was only better for him, because he would earn points, and Kim Soo-ho thanked him. The hero said that before they began to speak out about this incident, he would like to share his hypothesis. He said he does not believe the culprit is the human monster who attacked Chae Na-yoon. Shin Jung-hak loudly crushed a piece of trash under his feet with his shoe, which attracted the attention of those around him at that moment. As it turns out, the reason for this was his anger at Kim Soo-ho calling Chae Na-yoon simply Na-yoon, which really irritated him. After this, the blue-eyed young man said the girl's name in full context so that the young man would stop being angry. Kim Soo-ho said that if the demon who made a contract with Sven was hunting Chae Na-yoon, then other monsters would hunt her too. He asked if they had anyone under suspicion, and also said that perhaps someone they knew was acting strangely. The author knew who the real criminal was, but he believed that it would be too dangerous to rush to reveal his name, and decided to just wait. But unlike the book, where 6 victims appeared in 2 months, here 3 people have disappeared in 2 weeks. The author understood that at this rate the number of victims could become much higher, which greatly alarmed him. Kim Ha-jin clenched his fist tightly, because the thoughts were literally eating him from the inside and giving him no peace. He recalled the expression on the face of the charming Chae Na-yoon, who had thanked him earlier, which had surprised him greatly at that moment. The author remembered his surprised look and decided that he no longer wanted to stand aside, waiting for events to develop. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin raised his hand and said that he had an acquaintance in mind who was acting rather strangely. He then said that he had his eye on the leader of the science club, Yoon-hyun, who was acting very suspiciously. Kim Soo-ho said he had an alibi because he was close to the first victim, so he checked it. Ha-jin asked what if the victim came to Yoon-hyun on his own, and Jung-hak asked if the cadet could have been affected by suggestion magic. The young man said that she couldn't. If we are talking about ordinary magic of suggestion, however, there are some nuances in all this. Yoo Yeon-ha intervened in the discussion and asked why they were picking on a person who had an alibi. She said that she felt it was more likely that it was not the club leader, but Kim Ha-jin himself, who was the human monster. The young man looked at her with great surprise and did not understand on what grounds she suspected him. When writing the book on a laptop, the author understood that there had to be at least one character who would help in the investigation. It was a rich character who would help Kim Soo-ho, whose character was a little cruel but not completely vile. It was a perfect description of the character. Then he smiled and said that the characters in this will be called Yoo Yeon-ha. The girl said again that it was more likely that it was not the club leader, but Kim Ha-jin, who was the human monster. These words did not leave the young man's head because she did not even back it up with arguments, but it hurt him. Kim Soo-ho said that Ha-jin has an alibi because he used the portal when the crime was committed. Yeon-ha said that she also just decided to check because it is possible to fabricate a recording of the portal use. Ha-jin became angry and asked what she was even talking about since he was not a human monster at all. Kim Ho-rak immediately stood up and asked if he should start beating the traitor from behind, which made the guy wary. The big guy cracked his fingers and asked if it wasn't true that he himself would start to change from the blows, which would prove a lot to them. Shin Jong-hak watched this with a smile because he didn't like Kim Ha-jin, and it was a pleasure to watch this. Lee Yong-han continued to support his head with his hand and looked at what was happening with a smile, while remaining completely silent. Kim Ha-jin tried to remain calm and silent because he had nothing to say in his defense. At one point he laughed a little and lowered his head, and Kim Ho-rak asked if he was scared and threatened to hit him on the head. Ha-jin got angry and then said that he and Na-yoon were at the club that day, and when she was attacked, they killed the human monster together. Shin Young-hak got angry and wanted to hit the guy, but he was stopped by Lee Young-han, who was laughing at everything that was happening. Kim Ha-jin said that he thought that the culprit was Jong-hak, and then began to leave the discussion room. But suddenly, Kim Ho-rak rushed after him, who treacherously swung at the young man from behind, which he immediately felt. At the last second before the blow, Kim Ha-jin managed to dodge, causing the big guy to knock down the door with his blow. Lee Yong-hak grabbed onto Shin Jung-hak, and both of them were stunned by what was happening, as no one expected this at all. Kim Ho-rak looked at the lying Kim Ha-jin and wondered if the impudent man dared to dodge his blow. Then he swung again and said that he would have to teach him a lesson, and Ha-jin with a sharp movement pulled the gun out of his jacket pocket. When the thug rushed at him, the young man aimed his pistol at him in order to somehow defend himself from him. But suddenly, Kim Soo-ho's sharp blade appeared between them, and he understood that they couldn't let them fight each other. The main character looked into Kim Ho-rak's eyes and asked him to know his limits because he could not behave so chaotically. These words also concerned Yeon-ha, and he told her that if she had any doubts, she could ask Na-yoon about everything that happened. The girl received a notification on her watch, and she asked Kim Soo-ho to wait a little while she looked at what she had received. Kim Ha-jin could no longer tolerate the bullying and began to leave, with Kim Soo-ho trying to stop him. Yeon-ha asked Na-yoon in a text message if it was true that this guy couldn't be a bloodthirsty human monster. Kim Ho-rak looked at the busy girl, as well as at Shin Jung-hak, who was sitting a little higher, propping his head up with his hand. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin loudly slammed the door behind him and began to descend the steps, and it was already dark outside. Everything that was happening was putting a lot of pressure on him, and he didn't know what to do with himself or how to get away from it all. On the way, he thought about what was happening now, and in his soul he felt very bad, because they began to blame him. Not only did he end up in his own book, but now he is quarreling with the characters he himself created with great love. He squatted down and hunched over, saying that he was really fed up with all this, and that he just wanted some peace and quiet. The author missed his parents and friends very much and wanted to return to his apartment, since he still had 1 year left on his contract. He was curious about what was happening in his world, and wondered if he had been declared missing if time was going on without any change. The author wondered what happened to his parents and what if they were looking for him, and also wondered what if they were crying because of his disappearance. All hope inside the young man died, and he wondered if he would ever be able to return home. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a digital board that appeared in front of him, and on it was a notice for the author. The digital board showed that the tenacity stats had increased, causing a smile to appear on Kim Ha-jin's face. With tears and suddenly a smile on his face, he said that he didn't seem to quite understand what was happening right now. Ha-jin wiped away his tears and said that it was good that the numbers had improved, because before, he would have already given up on the idea of returning home. After that, he still stood up on his feet, and looking forward, he clenched his fist tightly, which indicated that he had gathered his strength again. The chief asked what happened to Kim Ha-jin, and Kim Soo-ho said that he thought it was not a good idea to touch him right now. Yeon-ha continued to sit next to Kim Ho-rak, crossing his legs and thinking about his personal experiences. At one point, she asked her friend if he had used his skill, and he was sitting there and looking very nervous. Yeon-ha asked if a certain shooter was able to dodge a wrestler's attack, and sarcastically asked which one of them was more suspicious. Suddenly, she received a notification on her smartwatch, and she left the topic, noticing the glowing watch. It turned out that it was Yoon-hyun who asked her to meet, to which she agreed, and for him, it was easy prey. The moment she wrote her consent, the bloodthirsty human monster smiled, anticipating a new victim. Now the author understood why people advise doing things when they are in a bad mood, because they get tired and have no time to think about anything else. Kim Ha-jin propped his head up with his hand and sat at his desk with his eyes closed, thinking about his personal experiences. However, he didn't understand why everyone around him was acting so strangely, because there was no need to think about him, because he was fine. But then the author remembered that he himself created these characters, and decided that he needed to stop wasting time and thinking about how to get home. Shin Jung-hak saw a happy Chae Na-yoon and asked if she could go to school already, but she said that there was nothing to do at home. Kim Soo-ho extended his hand to her, and she said that she could walk on her own, and Jung-hak jealously asked him not to touch her. He looked at him angrily and asked him to step aside, and his sick jealousy was visible to the naked eye. Kim Ha-jin sat behind everyone and silently watched Yeon-ha, who was sitting one desk away from him. The instructor said that as they all knew, there was less than a week left until the midterms. He said that practical testing would be carried out, the first part of which would consist of a duel between cadets. The second part of the practical task will consist of a battle with a monster, which was summoned by the magician who was allowed to do so. The instructor said that both tests would be at a different difficulty level, and they should keep that in mind and be prepared. Kim Ha-jin told himself that the written exams weren't that hard to pass, but he was more worried about the duel. Each participant is given 3 cards from which he must choose an opponent. It may seem that high-ranking cadets would immediately choose weak opponents, but a point system was developed for this purpose. Even if a strong cadet wins a duel with a weak one, the winner may end up in the minus due to the difference in the cadets' levels. There will be those who don't care about the system and don't just use their right to choose their opponent to beat someone they don't like. But the author was worried about something else besides the choice of an opponent, because there were quite a lot of problems and not all of them could be solved. Kim Ha-jin realized that the distance had clearly decreased, and next to him sat the charming and silent Princess Rachel. She herself doesn't say anything, but continues to hang around him, whereas before she always sat alone at the last desk and studied. The young man saw the girl looking at him sideways and wondered why she was doing this and whether she was just copying. To test this, he came up with a clever way and simply wrote the names of Rachel's parents on a piece of paper. The girl was surprised because she immediately realized that these were the names of her parents, and Kim Ha-jin began to giggle. Meanwhile, Yoon-hyun texted Yeon-ha that he had already arrived and was sitting in the study room, and also asked her not to rush. A few minutes later, the girl reached the appointed place and opened the door to the room where a young man was already waiting for her. Yoon-hyun was dressed in a white suit and was waiting for the girl, leaning on a white chair, and when he saw her, he smiled sincerely. Smiling sincerely, the young man said that she had finally come because he had been really looking forward to their meeting. Yeon-ha looked around and said that it looked like the others weren't there yet, and Yoon-hyun said that they would be here soon and asked her to sit down. The girl asked why there was a candle on the table, and the guy replied that the scent helped them concentrate and they had some work to do. He then said that like Yeon-ha, he was also a member of the human monster search team and represented the second year. He said that they had no results so far and asked if they had any suspects, to which the girl replied that they did not yet. But then she said that there was a person who was saying stupid things, and Yoon-hyun smiled and asked what kind of stupid things he was saying. Yeon-ha said that he was saying that Yoon-hyun was also a human monster, and suddenly her heart felt calmer, which was strange. She added that Ha-jin said that he uses mind-affecting magic, and he asked if there was any proof. Yeon-ha lowered her head and laughed and said that of course he had no evidence of this. But at one point it dawned on her that the question of evidence was very strange, and she immediately looked at Yoon-hyun. The guy said that he meant on what basis the young man made such an assumption. Holding a whip behind her back, Yeon-ha said that usually when an innocent person is suspected of something, they don't ask if there is evidence. Being extremely tense, she asked who he was because he was very suspicious and gave himself away. Yoon-hyun smirked slightly and began to gradually approach the girl, which made her even more tense at that moment. Approaching the wary girl, the young man asked what was wrong with her, since they had been communicating quite well. In a frightening tone, he said that her turn had not yet come, and in his pupil, a female demonic silhouette was visible. After some time, Yeon-ha was in the second-year dorm, and she began to gradually open her eyes, trying to figure out where she was. Soon the girl began to panic, because she realized that she was tied up and sitting on a chair, which made her very nervous. Yeon-ha began to look around and tried to figure out where she was, because there was no one around. She suddenly realized that she was in the second-year dorm, and also remembered that she had dealt with Yoon-hyun. She realized that he was indeed guilty of the disappearance of the students, and wondered if he really was a human monster. Yeon-ha also began to realize that these were not just stupid guesses, but Kim Ha-jin really was not lying to them. The girl decided that she needed to calm down and try to ask for help because she was tightly tied up. She tried in every way to move her hands to untie the strong knot, but it was all in vain and brought no benefit. Yeon-ha really hoped that someone would come to her aid and continued to move her hands from side to side. But suddenly, Yoon-hyun appeared behind her and calmly said that she wouldn't be able to get out. He looked at her with an unusually strange look, but at the same time he remained completely calm, which was very alarming. Kim Ha-jin was lying in bed and received a notification on his smartwatch and wondered who it could be at this time. He immediately checked who the notification was from and was a little surprised because it was Yeon-ha. Yoon-hyun ripped the smartwatch off the girl's wrist, causing Kim Ha-jin to receive a message containing just the number 9. The monster man asked what people would think of her if she wrote like that in the middle of the night and prevented people from sleeping. Yoon-hyun read that it was Kim Ha-jin, who quickly realized that he was a human monster and would need to be killed. Yeon-ha got angry and shouted that the search party had probably already picked up the trail and started to act, so he wouldn't get away with it. Yoon-hyun suddenly stomped on her smartwatch and said that it didn't matter at all because he would soon be leaving the Cube Training Center. His impudent and very daring act made the tied-up girl even more angry. She wanted to tear him apart at that very second. Looking at the girl, Yoon-hyun said in an annoyingly calm voice that he indescribably liked the expression on her face. He then said that Mrs. Lilith said that she would like to see horror on Yeon-ha's face as well, because anger alone was not enough for her. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin couldn't sleep and was wondering what the number 9 that the girl had sent meant. At first, he assumed she had sent it by accident, But then it dawned on him that she might have wanted to call the emergency services. After that, the young man jumped out of bed and immediately asked the Book of Truth where Yu Yan-ha was now. The Book of Truth immediately opened in the hands of the young man, but something went wrong and he was a little surprised. Yan-ha was still tied up, and a strange voice from an unknown place called her by name, after which she began to come to her senses. The voice said that she was lonely, and he knew what that feeling was, which seemed to eat away at the soul from within. It turned out that it was Yun-hyun who was standing next to the tied-up girl and continued to say something. He carefully watched her behavior during what was happening, but the girl did not show panic or incredible fear. In response to all his antics, she only looked sternly and angrily into his eyes, but at the same time remained silent and hated him. Yoon-hyuk said that she has a strong will because he put in a lot of effort, but she doesn't give in, and yet she should open her mind to him. Then he straightened her hair and said that there was no need to be afraid at all because Miss Lilith herself allowed it. He touched her head with his head and said that he also wanted to meet her, and Yu Yun-ha clenched her teeth tightly, still angry. The girl tried to break free from the rope, but Yoon-hyun said that even if she untied herself, it still wouldn't save her. Then the demonic spawn smiled menacingly and said that there was no hiding or running from Miss Lilith's magic. But suddenly his head was shot through and through and the glass in the room shattered in all directions. Yoon-hyun's blood splattered across the room, and he opened his mouth wide before collapsing onto the floor of the room. Yu Yan-ha was stunned by what was happening, because she didn't expect anyone to come to save her. The man-monster lay on the floor in a pool of his own blood, and although his head was shot through, he still made strange sounds. What is this unknown voice? Ask him what he has come to, because he did not trust people and constantly doubted everything. Yoon-hyun, with blood on his face, became very angry and asked what kind of degenerate allowed himself to do this to him. The voice said that he could not even hope for recovery because the projectile was treated with a solution and surgery was necessary. The demon became even more angry and in a fit of rage began to wave his hand with long claws in different directions. Yoon-hyun-seo began throwing objects around in anger, shouting for this stranger to come out and fight him. At one of those moments, he almost hit Yu Yan-ha, who was still tied up and trying to dodge with all her might. In response to this, Yoon-hyun was hit by a projectile again and began to scream in pain, and a voice said that he shouldn't be straining himself so much. The voice said that it was now very far away, and meanwhile its finger was on the trigger of the pistol. After these words, a massive shelling of the human monster began, which did not stop for several minutes and brought a lot of benefit. A large amount of blood was spurting out from Yoon-hyun's mouth, and he was unable to withstand the endless barrage. Soon the demon fell completely and you were no longer able to rise, but the shelling did not stop for some time. The shells came from the thicket of the forest, where Kim Ha-jin was hiding behind thick bushes and firing at the enemy. For shooting, the young man used a Desert Eagle sniper rifle, which had incredible power. Looking through the sniper scope, Kim Ha-jin said that this is why he likes long-range shooting. He told Yu Yan-ha with a smile that it looked like he would use up all the bullets she had given him earlier today. The young man then said that he hoped that Yoon-hyun had prepared something good, and the tied-up girl sat silently on the chair. The wounded man-monster tried to crawl away, angrily calling the shooter a psycho, although he himself was not the best. Kim Ha-jin ignored his insults and silently took aim to fire the fatal shot. At the moment of the shot, Yoon-hyun stood up preparing to make a dash from the spot, but at that very second a projectile flew into his back. The monster with a bloody face turned its head back, after which it collapsed to the floor and made no more movements. Kim Ha-jin looked through the sniper scope and confirmed that the victim was no longer making any movements. He then lowered the sniper rifle and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the target had been hit with a precise shot after all. He said on the radio that Yu Yan-ha had to watch this and asked if she was injured, and the girl replied that she was not injured. Kim Ha-jin asked her to get some sleep and said that a search party would arrive soon, and the girl simply listened to him. Before falling asleep, she thanked him, and after a while she woke up in a hospital room. A male voice asked the awakened Yu Yan-ha if she had finally woken up, which immediately caught her attention. Kim Soo-ho was sitting next to the girl's bed, peeling a red apple for her and smiling, and she asked what he was doing there. He asked if he was in any pain, and said that according to the doctor there were no abnormalities, and Yan-ha asked again why he was here. Kim Soo-ho said that he, Na-yoon, Jung-han, and Ho-rak would sit with her in turns, and Yu Yan-ha asked in displeasure why they were doing this. He said that they were also partly to blame for what happened because they should have paid more attention, but they were busy with something else. After these words, Kim Soo-ho simply asked Yu Yan-ha for forgiveness for their negligent attitude, and she looked at him in surprise. Then the girl asked, he had been told more than once that he was slow, and the surprised young man asked again what she had said. Yu Yonha thought that the most important thing was to take first place in the rankings, but as it turned out, she was very wrong. The girl remembered Kim Ha-jin and also realized that she was wrong when she suspected that he was a human monster. She asked if he had come, and when Kim Soo-ho asked who he was talking about, Yonha immediately decided to change the topic and said that he was talking about no one. After these words, she adjusted her hair and turned her attention out the window, where there was wonderful weather and a blue sky. After some time, Kim Ha-jin read the message with a smile, where Yu Yonha thanked him and promised to repay him. The young man realized that by solving one of the main episodes, they would give a good reward, because he earned a lot of SP for the action. Ha-jin also decided that investing everything into the sniper skill wasn't particularly beneficial, but it was okay since he saved Yu Yonha. Suddenly, a male voice addressed him, distracting him from studying the information on his laptop, and he turned his gaze. It was Agent Park Soo-hyuk, who said that he was surprised by his call and asked if something had happened to Kim Ha-jin. Then he fell to his knees and said that if he wanted to cancel the contract, he should think about it. But that was not the point at all. Park Soo-hyuk looked up at the table with trepidation, where he saw the iron case that Kim Ha-jin was holding in his hands. The young man said he would like to invest in the SH agency, which was surprising because few people did that. The agent was shocked by his statement and asked him if he had understood everything correctly, because few people wanted to invest in their agency. The ginseng that was at the Purple Banquet helped Kim Ha-jin earn approximately 400 million Korean won. Of these, he will invest 250 million in the Master of the Pack Horse, and the remaining 150 million in the SH agency. And all this is because Kim Ha-jin has absolute confidence in the growth of both the Master of the Pack Horse and the SH agency. Park Soo-hyuk, shocked, said that it was a huge amount, and he didn't even know if he could accept that kind of money. Ha-jin said that he was investing for the sake of their overall growth and asked to buy a normal magic pocket and HUV with this money. He asked to address him informally, and Park Soo-hyuk said that he couldn't talk to an investor like that, and Ha-jin threatened to cancel the investment. After these words, the agent said that he would switch to an informal style of communication and then pressed a folder with documents to his chest. After that, Kim Ha-jin picked up the laptop and suggested going to a 24-hour store to buy something. Park Soo-hyuk asked why he needed a lottery ticket, and the young man replied that he was a minor and would not receive the winnings without an adult. He said he wanted to test his luck at the same time, and then said he had won, and the agent immediately asked how much he had won. Kim Ha-jin immediately said that he won 20 million won, and the agent laughed at first, but it only dawned on him later. After this, he was discouraged and asked the entire 24-hour store if he really had won 20 million. Ha-jin said he would invest the money and asked to adjust the contract, and also asked how much money would be left after taxes. Park Soo-hyuk was acting very strangely, and the young man looked at him, trying to understand why he was acting like that. Kim Ha-jin asked what was wrong with the man, and the agent replied that he was afraid that the huge amount of money would be stolen. Soon the sun began to set slowly behind the horizon, and somewhere in an abandoned factory, strange phenomena were taking place. Suddenly, a black silhouette began to emerge from under the ground, which had a human form and even had hair. The young man in the form of a shadow turned to the captain and said that they had begun to move, because he had returned from reconnoitering the situation. The shadow said that the Master of the Pack Horse had grown up, and then asked the captain what they would do next. The captain turned out to be a woman who said that they would only take away the item and asked that the rest be left as is. The young man said that he had noticed something strange, namely that some guy had appeared who was buying up the shares of the Pack Horse Master. He said it was 250 million recently, and asked if that was too much for a guild without a personal page. The kid also said that some interesting pages had appeared at the Purple Banquet and asked if the captain wanted to take a look. He said that among them was the Relic Search Team and the Truth Office, and his gut feeling told him that something was wrong with the Truth Office. The young man asked if he should place an order with them in case they found him, but the captain got angry and loudly pronounced Drun's name. The boy looked at the captain somewhat surprised, after which he stopped muttering and calmed down completely. Then Drun said that all this was just a joke and should not be taken seriously at all, because he just wanted to cheer up. He also said that midterm exams at the Cub Cadet Training Center will begin next week. Drun added that Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak are in the lead positions, and asked if the captain would participate. The girl replied that she would also take part in the midterm exams, and the young man looked at her in surprise. A tall girl in a white suit stood up from her seat and stood before the young man, who at one point simply fell silent. Then she looked him in the eye and said that it would be nice to take part in the midterms, The girl also said that it would be nice if someone capable of this purpose were found. Time flew by incredibly quickly, and midterm exams began at the Cub Training Center. Yellow-eyed and cute Hazuki was full of joy because she saw her mother, after which she rushed into her arms. The mother asked her beloved daughter how she had been living here without her, and the daughter, throwing herself into her arms, said that she had missed her very much. During exam week, Cube opened its doors to guilds that were interested in hiring heroes and relatives. The drone in the air recorded what was happening around on camera. The reporter said that they were in the best hero academy in the world. Some were happy to see Lee Jun-ha, who was ranked 117th and was adored by fans. Holding the drone, Kim Ha-jin said that they hadn't managed to film much yet, but there was still plenty of time. He then launched the drone into the air again and wondered if the best option would be to just wait a little longer. The drone that Park Soo-hyuk gave him flies all over Cuba, making it easier to spot if anyone tries to invade. Kim Ha-jin was so engrossed in his drone that he didn't even notice that he accidentally hit a girl passing by with his body. He immediately turned around and apologized to the girl for not noticing her and accidentally pushing her. The mysterious and very silent girl looked into the young man's eyes, and she wasn't even angry. Kim Ha-jin immediately started sweating because he was stunned since he knew this girl firsthand. He almost forgot that he would be at these exams, and she too. And the girl continued to silently look into his eyes. They looked into each other's eyes for a while, but Kim Ha-jin felt very insecure and looked away. Then he said to himself that he had been looking into her eyes for too long, which made him feel even more awkward and uncomfortable. Sweating from nerves, the young man tried to think of what to say so as not to look suspicious. The only thing he could think of at that moment was to simply say that she was beautiful, which he certainly did. But the girl still remained silent and looked emotionlessly into Kim Ha-jin's eyes, not even looking away from them. Her behavior seemed very strange to the young man, and he did not understand why she was behaving this way. At one point, the girl suddenly turned away and silently began to walk away into the crowd, and Kim Ha-jin watched her go. Among the people in the crowd, she seemed very mysterious and stood out from the other people, and soon she disappeared into the crowd. With the help of an amulet around her neck, the mysterious girl turned to the boy Drun, who immediately responded to her call. She said the guy she bumped into was looking at her through a vision-blocking object. After that, she ordered Drun to immediately check who this was because he was not a simple mortal guy. Not only heroes come to the cube to search for capable cadets, but also people from the Chameleon group are here too. Their goal is to win Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak. But Soo-ho's beliefs do not coincide with politics, and they will look at Jong-hak. Penetrating the Chameleon group's cube is not dangerous, but if the plot changes, the heroes guarding the field will enter the fight. And it won't end with one or two victims. And in the meantime, people in the crowd noticed a strange voice behind them. Suddenly, a man appeared and said with a smile that he did not see a single suspicious person among the crowd. The girl asked him to watch carefully and asked what would happen to the hero's reputation if the security in Cuba was broken through during the exam. Oh Jun-hyuk said that they would just have to deal with the violators before it caused any problems. Seo Yeon-ji said that he only made it easy in words, and the guy suggested that she go out for pizza instead of stressing out about it. The bearded giant asked Drun with a smile if he had really seen him despite the siren's necklace. He said that his appetite was starting to awaken, and he thought that he would have to return with absolutely nothing. The man asked who he was and said that he would be the first to find this guy and fight. But all this was just self-confidence. Drun asked him to calm down and said that everything could be checked without his intervention, which brought him down to earth a little. The host announced that the first fight would take place today at 9 o'clock in the morning, and their correspondent went to the scene. Kim Ha-jin was walking through the area and thinking about the pressing issues, when suddenly a familiar female voice addressed him. It was Yoo Yeon-ha who asked the young man if he was going to the arena, and he initially just looked at her silently. Then he said yes because it was his first competition, and the girl asked if that was true. After that, she called Mr. Sae-chan, who immediately showed up and handed over the iron case that was prepared for Ha-jin. She opened the case and said that it contained 100 high-quality bullets that would help him in the future. Yeon-ha said that he wouldn't be able to use them during the exam, but maybe they would come in handy later. The girl then closed the case and said that she was not trying to thank him for saving her life. She said it was just a gift and also said that she hasn't said yet that he was the one who shot Yoon-hyun. Kim Ha-jin knew that if he found out that he was the one who shot, he might get into trouble, but Yeon-ha looked at him silently. She said that she knew he had a reason to hide his powers, so it would be difficult for him to pass this exam. The young man was a little confused because he did not hide his strength, and Yeon-ha asked if he saw his opponent. His opponent, meanwhile, was training with a heavy dumbbell in the cadets' waiting room, where it was allowed. Beads of sweat were running down the big guy's face, but he continued to train hard because he needed to win the fight. Kim Ho-rak continued to do exercises with heavy dumbbells and said with an angry face that he would destroy Kim Ha-jin in a fight. Drun, meanwhile, studied the information about the young man and told the boss that there was nothing special in his life. He said Ha-jin grew up in an orphanage, discovered his abilities at the age of 6, and then went to military school. He also said that the young man had a debt of 300 million Korean won, and that was all that could be found out. Siren wondered how he was able to see her through the visibility blocking item and remembered his shocked face. Drun said that he didn't know how he managed it either, and suddenly a big guy with a well-groomed beard emerged from the bushes. Jak Jun Kyung was a member of the Chameleon group, and when he showed up, he told the boss with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Serena asked him if he had made any detours along the way since he was late, and he replied that he had been diligently searching for talented cadets. The captain asked him what was up with the report, and Chok Jun replied that there was no report, because they were all weaklings who would fly away with one blow. Drun asked if there were any unusual cadets, and he replied that he had looked at the best second-year cadet. After that, Drun advised him to search around Cuba, because Kim Ha-jin's fight would soon begin there. Chok Jun asked if this was the same boy who saw the boss through the vision blocking item. Meanwhile, Oh Jun Hyuk was eating delicious pizza with great pleasure while sitting in the arena and waiting for the match to start. He said there were a lot of good memories here, and Yeonji reminded him that he said he wouldn't watch the fights. And the man said that he was already feeling much better, and his son really loved competitions, which pleasantly surprised the sweet girl. Nearby, she saw Chok Jun, who was sitting on one of the seats, propping up his head, and wondered what kind of person he was. Yeonji said warily that he kept looking at them and smiling, and Jun Hyuk assumed that he was a fan of theirs. Meanwhile, Chok Jun continued to support his head with his hand and looked at them with a smile, without even looking away. But they still didn't pay attention to him because a duel was beginning, which was much more interesting. The first fighter to come out was Kim Ho-rak, who was ranked 19th and had some good abilities. Yeonji was surprised because she saw his opponent, who looked much weaker than his rival. Kim Ho-rak's opponent was announced to be Kim Ha-jin, who was ranked 934th in the cadet rankings. As a provocation, his opponent asked him how well he knew the written test, but the young man did not immediately answer his question. Kim Ha-jin still said sarcastically that Kim Ho-rak's face showed how thirsty he was for blood and asked him to hit him lighter. These words angered the big guy to such an extent that veins began to appear on his face and his teeth were clenched tightly. Its main feature was self-defense by dispelling magic, and Ha-jin would be lucky if Ho-rak didn't break it in half. He realized that he couldn't let the big guy get close to him, after which it was announced that the first fight would begin right now. The fight began, after which Kim Ho-rak immediately rushed straight at his opponent in order to deal with him as quickly as possible. There was a huge amount of power gathered in his fist that was capable of smashing Kim Ha-jin to pieces, which he understood at that moment. The young man also did not waste time and used his ability to calculate all the necessary numbers. He used the bullet time skill, the use time of which was greatly increased. Kim Ha-jin realized that he would be able to follow all of his opponent's movements for at least 1 minute, but the calculations did not help the young man, as a result of which Kim Ho-rak dealt a crushing blow and he was thrown aside. The young man was stunned because the enemy did not stop and moved like a tank, and he also needed to change his strategy. Every second gave Kim Ho-rak a surge of anger and hatred towards his opponent, and he looked at him with clenched teeth in rage. Kim Ha-jin began to move from side to side and did not stop for a second to avoid being hit. He decided to resort to desperate measures, which resulted in him reaching into his jacket pocket, which was strange at that moment. Suddenly, the young man pulled a pistol out of his jacket and then pointed it straight at his opponent. Kim Ha-jin thought this was the only way to hit the enemy, so he started shooting, but the bullets did not penetrate the enemy. Kim Ho-rak laughed lightly and wondered in his mind if this idiot really thought he could break through his self-defense. He clenched his fist tightly, intending to block the bullet, but in his mind he was saying that some bullet would simply bounce off him. But unexpectedly, the big guy experienced incredible pain because the bullet managed to pierce his self-defense and hit his right shoulder. Beads of sweat immediately started running down Kim Ho-rak's face because he was very nervous, since his defense had been pierced by a bullet. The audience was shocked because no one could have imagined that his self-defense could be penetrated by anything. Kim Ha-jin still held the gun and aimed at the enemy, ready to fire another shot at any second. Kim Ho-rak held his injured shoulder, and in his mind he wondered who this boy was. He also wondered how he managed to penetrate his self-defense with regular pistol bullets. After just a few seconds, the big guy became even more nervous. because he understood that Ha-jin would continue to shoot at him. Soon, a massive shelling began, which forced Kim Ho-rak to cower and simply endure the bullets flying at him. This greatly angered and perplexed the big guy, who did not expect at all that his self-defense could be penetrated. Kim Ha-jin understood that the big guy thought the bullets would bounce off him, but these were special bullets made by stigmata. These unusual bullets contained the power of a demon, and the young man continued to fire mercilessly. Some viewers were simply stunned by what was happening, while others loudly and openly supported the guy. Kim Ho-rak only covered himself with his hand, and Kim Ha-jin continued to shoot non-stop, not allowing himself to be attacked. The big guy realized that he was at risk of defeat, after which he clenched his fists and decided that it was time to act. He called Kim Ha-jin a degenerate at the top of his voice, and then, beyond the limits of his rage, he punched the concrete pavement with his fists. But the young man kept a cool head and managed to make a high jump to jump back and not suffer harm. He immediately decided to counterattack the enemy, after which he shouted to him that he should be careful because a sword was flying at him. Kim Ho-rak looked at the sharp blade that was flying straight towards his face to strike him with great bewilderment. He jerked to the side, wondering in his mind if there might be some kind of device in the sword as well. Kim Ha-jin continued shooting and mockingly said that there was one problem, and that was that the sword was not real. He fired another series of shots from the pistol, and each bullet reached its target and hit the body of the big man Kim Ho-rak. Eventually, the big guy was lying on the ground, no longer having the strength to continue the fight, and he was trying to catch his breath. Kim Ha-jin aimed his gun at his opponent again, preparing to fire the final shot to finish him off. The audience was shocked by what was happening because no one expected that events would go so far. The young man kept his index finger on the trigger of the pistol, and the people in the stands did not know whether he would actually fire the shot. Kim Ho-rak was also very wary and did not know what to expect from an opponent who was unpredictable. Jun-hyuk wondered with trepidation if he had run out of bullets, and NG said that Kim Ho-rak was already useless. The big guy still began to rise from his knees little by little, and Kim Ha-jin looked at him with cold blood, still aiming at his body. Kim Ho-rak became more and more nervous with each passing second. His face turned very red, and the veins appeared on it. Kim Ha-jin, on the other hand, was absolutely calm and cool and calmly aimed at the enemy's body. At one point, he suddenly grinned, which was very strange and unexpected, because the reason for this was unclear. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin dropped the gun from his hands and raised his hands up with a smile, then said that he surrendered. Kim Ho-rak was extremely shocked by his sudden admission of defeat, although he had every chance of winning. Yeonji and Jun-hyuk were also stunned by what was happening, and Kim Ha-jin's actions were completely incomprehensible to them. The host, with a trembling voice, announced that the duel was over and the winner was Cadet Kim Ho-rak. Kim Ha-jin began to leave the fighting area, and the big guy was held by two people because he wanted to pounce on the young man. The man asked the big guy if he was sure that he was hit by a real bullet, since he was unharmed, and asked if it was because he was a fighter. Jun-hyuk started laughing and asked Seo Yeonji what her impression was after what happened, but she just remained silent. She said that Ho-rak used self-defense and tried to show off his best in a short time, but ended up disgracing himself. But then Seo Yeonji thought deeply and said that it didn't matter because what she was most worried about was Kim Ha-jin. She said that at some point Ho-rak began to move slower and suggested that it was a special ability to enhance abilities. She also remembered that later the young man had used magical power and had shot his huge opponent. Jun-hyuk asked if he really meant to say that some cadet had compressed his mana so much that he was able to break through the big guy's self-defense. Yeonji said she didn't know anything about his abilities, and one of the spectators exclaimed that the young man had shot through self-defense. The girl then said that there was a high chance that Kim Ha-jin would become the best in history thanks to his abilities. Meanwhile, Jak-jun scratched his ear and said that he didn't like this Kim Ha-jin, and also wondered if he had pronounced his name correctly. He asked why the boss told him to take a closer look at him, and Drun asked if he hadn't seen the demon's power in the boy. Jak-jun already asked anyway, what relation does some worthless and stupid demon have to power? Drun asked if he just didn't like the guy being a long-range fighter, to which the man replied, yes. Jak-jun said that a real duel is a fight when you are burning with a desperate desire to plunge death into the heart of your enemy. Drun said that he asked him to keep an eye on the cadets who had this desire, and asked if he had seen Kim Soo-ho and Jung-hak. Jun said that Shing was impressive with his spear technique, as he aimed at the enemy's vital organs without any prior preparation. He then said that Kim Soo-ho had been acting quite strangely, which surprised Drun, and he asked what he meant. Jak-jun said that he is rumored to use a sword technique similar to dancing, and his movements are precise and honed by long training. But there was also a strange feeling that took place, because he looked very closely at the technique of fighting. Jak Jun recalled the cold-blooded face of Kim Soo-ho, who stared into the eyes of his defeated opponent without looking away. Running his fingers through his beard, he said it felt like the young man was hiding his true face. Then Dran asked what he had managed to find out about Kim Ha-jin, and the man asked if he had noticed this idiot too. Jak Jun said that he didn't like this guy at all, and suddenly a patrol policeman with a flashlight appeared behind him. The patrolman ordered them to leave the forest since entry of outsiders was prohibited, but Jak Jun became more and more stern and silent. For a while he kept his back turned and ignored the policeman, but all this irritated him. The policeman once again ordered him to immediately leave the forest area, and Jak Jun took his cap off his head. He then flicked the policeman right across the forehead, causing the young man to be thrown back. The policeman screamed very loudly from the pain, but after a few minutes the screams stopped, and only a pool of blood remained of him. Dran asked if he had really blown his head off, and Jak Jun, pleased with himself, said that he had. Their boss, meanwhile, was on the balcony of one of the high-rise buildings, silently looking into the distance. She said that she would definitely find this traitor because she could no longer just leave it like this. It was pouring rain outside, and the girl with wet hair lowered her head and said again that she would find him. Tears began to flow down her cheeks, and she said that she would find traitors to avenge him because she could not do otherwise. Then she turned to Dran because she had a new request for her subordinate, which he must certainly fulfill. She asked to check Kim Soo-ho, Jung Hak, and Ha-jin, and to check Ha-jin first because he has the power of a demon. Dran said that there was very little information about him, and Serena said that it didn't matter because she would meet him in person tomorrow. The second day of midterm exams at the Cube Training Center began at Stadium Number 1. Someone noticed recruiters from the Sword Guild, and recruiters from the Creator's Fortress were also spotted. The woman said that compared to the first day, there was a slight difference in the fans because it would be hot today. In the Cuba ranks, Kim Soo-ho, ranked 1st, was set to face off against Yo Hai-yi, ranked 8th. Next up was 3rd place Rachel, who will face 4th place Chae-na-yoon. One of the spectators couldn't wait for the battle of the rankers, and the girl asked if it was true that the first competition was between girls. Kim Ha-jin watched everything from the spectator stands and understood that Chae-na-yoon would have a very tough time as a shooter in this fight. Today she will lose to Rachel completely because it is simply impossible to defeat an opponent with a bow that does not suit her. The commentator announced that the competition between the first-year students was now beginning, and this was already the 8th battle. Chae-na-yoon smiled confidently and asked if she should change the rankings today, after which she pulled back the bowstring. The girl's bowstring was pulled with a sharp movement, after which the arrow flew out along the trajectory set by the shooter. The flight path was very precise and smooth, and Rachel looked at the arrow, holding the sword in her hands, calm and cool. But soon, she began to move closer to the enemy, successfully dodging each shot, which showed her talent. Within a few minutes, she managed to get close to Chae-na-yoon, who continued to shoot to prevent herself from being attacked. As the archer released an arrow from her bow, Rachel successfully blocked the attack with her sword and was then ready to crush her opponent. Chae-na-yoon was completely confused and stunned because the enemy suddenly got close to her. The spectators in the stands shouted and supported Princess Rachel at the top of her voice, who was making great progress in the duel. Meanwhile, the girl in black suede boots and white pants was walking down the steps to go down to the level below. After coming down, she sat down right next to Kim Ha-jin, who immediately looked at her and realized that all this was not just for nothing. The girl looked into his eyes emotionlessly, while the young man was somewhat surprised by her sudden appearance. She was a wanted person at the Hero Academy, the leader of a group with a bad reputation and a strong warrior. She was also a powerful warrior who hid behind many names, but in this world, only the author knew her real name. The girl asked Kim Ha-jin to listen to her, but suddenly, someone poured a glass of soda on her, which shocked the guy. The stranger felt very uncomfortable and asked if she was okay, and the young man sitting next to her was stunned by what had happened. The girl tried to remain calm after what happened, and Kim Ha-jin's mouth opened wide from the shock he was experiencing. Princess Rachel was declared the winner of the duel, while the girl wiped the soda from her face with a handkerchief. She then thanked the young man for the handkerchief, and Kim Ha-jin, sweating profusely, said that there was nothing to thank him for. The stranger reached into her pocket and said that she had seen his battle with Cadet Kim Ho-rak, which had impressed her. She said she preferred to watch from the shadows and asked if the skill she showed in the competition was an ability. The recruiter leader then handed him Dark Moon's business card, and Kim Ha-jin realized that it had the leader's phone number written on it. He assumed that Li Xiaoping was her fake name, and then said that he couldn't get involved with the guilds until it was over. The girl wanted to take the business card, but Ha-jin held her back and said that he was not saying that he would not take the business card. Li Xiaoping said that she would not go into details for now, but in any case, he would not lose anything at all. After that, she stood up and said that it was time for her to go, expressing the hope that he would still call her later. Kim Ha-jin watched the girl leave and wondered what the point was of the guild leader addressing him now. Meanwhile, it was announced that Kim Soo-ho had won the competition, taking on Yo Hai-yi, who was ranked 8th. Viewers were discussing how amazing Soo-ho was, while others found it strange that Chae Na-yoon lost to a foreigner, Rachel. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin decided to try out the drone again, which was given to him by Park Soo-hyuk as a token of gratitude for the investment. The young man wondered if the drone had captured anything, and decided that he needed to return to the dorm and check it out. Meanwhile, Chae Na-yoon hid in the bushes and cried bitterly over her defeat, and suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. Kim Ha-jin felt awkward looking at the crying girl who was bursting into tears because she was very upset. Looking at the girl, the author said in his thoughts that he remembered this incident very well, because she did not cry that often. Chae Na-yoon was very sad about losing, and Kim Soo-ho, who was passing by, tried to console her, and she became interested in him. He told her that she needed to try and offer to cope together, but such consolation would not help her at all now. There are times in life when you need to give up, but Kim Soo-ho never advises anyone to give up and never does it himself. Perhaps it was because of him that Chae Na-yoon did not give up the bow, because deep down she believed the words of the main character. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin watched the crying girl and was slightly perplexed by her behavior. A notification suddenly appeared on Chae Na-yoon's smartwatch, and she immediately paid attention to it, after which she decided to check it out. Kim Ha-jin wrote to her that he saw the competition, and the green-eyed girl stopped crying because she was very surprised. He wrote that the bow did not suit her and advised her to change direction before it was too late, and Chae Na-yoon was even more surprised. Kim Soo-ho suddenly appeared, rejoicing at having finally found her, and then asked why she was hiding. The young man smiled and said that he had been looking for her for a long time, and then asked Chae Na-yoon why she was sitting alone. And the girl suddenly got angry and started yelling at him, and the midterm competition of the first semester was over. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin watched the drone footage of Jokjun Kyung flicking the head off a patrol police officer in the forest. The young man then paused the video to take a closer look at the details of the crime, down his hand as he was a little shocked at the cold-blooded murder he had witnessed. Kim Ha-jin called it a cruel sight and began to take a closer look at the man who did this to the patrol police officer. He looked at the killer's face and wondered if he was really from the Chameleon group, which was recruiting Cuban cadets. Jokjun killed people without any hesitation, as if he was doing it for pleasure simply because he was thirsty for blood. Life became more comfortable thanks to scientific magic, behind which hid half-humans who did not accept heroes. They could not be called ordinary criminals because they possessed extraordinary strength, which heroes also possessed. Initially, the plot did not include villains and negative characters, but everything changed in the co-author's new version. Mag Chin-ju-hwa introduced herself and said that she would be conducting a practical exam, and said that she would first give a brief introduction to it. She said that in front of them was an examination field, and on it they would fight a hologram monster that the magicians would summon. Jinju said that the exam is quite dangerous, unlike training, because the monster has the same attack power as a real one. She said that excessive pride could simply put one's life at risk, and asked to report surrender if there were any difficulties. Chin-ju-hwa added that the exam will be judged based on how quickly and calmly the cadets make their decisions. She said they would go in 4 at a time and ask the first team to get ready and focused. The magician also asked the others to listen carefully because all of this is very important and they need to analyze it. She asked those whose turn had not yet come to analyze the battle of other cadets in order to draw conclusions. Chin-ju advised them to watch carefully how they fight monsters and what mistakes they make, because it will help them a lot. After this, the magician folded her hands and asked them to hide their smartwatch so that it would not interfere with them during the exam. The cadets immediately began to turn off their smartwatches, and some of them wondered why a stranger was giving them directions. Jinju Hua said that their reviews will affect the rating, so they need to take the recording seriously, and Chae Na-yoon became angry. After that, the magician said that they were now starting a battle with the monsters, and used a spell to summon a monster. The mage told Cadet Hazuki that her monster was an advanced ghoul that looked very scary. The green-haired girl immediately began to swing her sword, trying to attack the enemy and prevent him from attacking her. The rest of the cadets watched attentively what was happening and analyzed the fight, drawing conclusions for themselves. After this, the second team entered the battle, whose opponent was a yellow and very nasty snake that was eager to kill. Li Yonghan gathered all his magic and strength into his fist, then exclaimed that they were now using the enemy's magic release. He struck the monster in the center of its body, leaving it unable to defend itself or counterattack the agile cadet. Che Na-yun was tasked with killing several of the owner's carcasses with a bow, which she did successfully, as the deer fell one after another. After this, it was announced that she had completed the exam, and around the girl lay the bodies of moose and dead deer. Next, Yu Yonha began taking the exam, and she skillfully used the combat whip, and there were no difficulties for her. Cadet Hazuki was knocked down, which discouraged her at that moment, but the exam still continued. It was then announced that the monster Kim Ha-jin would have to fight was a chrome wolf. The young man was not at all confused and immediately shot the monster with a pistol, which resulted in his immediate injury. The monster disappeared, and Kim Ha-jin thought that if he continued like this, he would pass the exam without any problems. But suddenly something strange happened that immediately alerted everyone around, because a red light came on in the room. Che Na-yun and the other cadets were a little surprised because everything that was happening was completely unexpected and incomprehensible. Kim Ha-jin wondered what was going on, and there was a look of shock and some excitement on his face that he couldn't help but feel. Oh Jun-gyuk, with an earphone in his ear, asked over the radio if something had happened on the examination field. Yeonji asked him over the radio to focus on security, and the guy asked her for forgiveness and smiled a little. The girl asked excitedly if he knew that the guard who patrolled the cube yesterday was killed. Yeonji asked him to keep his eyes open, and Jun-gyuk asked if she had found the source of the vibrations that had just happened. She said she assumed it was in his direction, but the exact location was unknown, and he hoped nothing would happen. Suddenly, Oh Jun-gyuk heard strange rustling sounds and turned around, after which he saw a bearded man who did not expect to see him. Chok-jun ran his hand over the back of his head and said with a smile that it seemed like someone was trying to interfere with their plans. Jun-gyuk told the stranger that outsiders were not allowed in the area, and then asked if the man was lost. The bearded man asked why he was here then, and the young man replied that he was not a stranger at all. Chok-jun clenched his fist tightly and began to flex his muscles, which was a hint of a fight, and Jun-gyuk grabbed his sword. The bloodthirsty villain asked him to stop blocking his way and asked him to get lost if he didn't want to get it. He tried to keep a calm and cool mind so as not to make mistakes when fighting the enemy. The fight was about to begin, but suddenly something very alarming and attracted the attention of both men. A tornado suddenly started in the sea behind them, which greatly frightened the men, and they did not understand what was happening. It was announced that the exam was temporarily stopped due to an unforeseen situation outside the examination area. The mage ordered the 10th team to stop immediately and run outside because they were all in danger. Kim Ha-jin became very wary and tried to understand what was happening in the examination field. Meanwhile, a long-haired girl with blue hair stood on the tree, watching everything from the side. Kim Ha-jin was still hiding from the wolf behind the rock and wondered in his mind if the conscription hadn't been canceled. He realized that this couldn't just be a random mistake and wondered if there could be a human monster among the magicians. It wasn't Jin Juhua, because Ha-jin didn't receive a notification about the settings change, but no one's settings were changed either. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. Then he turned around sharply as the puzzle in his head came together. Kim Ha-jin realized that it was Princess Rachel who was meeting with a mysterious stranger in the meantime. He knew that this was entirely possible, since there were many characters in the book who never appeared in the story, like Chun Dong. The white-haired man who appeared before Rachel was very calm, and the girl called him Sir Lancaster. She asked Sir Alex Lancaster where he had been all this time since that incident in London. Rachel also wanted to say something about his appearance, because it was very strange and unusual, but he just remained silent. And then, Alex Lancaster looked at the curious girl with red eyes, which spoke volumes to her. The girl was surprised and realized that it turned out that he had sold his soul, which was evident from his red eyes. Rachel couldn't believe it and asked how that was possible, since he was the commander of the guard at the royal palace. Lancaster said that he did not sell his soul and that the new owner simply picked it up after he was betrayed and thrown out. Rachel immediately grabbed her sword and said that it seemed useless to talk to him and that he needed to be arrested. Then, without warning, she rushed into battle with her sword, and Alex Lancaster was in the same place. Suddenly, he grabbed her sword and stopped it, which was quite unexpected for the girl who thought she would deal with him. Rachel was very surprised by what was happening and did not know how to react, and she did not have a plan of action. Alex Lancaster still held her sword tightly in his hand while looking coolly into the surprised girl's eyes. He said that his body is not here, but in another place, and what she sees in front of her is just entertainment. Alex said that a monster had entered the examination field, so now there was a complete commotion, and no one would come to her aid. He said it was very different from Britain, where members of the royal family were protected without regard for the many casualties. Rachel remained silent and looked worriedly into the eyes of Alex Lancaster, who at that moment was breaking down into revelations. He remembered how, being loyal to the soldiers of his country, he held in his arms a girl who bled to death. He remembered looking into the eyes of a bloody girl, and at that moment, tears of bitterness and pain were streaming down his eyes. Rachel remained silent and looked into the eyes of the man standing a few meters away from her. Alex said that he would like to talk some more, but he didn't have any time left, and it was time for him to leave. He said that perhaps they would meet again, but the princess worriedly and screamed and asked him to wait. The girl wanted to talk to Sir Lancaster some more, but he began to spin around and gradually disappear. After his disappearance, an assassin suddenly appeared, holding 2 sharp blades in his hands, and his face was masked. He immediately rushed towards the girl, and Rachel looked at him in bewilderment for the first few seconds, not understanding anything. The ninja immediately began to use the blade, and the girl at the last moment took out her sword and began to repel the enemy's attacks. Rachel was very nervous and called her fencing technique ruthless because she was not succeeding. Then she was still thrown aside and was unable to counterattack the enemy because he was superior to her. Cuts appeared on her jacket, through which blood began to flow due to a deep wound received from a sharp blade. Rachel, although she was in incredible pain, still gritted her teeth and continued to think about how she could defeat her opponent. She realized that she had to take a risk and wait for a moment when he was distracted, after which she swung her sword at him. But the assassin still outtrained her, causing the sword to be knocked out of Rachel's hands, and she fell to the ground. A cold-blooded and bloodthirsty assassin stood next to the wounded girl, who could no longer resist him. But Rachel wasn't going to give up, and a thin yellow ring appeared around her wrist, and a yellow light appeared under her palm. She understood that she had to try with all her might to pull the sword towards herself in order to deliver a surprise blow to the enemy. The girl's incredible effort bore fruit, as a result of which she began to attract her sword to herself with magic. But suddenly, an incredibly loud explosion occurred, which resulted in the destruction of the load-bearing wall of the room. Rachel was surprised by what was happening and did not understand what was going on, while the assassin silently paid attention to the sudden explosion. The load-bearing wall was indeed destroyed, and a human silhouette was visible in it, hidden by the rays of the sun. The stealthy ninja looked at what was happening and did not understand what was happening and who could have gotten in here. But he didn't think for long, after which he grabbed the blades and rushed at the unknown figure to deal with him. As it turned out, this unknown silhouette was Kim Ha-jin, who immediately used the Desert Eagle transformation. The young man used the Desert Eagle's transformation into shotgun mode and then aimed at the assassin. The ninja made a high jump, but Kim Ha-jin was not at all confused and immediately opened fire on the target. He was a little surprised that the target was hit and disappeared with the first shot, and he was left alone with Princess Rachel. Ha-jin was surprised that he hit the target with 1 shot and told himself that it wasn't for nothing that it cost him 250 points. The young man had his back turned to Princess Rachel, who was looking at him at the time, and remained silent. She was surprised by his sudden appearance and remembered that she was in the same class with this man. Kim Ha-jin walked up to the girl sitting on the floor and extended his hand, asking if she was okay, and she looked into his eyes. The girl didn't look like she was okay because there was blood oozing out of her hands, and the guy said he had a bandage. He immediately took out a bandage and began to wipe away Princess Rachel's blood in order to bandage her hand and stop the bleeding. The girl screamed in pain, and Ha-jin said that if he had been even a little late, she would not have been able to pick up the sword again. Then the young man noticed the blood remaining on the napkin and realized that it was the precious blood of Rancor Cube. Princess Rachel thanked him with a slight tremor in her voice, and a slightly confused Ha-jin said that there was nothing to thank him for. Suddenly, a magician appeared on the balcony, turned to the cadets and asked if they had suffered any harm after what had happened. The magician said that he would send a rescue team to them, and the cadets silently looked at him and listened attentively to the information. The assistant approached the person in charge and said that 2 cadets had been seriously injured in the next room. The young man was wary and did not understand. He'd also arranged all this, and it all happened quite unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Oh Jun-hyuk was sitting on the seashore, watching the mesmerizing and very beautiful sunset. Yeon-ji, who was very worried about her colleague, ran up to him, and he silently turned his gaze to her. The girl asked what happened and whether the image eye had appeared, and Jun-hyuk said that he had already been driven away, and she was very fast. Yeon-ji asked warily if he had driven him away himself, and the man replied that it was someone else who had done it. Jun-gyeok said that he didn't know who exactly it was, but it was a very angry Amugi, and the man drove away such a monster with his own strength. He also added that he was a very strong warrior, whose bloodthirsty eyes he remembered very well. Yeonji asked if he really wanted her to believe that, and Jung-gyuk said that they were the suspects in the police officer's murder. He said that the unknown warriors and the appearance of a high-ranking monster were a complete failure of the examination session. Oh Jung-gyuk also added that it would be difficult for the administration of the Cub Training Center to avoid responsibility for this incident. Yesterday's monster incident in Cuba became hot news around the world, and exams were postponed. The Cuban staff was busy with the incident and the restoration of the school, so exams and classes were temporarily canceled. This is how the cadets found themselves on a 10-day vacation, which had never happened before and which was a pleasant novelty. The cadets were happily discussing their plans for the holidays, and the instructor called them bastards because they didn't think about the victims. Kim Ha-jin sat with his head propped up in his hand, but suddenly his attention was drawn to the sound of a notification coming from his backpack. He opened his laptop and realized that the message about changing the settings had finally arrived, and he blamed the book's co-author for everything. The notice referred to Lancaster, who was one of the persons from Britain and whose goal was to organize a coup in the country. But this negative character became stronger and appeared earlier than he was supposed to appear according to the plot of the book. However, there was not only bad news, for example. Kim Ha-jin managed to obtain the precious blood of Princess Rachel. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Chen Ayun, who deliberately hit the young man's head with her elbow. The girl boldly stuck out her tongue and asked what he was looking at, and Kim Ha-jin, holding his head, initially looked at her silently. Out of anger, he really wanted to tell her to throw away the bow, because it was not her craft at all, and she did not know how to shoot from it. The headman looked at this and asked if they were arguing again, but Kim Soo-ho barely said anything about the situation. Still, he said that their relationship looked better than before, and the headman asked if he really had no eyes, because that was not the case at all. Che Na-yun came home and smiled and wondered why this fool was picking on her if he couldn't do anything. Then she started to take off her jacket, but she received a notification on her watch, and she immediately decided to check it. It was a report on the exam, and she saw that even Kim Soo-ho added something, which was very interesting to the girl. Che Na-yun read that Kim Soo-ho wrote that she had found faith, and that was just the beginning of what the young man had written. It seemed as if she had a lot of thoughts in her head, and many internal and external factors were influencing her self-esteem. She is an excellent archer with many abilities, and her efforts have helped her achieve good results. Someone said that her abilities are not enough, but this is not true. And what Che Na-yun lacks is not talent, but self-confidence. If she believed in you more and kept going forward, Kim Soo-ho was sure that she would become the best hero of all. At the end of the exam report, it was written that the evaluation was conducted by Cadet Kim Soo-ho, and Che Na-yun finished reading it. A tear even ran down her face, and she said that he really embarrassed her with his sincere words and warm compliments. She looked at the screen with a smile and said in her mind that no matter what anyone said, she was an archer, and this was her ability. Then there was a message from an anonymous person, and she didn't know who had tried so hard, but there was a lot of text in the assessment. Che Na-yun was anticipating another wave of compliments, and was already impatient to find out what the mysterious stranger had written. But everything turned out not as she would have liked, and after a few minutes she finished reading, and anger began to appear on her face. The girl clenched her cheekbones and gritted her teeth, and her face turned noticeably red from the anger she felt from what she had read. Suddenly, she screamed throughout the room, and her incredibly angry and loud scream was heard by Hazuki. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin placed Evangel's seed on the cloth that had Princess Rachel's precious blood on it. He looked at what was happening in surprise and wondered if the seed had really absorbed the precious blood. If the seed of Evangel, obtained from Mount Karison, is watered with human blood, the witch Evangel will be born. Kim Ha-jin said that it was Rachel's blood, a good girl, so the witch would definitely not be a villain. He touched the seed lying on the fabric, and suddenly his hand began to glow, which immediately attracted the attention of the young man. Kim Ha-jin was very pleasantly surprised, and looking at his hand, he wondered if the second stigma had really appeared right now. On his arm, through his thick jacket, a new blue stigmata was visible, which emitted a bright blue color and was visible to the naked eye. After some time, Kim Ha-jin was riding in a car with an agent, and he bandaged the hand on which the stigmata appeared so that no one would see it. Park Soo-hyuk asked what was wrong with him since his expression was not good, but the guy said that he was just a little tired. Ha-jin asked how business was going, and the agent replied that the car had made things much easier and safer, and that there were more customers. Then he said that it was all thanks to the young man, but the young man himself said in his thoughts that the conversation needed to be changed to another topic. He also noticed the large number of people at the entrance, and asked why there were so many of them. The young man assumed that these were people from the guild, but at the same time everything around was restless and very noisy. The girls standing nearby were excited by what was happening and looked at the people, who appeared with great surprise. People around began to raise that members of the Essence Straight Guild had appeared, and they were very serious. Kim Ha-jin was still in the car, and among the guild members, he was able to spot Yu Yan-ha. The young man was quite surprised to see her and wondered in his mind whether it was possible that they had come to inspect the field. Yu Yan-ha looked at the car and saw a young man in it who was also looking at her at that moment. The girl approached the car and knocked on the window, asking why he had come to the hunting field. Kim Ha-jin grinned slightly and said that he came to make money, and was also surprised that she didn't pass by. Yu Yan-ha asked if he was alone, but the boy pointed to Agent Park Soo-hyuk, who was shocked to learn that he had connections in the guild. The girl looked at the worried young man agent, after which she said that everything was clear to her. Kim Ha-jin, I was thinking that Yu Yan-ha and Park Soo-hyuk are a very strange combination, because their personalities are very different. Soo-hyuk was originally supposed to be Kim Soo-ho's agent, and Yu Yan-ha found out about it and decided to invest a large amount of money in HH. As a result, they were in for great success and a prosperous future, which was supposed to give them carefree and peaceful lives. But all this was according to the plot of the book, but at the moment, a slightly different question is troubling, which was slightly different. The question was whether SH without Kim Soo-ho was valuable enough for Yan-ha to invest in or not. Park Soo-hyuk was nervous as he looked into the girl's eyes, and it was very noticeable on his face as he was sweating. The author understood that in the worst-case scenario, it could happen that because of him, the future of the agents would be in jeopardy. Yu Yan-ha suddenly opened the car door, then got in and said that if they came to hunt, then she would join. Getting into the car, she asked a stunned Kim Ha-jin if he would mind if she joined their hunt. After this, the trio continued on their way in the SUV, and for most of the time there was complete silence in the car. Kim Ha-jin felt very awkward and adjusted his seatbelt, and the girl sitting next to him simply remained silent. He was very curious about what was on her mind, and Yu Yan-ha suddenly asked him to listen to what she had to say. She asked if he had decided what he would do in the future, and Ha-jin asked what kind of unexpected question that was. Yan-ha said that because of his third-year practice, he would spend little time in Cuba, and the young man immediately thought about it. Then she suddenly asked him if he wanted to join the Essence Straight Guild, which surprised Kim Ha-jin at that moment. She said that they were still inferior to the Creator's Grace Guild, but if she became the leader, she would make their guild the best in the country. Yan-ha also said that she could promise to provide top-class weapons, as well as a good agent who would help everyone. Park Soo-hyuk became wary but remained silent, and the girl asked if the young man agreed that the offer was quite good. Ha-jin said that contact with agents before graduation will result in a fine of 500 million. Yan-ha said that she would pay that amount of money, but the driver of the car hit a bump, and she hit her head on the seat. The girl got angry and, holding her jaw, asked the confused Park Soo-hyuk what it was and why he was slowing down so much. He said that they arrived at the respawn point and added that the end of April is the time when monsters start to be active inside the field. Soo-hyuk said that there were several other similar spots, but there were a lot of people there, and he chose this field based on Ha-jin's shooting skills. The agent added that he personally checked this information, and the young man told a surprised Yan-ha that he had an excellent agent. He then slammed the car door, and as he walked down the hill, told his agent that he would be back soon, and that he asked him to be careful. Park Soo-hyuk asked where Miss Yan-ha was going, and she, getting out of the car, replied that the guild members would be arriving here soon. After that, she brazenly slammed the door, and the man felt a little awkward because she didn't take him seriously. But everything turned out to be completely wrong because a few seconds later she knocked on the glass, which attracted the agent's attention. Yu Yan-ha then asked Park Soo-hyuk to give her his business card so that she could contact him in the future. 10 days later, classes resumed and the cadets returned to the cube, looking in surprise at their report cards with their grades for the session. Naturally, Kim Ha-jin had first place in the scores, and Princess Rachel was upset about her second place. After he taught Kim Ho-rak a lesson during the practical exam, the bullies who bullied him became quiet. It was the most peaceful time in the Cub Training Center since Kim Ha-jin entered, and he was truly calm. He yawned unsuspectingly, covering his mouth with his hand, when suddenly someone punched the wall in front of his face very hard. A very angry Chae Na-yoon showed him the review and asked if he wrote it, since the handwriting looked very similar to his. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand what she wanted from him and asked what was going on, and people thought there was a fight again. Chae Na-yoon said that he didn't have to try to deny it, because it was immediately obvious from his style of speech that it was his doing. The young man said that he wrote it to help her, but she screamed and said that she didn't ask for help and that he was no one to tell her what to do. She said that she would show how difficult it was to shoot a bow and suggested that the rest of the cadets silently eavesdrop on the showdown. Kim Ha-jin did not get angry and agreed to the argument in a calm tone, after which Chae Na-yoon immediately fell silent. But he announced the condition of the bet that if she lost, she would have to throw away the bow, which surprised the girl very much. Chae Na-yoon's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, but she knew that she couldn't refuse the argument. She then laughed maliciously and called him a degenerate, and Ha-jin said that he would also take a bow instead of a gun. His shooting skill was at level 7, and in the remaining time he needed to raise it to level 6, and he won the bet. Chae Na-yoon ran away, mistakenly believing that her bow skills were on the same level as her swordsmanship. Just praising all the time is not always good, and it should become even stronger, because this is not enough. The chairman of the Healing Rain Club said that he was very glad that the exams were over, and all the club members were alive and well. The activities of the Scientific and Hunting Club have been suspended due to an incident with monsters, and the events follow roughly the plot of the book. Oh Han-nayeon said that this is why their club decided to go to France this time, which was very unexpected. The next episode is the murder of a French rich man, and it begins with a note sent by a group of killers. The recipient of the sinister note was a wealthy Frenchman named Bedell, who was of advanced age. He was a gentle and calm man who lived a quiet life in the suburbs of Paris and did not appear to be dangerous. Well, it wasn't all that simple because it was just a mask, because in reality the old man was not simple at all. Bedell, who is actually Berber, was a swindler from childhood and was known as a terrible villain who had amassed a lot of money through deception. Until now he had managed to avoid responsibility, but this time he had stepped on a trail of darkness that would not leave it alone. Because he was wanted, he could not ask the police for help, and he did not have time to look for good security. One day Bedell met a student of Kuba's who had come to Paris to travel and who gave him a general idea. Then the young man asked the young man if he was the leader of the club, and the young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that there was nothing wrong with that. He was offered to come to Paris next time, but finding a suitable hotel for all the cadets is not easy. The cunning beetle had been eavesdropping on the conversations and suddenly intervened, saying that the cadets could stay at his house. Kim Ha-jin understood that the cunning old man simply wanted to use the cadets as security and nothing more. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a notification on his laptop, which he immediately noticed. The Truth Office received an order and a request to fulfill it, and Kim Ha-jin was very surprised because it was the first order. The order description stated that someone's family was looking for a scammer who had deceived them and run away, and information about him was attached. Kim Ha-jin read the information about the scammer with great interest and was somewhat surprised when he read it in full. But the young man didn't even suspect that at that moment a whole team of unknown people was watching him. They were like shadows, and one of them said with a smile that he was scared and asked if this was the guy's power. The girl said that this year's freshmen are quite high level, and this guy could be useful to them. She also waved her hand to get the boss's attention and addressed her, while the leader stood silently nearby. The Chameleon girl asked the boss, since when they started doing the analysis, whether to take or not to take such chicks. Another girl said that the guy is quite suitable, but what she doesn't like most is that he doesn't have parents or even a girlfriend. Her comrade asked what this had to do with it, and the girl replied that if there is no one around, it is easier to get carried away by material things. One of the shadow-like men said that their main goal was to find the traitor and punish him, and they had to lure the guy over to themselves. One of the girls said that even if they bring him here right now, one of the available colors is only black. They wondered what color the one who betrayed the former leader was, and the unknown person loudly stamped his foot on the floor. It turned out that it was Chun Gyung, who said that he would have to take the black color for himself and give the guy his current one. The girls started laughing and saying that he was too stupid, and that was why he didn't mind, and he asked what they were suggesting then. Drun laughed slightly and said that there was only one way out, namely to hold a vote and turn to the boss. The leader, however, remained emotionless and silent, but she understood that she had to influence this. She asked those who agreed to raise their hand to accept Kim Ha-jin into their team and give him the right to develop within it. The 3 members of the Chameleon group raised their hands without hesitation, although 2 of them didn't have even the slightest grin on their faces. Of the other 3 members of the group, only one girl raised her hand, while Chun Gyung simply turned up his nose and remained silent. Drun also raised her hand and said that 8 people supported the decision, and only 2 were against, so Kim Ha-jin will be accepted. Chun Gyung was extremely dissatisfied with this decision, because he did not want to see a person he did not like at all. Payne then turned to Jane and sent her an object that had some writing on it. It was an invitation to a VIP party in Paris, and the girl asked again if this was the true location of the mission. Jane then said that it wouldn't be that hard for a gold team member to steal the one ring, so it would be okay. Che Na-yun, especially me, was in the club and yawning from boredom, and Kim Soo-ho, who was standing next to her, watched this with a smile. Oh Han Yeon checked everyone involved and said that they would now split into teams and go to the portal. The author has never been to Europe, but here he will be there in 10 seconds. And according to the plot, he ended up on the same team with Yeon-ha and Kim Soo-ho. He didn't bother about it and mentally said that let the rest be as it will be and reached for the box. After some time, the participants found themselves in sunny Paris, where they could see the Eiffel Tower. Che Na-yun was angry and didn't understand why she was so unlucky in the draw, since Kim Ha-jin was on her team. He said that she pulled it out herself, now she's complaining, and the girl got even more angry and asked him to shut up. Suddenly someone said in a stern voice that the cadets from Korea needed to come to them immediately. Han Yeon began to hug his beloved girl, who missed him very much and rushed into his arms at the same hour. The girl asked how he was doing, and the young man replied that he was doing well, and asked how his dear girlfriend was doing. Then Han Yeon introduced his girlfriend to everyone and said that she had come as a doctor, and her name was Natasha. The girl greeted everyone and expressed her hope that they would enjoy Paris, and Ha-jin wondered how they met. Che Na-yun asked where he was going, and the young man replied that they needed to get something to eat first and asked if she wanted to join him. She asked if he was really going to turn her down, since everyone had already been divided into teams. But Kim Ha-jin said that was not the case at all. He asked her to follow him, and Che Na-yun asked with a little confusion if he knew where everything was. Ha-jin asked why the watch was needed then, and said that naturally he found out everything in advance. He repeated once again that she just needed to follow him, and he would, but Che Na-yun realized that there was no other way out. The girl said that she doesn't eat everything, and Kim Ha-jin said that he knows about it, and she asked how he knows about it. After some time, they came to a luxurious establishment, and Che Na-yun was stunned, and the guy said that he had booked a table for two. She asked him how he had booked a table in such a place, and he replied that he had his own tricks, but he couldn't talk about them. Ha-jin-nae said that he used the Book of Truth and told the girl that she could order whatever she wanted. Che Na-yun was surprised by his generosity and took the menu in her hands with her mouth open, saying that she understood him and would order something for herself. But in his thoughts, the young man said that she was from a rich family, so she would probably cope with her order herself, and it would be even better that way. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin noticed something strange in the window that immediately caught his attention, and he realized that something was wrong. He immediately stood up from the table and wondered what was going on, and Che Na-yun asked in surprise what happened. Ha-jin rushed to the exit and asked her to stay there, and the girl asked where he was rushing to. While running, the young man wondered if history had changed or if some unknown character had gotten involved again. He watched the passing girl and young man, about whom he had some suspicions. Kim Ha-jin decided not to waste his chance and asked the girl to listen to him, and she immediately stopped and paid attention to him. When the girl turned around, the young man was surprised and wondered what Yoon Seung-ah was doing in Paris. The girl was also stunned to see Kim Ha-jin and began to nervously glance at her companion, who did not understand anything. Ha-jin told Yoon Seung-ah that she walked quite fast and asked what she was doing in Paris, but the girl immediately interrupted him. The young man was shocked when the girl suddenly asked who he was, and his eyes widened in surprise. Kim Ha-jin asked if she was pretending not to know him, since he was definitely not mistaken, and it was indeed Miss Yoon Seung-ah. The girl hid behind her boyfriend and covered her eyes with glasses, and her companion began to cover the girl with his body. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin became very wary because she received a notification from the system, which could not help but be alarming. He immediately felt a lump in his throat, and beads of sweat ran down his face, and he immediately asked to be forgiven for his mistake. After that, the young couple left, and Kim Ha-jin stood at the nearest window and opened his laptop, after which he began to study the information. He received a notification about a change in the plot and was told that due to an anonymous informant, friction had arisen between Jane and Yoon Seung. Che Na-yun looked at him from the establishment with bewilderment, and Ha-jin understood why Yoon Seung-ah was in Paris. They were both members of the Creators' Grace Guild, and Jane joined the guild at the same time as Yoon Seung-ah. The girls became partners and you completed tasks together, but Yoon Seung was not happy about this at all because her partner irritated her. The girls went through many incidents, and over time they began to get along, and their relationship improved noticeably. Yoon Seung-ah had always been quite stubborn, and Jane was the only person she could call a friend. However, at the most crucial moment, she betrayed Seung Yu-ah, which became a very painful moment in the girl's life. At that moment, there was a fire around, and the girl was injured, asking her partner Jane why this happened to her. Traitor Jane looked mercilessly at her former partner and asked if she was still asking why. Then she laughed and said that the reason was because it was funny and made her very happy. The injured Yoon Seung-ah looked at her in surprise, and it turned out that Jane Ballerina was the golden member of the Chameleon group and a villainess. Meanwhile, Yoon Seung, who was in Paris, recalled those unfortunate days and silently looked into the distance. The servant Yorin approached the thinking girl and, calling her deputy, offered her some coffee and handed her a cup. The young man looked at the deputy with a little surprise and said that she looked worried, which was not good. Yoon Seung-ah said that she, on the contrary, feels relieved and can finally put an end to this terrible relationship. Yorin asked if it was true that Jane Ballerin would be attending the party, and the girl replied that she didn't trust this information completely. But she still remembered that Jane loved the event, and if there were valuable things that could be stolen, then even more so. She said that the safe in the banquet hall contained the treasure, namely Homer's most precious ring. She then added that Jane Ballerin would appear tonight to steal the ring and escape unnoticed. The ball was starting, and a gorgeous girl was getting out of the car, and a few hours before that, Ha Jin decided to find a place to observe. There were many guests around, and one of the girls asked her boyfriend to pay attention to the girl's luxurious image. Nearby stood a girl and a boy who had the same hair color, and both had a purple rose on their suits. People were talking and discussing whether these were some kind of celebrities, because they looked incredibly amazing in masks. The girl said that it was worth dressing up today, and the guy in the amazing suit was mentally saying that he felt uncomfortable in his shirt. Then the lady asked him if he had come here and was not going to dance, and the guy replied that he had never danced in his life. It was already dark outside, and Kim Ha-jin was standing near the entrance to the mansion, looking at the glowing windows of the building. He understood that it was already 5:30 and that Yoon Seung was probably already at the ball, but no particular changes were observed. The masquerade ball at a suburban Paris castle has begun, and Ha-jin is here to help the story take its course. The young man activated his foresight ability, and at one point was very surprised because he saw something attractive. He noticed the magic portal and couldn't believe that it was really him, because he just had never met anyone like that. The puzzle in Ha-jin's head began to come together, and he realized that his premonitions about everything not being so simple had not let him down. The artificial portal could only be created by a human monster, and it must be a powerful monster favored by the devil. Kim Ha-jin, having analyzed the situation, realized that among the guests there was already a human monster, calm about creating a portal. A few minutes later, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected notification on his laptop. The notice stated that a group of villains wanted to get Homer's ring, and they had come to Paris to do so. The villains were a society of human monsters led by Kim Hak-pyo, who gave them all sorts of orders. They are engaged in robbery, terrorism, and incitement of wars, and there are too many terrible events in the world that are connected with them. Kim Ha-jin called the author disgusting because he brought in a lot of dangerous people, which was completely inappropriate. Then he began to hold his palm at a small distance from his face and began to say something about ether. Then he transformed and said that this time, it would not be the way the book's co-author and all sorts of human monsters wanted. Ha-jin gained a new costume through ether's spell, and then wondered where Jane Ballerina was. Meanwhile, inside the room, a security guard was suddenly strangled, causing foam to flow from his mouth. After this, the strangler began to gradually lower the guard, whose eyes rolled back and the foam from his mouth disappeared. Then he threw the strangled young man completely onto the floor, while he himself stood and looked at his body with cold blood. After this, he began to walk from side to side, holding his hands behind his back, thinking about his next steps. He eventually walked up to a scanner that scanned his eye to determine if the door could be opened. The test was successfully passed, and the door leading to the storage was open, which could not but please the man. He began to move forward into the storage facility in small steps, saying that everything was much simpler than he thought. The guy in the guard uniform said that this was indeed a mythical rank artifact that was right in front of him. In front of him lay the incredibly precious Homer ring, which beckoned with its stunning shine of a blue diamond. The robber could not resist reaching out his hand towards the jewel to quickly grab it and escape from the crime scene. But suddenly a girl entered the storage room and asked what he was doing there, leaving the young man in a stupor. The young man turned to face her, and Yoon Seung-ah was a little surprised that the robber was Yorin. The surprised young man asked the deputy commander how she managed to find out that he was here right now. She asked if her secretary could just leave her workplace and said that she had come for him. Yoon Seung-ah took a few steps towards Yorin and then hugged him from behind, which surprised the secretary even more. The young man became very nervous, and with a trembling voice, asked what the deputy commander was doing. Yoon Seung-ah began to hold her secretary tightly, which made the traitor even more wary at that moment. She said not to fall for this trick a second time, after which she made a sharp throw of the enemy back. Yoren was taken aback because the woman managed to throw him into a sag because she was very angry about his actions. Meanwhile, an incredibly loud explosion occurred in the mansion, which caused everyone present to panic. Through the thick smoke, a human silhouette could be seen jumping high, with the goal of getting inside the building. It turned out that it was Jane Ballerina, who came to steal a precious artifact, namely Homer's ring. She started running away from Yoon Seung-ah, who was running after her with a sword, and asked with a smile how she guessed since she was disguised. But the girl asked if it was true that Jane had changed places with Yoren, and thought that she would not be able to distinguish the gait and manner of speech. The ballerina smiled and said in a calm tone that it seemed that Yoon Seung had not been as meticulous before as she was now. Then she asked the girl if it was true that she was still angry with her for betraying her and could not forget it. Unexpectedly, Yoon Seung-ah's hand was wrapped in a whip, preventing her from moving even though she swung her sword at that moment. A female voice asked her to listen to what was going to be said, and Jane Ballerin watched everything with a smile and remained silent. Yu Yeon-ha, in a fancy suit, said that she doesn't know who they are, but they will have a love showdown at home. The girl continued to hold the whip tightly, and Yoon Seung asked the young men who they were. Yu Yeon-ha replied that they were hero cadets from Cuba, and if they lowered their weapons now, bloodshed could be avoided. But Yoon Seung-ah wasn't going to dance to the tune of the unknown cadets, after which the solution to the problem immediately appeared in her head. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand, causing Yu Yeon-ha's whip to burn to ashes, which greatly surprised the hero cadet from Cube Academy. The girl couldn't believe it, so her whip burned before her eyes. She couldn't even help avoid it. But Yoon Seung-ah became wary at that moment because she heard strange sounds, as if someone was approaching her direction. Jane Ballerina wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and attack the girl, but she dodged at the last moment. After this, a fierce battle ensued, and Yoon Seung grabbed the sword tightly so as not to drop it during the fight. The opponents began to run after each other, trying to strike, while Yu Yeon-ha stood aside in shock. Yoon Seung gritted her teeth in anger because she couldn't wait to deal with the vile traitor Jane Ballerin. At one point, she still managed to strike the enemy, and as a result, Jane fell and slid across the floor. The girl looked into Yoon Seung's eyes and understood that most likely her end was near, and she would not be able to resist. The swordswoman herself swung at her and screamed that she was finished, but there was not a drop of pity for the traitor in her eyes. But suddenly, Kim Soo-ho, who was wearing a business suit, intervened in the showdown and held out a blade. Yoon Seung-ah asked who he was and then screamed for both of them to leave before she cut them into pieces. Kim Soo-ho said he doesn't know the reason for the conflict, but they can't allow other people to get involved in this fight. He also said that they had better stop fighting, and Yoon Seung became even angrier and clenched her teeth tightly. She then pushed the young man very hard, causing him to fly up into the air, and she asked him to leave again. She looked at the cadets of the Cube Training Center and said that they were incredibly annoying because they bothered her so much. Yoon Seung-ah then turned around and angrily wondered where Jane, who had run away at that moment, had gone. She immediately rushed after the traitor, and Ballerina laughed and said that she would not listen to her and said goodbye. But suddenly she stopped, because black lines of smoke began to appear in the room, which was alarming. Then a stunning wind appeared, and Jane began to panic and screamed, asking what was going on around her. Yoon Seung was shocked by what was happening. A frightening female voice said that she had finally found what she was looking for. The monster with long tentacles said that she had found Homer's ring, which she had been looking for an incredibly long time. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin was still outside the window and observing the situation, seeing a strange silhouette in the window. He was dressed in a black suit and mask, but even the mask did not hide his bewilderment after he saw a strange silhouette in the window. Meanwhile, Chae Na-yoon was outside and was very angry that she had returned to the same place again. She did not understand why she came to the same place, and asked who invented smartwatches, and also decided to leave a complaint. Then she took her words back because the watch was made by her father's company, and the girl decided to call Yu Yeon-ha. But the girl didn't answer her calls and didn't even check her messages, which was completely inopportune. Chae Na-yoon wondered what she was so busy with, while Yu Yeon-ha looked in shock at the scary monster at the ball. Yoon Seung-ah looked at the monster with Homer's stolen ring and thought that it was a human monster. She was not at all afraid of the monster, after which she pointed her blade forward and asked him to give her the ring immediately. The monster looked at the girl and said in response that this thing was not suitable for people like all of them, and then laughed slightly. After that, she straightened her hand and tossed the ring in her hand, mockingly saying that the ring would remain with them, the villains. Hajin understood that if it fell into their hands, then no amount of combining forces in subsequent searches would help. The young man decided that there was nothing he could do and would have to use Plan B, after which he used a magical technique. A golden snake-like creature coiled itself around the disguised Kim Hajin's arm, and he was ready to fight. After that, he grabbed the magic item and began to swing it at incredible speed, mentally saying that this would be enough for him. Kim Hajin then made a sudden dash forward and threw a magic whip forward to attack the human monster. The monster meanwhile laughed and, being confident in herself, talked to people, but did not know that she would be attacked. Suddenly, Hajin's magic whip flew into the room, breaking the glass, after which it caught Homer's ring. The monster immediately turned around and, looking at the broken window, wondered what was going on and who dared to do this. Then she heard strange footsteps that were getting louder and louder, and it turned out to be Yoon Seung-ah running towards her with a sword. Kim Hajin meanwhile felt sorry for Lacquer and said that now they won't chase after him, and all this is to his advantage. He looked closely at Homer's precious ring and began to wonder what would happen if he took it for himself. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted because an incredibly powerful explosion occurred somewhere nearby. Out of nowhere, a young man with a sword and an orange suit appeared and asked Hajin where he was going in such a hurry. The disguised youth looked at him with particular caution and understood that he had new troubles. The stranger introduced himself as Sidious, and Hajin suspected that this was another man monster that he would have to fight. Sidious said he thought it would be more pleasant if he introduced himself as a member of the world-famous group of villains. He praised Kim Hajin for being very skillful in stealing the ring, as even Silison was knocked down, which is something not everyone could do. Sidious asked, since he was so smart, if he could guess what he was going to say next, and then demanded that the ring be returned to him. But Kim Hajin was far from timid, and hiding the ring in his sleeve, said that this arrangement did not suit him. Meanwhile, Sidious scratched his head and said that there will always be special ones who climb in and confuse all the cards. He said that it seemed there was nothing he could do, and then grabbed his retractable sword to begin the attack. Straightening out his fiery sword with a howl, he said that he would have to take Homer's ring by force if the young man did not understand the words. Sidious made a sharp start and rushed towards Kim Hajin, who was a little confused due to the surprise and the enemy's enormous speed. Then the enemy suddenly braked and drove across the asphalt, leaving behind quite deep depressions in it. Kim Hajin fell to the asphalt and, being wary, watched his opponent's further actions. Sidious said that he seemed a little scared by what happened, and Hajin only looked at him warily. The guy said that this is a magic sword, and if you add magic power to it, its power will surpass even a low-rank artifact. Among other things, when entering into a contract, human monsters receive an increase in magical powers, which is what Sidious possessed. Kim Hajin knew that things would be different if he could only do something with the enemy's magic sword. Sidious didn't waste another minute and rushed at Hajin, swinging his sword in all directions without stopping. The young man understood that the best technique would be to starve the enemy and continue to run away from him, not allowing him to attack. But unexpectedly, Kim Hajin was still knocked down and became very nervous because he realized that he was at risk of being attacked. He said that he could just give the ring away, and Sidious asked why he needed it when he could kill and take it away. Hajin asked if he hadn't suggested a deal, but his opponent said that he could stall for time, but he wouldn't be able to beat him. Sidious said that it was immediately obvious from him and asked if it was true that he was much weaker than those fighting inside the building. He said that he had no other weapon besides the pistol, and his physical abilities were only enough to dodge his attacks. Sidious asked what he had expected when he decided to fight the man-monster, and then drew his sword and prepared to attack. Swinging his magic sword, he smiled cheekily and said goodbye to Kim Hajin, preparing to destroy him. But during the strike, something unexpected happened, and Sidious's sword suddenly stopped working, which left him in a stupor. Kim Hajin was also very surprised because he was already saying goodbye to life and thought that he would not be able to escape the blow. Sidious did not understand what was happening at all and wondered what was going on, because the sword had worked fine before. Kim Hajin Jae looked at his opponent, whose face showed that he was very nervous and did not know what to do. The young man said that today, most likely, this thing will not work anymore, which left Sidious even more perplexed. Luck worked, which weakened the magic sword, and Sidious said that he could kill him without a weapon, but he was just bluffing. Kim Hajin looked into his opponent's eyes with a cold face and said that he found it hard to believe and asked how he would kill him. He also didn't waste a second and decided that he needed to use the remaining stigmata wisely because he needed to kill the monster. The young man replaced the remaining stigmata with light magic, after which his Desert Eagle began to transform into another weapon. Sidious was taken aback as Kim Ha-jin suddenly attacked him without even giving him a chance to resist. He tried his best to avoid the attack, but Ha-jin took out a shotgun, then aimed and fired. Meanwhile, Chen Na-yun was sitting on a bench and playing a game because she couldn't find a place to hold the ball. She noticed the police cars and began to ask questions about where they were going, because there were a lot of them. The girl noticed that no one even called and she didn't have a message at all. Suddenly, Chen Na-yun wondered why this upset her so much, because before she didn't care about all this. Then she propped her head up with her hand and began to think about the fact that the thoughts in her head were rather strange, which was alarming. Then she noticed the young man sitting next to her, who had not been there a minute ago. Chen Na-yun was taken aback and asked Kim Ha-jin where he came from and what he was doing here. The young man responded in a very tired voice that he had no strength. And the girl did not understand anything and asked again what he had said. After these words, Kim Ha-jin lost consciousness, and Chen Na-yun was very scared and shocked, not knowing what to do with him. She asked with a trembling voice what was wrong with him, and if he was in pain somewhere. But the young man did not answer her. Chen Na-yun tried to wake up Kim Ha-jin with her voice, but he was in a deep sleep and could not be woken up at that moment. The young man, meanwhile, was in the world of his illusions and was trying to understand what kind of place this was where he was. His face was red, and he himself was still a schoolboy, whose face was red from the cold, and he did not understand what was happening. The author understood that he went outside after passing the state exam, after which he began to look forward. While walking down the street, Kim Ha-jin heard a female voice calling him, and he immediately turned around to see who it was. Turning around, the young man saw his mother and father, who were looking at him and were very happy to see their son. Ha-jin asked his parents why they came, since it was very cold today, and they shouldn't have done this. He looked at his parents with pain in his soul because they believed in him very much, but he did not have the best news for them. With tears in his eyes, the guy said that he had done poorly on his exams, so he had nothing to brag about at all. The young man burst into tears, and his mother immediately tried to hug him and asked why he was crying about this. The parents hugged their beloved son and began to console him, saying that there was nothing terrible about doing poorly on the exam. After some time, Kim Ha-jin woke up and began to slowly come to his senses, and tears flowed from his eyes. He lay in an unknown place on the bed, gradually coming to his senses and trying to understand what kind of place this was. Kim Soo-ho and Chen Na-yun entered the room, worried about their comrade and trying to take care of him. The girl asked if he had finally woken up, and Kim Ha-jin looked at them worriedly, not understanding anything. Chen Na-yun asked him if he knew how hard it was for her to carry him and asked him to finally pull himself together. Then she laughed and asked if he was in so much pain that he was in pain. But Ha-jin said that the reason was something else entirely. Kim Soo-ho calmly asked her to leave, but Chen Na-yun immediately became cheeky and asked what she had done. A cute girl with purple hair asked Kim Ha-jin how he was feeling, and he replied that he seemed fine. The girl said that he was showing signs of exhaustion and that he should not exert himself, and asked him to try to rest more. Ha-jin asked what kind of house it was, and the girl replied that it was a residential building and that he was in his and Kim Soo-ho's room. She asked if he was sure he wasn't hungry, since it was already after 10 in the evening, and the guy replied that everything was indeed fine. The author knew that the murder episode was about to begin, and he was glad that he woke up before it all started. Then the maid asked the young man to rest, and with a smile asked Chen Na-yun to also leave the room. She started to lead her out of the room, and Na-yun became angry and asked why everyone always chased her away. Kim Soo-ho started peeling the apple and asked Kim Ha-jin if he was okay and could move, and he replied that he was fine. The young man then used his smartwatch to check the news and find out what he had missed while he was sleeping. He read that monsters had appeared, but no one had been hurt, and he also realized that Jane had managed to escape unharmed. Kim Ha-jin decided to ask Kim Soo-ho about this incident, but the young man didn't even know what to tell him. He said that nothing terrible had happened, and the monsters had escaped before the heroes arrived, and asked the boy to eat an apple. Kim Ha-jin began to chew on a red-peeled apple and watched as the protagonist continued to peel other apples. He suddenly asked the hero to be careful, and Kim Soo-ho looked at him in surprise and asked again what he was talking about. Ha-jin told the boy that he was the main character, and he couldn't be allowed to get hurt, so he needed to take care of himself. Soo-ho rushed towards Yoon Sung-ah without any fear. If the monster had appeared a little later, perhaps she would have killed him out of anger. Ha-jin understood that he acted like this because he was the protagonist who walked the path of virtue. However, will the main character, who tries to do only good, be able to overcome the difficulties created by an unknown creature? And also, there was another very pressing question that did not give Kim Ha-jin any peace, and he thought about it very often. He wondered if the main character Kim Soo-ho would be able to bring him back to his real world, where his parents and friends are. Soo-ho, meanwhile, smiled and asked what he was even talking about, and which one he was the main character, which sounded really funny. He laughed and said that if he's the main character, then Kim Ha-jin and even the whole world are the main characters. Meanwhile, Ha-jin, who was lying on the bed, had a very deep look in his eyes, and for a while he was completely lost in thought. He then got up from the bed and asked Kim Soo-ho if what he said a minute ago was true, and the young man was surprised. The protagonist then turned to Ha-jin, who was stabbing an apple with a fork, and immediately responded. Kim Soo-ho said that he saw the report he wrote for Chae Na-yoon, which immediately surprised the guy a little. The protagonist said that the guy was quite abrupt, and Ha-jin replied that he was not abrupt, and Na-yoon was not a natural archer. Soo-ho said that she chose this path herself, and he believes that others should not encourage her to give it up. Ha-jin asked if he was really offering to support her even though it wasn't right for her, and it was obvious to the naked eye. He asked what the hero would do if Na-yoon tried her best but ended up failing miserably. He also asked Kim Soo-ho if he would take responsibility if the girl lost, which made him think. The hero asked why he was so sure that the bow didn't suit her, and Ha-jin replied that he had been watching Chae Na-yoon for much longer. He said that he knows much more about her and therefore he knows more information about them than the main character. Kim Soo-ho was stunned after these words because his statement was very harsh and unexpected for him at that moment. He began to look around nervously and asked what he meant, and Ha-jin tried to think of what to answer him. Strange sounds were heard behind the door, and he decided to use his ability to find out what was going on there. One of the skills of a shooter is the ability to hide, which Chae Na-yoon learned better than anyone, and there was no arguing with that. The girl at that very moment flew into the room where her comrade was sleeping, and by loudly opening the door, she immediately woke her up. With her face flushed with shock and sweaty, she wondered what kind of nonsense Kim Ha-jin was talking about since she had overheard the conversation. Yoo Yeon-ha tried to wake up from her sleep and looked at Chae Na-yoon, who was out of breath and very nervous at that moment. She asked what happened and why she was making so much noise, and Na-yoon said that nothing like that happened and everything was fine. Yeon-ha asked her to go to bed quickly if nothing had happened, and the girl did not bother her anymore. Lying on her side, she told herself that she needed to calm down because she had overheard this conversation and needed to ignore it. Chae Na-yoon was haunted by the thought that Kim Ha-jin had said that he had been watching her much longer than anyone else and knew a lot about her. Beads of sweat ran down her face from nerves, and she could not fall asleep due to obsessive thoughts that seemed to be eating her away from the inside. Suddenly, she wondered out loud what was on his mind, and then a hand touched her and she became very scared. Yoo Yeon-ha got angry and said that she had already asked him to be quieter, and Chae Na-yoon screamed out of fear that it wasn't her. The girl asked what those sounds were then, if it wasn't her fault, and Na-yoon simply remained silent, looking into her eyes. But as it turned out, it really wasn't her, and both girls turned their wary glances to the side. Meanwhile, the servant fell to her knees and was stunned by what she saw, and her eyes widened in horror. The master lay in his bed, which was covered in his own blood, and the servants discovered him dead and were seized with horror. People began to leave the room and asked each other if they had heard the screams, which were very loud and prevented them from sleeping. Kim Soo-ho flew out of the room and immediately jumped over the railing to immediately provide assistance and find out what was going on. The people around were very afraid for the hero, but he thought for a long time and rushed to help, and was not at all worried about his life. Kim Ha-jin ran out of the room after him, holding a gun in his hands, wondering if he was a human being, since this was the third floor. Just a couple of minutes later, Kim Soo-ho suddenly opened the door to the room from which women's screams were coming. The main character was shocked and froze in place because he did not expect to see what he saw as a result. On the floor, he saw a tearful girl whose eyes were filled with horror, and on the bed lay a dead man. The girl burst into tears and asked for help, trying to say that the gentleman had been killed and was lying there covered in blood. After a while, people gathered in the room, and Natasha could not understand how this could have happened to Mr. Bedell. She did not disdain to put her hand to the bloody body of a man who was respected by many people. Natasha said that there was severe bleeding from a stab wound to the stomach, and she was very sorry, but there was no way to save him. The man in glasses said that it was done by envious people and the owner, and did not understand how such a great man could be brutally killed. The people in the room could not believe the sudden death of Mr. Bedell, who had sacrificed his entire life for other people. The room was filled with a very bitter and painful atmosphere, and the man's bloody body was still in the bed. Natasha asked everyone to go out and wait for the police and ambulance outside, and asked the cadets to return to their rooms. Kim Ha-jin suddenly entered their room, immediately attracting people with his appearance, and even surprising them a little. The purple-haired maid immediately turned around and looked at the young man with narrowed eyes. Then Natasha asked Kim Ha-jin why he turned on the light in the room, and he looked at her with an emotionless gaze. The young man did not answer the question, and silently began to take steps towards the bed where the dead Mr. Bettel was located. The servants immediately screamed at the top of their voices for him not to touch anything there, and Kim Ha-jin reached out his hand to the man's body. Natasha began to cry and scream for him to move away from the bed immediately, but the young man did not listen to her words at all. He suddenly silenced the girl by putting a gun to her face with a sharp movement, leaving her in a stupor. The rest of the people in the room were stunned by what was happening and did not know how to help Natasha in this situation. Chae Na-yoon was shocked and asked Kim Ha-jin if he was crazy and what the hell he was doing. But the young man, without taking the gun away, said that Miss Natasha was lying, because everything was not at all as she said. Then he put his hand on the bloody sheet and said that Bedell was not dead, and that it was all just a brazen and vile lie. The villain Berber did not die, but arranged it to avoid death, then clung to the human monsters and became a terrible swindler. This villain role was written in a hurry, so it is unknown what he might do in the future, and it would be more appropriate to reveal it. Bedell's close friends burst into tears and were shocked by what Kim Ha-jin did during his moment of mourning. Chae Na-yoon and the rest of those present were simply shocked and did not understand what was happening and who to believe. Ha-jin understood that it was difficult to convince the others, because it was unclear what other ambiguities would arise because of Bedell. However, he recalled how Kim Soo-ho had said a little earlier that if he was the hero, then Kim Ha-jin and everyone else were the main heroes too. A smile appeared on his face, and he realized that it was not necessary to think much to understand that a fool would interfere with uncertainty. Ha-jin said that Mr. Beadle is not dead. He's only pretending to be dead while in a deep faint. Natasha screamed that he was talking nonsense, because she was a doctor, and could determine that the gentleman was already dead. But Kim Ha-jin said that such scars were too small for the blows that had slashed a person from top to bottom. He then said that usually the fatal blow falls on the heart, but now not only the mattress but also the floor was soaked with blood. After that, Kim Ha-jin pressed the screen of his smartwatch and said that there is the most decisive factor that gives away Bedell. Chae Na-yoon and Yoo Yun-ha were shocked and silently watched from the sidelines as the others present did. Ha-jin said that this was the name of Berber, who is on the international list of wanted fraudsters. Natasha narrowed her eyes with tears in her eyes and fell silent. I don't even know how to dispute the young man's words. She then asked the butler if he had called the police and an ambulance, and the butler, with trepidation in his voice, replied that he had. The girl said that they would ask them, because the experts' conclusions were much more reliable than the cadets' assumptions. She suggested ending this conversation until the police arrived and sorted everything out in detail. But as she was leaving, the girl heard a strange sound of a gun being pulled, and she was not mistaken because Kim Ha-jin reloaded the gun. Natasha immediately became very wary and turned around in panic, after which she asked what he was doing. The barrel of the gun was at Mr. Bedell's temple at the time, which frightened the girl very much at that moment. People around him started shouting at Kim Ha-jin and asking what he was doing, because this was beyond the pale. The young man calmly said that he would count to 3 and shoot, since Mr. Bedell was dead anyway, and there was nothing to worry about. He started counting from the number 3, and Natasha opened her mouth wide because she was very nervous, and panic began to take over her mind. The girl screamed and asked someone to stop him and said that he was already a corpse, so there was no need to shoot. Kim Ha-jin meanwhile said the number 2, and the barrel of the gun was pressed tightly against Mr. Bedell's forehead. Natasha asked what he wanted since they were already calling the police and asked him to put the gun down right now. But Ha-jin remained calm and said the number 1 out loud, which was supposed to be followed by a loud shot. At that moment, the girl screamed very loudly and tears began to flow from her eyes again, because she understood that he would shoot. At the last moment, she rushed to Bedell's body, after which she covered him with herself and asked him not to shoot. Natasha screamed at the top of her voice that this was her beloved father and asked the cadet not to shoot, because he was very dear to her. The rest of the cadets were shocked by what they saw, and no one even knew what to say in this situation. The butler and his wife were also extremely surprised by what had happened, and a temporary silence reigned in the room. Suddenly, a pistol shot was fired towards the butler, and the bullet itself hit the door, frightening the man. Kim Ha-jin asked the butler, who had fallen to the floor, to call the heroes instead of the police, because they would be of great help. He also asked the man to say that they had caught a fugitive criminal who had been wanted for a very long time. After some time, the police officers handcuffed Natasha and began to lead her away, while Bedell's body was taken away by ambulance. The murder was set up by them, because Berber wanted to avoid arrest, and his daughter Natasha, fortunately, found herself a flunky cadet cub. According to the plan, Berber was supposed to come back to life after clinical death, and Natasha was able to obtain an expensive drug for this, working as a doctor. And then, with the help of a herbalist, Berber fell into a state of clinical death, and Natasha spilled a bag of blood in his bed. The rescuers would not have been able to distinguish death from clinical death, and Berber managed to bribe the police in the outskirts of Paris. After this, the cadets of Cuba had to testify as witnesses, and the fact that they studied there inspired confidence in the students. Thus, Berber would be listed as dead on paper, but in fact he would live under a new name. But now this will not work. Kim Ha-jin smiled while looking at his laptop because he managed to raise the level of trust, and the criminal was arrested by the heroes. Suddenly, Yu Yun-ha approached him from behind and asked the young man with a smile if he was Sherlock. The young man joked a bit, and then the girl asked how he knew the faces of the criminals who had been detained. Ha-jin replied that these were personal circumstances, and Yun-ha asked why the tone was suddenly so formal. After his own phrase about personal circumstances, Kim Ha-jin thought deeply about some things. He wondered what Kim Chung-dong's personal circumstances were because it was quite curious. Meanwhile, the human monster Silison reported that she was interrupted by someone in a panther mask who possessed the abilities of a thief. She also told the boss that Sidious had failed because of him, and the boss looked at her with cold blood. He asked Silison if this someone looked like a human monster, and she answered no, just like a hero. Kim Chung-dong instructed her to check all the mercenaries and hunters, and if she found him, then she should not dare to go alone. He also asked why she was telling him that she was a human monster, but Silison only remained silent in response. Chun-dong became increasingly furious and asked why she was showing off her appearance as a human monster. Silison began to beg for forgiveness, and the boss ordered her to find the unknown person in the panther mask as quickly as possible. Kim Chung-dong then asked if she had taken the magical sword that Sidious was carrying, which she had not done. Meanwhile, the magic sword was in the hands of Kim Ha-jin, who was looking at it and trying to figure out how to use it. He realized that if this weapon was controlled by ordinary magic, not stigmata, then it had no meaning for him. But he didn't want to sell it either. Ha-jin then began to read information about Homer's ring, which Homer himself wore in the past, and in which abilities were hidden. A certain amount of magic is required to activate the ring, but the young man does not necessarily have to bother himself with this. He decided to use a few points and remove a few letters from the ring's name, after which it began to transform. The ring merged with nature and gave the user a pure aura, as well as some of the wisdom of Homer. It was a relic that could enhance magical powers and intelligence, and this item could also be passed on to other people. Kim Soo-ho or Chae Yoon, who have more magical powers, will be able to use it properly because their magic is much more powerful. Kim Ha-jin looked at the ring and wondered how much his points had increased in that case. Everything except intelligence and sensitivity has not increased much, but at the same time, the abilities have become a little greater. The young man felt like he was hitting a wall, and he hoped that he could break through these boundaries if he continued to try. He then closed his laptop and said in his mind that he thought that with such performance he would be able to defeat the archer Chae Yoon. At one point, he remembered that he wanted to know about Kim Chung-dong's family, because this information was curious to him. Kim Ha-jin opened his laptop again and said in his mind that the co-author couldn't leave his past completely blank. Kim Chung-dong entered the Cube Academy. In the author's book, he was an episodic character, but in the real world he would be from a rich family. Ha-jin saw the name of manager Yoo Jin-hyuk and said that no one is as good at finding information as this person. He was one of those people who can find absolutely any information about a person, but the fee for his services would not be small. The young man said that for someone like Yoo Jin-hyuk, nothing is impossible, so he is willing to make a deal with him. But he remembered that he had spent all the money and went to feed Evangel's seed, and after some time he went to Norway. Why he went to Norway, according to the author, would take too long to explain. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin was hit in the face by a snowball from Chae Yoon, and then she and her friend started laughing at him. The club resumed operations after a break, and the hunting club rented a house in Norway to celebrate the opening of the club. The sweet girl asked everyone to stop fooling around and said that she would now tell them about the rules of the event. She said that the senior cadets placed flags with numbers throughout the forest, and depending on the number, a prize was awarded. She also added that there are virtual reality devices, coupons, and much more, so they need to try. Chae Yoon found a piece of paper that did not promise any joy for her, because it was a joyful gift. She immediately became angry and asked if Ha-jin had really set all this up, while the young man simply stood silently next to her. Then she began to leave and asked him not to get under his feet, and he warned her that there were boar traps below. Che Na-yun asked him if he was cold in such a thin coat and that he could easily die from hypothermia. Ha-jin replied that it was not a simple coat because it had a heating function and the cold did not bother him. Literally, it was a coat that had many functions, including changing its shape into a jacket. It was a gift from Rachel, and she said it was her way of thanking him for helping her during her midterms. Ha-jin remembered her and her thoughts and told himself that she was very kind and that 100 characters like her should have been created. Che Na-yun suddenly pointed her finger at a hill nearby and asked if it was true that one of the flags was located there. Kim Ha-jin looked at the slide in surprise and said that it really was first place, and the girl said that it was very cool. The young man wondered why the first place was in such a place and where there would be such idiots who would climb there. But Che Na-yun didn't care and immediately began to climb the hill, asking him to come to her immediately. Kim Ha-jin quickly pulled out a sharp blade with a thick handle from his coat pocket to make it easier to climb the hill. The girl asked what he was doing and whether he really thought it would be enough to tie a knife to a rope and throw it there. The young man replied that a simple rope would not do, but in his thoughts he said that it was a rope into which he had put the magic of stigmata. Then, with a sharp movement of his hand, he threw a knife tied to a rope, which was supposed to fly to the flag and knock it down. In his mind, Kim Ha-jin said that it didn't matter where he was flying. He just needed to adjust his magic power a little. The blade successfully reached the red flag at the top of the hill, after which it knocked it down and the flag fell. Che Na-yun looked at what was happening with surprise and asked questions about whether it really worked. Kim Ha-jin remained completely calm and walked towards the fallen red flag with the number 1. The girl asked with great interest what the prize was, and the young man replied that there was some kind of note there. The note had Yoon Seung-ah's phone number written on it and said that she would help the person who found it if she could. Che Na-yun was ecstatic and very happy, while Kim Ha-jin, on the contrary, remained emotionless and cold. He handed the note to the girl, and she said with surprise that it was the phone number of the deputy head of the number 1 guild. Kim Ha-jin replied that he didn't need her phone number, but in his mind he said that he already knew Yoon Seung-ah's phone number. Che Na-yun was surprised and picked up the note that had the guild deputy's phone number on it. But she still rejected the gift and said that he was the one who got the flag, and Ha-jin said that if she didn't want it, then she didn't have to. Meanwhile, Yu Yeon-ha was sitting at the table and slammed her pen on it in anger because she couldn't figure out something important. She wondered how Kim Ha-jin knew the faces of the criminals and remembered how he had replied that it was personal circumstances. These thoughts did not give the girl any peace, and she asked in order to solve this because all this was very strange. Yeon-ha understood that Berber was operating in Europe and that there was nothing that could connect them with Ha-jin, and there were no points of contact. She would rather believe that he was looking for information about international criminals, but it is not known why he would do this. The girl continued to think, and in her thoughts she said that in addition to all this, there was something else mystical. Yeon-ha guessed that Ha-jin had been through a bad situation, and he doesn't know the identity of the culprit, so he's looking through their list. And if you add the fact that he is an orphan, then this version is quite plausible, and someone could have killed his parents. She suggested that he memorizes the appearance of criminals and hides his powers in order to one day quietly kill the culprit. But all of these are just guesses. They are exact facts about his past. And Yu Yeon-ha suddenly began to cross out the drawings on the sheet of paper with a pen. She understood that if Ha-jin really had something in his past and she could find out about it, then this was her chance. This is her chance to later invite Kim Ha-jin to join her guild in a favorable position. Then Yu Yeon-ha was a little unhappy because she really didn't want to make the phone call, but it had to be done. Meanwhile, somewhere in the office, a man shouted and asked if no one was going to pick up the phone. He wondered what the point of having a secretary was, if he got paid but didn't do any work, and then he reached out to pick up the phone. It was Agent Yoo Jin-hyuk who picked up the phone and said in a polite voice that he would handle any search order perfectly. Yu Yeon-ha greeted him and called the man uncle, which left him stunned and a little confused at that moment. Jin-hyuk recognized the voice and asked with a smile, "What is the reason for his beloved niece Tsa Yeon-ha calling?" The girl replied that she had come to him on business because she needed to find one person, which surprised the man. Yeon-ha said that the guy's name is Kim Ha-jin, who is a cadet at Cuba, and she wants to know everything about his past. Meanwhile, the young man was holding a flag with the number 1, and one of the cadets asked in surprise if he had really called the first place. In his mind, Kim Ha-jin said that the prize for 4th place was more useful than the prize for 1st place, because it was a pair of virtual reality glasses. Large icicles hung from the roofs, and the cadets decided to go and eat some hot meat because they were freezing. Kim Ha-jin told the waitress that he would cook the rest of the meat and asked him to rest, and the young man did not argue. Somewhere nearby, pleasant music was playing, and outside the window, one could watch a mesmerizing sunset and fir trees covered with snow. The young man's aunt owned a meat shop, so he knew how to fry meat very well, which was obvious. One of the cadets said that the final exams were coming soon, and the others paid attention to her and began to listen. She advised to be careful and not to trust anyone, and another cadet asked if it was really that hard. The girl said that she had seen many times how relationships between people deteriorated and that grades depended on exams. She also asked if they knew about the existence of the repeater class and said that they should be wary of them. Literally, this was the class where those who didn't get enough points and stayed for another year studied, and there were quite a few such students. 20% were those who had made a contract with the devil, and the problem of the upcoming final exam would be in them. The likelihood of this increased after the intervention of the co-author, and it was a confirmation of how rotten the entire cube was from the inside. The cute girl then said that Kim Ha-jin was pretty good at frying meat and asked him to eat and rest with them. The young man replied that he ate while he was frying, while Chae Na-yoon silently ate the meat while sitting with a smiling Kim Soo-ho. They liked the meat he cooked so much that they became very friendly, but he realized that he was really good at it. Then the girl said that they had all had a delicious dinner and also that there would be no evening hunting and suggested that everyone just rest. After a while, the cadets sat on the floor and started playing games to have some fun and relaxing company. Chae Na-yoon tried to guess who she was. People started pointing at her and laughing, which shocked her. The girl became angry because Kim Ha-jin made a wish that made people laugh at her at that moment. After a while, it was already dark, and Ha-jin, sitting on a bench near the house, said that he hadn't laughed like that for a long time. He received a notification that there was a certain fraudster named Jerome Muller who was managing the finances, but he escaped. After reviewing the information, Kim Ha-jin rolled up his sleeve and used the Book of Truth to clarify everything. The Book of Truth said that Muller disguised himself and disappeared from the hotel, after which he changed his appearance again and appeared in the center. Ha-jin felt dizzy and said that money was good, but after using the skills, he didn't feel so good. The young man was awarded 5 million points, and then, having learned of Muller's location, he closed his laptop. Then he began to look around and enjoy the beauty of nature, breathing deeply into the clean mountain air. After that, Kim Ha-jin suddenly remembered that he didn't smoke, and that thought put him in a bit of a stupor at that moment. For 5 years, he smoked half a pack a day, but when he came into this world, all thoughts about cigarettes immediately disappeared. Chae Na-yoon suddenly appeared behind him and asked the young man if he had used tobacco, and he asked where she was from. There were footprints on the white snow, and Ha-jin asked when she had appeared, to which the girl replied that it was recently. The girl said that he looked like a real gangster, then asked if he had any tattoos. Kim Ha-jin remained silent. She asked if he really had them, and he said that he didn't have them. Chae Na-yoon silently looked into his eyes for a while longer, and for the young man, the accusations that he was a bandit were delusional. The girl suddenly asked if he was sure that he could defeat her, because she had not forgotten about the argument at all. Kim Ha-jin immediately asked a leading question about whether she was confident that she would be able to give up the bow if she lost to him. Chae Na-yoon replied that she felt it was impossible, and that was why she hadn't thought about what would happen next. He asked if she would cry if she lost because she almost cried when she played Mafia today, but she denied it. Chae Na-yoon showed him a page of the newspaper and asked if he knew what was written about him in the newspaper, which surprised the guy a little. The newspaper wrote that the cadets most likely caught the swindler Berber in the outskirts of Paris in his own house. Chae Na-yoon said that he is no Sherlock because he bullies her, and Kim Ha-jin asked her to go to bed and she immediately ran away. Suddenly the girl returned and asked what the tobacco tasted like because she suddenly became curious, but the young man remained silent. Jin-hyuk was standing near the church nearby and asked how much longer he should wait, since he was already at his limit. He said, "A little more and the magic will run out," when suddenly he saw a woman who was approaching the entrance to the church. The woman held a swaddling cloth with a small child in her hands, and she silently and slowly moved towards the entrance to the church. But unexpectedly, the woman placed the child right on the threshold of the church, after which she was about to leave that place. Yoo Jin-hyuk looked at this with caution and a little bewilderment, because this was a baby that the woman abandoned. Suddenly, the man became nervous because the density of the past was too high and he could not continue watching. He became nervous and tried to figure out the situation, after which he wondered who this woman was. After some time, Yoo Jin-hyuk came to one of the offices where a man was sitting at a table, browsing a website out of boredom. The man looked at the agent and asked if it was true that he was the director, and Jin Hyuk tipped his hat and said that it was indeed him. Afterwards, he was asked what his impressions of the property were, and the agent said that it was quite unusual. Jin Hyuk then clutched his hat in his hand and said that he needed to go to the restroom first, and then rushed into it. Afterwards, he began to tell that he returned on the day when Ha-jin was abandoned at the orphanage, but he did not see his parents, and a girl brought him. The man asked the agent which girl he was talking about, and Jin Hyuk said it was a small girl. He said that nothing concrete was known, and that in order to find out the details, it was necessary to maintain a full state. Jin Hyuk said that it would take some time, and even though it was his niece's request, he couldn't do it for free. The man covered his nose because there was an unpleasant smell in the room, then said that he would have to do it for free. He said that there was another order to find out Kim Ha-jin's personal information, and the customer was a high-ranking member of the Purple Banquet. Jin Hyuk began to read the order with surprise and great interest, because the customer was of the same rank as himself at that time. He was attracted by the red diamond rank and a letter in a very respectful form, plus a large advance payment for the order. The men had no doubt that this was a request from the Chameleon group, who really wanted to get Kim Ha-jin into the team. He looked at the photograph of the young man with a little trepidation, realizing that there really was something about him. Jin Hyuk said that this Kim Ha-jin really seems to be hiding something, otherwise no one would be hunting him like that. After some time, the instructor told the cadets that there were only 4 weeks left until the final exams. The practical exam will be very different from the previous ones, and will test all the knowledge gained during the semester. Unlike midterm exams, which are more like entertainment, the final exam will have no spectators or field. The exam will last a week on a remote island in Korea in the form of a survival test among monsters and beasts. Kim Ha-jin said to himself that if the co-author interferes, then changes may occur here too, which already gave him a headache. He knew there were already a lot of variables expected in this exam, so he needed to be prepared. The instructor said that for safety reasons, heroes of mid and high ranking, as well as mentors, were invited to the exam. He then said that they could go back to their rooms and wished everyone a good weekend, and Ha-jin began to pack his backpack. Suddenly, Chae Na-yoon appeared and turned to him, asking him enthusiastically if he had forgotten about their argument. Kim Ha-jin asked if she had forgotten that if she lost, she would throw away her bow, and Na-yoon asked him not to cry from shame. After some time, the young people arrived at the National Archery Center to finally sort things out. Chae Na-yoon looked at Kim Ha-jin and asked if he was ready, and he, holding a bow in his hand, said that yes, but there was one thing. He looked at several cadets and asked what they were doing there, while the cadets clapped and shouted in support. Lee Young-han hugged them and happily said that such events are much more interesting when there are spectators. Kim Ha-jin looked at him and said in his mind that he wasn't even ashamed of what happened last time. Suddenly, Shin Jong-hak grabbed him by the hair and asked him what would happen if he lost the bet and left the cube. Chae Na-yoon kicked him away and asked them all to back off before saying that they were starting the competition. She said that their goal was to hit the target, which was a camera from where targets would pop out. The girls said that they would start from 100 meters, and with each hit, they would increase the distance by 50 meters. She then said that this was the end of the explanation and asked if it was too difficult, which made Kim Ha-jin even scared. But the young man replied that it was easier than he thought, and Chae Na-yoon said that they would see how long he could hold out. After this, she exclaimed that the competition was beginning, after which both competitors pulled the bowstring. Chae Na-yoon pulled the bowstring with a sharp movement and then exclaimed that she was about to fire. The sharp arrow hit the target exactly, resulting in points for a perfect hit. A few seconds later, another target was hit, but Chae Na-yoon did not stop and continued firing. Another target was hit with a precise bow shot, resulting in it being smashed to pieces. Chae Na-yoon was pleased with herself at that moment and smiled confidently, knowing that she would win the argument. The girl said that a distance of 100 meters was a piece of cake, and then decided to see how Kim Ha-jin was doing. He said he was so surprised that he couldn't shoot, and asked that this time not count because he couldn't control it. Chae Na-yoon was shocked by what she heard and was completely at a loss because of the stupidity of the situation. All the other cadets also sat with their mouths open because they did not understand what he was even saying. Shin Jong-hak became angry and was ready to beat up Kim Ha-jin, and Lee Young-ha began to roll on the floor and laugh out loud. Chae Na-yoon looked back at the audience and looked at them silently, but in response to everything that was happening, she only remained silent. She told Kim Ha-jin that he could shoot as much as he wanted, even hundreds of times, and the young man simply listened to her silently. Lee Yan-ha continued to laugh with tears in his eyes, and Kim Soo-ho looked at his watch and asked him to stop laughing. Kim Ha-jin lifted his bow up a little, then pulled the bowstring and prepared to fire, trying to remain calm. In his mind, He analyzed that Che Na-yun had a standard pose, but for him, it didn't matter at all. After all, the best is not the one who has mastered the technique perfectly, because these are just conditions that had to be met. In this world, there was a power called ability that was important, which Kim Ha-jin understood and then fired a bow. And his ability in this world was the skill of a shooter, which was aimed at the arrow when firing. At one point, Kim Ha-jin calmly released the bowstring while remaining relaxed and calm. A sharp metal arrow flew into the target at incredible speed, causing the target to be smashed into pieces. The cadets who watched the competition were stunned by the results and the accuracy of the young men's shooting. Che Na-yun was just as shocked as everyone else because she was sure that Kim Ha-jin wouldn't be able to shoot accurately. The young man reached for the arrow and said that he now understood the principle of archery, which made him happy. Then he smiled at the girl and said that he would try to fire one more shot to consolidate his success. Che Na-yun began to remember her childhood and how she was in class, where one of the children asked if she was the hero student. After this, the girl was in class with her teacher and he praised her. But her look at that moment was unusual. The teacher covered his eyes with his hands and asked the student Che Na-yun what happened. She looked at his face covered with his hand. Still covering his face with his hand, the teacher asked the girl if this was true, because he couldn't believe it. He asked if she really wanted to exchange her weapon for a bow, something that was completely unclear to him at the time. The teacher suggested that it was because of her mother, but Che Na-yun exclaimed that she had no reason. She smiled and said to the back of her head that she simply wanted to change her weapon because she would become the best as an archer. Che Na-yun asked the teacher for forgiveness because he gave her a magic sword and she was a little rude to him. The man got angry and shouted that he does not consider those who can change their path like gloves as students. After that, he calmed down a little and began to breathe to stop being angry and realized that it was just a little girl. He said that if this was her choice, then he would not interfere with her anymore. But with all this, there was one but. Suddenly, the teacher asked if she really wanted this and advised her to think it over carefully because it was not worth acting rashly. Che Na-yun's thoughts were interrupted, and she fired a shot that hit the target 450 meters away. Her opponent followed suit and aimed just as accurately, which paid off. Kim Ha-jin's next shot was again accurate. He again hit the target at a great distance from it. The shooter from the truth class said that Ha-jin was doing better than he thought, and the girl said that it was already 400 meters. The third shooter was shocked and said that he fired as soon as Che Na-yun hit the target, which was shocking. Ha-jin looked quite relaxed, but it must have been difficult for him psychologically, since all this was putting pressure on the members. One of the shooters was nervous and wondered if Kim Ha-jin would win this argument. Shin Young-hak was very angry. The rage in his eyes was overflowing because he hated the guy. He really wanted Che Na-yun to win this argument, but after that he calmed down a little. But the girl herself was not going to give up, after which she confidently pulled the bowstring and fired another shot. This time her shot was not as accurate, because the arrow hit below the middle of the wooden target. Che Na-yun became nervous because she realized that she had missed the target and that it could have resulted in her losing the bet. Kim Ha-jin said at that moment that he had already said earlier that the onion was not suitable at all, and she drew attention to it. The girl asked if he was afraid and what kind of cheap tricks these were, after which she asked him to shut up and shoot. Che Na-yun was not known for her calm nature, and if you teased her a little, she would immediately become angry. She wasn't suited for the role of a marksman, and Kim Ha-jin suddenly asked if it was true that she was simply afraid of fighting with a sword. These words plunged the girl into complete stupor and bewilderment, after which she simply asked him to hold his tongue. Ha-jin said that it just seemed that way to him, so she constantly tries to rationalize everything. Che Na-yun said that her archery ability is just like her fencing ability, and she is good at archery. She also said that even with a bow, she can become a first-class hero, and she sees absolutely no obstacles. Kim Ha-jin said that despite the change of class, she was doing well as a shooter, and his words made the girl even more angry. But the guy finished her off by telling her that with such achievements, not only would she not be able to avenge her family, but she wouldn't be able to cope with the monster. After this, the girl released the bowstring and fired a shot, and her head was in complete confusion. But the attempt to make an accurate shot was unsuccessful, as a result of which the target simply flew off to the side. The other cadets were shocked by what they saw because they expected Che Na-yun to make an accurate shot. The girl herself was completely confused at that moment and could not believe that she had missed the shot. Kim Ha-jin, unlike everyone else, looked at her as if he wanted to say that he had warned her before. It was very hard for society to admit it, but Che Na-yun lost, and she herself desperately sat on the floor. Yu Yeon-ha was walking down the street for a while but suddenly stopped because she saw a familiar girl. On the bench, she saw Che Na-yun sitting, hunched over, and it was obvious to the naked eye that she was upset. She immediately approached the girl and asked what she was doing there, since everyone had been looking for her for a long time. Chae Na-yoon didn't even raise her head and sat with her hands down, saying that Yoo Yeon-ha heard everything herself. She asked if she had heard that this degenerate had started talking about her family, and Yeon-ha listened to her words in surprise. Na-yoon cried and said that she and Ha-jin weren't that close, but she thought he wasn't as bad as people said. Yoo Yeon-ha looked at the crying girl and wondered in her mind if she really meant that he was picking on her on purpose. Then she realized that Chae Na-yoon were important characters, and if their relationship got worse, it would affect her plan. She realized that she needed to take action and approached the crying girl, then said that Kim Ha-jin also had no family. After that, she said that he doesn't have a family, perhaps for the same reason as Chae Na-yoon herself. Yeon-ha said that it was just her guess, then asked if Kim Ha-jin could see herself in Na-yoon. The tears disappeared from the girl's eyes, and Yeon-ha continued that maybe he was behaving incorrectly, but he wanted everything to be good for her. After that, surprise was visible in Chae Na-yoon's eyes, and she looked at her without looking away, listening attentively. Then Yoo Yeon-ha said that she was going to sleep and asked her not to sit on the bench for too long, and the girl was left alone again. She recalled how, as a child, she was asked why she chose a bow, and the girl replied that she was a little tired of the sword. The young man looked at the little girl, but still remained calm and did not want to be angry with her at all. He stroked her head and said that he would support her in any choice she made, and that he was sure that she would cope with everything. He then asked if she could promise him something, and Chae Na-yoon asked with excitement in her eyes what it was. He asked her to promise that when she was ready, she would think again about what she really wanted to do. Chae Na-yoon extended her little finger to him and said that she promised to think about it once. It was so important for her future. The girl continued to think, and Kim Ha-jin was notified of the triggering of incredible luck in human relations. Yoo Jin-hyuk said that Ha-jin might be connected to some criminal group, but he didn't mention the Chameleon group. He then asked his niece Yeon-ha whether he should continue to follow the young man or leave him alone. The girl answered with a smile that she had already decided everything, and that he definitely had to end up in the Essence Straight Guild. Yoo Jin-hyuk smiled after hearing this and realized that he would have to strain his channels, and it seemed like he didn't understand something. Kim Ha-jin thought that there were so many spectators at their competition that rumors immediately spread, but he didn't think about consulting. He was afraid to go into the classroom and wondered if he should limit himself to morning training and then go home. He heard a presence and looked around the corner because he was curious who else was here at such a time. Taking a closer look, he was stunned because Chae Na-yoon was in the training hall holding a sword in her hands. The girl, out of breath from training, turned around and saw Kim Ha-jin looking at her from around the corner. She immediately hid the sword behind her back with a sharp movement, and the young man silently continued to look into her eyes. He asked if she was training, and Chae Na-yoon was hiding her sword behind her back and nervously asked if she couldn't train. In response, Kim Ha-jin said that it was not that, and the girl continued to look at him nervously and tremulously. He looked at her hair and said something about it, and Chae Na-yoon nervously asked what was wrong with her hair. Ha-jin asked if she cut her hair because of that bet, and Na-yoon yelled that she was just hot and wouldn't cut her hair because of that. But in response to her anger, the young man smiled and said in a calm tone that this haircut suited her very well. Chae Na-yoon immediately calmed down and seemed to be a little stunned, after which she turned her gaze to the floor and remained silent. Kim Ha-jin said that he would go to practice, and the girl looked at him in surprise and did not detain him any longer. She looked after the young man as he left, after which she was again left alone with her thoughts. Chae Na-yoon looked at the sword and wondered how Kim Ha-jin must have felt when he gave up what he had been doing his whole life. Then she rested her head on the hilt of the sword and wondered what it must have felt like to choose a different weapon. Suddenly, the sword in the hands of the emotionless girl glowed a green color that was pleasing to the eyes. Chae Na-yoon was immediately happy that she was already reaching the ceiling, and this could not help but make her happy at that moment. She recalled Kim Ha-jin's words that she herself felt that archery was not her craft. The girl then said that it seemed like he knew about everything from the beginning and just wanted to give her life advice. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin was at home ordering camping supplies online worth almost 2 million. He said that things like weapons or protective gear could be prepared in advance just in case. Evangel's seed made angry sounds, and Kim Ha-jin said that he would feed it now since it was so hungry. He began to feed the seed with precious blood and said with surprise that it had grown so much as if it would soon hatch. If you change the seed with magical power, you can keep it in the dorm in the form of a cat or a dog. Kim Ha-jin stroked the seed and asked it to hatch quickly, as he was already impatient to see what it was like. Jane was at the hotel and asked her boss if she really wanted to dress up as a cadet and take part in the final exam. The boss said that this is why her help was needed, and the girl asked if it was necessary and if she was really fixated on something again. The woman replied that there was a person she wanted to test and that she also needed to get something from this exam. Jane sighed reluctantly and said that no one would stop the boss, that there was consent to participate in the operation. The mysterious leader remained cool and silently looked at the girl, who continued to say something. Jane said that she had written down the manner of speech, character, and habits of the girl she would disguise herself as, and that this needed to be learned. The boss said that she would fulfill all the requirements, and Ballerina said that she was worried about something. The leader smiled and said that she had become too often worried and then asked what was so difficult about it. Soon, she was disguised as a girl who was surrounded by her two glamorous friends holding her hands. She recalled that the file stated that they were school friends, and one of the friends handed the girl a cookie. The boss thought that there was absolutely nothing difficult in pretending to be an ordinary, unremarkable cadet. When her friend asked her whether she had a boyfriend or not, the girl smiled and said that there was no question of that. Not far away, she saw Kim Ha-jin standing there, looking straight at her and just standing there for a while. She activated the observation and viewing skill, and then began to look at the young man, who was very excited. The leader of the Chameleon group carefully analyzed him and realized that he saw her, and the excitement was still visible on his face. Kim Ha-jin immediately sat down at his desk and began to worry about how this could have happened while looking at the girl. After a few seconds, the excitement disappeared from the young man's eyes, but the question of why still remained in his head. He wondered what the boss was doing here, disguised as an ordinary, unremarkable Cuban student. After some time, the written exam was completed, after which it was time for the final session for the cadets. Many cadets gathered at the stern of the ship, while outside the weather was warm and sunny with clear skies. Ha-jin was at the stern of the ship, watching the pink-haired student that the boss of the Chameleon group was disguised as. He watched the giggling girl and realized that the boss had infiltrated the cube under the guise of the pink-haired student So Lee-jin. He thought that after the midterm, she would no longer show up at the academy, but unlike the plot, she showed up again. Ha-jin didn't know why, but he followed her everywhere, and at the same time he increased his points. At one point, he even caught her near the soda machines and tried to start a conversation. Well, all he managed to get as a result of his actions was a can of soda, which still lies in his refrigerator. He wondered if it was possible that she wanted to watch Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jung-hak, who were much stronger than him, some more. Suddenly, the stern instructor interrupted his thoughts as he ordered everyone to pay attention to him. The instructor exclaimed that the rules for the final exams were very simple, and the cadets listened to him in silence. The man said that they had to survive on a nearby island for 5 days and earn points for themselves. He said that points can be obtained by destroying monsters or taking them from other cadets, and they can also be resold. He also said that if they wanted an even better grade, they could try to take the badge from the caretaker and get 200 points. The instructor said that they would all be dropped off at the designated location, after which he asked them to follow him, which the cadets did. After some time, all the cadets landed on the shore of the island, where they will have to survive for 5 days. Kim Ha-jin walked forward, and at one point he was very surprised because he saw a woman's blonde braid. The young man was surprised to see Miss Rachel, to whom he immediately turned, and the girl immediately turned to him. He asked the princess if she wanted to stick together during the exam, because it was very difficult to be alone. Kim Ha-jin knew that it was no coincidence that he was here with Rachel, and she was looking at him in surprise. He had previously given much thought to the changes that had occurred after the intervention of the book's second co-author. The guy understood that since there was a negative character who hated Rachel, it meant something. He assumed that she would most likely be in danger during this exam, so he would have to protect her. But unexpectedly, Rachel refused and said that she was more comfortable alone. And Ha knew that this would happen. The higher her rating, the more comfortable it would be for her. He then said to give his location just in case, because it could be difficult to be alone on the island. The author did not intend to follow the rules of the second author's game, after which he sent the girl his location. After some time, it got dark on the island, and Che Na-yun, wandering through the dense forest, saw someone's strange footprints. And after a few more seconds, she became very alert and froze in place, holding her breath because she heard strange sounds. Suddenly, a monster jumped out from behind the trees and immediately opened its mouth and was ready to pounce on her. He was immediately joined by his comrades, who were all negatively disposed towards Che Na-yun. The girl was not at all confused, because she was trained and immediately grabbed her powerful sword. Then the attack was repelled and the girl looked around, trying to figure out if she had really killed everyone. For fun, she swung the magic ball a few more times, scaring away the last remaining monster. After that, she giggled a little. I understand that her fencing skills brought her good results. But still, Chae Na-yoon got angry because she wanted to eat and rest. But initially, she immediately started fighting the monsters. She was very tired and said that at this rate, she would fail the final exam at the Cube Academy for the first time. Suddenly, Chae Na-yoon's attention was drawn to a light that was very bright and could be seen through the thick green bushes. She immediately ran towards it with joy because the closer it got, the tastier it smelled, and it looked like someone had gotten food. But running out from behind the bushes, Chae Na-yoon met the gaze of Kim Ha-jin, who was frying something delicious over a fire. The young man was a little surprised by the unexpectedness, but continued to silently look into the eyes of the girl who appeared. Chae Na-yoon became angry and shouted his name, and Ha-jin said that the battles between the cadets would begin in 12 hours. The girl asked where he got the meat and everything else, and Kim replied that he found out about the exam dates and decided to prepare. Chae Na-yoon remembered that he had good grades, and then reluctantly praised him and called him a good boy. She asked how many points he had, to which Ha-jin replied 20 and offered to exchange food for half the points. Chae Na-yoon was shocked because it was only half the points, and she didn't know if there was any benefit in the proposed deal. Still, she sat down by the fire and said he could have them, and Ha-jin said it was just roast pork. The girl said that she needed to eat this pork if she wanted to stay alive, and the guy went to his laptop. He looked at the girl eating pork and thought that in the end he met not Rachel, but Chae Na-yoon. He then successfully hacked the drone server, after which a connection to the server itself began, which is what he needed. The next morning, Ha-jin woke up without even knowing that Rachel had stumbled upon the cadets' camp, who treated her to food. The young man looked around and was a little perplexed, because although it was morning, it was still dark everywhere. Looking around, he wondered if it was really polar night on this island, since it should have been dawn by now. He then noticed the sleeping bag that Chae Na-yoon was sleeping in and realized that she was still sleeping. Next to him on the pillow lay Evangel's seed, which Kim Ha-jin looked at with a smile and love. Then he stroked it with all of them and asked if it wanted to eat, and the seed was very smooth and tender at that moment. Kim Ha-jin lightly tossed the seed in his hand and called it very cute, his cheeks turning red with affection. After that, he put it in his pockets today and asked him to sit there for now until he got some food. The young man nevertheless asked Chae Na-yoon if she was still sleeping, but he did not receive any answer to his question. He said that he needed to pack up the tent, but the girl was still asleep and heard what he was telling her. However, Kim Ha-jin decided not to wake the girl and said that he still needed to take down the tent. From this point on, battles between cadets are allowed, and you need to get rid of dangerous characters, but you can't kill anyone. Those cadets who, in the author's opinion, became human monsters are not yet such at the moment. The contract between a human monster and his own kind is different from the contract between a demon and a human monster, because in the first case, he's just a pawn. But since the monster is filled with magical power, the contract is considered more flexible, and the possibility of nuances can be eliminated. This contract became more widespread, but due to the side effects, few people survived, but Chu Yo-hong overcame it. Kim Ha-jin slung his bag over his shoulder and decided to start by climbing a little higher to get a better look. The first destination was the World Tree, which was located in the very middle of the island. The young man understood that he had to hurry, but Chae Na-yoon was still lying in the tent and sleeping soundly. After a while, Kim Ha-jin found himself in the less needed place, and a blue light suddenly flashed from behind the bushes. Whose voice was it that called out to Yu Yeon-ha and said that he had found one, while Ha-jin stood still and remained silent? Yu Yeon-ha suddenly stopped the archer and ordered her not to shoot, which surprised the girl a little at that moment. She said that this young man could not be touched because she had plans for him that she did not tell anyone about. The archer looked at the rankings and said that Kim Ha-jin was only in 934th place on the list. Yu Yeon-ha said that Rose couldn't handle him, and Kim Ha-jin, meanwhile, unsuspectingly continued on his way. The girls continued to watch him from behind us, and saw how the young man fell to his knees and firmly pressed his palm into the ground. Rose became wary and wondered if he really wanted to climb the World Tree if he was preparing to jump. A few seconds later, Kim Ha-jin made a high and sharp jump, which surprised the girls watching him. Rose was stunned that the guy managed to make such a high jump in just a few seconds. Yeon-ha said that ratings are just numbers for him, and it's immediately clear how everything would end if she took off. Then she asked the Rose not to tell anyone about his power, and the surprised girl asked why that was so. In response to this, Yu Yeon-ha said that no one knows. Maybe he will become a member of their team later, and it will be very awkward. After this, a notification came to her smartwatch, and a shocked Rose promised that she would keep it a secret. Yu Yeon-ha said that she received a call from Lee Jin, signaling that it was time for them to return. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin hid in the dense foliage of the trees and used his clairvoyance ability. He looked around and saw other cadets who were talking to each other and did not even suspect that they were being watched. There were 3 more cadets standing nearby, who were just as calm and chatting without suspecting anything. But suddenly, Kim Ha-jin saw an entity that had pumped up back muscles and was turned with its back to him. Seeing this, the young man became a little wary because the body was clearly pumped up and well-muscled. There was a plump bird sitting on a branch nearby, and Kim Ha-jin happily said that he had found what he needed. He found a way to blow his nose without using his hands, and there was a pleasant smile on his face as he continued to watch. In his mind, Kim Ha-jin said that all he needed was a special pen and a branch with a mark on it. That would be enough. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he swung and threw a branch broken off from a tree, which flew along the correct trajectory. Kim Ha-jin used stigmata magic, and the branch flew straight towards the target, who had his back turned. At one point, the guy at whom the branch was flying listened and heard strange sounds behind him. Then he turned around and was a little confused because a strange branch fell right next to his feet. He took the magic item in his hands and began to look around while being very careful. The guy immediately noticed a thick tree and assumed that the shot could have been fired from there. Kim Ha-jin was still hiding behind the thick branches of the tree and then said that now all that was left was to wait. Meanwhile, Chae-na-yoon began to wake up from her sleep and try to figure out where she was, and her sleeping bag was lying in the middle of the forest. The girl immediately sat up and began to yawn after sleeping, and her face turned a little red and she did not understand anything. While adjusting her blouse, she began to remember that she had heard some words from Kim Ha-jin while she was sleeping. The girl's cheeks swelled a little and turned red because she remembered that the young man had called her very cute while she was sleeping. She had heard many compliments about her appearance since childhood, but she thought, is it possible to say such things to a sleeping person? Then Chae-na-yoon began to push these thoughts away and assumed that Ha-jin had met a stray dog or cat. She also suggested that he was looking at himself in the mirror and called himself very cute, and not her at all. These thoughts did not leave the girl, and she realized that if this was not so, then there were no other options. She put her hand to her face and wondered if he was really talking to her, and she didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin was somewhere in the center of the island and was thinking about her own things without even thinking about it. Rachel, meanwhile, was very sad and continued to follow, exploring the island with her new team. Last night, she joined the second-year team, which includes Chu Yo-hoon, who she didn't like very much from the beginning. They refused her offer of points and simply shared their food, and even asked if she was inconvenienced. Still, Rachel felt uneasy around them and was constantly wary and nervous after joining the team. Other cadets struggle for grades, but the team of repeaters doesn't even try to earn the necessary points. They are not even interested in how much others manage to collect, although it should be the other way around, because this is very important for the exam. Rachel was sweating as she thought about it and said that their behavior seemed to be telling her something. She got the impression that they were focused on her more than on the final exam. It all looked suspicious, and she realized that staying among them was a bad idea, and Kim Ha-jin needed to join. Chu Yo-hong was on the tree and suddenly turned to Rachel, who immediately became wary but didn't show it. He said he had found a 10-point grizzly bear and asked if she wanted to catch it with him because he couldn't do it alone. Rachel immediately agreed to help, and in her mind she told herself that she would help him, after which she would immediately leave their team. Chu Yo-hong said that he would go ahead and that she should follow him, and the girl wondered if she could leave without attracting attention. After some time, they came to the right place, and the guy said that there was a huge bear on it, but it was no longer there. But there was only a demonic portal in place, next to which stood an unknown person in a secret assassin's costume. Rachel looked at the monster and wondered who it was then, if not the caretaker, but the monster was smiling at her. She became very wary and realized that it was not safe to stay here and that they needed to leave immediately while they were still safe. The monster spread its claws, and Rachel grabbed Chu Ye-hong and jumped to the side with him, saying that it was dangerous here. After that, they began to come to their senses little by little, but the human monster was still not far from them. Rachel had no idea that the human monsters would appear on this island, but the monster continued to move towards them. She knew she had to find shelter before it was too late, and then asked Chu Ye-hong if he was hurt. The guy held my hand in advance and said that it was very painful for him, and also that he was bleeding. Rachel was confused because he was badly injured, but there was no blood visible, and Yo-hong asked if there was a human monster here. Despite his injuries, he jumped up and said that they needed to run away from here immediately before he harmed them. The girl exhaled and said that Chu Ye-hoon was a bad actor, and also began to think about how they could hide from the monster. But she still took out the blade, and looking at the human monster said that it was not for nothing that something was bothering her. But she never thought that the monsters would be interested in the cadets of the Cuba, and then she admitted that she was very wrong. The man monster with long iron claws smiled at her and then suddenly rushed at her. His speed was so great that red clouds of smoke rose up behind him, and Rachel was a little confused. She looked ahead excitedly, trying to see the enemy among the huge influx of smoke, but she couldn't. But suddenly the man monster jumped on her and immediately struck with a blade, but fortunately Rachel managed to put the sword under it. She held the sword tightly in her hands and was amazed by the enemy's incredibly powerful destructive force. Rachel literally grabbed the hilt of her sword, but there was another thought in her head that surprised her a little. This thought was the confidence that she could cope with the destructive power of the monster, after which she repelled its attack. The girl began to move from side to side, not allowing the enemy to corner her and strike, which she succeeded in doing. Then a very opportune moment presented itself, and Rachel, without thinking twice, swung her blade to pierce her opponent. But the human monster turned out to be more cunning, and suddenly jumped behind her back, after which he cut her leg in the ankle area, which amazed the girl. Blood immediately began to flow from Rachel's leg, and the girl herself stood in place and tried to understand what had just happened. She couldn't understand what this strange feeling was in her leg, and meanwhile the man monster made a jump straight at her. Confused, Rachel turned around to see a monster standing above her, ready to deliver a fatal blow. She wondered if it was just a distraction, and the monster clone surrounded her from the other side, and there was nowhere to go. The girl understood that she would not be able to dodge, and the monster began to giggle, because he was sure that victory was on his side. But what struck her even more was that the monster man was suddenly wounded and screamed at the top of his voice in incredible pain. Rachel turned around immediately, as the unexpected scream couldn't help but catch her attention at that moment. The monster man survived the injury, but became even more angry and was ready to literally tear the girl apart. He then used his devilish superpower, leaving a deep trench in the ground from his blow. Rachel was shocked by what was happening, and even a little confused, because she did not understand what was happening. Kim Soo-ho suddenly appeared, took out his magic sword, and swung it to fight back the monster. Then the main character gave the command to Chae Na-yoon, saying that she should fire the shot now, because later it would be too late. The human monster was perplexed by what was happening and did not understand what he should expect in the coming minutes. Then he turned his head to the side and saw the archer Chae Na-yoon, who at that moment had already lowered the bowstring and fired a shot. The excited cadets immediately rushed to Rachel, for whom they were very worried, and the girl was glad to see them. Chae Na-yoon asked if she was okay, and the princess replied that everything was fine and thanked them for their help. One of the cadets looked down from the cliff and said that it seemed like the monster jumped down before the arrow hit it. Kim Soo-ho said that they could attack again at any moment, and Rachel needed to leave with the team now. The girl followed along with the team of cadets, but at one point she saw something that caught her attention. Princess Rachel was immediately curious about what it was and decided to come closer to take a closer look. She saw a shiny metallic object and assumed it was a bullet from a firearm. Chae Na-yoon looked at the girl and asked her not to fall behind, while Rachel looked at the bullet in surprise. Then the puzzle began to come together in her head, and she wondered if the first shot had really been fired from a rifle. She immediately projected the situation in her mind and imagined the sniper looking through the scope and shooting at Chu Yo-hong. Rachel wondered if the first barrage really wasn't an attack by archer Chae Na-yoon. Soon the team was sitting around the fire, and Chae Na-yoon was asked if she had really decided to switch to the sword. The girl immediately flared up and said that she had captured him as an additional weapon, and she had not switched to him at all. Rachel wondered how Ha-jin knew she was in danger, why he decided to help her, and why he didn't show up afterward. She was deep in thought about all this while holding the bullet in her hand, and meanwhile Chae Na-yoon was saying her name, but she didn't hear it. Chae Na-yoon suggested that they form a team where they will be together with Kim Soo-ho, because it will be easier to pass the exam together. Rachel apologized and said that she had to go, and Soo-ho said that the danger was not over yet and it was better for her to stay close to them. But the princess stood up and said that she could not do this because she needed to meet someone. Kim Ha-jin, meanwhile, had 22 points, 12 of which were given to Na-yoon, and he received another 10 for killing the monster. The guy said that if he wanted to be safe, he needed to get about 50 points, which would be enough. He placed his hands on his knees and then began to think about how much more would need to be done for this to happen. Kim Ha-jin didn't even know how many monsters he still had to kill to get that many points. But suddenly he became even more wary because a pink-haired beauty emerged from behind the bushes, in whose body was the boss. Kim Ha-jin was very surprised to see her and wondered where the boss of the Chameleon group came from and what she wanted from him. He knew he couldn't defeat her if she wanted to fight, and then he wondered if he should avoid her while he could. But still, the guy realized that she probably came to observe, and then asked what she was doing there. Kim Ha-jin hoped that she wasn't going to attack him, and the cadet took out her sword. But seeing the sword in her hands, the guy realized that she was still going to fight him, but there was still a smile on his face. The cadet asked him to take out his weapon, and Kim Ha-jin asked with trepidation what she wanted and did not understand the meaning of this request. He knew his chances of winning were 0, but then he asked what she was talking about, and he had a firearm in his holster. Kim Ha-jin said that he had no idea what she was talking about, and her intentions were not clear to him at all. The girl said that if he didn't get the gun, he wouldn't leave her a choice, and the guy asked him to explain what was going on. The pink-haired beauty then asked if he was really going to waste his time on idle chatter that would bring no benefit. She said that in that case, she would assume that he would not mind if she attacked him, and Ha-jin quietly took off her smartwatch. A smile appeared on his face because he understood that what he had planned a couple of minutes ago had been accomplished. The girl noticed her smart watch in his hands, after which she became wary because she did not understand how he stole it. She looked at it in surprise and tried to figure out if it was really her watch, but she wasn't completely sure. The female cadet asked if Kim Ha-jin was going to surrender, and the young man held her smartwatch in his hands with a smile. The girl still said that the watch looked like hers, and then looked at her wrist and discovered that there was no watch on her hand. Ha-jin said that the duel is won by the one who gets the opponent's watch first, and if he presses it, it will be disqualified. The cadet immediately began to get nervous, but the young man threw the watch back to her and told her that she didn't have to be afraid. With a smile on his face, Kim Ha-jin said that she got off easy this time, but next time he won't forgive her. Holding the smartwatch in her hands, the surprised girl asked what it meant that she got off easy this time. Suddenly, he rushed to the side and began to run away, and the girl tried to stop him and asked where he was running away to. After the young man ran away, the boss in the cadet's body asked Jane if she had seen everything that had happened. The girl said that she was distracted for a minute, after which the boss of the Chameleon group calmly said that it did not matter. The boss couldn't believe how Ha-jin was planning everything so quickly and wondered if she should have activated at least one of the stigmata. Soon, Kim Ha-jin was sitting by the fire and saying that he couldn't defeat her, but he should be glad that she was in disguise. In this confusion, he was still able to find a place for a tent and decided to eat first and then use the points. Afterwards, he used his laptop and began to look at what he could easily spend his earned points on. But at one point, he got distracted because he looked to the side and saw something he didn't expect to see at all. An excited Rachel emerged from behind the bushes, realizing that she had finally found Kim Ha-jin, whom she had been looking for. The guy immediately got up from his chair and approached her, asking if she was really looking for him, but the girl didn't even know what to answer. Rachel felt very awkward and clenched her fists and said that she had something to say about this. Kim Ha-jin offered her something to eat and the girl did not refuse, and after a while she was drinking tea, feeling very awkward. Rachel decided to interrupt him during the silence and asked what he was doing alone, and the guy replied that he was trying to earn points. Kim Ha-jin felt a little awkward admitting that he was the one who saved her, and from her expression he could tell that she had a lot of questions. He saw a wound in the girl's neck and mentally said that it was normal since she had fought a human monster. Evangel's seed suddenly started moving around in his pocket, which alerted Kim Ha-jin at that moment. Rachel felt calm and asked the young man how he was able to prepare all this. But Kim Ha-jin didn't answer her because at that moment, Evangel's seed flew out of his pocket and he was stunned by it. Rachel was also stunned as the semen flew right under her shirt, causing her to accidentally spill her tea. A few seconds later, she realized the situation and tears came to her eyes, and she began to scream in fear. Soon she finally got the seed out from under her blouse, after which she opened her palms and began to examine it carefully. Ha-jin was very embarrassed and said that his pet was a seed. Rachel asked why he didn't grow it in the ground. The young man asked for forgiveness and said that he would do so, then asked her to return him and opened his palm. He felt very awkward, but the girl still returned the semen, after which the guy finally suggested enjoying the food. Kim Ha-jin opened the lid of the pot, and Rachel turned to him because she had something to say. She said that although she was proposing late, she still asked if he would like to team up with her. The guy said that she was saying the same thing as Na-yun, and Rachel asked in surprise if she really suggested that to him. He didn't go into details and said that he agreed, and the girl said that she was part of a kind of team. Kim Ha-jin asked what she meant, and Rachel asked the boy if he knew Chu Yo-hoon from the second-year team. After these words, everything became clear to the young man, and he said with a smile that she didn't need to worry about him. Rachel didn't understand where he got such confidence from, but Kim Ha-jin simply said that everything would be fine. He said that she just needed to join him and he would take care of the rest, and she didn't have to worry. Meanwhile, Chu Yo-hong returned to the team's camp and was stunned because he saw the corpses of his comrades all around him. The young man became very wary and wondered what Shin Jong-hak was doing here. Jong-hak himself smiled slightly intimidatingly, and then turned to Chu Ye-hong, preparing to deliver a treacherous blow. A sharp object flew right past his head and crashed into a thick tree that was behind him. Chu Yo-hong was shocked and noticed a wooden branch sticking out that had writing on it. He immediately became nervous and began to claim that he did not send it and that Shin Jong-hak was wrong because it really wasn't him. But in response to this, he only smirked and said that it didn't matter. I was going to kill Chu Yo-hong because he didn't like him. Yo-hong was very nervous and didn't know what to expect in the next few minutes. Shin Jong-hak grabbed the iron rod and began to approach the confused cadet. He said that he simply couldn't stand parasites like Yo-hoon, so he decided to deal with him right here. Then Shin Young-hak suddenly and firmly grabbed the guy by the throat, which shocked him because it was very unexpected. He looked him in the eye with a cold face and called him a worthless person, while Chu Ye-hong tried to take a breath, but he couldn't. After that, Shin Jong-hak looked at him angrily and asked him to know his place in this world and not to overestimate himself. Meanwhile, Yoon Seung-ah was at the observation tower on the northwest side of the island where the exam was being held. Suddenly, a man approached her, who addressed her because he wanted to ask something from the thoughtful girl. The muscular man with long hair asked Yoon Seung-ah what she was thinking about, since it was obvious that she was thinking. The girl replied that she was thinking about Kim Ha-jin, and the man asked who it was and whether she had decided to switch to Kim Soo-ho. But Yoon Seung-ah replied that Soo-ho would always be her favorite, and said that she had received some interesting information. 2 days ago, she received a secret report from Yoo Yeon-ha, and in it she said that Kim Ha-jin's abilities were superior to Kim Soo-ho's. There is a chance that the information is false, but they have already observed his abilities more than once, for example, how we used light mana. In her mind, Yoon Seung-ah said that it wouldn't be a sin to let such a cadet deceive them, because he really was very capable. The man asked if it was possible to verify this information and how she was going to do it, and Yoon Seung said that he would try. She pointed to her name tag and said that she had a name that was very powerful and would help her. Yoon Seung-ah said that this was a bait worth 200 points that none of the cadets would pass by. Meanwhile, Rachel sat by the fire and thought that Ha-jin was probably the person who saved her earlier. But she was still troubled by the question of why he said it wasn't him and how he knew she was in danger. The girl recalled the words of her humble servant that in any situation he would protect her, even at the cost of his own life. Rachel clenched her fist with the bullet in it and said that today's ambush was probably also Kim Ha-jin's doing. She began to wonder if it might be possible that she too should have died then, along with all the other cadets. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin was sitting in ambush on a tree and suddenly saw a wolf emerge from behind the bushes. He focused on aiming to kill the wolf with just one shot and not give the predator a chance to escape. The wolf immediately became angry and turned his attention to the bushes in which Kim Ha-jin was hiding at that moment. The young man nevertheless fired an accurate shot and hit the predator with one bullet, after which he approached the carcass of the beast. After reloading his pistol, he said that today's hunt was going quite smoothly, which was quite unusual. Kim Ha-jin thought about how Rachel didn't look so good in the morning until he fed her some delicious meat. After the girl tasted the delicious and very tender stewed meat, she seemed to blossom and become kinder. Suddenly he heard an enticing sound, after which he began to move forward, pushing aside branches in his path. Soon Kim Ha-jin came out to the pond and said that he had finally found the lake that was very important to him. He knew that there must be a monster here that was worth a lot of points, and it was also a crocodile monster. The young man then used the magic sphere, which he intended to use as bait for the monster. He said that the monster would be easily lured out by a sphere of light if you spent some time with it over the lake. But suddenly, Kim Ha-jin became very alert because he heard footsteps behind the bushes, after which he immediately turned around. He didn't know who was hiding there, but he thought that this person was good at tracking others. But still, Kim Ha-jin wasn't that simple either, after which he simply used the ability to see through walls and such. In his mind, he said that since he could sense that he was being followed, he would not let his pursuer get away. Then Kim Ha-jin grabbed his gun, and without thinking twice began shooting straight at the bushes from where the strange sounds were coming. In the bushes was Chae Na-yun, who was very scared and immediately jumped out to show that it was her. The girl did not expect at all that Kim Ha-jin would open fire on her, and the guy was a little confused because he did not think that it was her. He simply asked why she was following him, and Chae Na-yun touched his face and said that she wasn't following him. Kim Ha-jin asked what she was doing here in that case, but the girl was no longer able to answer this question. He said that since she couldn't come up with an excuse, he was right, and Che Na-yoon asked him to answer what he had just done to her. But the young man asked her to answer why she was following him, and the girl screamed that she was following Seung-yoon. Ah, not him. Kim Ha-jin thought about it and asked if this was really the same girl he knew, but didn't know was also on the island. Che Na-yoon replied that it was them who were speaking, and asked why he was speaking so casually directly to her. The young man took a laptop out of his bag, which was not visible to anyone, after which he sat down, and the girl asked why he did this. Kim Ha-jin knew where Yoon Seung-ah, who was being pursued by Che Na-yoon, was supposed to be at the moment according to the plot. On the first and second days, she observed Kim Soo-ho, and on the third and fourth days, she had to observe other cadets. Kim Ha-jin also realized that since she was now turning her attention to him, it meant something. He looked through the CCTV footage and saw Yoon Seung-ah sitting on a tree branch. Kim Ha-jin realized that he was on the list of promising cadets according to Yoon Seung-ah, who was very interested in him. The author, in the body of a young man, continued to watch the recording from the surveillance cameras and became convinced that she was interested in him. Che Na-yoon asked him to explain how he created the sphere of light, because no one could have imagined that he had such abilities. Kim Ha-jin closed the laptop, then said that the girl was indeed right, but asked her not to try to find out more. He then threw his bag over his shoulder and asked her to remain silent if she understood everything he had just told her. Che Na-yoon didn't understand anything at all, and not everyone could repeat her dissatisfied, puzzled face. She asked that she wasn't interested anyway, and Ha-jin was even more confused, since she was the one who started to be interested in it. He asked her to look for another place for herself, since he came here first, and Che Na-yoon said with displeasure that she would carry out his order. Kim Ha-jin guessed that she might think he was arrogant after this, but he couldn't reveal the truth. If he tells Che Na-yoon about the magic of stigmata, then he will have to tell her that this is a world inside a novel. After some time, the young man was again on a hunt, where he managed to kill another monster for a small sum. Since he focused on killing low and mid-level monsters, he was able to quickly gain the 15 points he needed. But the problem was somewhat different, which is what Kim Ha-jin was thinking about. But suddenly, something caught his attention. A girl in white pants and black shoes suddenly appeared from behind the bushes and immediately greeted the guy. It was Yoon Seung-ah, who asked if it was true that they were meeting for the first time after he rejected her lucrative offer. Kim Ha-jin replied that she probably did, and the girl giggled and said that she probably showed up too suddenly. Yoon Seung said that she was not only here to test the cadets' abilities, but also to conduct events. Kim Ha-jin asked a little curiously what kind of events, and the girl replied that there was a very simple rule. She said that she would stand still and use only her left hand, and he could attack her as much as he wanted. Then Yoon Seung raised her index finger and said that if even one attack caused damage to her, something would happen to him. Kim Ha-jin listened to her silently at that moment, trying to remain calm, but inside he was a little excited. The girl said that if he caused damage to any part of her body except her left hand or made her take a step back, he would be in for a surprise. Yoon Seung pointed to her badge and said that as a reward for this, she would give him her precious badge. Kim Ha-jin looked at her badge with interest because he knew its real value and it sounded tempting. The girl looked at the guy with a smile and a sparkle in her eyes and asked if he agreed that it was easy. At that moment, the young man tried to swallow the lump in his throat, and in his thoughts he said that the caretaker's badge was worth 200 points. Kim Ha-jin knew that the offer was attractive, but Yoon Seung was the best of the best, and he didn't know if he could do it. He was silent for a while, and at one point the girl asked him what he would do and whether he would really give up right now. She looked coolly at the mountain again at the man at home and asked perhaps he would still accept her challenge. Kim Ha-jin carefully reached into his holster to pull out his gun and also began to giggle and smile strangely. Then he suddenly aimed at Yoon Seung-ah and said with a smile that this event was quite unexpected. At that very second, Kim Ha-jin fired a shot from his pistol, and the projectile immediately landed almost at the girl's forehead. But Yoon Seung-ah was cool and thought that now they would see how strong he really was. At the very last moment, she blocked the bullet, causing the projectile to fly off to the side, and the girl simply began to smile. The metal bullet was flattened by the incredible power of Yoon Seung-ah's hand, which unexpectedly deflected it. She understood that Ha-jin was capable of creating spheres of light and that his gun was extremely powerful. Yoon Seung confirmed that the report was not wrong, and then she smiled and said that it was a little painful. Kim Ha-jin was wary because she reflected the enhanced magic bullet without even using magic to do so. The young man realized that direct attacks were useless against her, and then used two sharp blades. He then launched his sharp blades towards Yoon Seung-ah without warning to finally win this challenge. but she evaded and said that it was a good idea to use both a bladed weapon and a firearm at the same time. Kim Ha-jin didn't waste any time before grabbing his gun again and firing several shots. He continued to shoot at Yoon Seung-ah non-stop, but she continued to dodge his bullets with a smile on her face. The girl said that the firepower of the young man's pistol was much greater than that of the training pistol. She laughed slightly and said that she thought he was really good with a firearm. But unexpectedly, Kim Ha-jin took advantage of her relaxed state and launched the blade, which alerted Yoon Seung-ah at that moment. In his mind, he said that she was too far away to reach with his left hand, but he believed that he could do it. However, everything turned out to be not as simple as we would like, and Yoon Seung unexpectedly used the fire barrier. Ha-jin's blades were scorched by fire, and he thought in his mind that in the end he had failed, which was alarming. Yoon Seung-ah smiled and said that it was amazing that he changed the trajectory of the blades with magic. She asked with admiration what kind of technique it was, and said that it really does resemble an onion, since it opens from a new side. She then asked what other talents he had, and Kim Ha-jin realized that he only had one option left. Suddenly, he turned around and said that he was leaving her, after which he ran away, which was completely incomprehensible. Yoon Seung-ah was shocked and stood there in complete bewilderment, trying to understand what the young man had just done. After a few seconds, Kim Ha-jin began to walk at a calm pace, and the girl began to address him, but he ignored it. The girl asked where he was going and said that the fun had just begun, but Ha-jin continued to ignore her and walk away. Suddenly, the young man turned his head and said that she had lost, and his words were completely incomprehensible to Yoon Seung-ah. He said she would only use her left hand, but ended up taking a step herself, which she shouldn't have done. Yoon Seung looked at the guy and asked if he really thought she came here to joke and had nothing better to do. Kim Ha-jin said that he was just trying his luck and that it was all a waste of time since the difference in their stats was huge. Then he turned around again and raised his hand and said that he surrendered. He surrendered, and Seung Yoon still tried to stop him. Kim Ha-jin laughed quietly, because he wasn't serious when he told her that she lost, and she looked at him so intently that her knees were shaking. Yoon Seung-ah shouted after the young man that he would greatly regret this, but this did not stop Ha-jin at all, and he continued walking. Meanwhile, the boss of the Chameleon group, in the body of a cadet, watched this from a tree branch, remaining hidden. Drun asked her over the radio if the infiltration operation had been successful, to which she immediately replied that it had been successful. The boy said that the boss shouldn't separate from Lee Jin's friends because it would be suspicious, and she said that being with them was terrible. Suddenly, the girl became very alert because she heard strange sounds somewhere nearby and paid attention to them. Drun asked over the radio if something had happened, and the group's boss, Chameleon, replied that she could hear a heartbeat. It became clear to her that the huge butterfly seedling was about to wake up, and subsequently, this was completely unknown. The butterfly sapling was a spirit-type monster that attached itself to a tree like a leech. He appeared on the last day of the exam and was destroyed by the main characters, for which Soo-ho received pollen from the seedling and Rachel received a hint. However, now she is on Ha-jin's team, and in order to help her with enlightenment, he needs to push her to participate in the battle. But there was a problem with this too, but the young man was distracted from his thoughts by Rachel, who turned to him. The girl asked why he was walking in circles, and sweat was pouring down Kim Ha-jin's face at that moment, because he didn't know what to answer. Even the author did not know where and when the butterfly seedling would appear because he never wrote such details. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho and the rest of the heroes killed a whole mountain of monsters, which they threw on top of each other so as not to take up space. Cha Na-yoon asked if it was true that there were 20 hours left until the end of the exam, and Lee Young-han had gone out to drink some water. Kim Soo-ho had finished with the monsters in the meantime, and at that moment a girl standing next to him addressed him. Cha Na-yoon asked him what he thought about Kim Ha-jin, and the young man didn't quite understand why she asked that particular question. He asked why she was suddenly asking about him, and the girl asked if it didn't seem like he was hiding a lot. Cha Na-yoon said that Kim Ha-jin was constantly on guard both at the museum and in Paris, which was very suspicious. Besides, it's suspicious that he's quite strong and has a high rank with such a frail build. Kim Soo-ho listened to what Cha Na-yoon was saying, and in the meantime, he remembered his conversations with Kim Ha-jin earlier. He recalled how the young man told him that he knew more than the protagonist himself, but he did not see anything suspicious in this. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho smiled sweetly, and Cha Na-yoon looked at him with confusion and asked what kind of reaction this was. He then said that Ha-jin showed that he had a lot of secrets, and Na-yoon asked him to tell her immediately if he knew anything. Kim Soo-ho smiled and asked why she was asking him these questions if she should find out everything herself. At that moment, something strange appeared behind the main character. which immediately alerted both heroes and made them nervous. Chae Na-yoon was taken aback and wondered how the tree roots were moving right towards them. Kim Ha-jin was nearby and immediately became wary because he also couldn't understand what was going on there. The trio of heroes immediately began to run in different directions while the tree roots tried to bind them. One of the heroes got trapped by wooden roots, while the other tried to resist with all his might, but it was difficult. Rachel, meanwhile, froze in place, holding the sword in her hands, but she didn't even understand what kind of tremors were under their feet. Kim Ha-jin couldn't understand what was going on and where these jolts were coming from, and then he turned to the girl who was frozen in place. He suggested going to the source of the tremors to kill the monster and said that it was her job to protect him when they got there. Rachel looked deeply at the young man and agreed to his proposal, but she was nervous. The cadets who felt the tremors must be heading towards the butterfly seedling now, and Ha-jin had no intention of giving in to them. The young man reloaded his pistol and rushed forward. Rachel immediately ran after him to the source of the tremors. Meanwhile, Yoon Seung-ah watched what was happening and wondered if this was all a butterfly seedling. Someone asked her whether she should suspend the exam, since no one expected such a powerful monster to appear. But the girl said that the cadets had enough skills and experience to defeat this monster, and her methods were considered Spartan. Yoon Seung-ah then asked the long-haired man if he really thought her methods were too Spartan. The girl asked Vieri not to underestimate the cadets, because the cadets are the seeds of future heroes. She also added that heroes always evolve during times of crisis, while Chae Na-yoon jumped and swung his sword. She managed to cut through one of the roots, after which she proudly asked how the monster was feeling now and was pleased with herself. Kim Soo-ho was very proud of the girl and said that it was incredible because she really acted very heroically at that moment. He said that the cutting power of the sword would increase much more if it circulated energy around the sword. Lee Yong-han asked why the roots continued to grow no matter how much they destroyed them, since their strength was not infinite. Kim Soo-ho said that if simply cutting the tree roots does not help, then they need to use another plan of action. The protagonist said that they would have to first destroy the tree trunk and then destroy the roots accordingly. One of the cadets asked his comrades to pay attention to the tree, because it was strange. Taking a closer look, he said that something was moving inside the cocoon, which alarmed all the cadets even more at that moment. Suddenly, the cocoon burst open, and inside it was a creature with 2 yellow eyes and wings. One of the cadets was shocked and could not believe that such a huge butterfly hatched from a huge cocoon. Meanwhile, the butterfly was gathering energy to finally take off and continue to destroy enemies in its path. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-yoon were on alert because they saw a creature that flew into the air. The butterfly released pollen, and Na-yoon began to cough and could barely contain her panic because she did not understand what was happening to her. She began to lose strength because of the pollen, and the other cadets could barely stand on their feet because they were experiencing the same thing. Chae Na-yoon could barely stand on her feet because the pollen was poisonous and had toxic properties for humans. At that very moment, she lost consciousness and began to fall, but Kim Soo-ho was nearby, caught her and hugged her. He placed his comrades under the tree trunk and wondered if they had simply fallen asleep, since it did not look like poisoning. Kim Soo-ho found it difficult to move while holding his breath, and he wondered if he could defeat the monster before he could take a breath. The huge monster butterfly, meanwhile, had fully spread its wings and was flying in the air, looking for its victims precisely. Kim Soo-ho was very surprised at one point because he saw the monster in action, which was very interesting at that moment. In the air, he suddenly saw 2 cadets who were supposed to land somewhere near him. It turned out that it was Kim Ha-jin and Rachel, who were running at high speed to destroy the monster. Kim Soo-ho looked at everything that was happening with his mouth open, trying to figure out if he was wrong and if these were who he thought they were. However, he realized that it was indeed Ha-jin and Rachel, who in the meantime were still continuing to run towards the monster. The girl noticed the unconscious cadets and wondered if Ha-jin had foreseen this and prepared in advance, since they were wearing masks. Kim Ha-jin looked forward warily at one point and stopped, but Rachel didn't understand what was going on. He pointed his finger at the monster in the sky and said that he would defeat it, but she needed to protect him from the tree roots. The young man then held his breath and took aim at the monster, intending to make an accurate shot and hit the target in the sky. Kim Ha-jin fired a shot at that very moment and didn't miss, and his magic bullet hit the monster's body exactly. The huge monster did not understand what was happening and who could have hit him, and he was also discouraged by the incredible pain. The young man didn't stop there and continued firing, while Rachel was getting ready to fight the roots. The roots continued to approach them, and the girl suddenly felt a strange feeling under her feet. At first, she didn't pay attention to it, but the feeling intensified, and she looked down at the floor to see what it was. Roots began to appear right underneath them, crawling out of the ground. which was not at all appropriate at that moment. Rachel immediately rushed towards Kim Ha-jin, after which she grabbed him and jumped away with him. The young man did not understand what was happening because all this time he was shooting at the monster and did not look at his feet. He ended up falling to the ground and Rachel was pulled out by a tree root and he couldn't even help her at that point. The defenseless girl hit her back against a tree root, which could have been fatal. Kim Ha-jin was taken aback by this and could barely contain his panic because he felt very sorry for the girl, but he couldn't get closer to her. The roots continued to appear and attack him from all sides, and the young man did not even know what to do. But suddenly someone appeared and began to destroy the roots one by one, which surprised the hopeless Ha-jin. The young man was surprised because Kim Soo-ho came to the rescue, and he asked the main character what he was doing here. Kim Soo-ho couldn't answer him because he couldn't breathe, and Ha-jin asked the hero to stay here. Then he turned his attention to Rachel, who was lying unconscious near him, and he didn't know what to do because she had to fight. Evangel's seed crawled out from under the young man's jacket at that moment, preparing to run away from him. Kim Ha-jin was taken aback by this, and the seed stopped and ran away to the side, which should not have been allowed. The boy's eyes almost fell out from the realization of the situation, because Evangel's seed was very dear to him. But with the same, she galloped to the sleeping Rachel, after which she jumped on her face, and from there it never ran away again. Kim Ha-jin was taken aback, and Kim Soo-ho asked what could help him, but don't think it would last long. With the help of stigmata magic, Ha-jin could only make 3 bullets with fire properties, and he needed to finish this by then. He then told Kim Soo-ho that he would be grateful for his help, while the young man continued to cover his mouth. Kim Ha-jin said that the monster moved very quickly, unlike normal spirit-type monsters, which gave it an advantage. If he wants to kill him, he needs to get closer to him to aim, and he wants Kim Soo-ho to distract the monster. The protagonist agreed to help and said that he would do it, after which he prepared his magic sword. He remained absolutely calm and was ready to distract the monster while his comrade took aim at it with a pistol. Ha-jin wondered if the lightsaber's magic had become stronger after the events at the Seoul Museum. Kim Soo-ho looked into his eyes and suddenly smiled and said that this was all very interesting, but the meaning of these words was not clear. Meanwhile, Ha-jin looked into his eyes and asked what he meant and what he was interested in. Soo-ho's gaze was very calm and harmonious, while his comrade remained tense and ready to fight. He said that no matter what secret weapon he pulled out, Ha-jin didn't seem surprised and asked if this was the talent that Na-yoon saw. Kim Soo-ho said that sometimes when he looks at him, he feels like he is looking at someone who knows everything about this world. Kim Ha-jin's eyes widened in surprise at his unexpected statement, as it was spot on. After that, Kim Soo-ho said that no matter what, he completely relies on him and trusts him. He then began to fight the tree roots, which attacked the heroes from different sides, trying to confuse them. Kim Soo-ho did his best and used all his strength to distract the tree roots, giving Kim Ha-jin time to aim. But in the meantime, he froze in place and became engrossed in his thoughts, because the hero's words touched him a little. In his thoughts, he said that he knows everything because he created this world and is its sole author. Kim Ha-jin began to move toward the monster and climbed the flexible vines, and in his thoughts, he said that there was a problem. Thoughts did not prevent him from moving forward, and he jumped from one branch to another without wasting a minute of time. The problem was in the world he wrote in the novella, into which he put a lot of energy and soul. The world he wrote about in the novel was right before his eyes, which was very unusual. The author recalled Kim Soo-ho's words and began to understand that everything in his life had changed dramatically, and he had become different. Before his eyes were all the different characters that he had created with his own hands while writing the novella. It only just dawned on him that he had become a character that was not in the original of his own book. Kim Ha-jin knelt down on one knee, then slightly narrowed his right eye and began to aim at the monster. He hit the monster in the neck with a precise shot, which stunned him because it was quite unexpected. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho was below and realized that a fire attack had been used. The hero analyzed the situation and realized that Kim Ha-jin had made an accurate shot and assumed that this would be enough. But the butterfly monster still remained in flight, which was a bit unexpected because the firepower was strong. Kim Ha-jin clenched his teeth tightly because he was very nervous and couldn't tell whether he had hit the target or not. However, he realized that the pistol's firepower was not enough and decided to shoot again to finish off the enemy. But suddenly a magical power was released from someone's hand, which was aimed at destroying the monster. All this was quite unexpected, and the monster was defeated in the meantime, and after a few seconds fell to the ground. Kim Ha-jin was stunned because the monster was not hit by his pistol shot but by magic. He then glanced at the source of the magical power, which was where the powerful butterfly monster was struck. To her great surprise, it turned out to be Chameleon's boss, who used her magical power for the first time in her life. Kim Ha-jin saw boss Chameleon and wondered if she wanted to get the butterfly pollen. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho saw the falling body of the huge monster and suddenly rushed to the side to save himself. He managed to escape and the monster fell a few meters away from him and the ground beneath him sank slightly downwards. Kim Soo-ho smiled and tiredly said that the butterfly was finally defeated, after which he collapsed to the ground from fatigue. The boss of the Chameleon group in the body of a cadet, Cuba, meanwhile, approached the corpse of the dead butterfly monster. The dead butterfly was emitting a bright blue light, and the girl was standing right next to its corpse, about to collect its pollen. The girl leaned slightly and reached her hand towards the butterfly's body to finally collect its precious pollen. But suddenly she heard a male voice asking her to give the pollen to him, and it turned out to be Kim Ha-jin. The Chameleon group boss in the cadet's body silently turned her head and looked at the young man standing behind her. Kim Ha-jin continued to look at her and said in a firm tone that she couldn't take the pollen for herself. The boss doesn't know what properties butterfly pollen has, and perhaps she came for it, since the loot from the spirit can be sold. In order to deal with the spirits that will appear in the future, Kim Soo-ho must obtain the precious butterfly pollen. The girl gave Kim Ha-jin a disdainful look, and his words did not stop her at that moment. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho was lying unconscious on the ground, as were the rest of his team members who were affected by the pollen. The other 3 cadets were lying right under the tree, and Lee Yong-hyun even had drool flowing from his mouth as he slept. Even though the butterfly was dead, and the sleeping effect was no longer very effective, the boss couldn't believe that the cadet was standing on his feet. She silently looked into Kim Ha-jin's eyes and thought that he was really strange and she needed to watch him closely. The young man used the protective function of the owner of the ether and wondered if he had reached the limit of his resistance to pollen. He then decided that he needed to put on the mask immediately, but when he pulled it on, he was very surprised. The leader of the Chameleon group in the body of a female cadet stretched out his hand in front of him and began to approach the young man. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand anything, and a strange dark sphere began to appear around them, enveloping the 2 of them. The young man was very nervous and could not resist the girl's influence because these were magical powers. The ball was of medium size and resembled a simple sphere in shape, which was dark in appearance and had a lilac outline. Then the transformation ended and the boss of the Chameleon group turned to the shocked Kim Ha-jin. She looked at him and asked in a calm tone if he knew who she really was. Surprised, Kim Ha-jin asked if she was really Li Xiaoping, and the girl then froze in place and remained silent. She immediately wondered what kind of stranger the young man was talking about, because she didn't know her name at all. But then she remembered that it was a fake name that she used when she previously dated Kim Ha-jin. The girl asked him why he thought she was there, and the boy asked if she wasn't the exam monitor. She then asked how long he had known that she was Li Xiaoping, and when Ha-jin was about to answer, she stabbed her blade into the wall next to him. The boss of the Chameleon group looked me in the eye and said that if he lied, she would simply beat him up. A shocked Kim Ha-jin said with a trembling voice that he found out about this when he took off her smartwatch earlier. He then added that when he looked at her closely, he realized that she was a little different and distinct from the other cadets. The girl didn't understand what he meant when he spoke close up, but Ha-jin smiled and said that he had sharp eyesight. His phrase about keen vision made the girl smirk slightly, but she still didn't understand the main point. It is impossible to see through Jane's abilities with normal keen vision, but it is also not affected by vision-blocking items. Then the boss of the Chameleon group wondered if Kim Ha-jin's mana had anti-magic properties. It's a state where the internal mana blocks someone else's magic, and in that case it's understandable how he was able to see Jane's ability. The girl realized that if this theory was true, then Kim Ha-jin was a very valuable resource that she simply could not miss out on. Meanwhile, the young man was still sitting on the ground and began to look around, and the girl silently looked at him. Kim Ha-jin was nervous and cautious as he looked at Boss Chameleon, trying to figure out what she wanted. She then opened her palm and said that she would give the precious butterfly pollen to him, which was surprising. But she was not going to give it away just like that, but immediately said that she would need something in return. Jane radioed her boss to not say anything weird, and if she didn't know what to say, she should just repeat after her. Then she asked the girl not to rush and speak in a calm tone so as not to say too much. After that, the boss suddenly asked Kim Ha-jin to give her his number, which was very strange and incomprehensible. The young man said that he almost gave his soul to God because he was very afraid and did not know what to expect from her. He fulfilled her request, and looking at the precious pollen in the bag, said that after all, he was able to achieve an important goal. Kim Ha-jin thought about how he could convey this to Kim Soo-ho and realized that he had to come up with a way since the boss intervened. But after that, he remembered Rachel and Evangel's seed, which were much more important to him at that moment. Kim Ha-jin noticed a girl lying on the ground and a bright yellow light appeared from the center of her body. The young man could not believe that this would happen right now, and as it turned out, the witch Evangel began to awaken. Rachel, meanwhile, told herself that she needed to quickly defeat the spirit and take first place, and also become the pride of the family. It was very light around, and the girl did not understand what was happening and where she was, and her state was sleepy. Everything was very bright, and at one point Rachel saw a little girl with long blonde hair. The sweet child rushed into her arms, and the girl, although she hugged the sweet girl, immediately wondered who it was. Rachel began to feel the wounds healing, and it was warm, and for some reason the cute child seemed familiar to her. The sweet girl's smile touched her, and looking at it, warmth and calm reigned inside the girl, and she didn't want to leave at all. Rachel looked at the sweet girl with a smile and said that she looked like her when she was little. The little girl also felt very comfortable and good around her, and she was very happy and playful. Suddenly she said something, but Rachel didn't hear it, and wondered in surprise what she had said. The girl continued to hug the little girl, and said that she needed to ask her what she had just said. But still, Rachel told herself that she couldn't do it, and in front of her there was a worried Kim Ha-jin. The girl's eyes were sticking together, and she said that she was too sleepy. It was very difficult for her to control this state. Then she finally asked the little girl what she had said a minute ago, but at first she simply remained silent. Kim Ha-jin was watching everything that was happening, and the little girl called him Daddy, which was amazing. The girl said that her mother had fallen asleep again, and she called Rachel, who was sleeping soundly, by her mother, next to whom she was sitting at that moment. One of the caretakers was stunned to see the cadets unconscious and sleeping right under the tree. Kim Ha-jin picked up the sleeping Kim Soo-ho and began to carry him on himself, although he was very tired and exhausted. Yun Seung-ah was giving orders to her subjects, and off the coast of the island was the ship on which she arrived. The chaotic fourth day passed in the blink of an eye, and for a while, Kim Ha-jin looked at the water from the ship. At 9 o'clock the next morning, they were finally able to finish the nauseating final exam. Despite the incident with the seedling, as a result of negotiations, it was decided to divide the points between the 4 cadets. Kim Ha-jin checked his smartwatch frequently, but there was still no message from the Chameleon group, even though he was waiting for it. He had no idea why his boss was interested in him, and suddenly someone addressed him, interrupting his thoughts. Chae Na-yun placed her hands on her lower back and asked the young man how the recent events ended. Kim Ha-jin asked what she was talking about, and the girl replied that she remembered the events up to the middle, and Soo-ho said that he destroyed the monster's wings. The young man replied that they couldn't be destroyed with a gun, and that it was nonsense. And Chae Na-yun said that she also thought it was funny. Then Kim Ha-jin asked the girl with interest why she used a sword instead of a bow in the fight with the monster. This question literally shocked Chae Na-yun, and she remained silent for a few seconds, preparing to give a clear and concise answer. She screamed that he asked her to use the sword, and Ha-jin replied that she needed to get the hang of it first and then use it. Chae Na-yun looked at him with a puzzled expression and said that she was not so clumsy that he would worry about her. Kim Ha-jin asked how she felt after she switched to the sword, because her feelings were very curious to him. He asked if she was scared, since she still needed to get used to it, but Chae Na-yun turned her head to the side and simply remained silent. But then she nervously said that she wasn't afraid of anything and that it was all nonsense, but it was clear from her face that she was still afraid. Ha-jin looked at her and said in his mind that lying was one of those disgusting traits that he attributed to Chae Na-yun. Then he narrowed his eyes and smirked slightly, saying to himself that some things never change. Kim Ha-jin told the girl that if she used the sword more often, she would get the hang of it faster and be able to use it without fear. He said that after all, she was born with the talent of a swordsman, and Chae Na-yun was listening to him very interestedly at that moment. After some time, she was sitting at lunch, and Yu Yan-ha told her that it seemed like Ha-jin was interested in her. Chae Na-yun denied it, and Yan-ha asked Kim Soo-ho if he had told him anything since they were close. She said that Ha-jin remains cold when communicating with everyone, but when communicating with Na-yun, interest shows through. Chae Na-yun herself said that at first, Yan-ha was his friend, and the girl said that he needed something, and he approached her. Yu Yan-ha asked if he was interested in her for another reason, and Na-yun blushed and said that it was not like that. Then she was asked what she was going to do with all this, and the girl answered dissatisfiedly that absolutely nothing. Yu Yan-ha saw Kim Ha-jin at one point and said that he was here too, and Chae Na-yun immediately broke out in a sweat. The young man immediately approached their table and said hello, and Yu Yan-ha and Kim Soo-ho said hello in return, but their comrade remained silent. Kim Ha-jin looked at her emotionlessly, then silently turned around and started to leave without even saying anything to her. Yu Yeon-ha smiled and said that he was staring at Chae Na-yoon, and the girl became angry and asked him to stop. But still, somewhere in her soul she thought about Kim Ha-jin, and even regretted a little that she didn't say hello to him at that moment. Kim Ha-jin returned home after some time, closed the door and asked if nothing had happened and if everything was okay. The sweet girl immediately became happy and rushed to him, calling him daddy and being very glad to see him. The young man asked her not to run, but he was stunned. He was very pleased that the girl called him dad. She hugged him and asked where he had been, and Kim Ha-jin replied that he had already told her that he had gone to buy food for her. He then picked up Evangel and told her that she shouldn't call him daddy, and the girl asked why. He asked her to call him uncle or to address him by his first name, and she asked him again why, and he realized that he couldn't do without training. The smile never left the face of the sweet blue-eyed girl, and she remained sincere with the young man. Evangel's sincere and very sweet smile was very much liked by Kim Ha-jin, and he could admire it for a very long time. Looking at her, he began to think about the fact that on that day she woke up next to Rachel, who was lying unconscious. At that moment, Kim Ha-jin ran up to the girl. Evangel was sitting next to her, who said that her mother had fallen asleep again. The young man did not understand anything and asked who she called daddy. The sweet girl said that he was her daddy. He also recalled that she suddenly ran away despite him caring for her, and Evangel simply ran into his arms. Kim Ha-jin became very nervous at one point because he saw a helicopter flying nearby in the sky, which was very alarming. With a trepidation in his voice, he asked Evangel if she could turn into a seed again, and the girl looked at him in surprise. The boy said that she needed to transform into her previous form, and the girl asked what about her mother. Ha-jin didn't want her to call Rachel mom, but he told Evangel that her mom had some things to do, and the girl agreed. Within a few seconds, she had turned back into seed, and the young man looked in surprise at the seed that was floating in the air. So Evangel ended up in his dorm room, and it looks like he has a secret child. Then Kim Ha-jin put the food on the table and sat the girl, who was very hungry, down at it. He asked her to eat more slowly and not to rush, but Evangel was pleased and began to enjoy the delicious food. Kim Ha-jin looked at the table where the bag of pollen from the killed monster butterfly lay and wondered what to do with it. Butterfly sapling pollen clings to targets that have mana and helps awaken hidden potential. The difficulty is that the target must have dormant potential, and pollen can affect both people and objects. Originally, the pollen from the butterfly seedling was supposed to end up in the hands of Rachel and Kim Soo-ho, but things turned out a little differently. Kim Ha-jin looked at the bag of pollen and told himself that he needed to think of a way to give it to the heroes. Rachel, meanwhile, was lying in her bed, lost in thoughts that would not give her peace for a minute. She was troubled by the question of who the child was that she saw when she lay unconscious. The girl felt this girl rather than saw her, but she still remembered her warmth, which she missed so much. Rachel assumed it was a tree spirit or something, or maybe she was just hallucinating. But she still told herself that it was too realistic to be a hallucination, because she still remembered the girl's warmth. The girl lay on the bed and smiled as she recalled those moments when this sweet and little girl was next to her. She wondered why she kept thinking about the warmth of a small child, even if it was a hallucination. Meanwhile, Yu Yeon-ha was near one of the city's statues and often looked at the time on her watch because she was waiting for a person. Then she looked to the side and saw the man she had been waiting for all this time, which made her happy. Smiling, the girl said that he had come after all, and that they would finally be able to talk about pressing matters. Looking at Kim Ha-jin, Yu Yeon-ha said that she thought he would refuse to meet and talk to her at all. She said that there was one more person who was supposed to join them, but it looked like he was late and they would go first. Kim Ha-jin didn't argue with her and agreed, but he immediately wondered who this third person was. In the car, Yeon-ha said that she heard about his success on the exam, and the young man replied that he only scored 67 points. The girl said that other guilds had already shown interest in him, but Kim Ha-jin just remained silent and continued to look out the window. Yu Yeon-ha said that they were already close and would soon arrive at the appointed place, and the guy suddenly saw something interesting. But a few seconds later, he looked out the window with great surprise, and a bright light shone in his face. The girl sitting next to him smiled and said that they had finally reached the place she needed and was glad to greet him. They arrived at the Strait of Essence, and a notification about a guild tour arrived on Ha-jin's watch. The event was organized so that cadets could personally observe how the heroes carry out missions during the holidays. Local guilds have priority in selecting cadets based on their rating, which is a very important factor. In fact, the author is interested in what the heroes do, and he is sure that in addition to the missions he wrote about, there will be others. However, each guild can select a maximum of 3 cadets from among the first and second years. Because of this factor, first-year students are usually not even looked at if their rank is below 300th on the ranking list. According to the rankings, it will most likely be difficult for Kim Ha-jin to enter the top 300, although he performed well in the final. The young man was thinking and stroking the head of Sweet Evangel, but suddenly a loud notification came to his smart watch. He looked at his watch and couldn't believe that someone had written to him and wondered who suddenly needed him. The notice said that he had been selected to participate in the guild tour, and if he did not want to participate, he should let them know. But Kim Ha-jin did not want to refuse to participate in the tour of the guild, and so after some time he arrived there. The guide said that missions above a certain level could only be taken on after management had completed their analysis. Kim Ha-jin was a little nervous and paid attention to Yu Yan-ha, who was walking behind him and smiling sweetly. He knew that she probably put his name on the list because for the daughter of the guild leader, it would be a piece of cake to do something like that. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of the door of one of the rooms and the guide said that they had arrived. The door in front of them opened. There were many people in it, and Ha-jin guessed that this was the analysis room. An unfamiliar voice immediately said that he heard that the young man was number one in theory, and he just looked at the man. It was Park Sang-ho, who was an above-average hero and also served as Yu Yan-ha's left hand. The guy was in charge of the guild tour and was also a very sociable and friendly young man. Kim Ha-jin thought he was a good person, and Park Sang-ho, smiling, began to talk to his boss. He seemed so good that if the young man wasn't the author of the novel, he would never have thought that he was a villain who would betray Yu Yan-ha. Suddenly, a woman approached the group and was a little surprised that Park Sang-ho had brought the cadets. Lee Jin-ah, who was an above-average hero, asked if it was true that it was Cadet Kim Ha-jin. She didn't even believe that the one who took 934th place was able to get a tour of the Strait of Essence. Kim Ha-jin listened to her silently and realized that she was unlikely to have a good opinion of him, since she already had no better opinion of him. Because Lee Jin-ah supports Yoon Ho-seok, she has a grudge against the guild leader's daughter, who is the heir. But this is only now, and in the future she will join Yu Yan-ha and take the place of vice captain on her own. Park Sang-ho said that Ha-jin was number one in theory, and Lee Jin said that she was also number one in theory. The most influential person in the guild was one of the main characters, and the woman said that theory wasn't that important. She then asked Kim Ha-jin if he didn't agree with her opinion and mockingly called him the number one child in theory. Her words were very unpleasant for the young man, but all he could do was endure her vile antics. Lee Jin-ah remembered the paper in his hand and asked how about dealing with it since he was so confident in his abilities. Park Sang-ho said that she couldn't divulge such information so easily. She replied that there was nothing important in it. She asked to let Ha-jin try if he could understand anything, but he wasn't scared at all at that moment. The young man introduced himself and extended his hand to her, but Lee Jin-ah did not understand what he wanted from her and why he extended his palm in front of him. Kim Ha-jin said that he needed paper, and his tone and look at that moment were so confident that it was even surprising. Lee Jin didn't believe in him and asked him if he really thought that giving him the paper would help him in any way. Yu Yan-ha read the notification on her smartwatch and said that the last person had arrived on the first floor. Park Sang-ho said that he needed to be met and suggested doing it together, after which they began to leave for the first floor. Kim Ha-jin was left alone in the analysis room and began to write some calculations on a piece of paper that was given to him. The report discussed various situations that could arise during dungeon raids, and the average cadet would be unable to handle them. But with the skill of observation and viewing, he simply needs to write down on paper the calculations that he sees right in front of him. Kim Ha-jin was able to handle this task very quickly, as it was very easy for him as a skill holder. Within a few minutes, he had finished transferring the calculations to paper, but he still had to solve the last part. But suddenly, the paper he was writing on was torn out with a sharp movement, and the young man could not even influence it. Lee Jin-ah asked him if he didn't realize that everyone had already left, and asked him to stop messing around and get lost. Kim Ha-jin could barely contain his incredible anger towards the boring woman at that moment, but he still managed to hold on. Soon he was standing in the elevator thinking that he hadn't been able to write the last part, and that it would be better for her not to ask him about it. The young man folded his hands over his chest and began to smile slightly, but he was still angry at Lee Jin-ah in his heart. But very unexpectedly, the elevator door opened and Chae Na-yoon entered, whom Kim Ha-jin did not expect to meet at all. The girl herself was also stunned when she saw him, and her mouth opened wide from the shock she experienced at that moment. Chae Na-yoon immediately pointed her finger at him and shouted at Yu Yan-ha, asking him what he was doing there, but he replied that he didn't know. And then she covered her smile with her hand. and Ajin wondered why Yeon-ha didn't say anything about Chae Na-yoon. Meanwhile, Yoo Jin-hyuk sat at the table and thought about work, matters that were very important to him. He didn't even believe that as a result of a thorough month-long investigation, he found information on only a couple of pages. He conducted an investigation to obtain information about Kim Ha-jin, but it did not yield much success. It was not possible to find out the number of people he still communicated with, nor information about his parents and how he became an orphan. Yoo Jin-hyuk threw his body back and tiredly said that his niece had given him a rather difficult task that was difficult to solve. But the man also said that the more difficult the task, the more interested he was, and he had no intention of giving up at all. Park Sang-ho told the cadets that they would now take part in the mission. All that was left was to wait for permission to do so. He then asked Chae Na-yoon why she was late. She replied that she just met her grandfather on the way. The young man excitedly asked if she was talking about the great hero Chae Ju-hol, while Yeon-ha checked her watch. She asked the cadets to go ahead, after which she said that she needed to call immediately and she would catch up with them later. Yoo Yeon-ha then entered the restroom and called her uncle, who immediately called her name happily. The girl asked her uncle how things were going with the matter she had asked him to take on, which was very important to me. Jin-hyuk said that he hadn't started yet because he was very busy, and Yeon-ha immediately got angry and asked if he was making fun of the days. The man asked why she wanted to find Ha-jin and also whether he wanted to find his parents at all. Yoo Yeon-ha said that he had memorized the wanted list and that his parents were probably involved in something criminal. Yoo Jin-hyuk immediately remembered the crime, the details of which were the massacre at the Kwang-o orphanage, and became a little nervous. The niece asked her uncle when he would start work, and he replied that a new order had arrived and they would talk about it later. He then ended the call and Yoo Yeon-ha screamed at him to listen to her, but the call had already ended. Yoo Jin-hyuk didn't want to believe that Kim Ha-jin was actually connected to the crime he remembered. The Kwang-o orphanage massacre occurred 16 years ago when monsters invaded Kwang-o's territory itself. 87 civilians died in the shelter, as well as 9 heroes who gave their lives to defend the place. 10 years ago, Yoo Jin-hyuk tried to investigate this incident, but he was caught and failed at all. He was expelled from the Yoo family, and at first glance, it looked like it was done by human monsters, just as the government thought. But the culprits of this incident were Kim Seok-ho, the president of South Korea, and also Chae Ju-hil, the chairman of Daehyun. But there was also a third true culprit, Yoo Jin-young, who was Yoo Jin-hyuk's brother, and also Yoo Yeon-ha's biological father. They didn't even want to get their hands dirty and just hired killers. Probably it wasn't that important to them, which angered the man. Jin-hyuk suggested that Kim Ha-jin's parents were victims of this incident, and now he wants to avenge their deaths. He understood that all this was dangerous and would not end well, and beads of sweat from nerves began to flow down his hands. The man realized that if he continued digging, when Chae Ju-chil found out about it, he would die a terrible death. Then it was announced that a large group of stone golems had appeared on the street, and the cadets ran forward as fast as they could. It was also said that the above-average hero, Park Sang-ho, should go and destroy the golems. Meanwhile, the cadets ran with the heroes and Sang-ho asked where Ha-jin was, and Chae Na-yoon replied that he would catch up with them soon. Then the girl asked Yoo Yeon-ha, who was running next to her, if everything was okay and if something had happened because her face was very serious. She said nothing happened, but inside she was very angry and called her uncle a fool, and Na-yoon didn't touch her. Park Sang-ho suddenly became very wary because he saw something ahead that posed an immediate danger. He exclaimed that the golems had been discovered, and the golems themselves, meanwhile, began to destroy everything around them and wanted to destroy them. One of the golems swung its hand upward to kill the civilians who were on the ground and unable to move. But at the last moment before the blow was struck, his hand was shackled and tightly tied with an elastic whip. Park Sang-ho exclaimed that Yoo Yeon-ha did a great job, and then he charged at the monster with a sharp spear. The above-average hero made a high jump and then stabbed his spear right into the center of the monster's head. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin found them and reached their destination last, while he was very short of breath. He said that he had finally caught up with them, while Chae Na-yoon was pulling the bowstring and trying to aim at the monsters. After examining the monster, the girl mentally said that it was about 2 meters tall, which allowed her to draw some conclusions. Chae Na-yoon assessed the situation objectively and realized that she might be able to deal with the golem using the ball. Then she made a sharp jerk, remembering that the golem's vulnerable spot was the ankle. The girl swung her sword and continued running straight towards the golem, which was already ready to attack her. The monster's gaze became more and more furious, and its eyes were very red and filled with hatred and incredible anger. Unexpectedly, he reacted to Chae Na-yoon's approach and then punched her right in the center of her stomach. The girl was shocked and could not believe that she had miscalculated and was attacked, and she also spat out blood. The blow was incredibly powerful and forceful, causing the fragile Che Na-yun to be thrown several meters away and fall to the ground. But she immediately stood up, and holding her side wondered why the shin was so fast that it managed to strike before her. The monster didn't give her time to think before swinging his fist again to deliver the finishing blow. Kim Ha-jin was very afraid for Che Na-yun and shouted at her to dodge, or else she would be hit by the monster. However, he realized that she would not be able to dodge, resulting in her being pulled towards him using the ability. The young man himself was surprised and realized that because he wanted to help Che Na-yun so much, his ether involuntarily reacted and attracted her. Ha-jin said that if she continued to freeze at critical moments, then it would be better for her to fight from a distance. He then asked if her sword could become longer, and Che Na-yun remained silent and looked at the guy in surprise. She asked him to mind his own business and said that she had simply let her guard down and made a mistake. Che Na-yun turned her back to him and as she left, thanked him for saving her a minute earlier, even though she did it through force. The reason she has to be a swordswoman is because her mana pool is several times larger than a normal hero. She has a mana reserve several times greater than Kim Soo-hoi. If you make the sword a mana conductor, there will be no restrictions. After some time, all the golems were defeated, and Kim Ha-jin suggested going back since the rescue team had arrived. But suddenly he stopped and froze in place because he remembered that a second earlier, he had seen a woman's silhouette on the roof. Kim Ha-jin turned around and said in his mind that there was no need to even guess who the girl on the roof was. Che Na-yun turned around and asked why he stood there and said that it was time for them to leave here. Kim Ha-jin said in his mind that he was sorry that he was faster with the broadcast and then began to leave with the others. The mysterious woman on the roof, meanwhile, continued to watch him go but did nothing. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah stretched and said tiredly that her shoulders were about to fall off from incredible fatigue. The girl said that she offered to pass the calculations on to the office workers, but the arrogant Lee Jin said that she was smarter than them. A comrade asked what kind of documents these were and whether she used pen and paper for calculations, and she replied that these were the cadet's scribbles. Then Lee Jin-ah took the paper with the calculations in her hands and with a smile offered to evaluate the arrogant boy. The woman read the material on paper and was stunned. Sweat began to run down her face because she could not believe what she saw. Soon, Ha-jin read a notice from Lee Jin, asking for a meeting in writing that they needed to talk about something. He already roughly understood how the guild worked and he had absolutely no other business there, so he was completely calm. Kim Ha-jin texted Sang-ho's character that he couldn't join the excursion tomorrow, and he asked why. The young man wondered if he should have some fun and tease Lee Jin, who had previously gotten on his nerves. He wrote that someone said that he did not have the best results in the exam, so it is better to give a chance to other cadets. Sang-ho looked angrily at Lee Jin-ah, and she began to justify herself and said that she didn't want it to turn out this way. Kim Ha-jin smiled and said that this should be enough, and he could imagine how angry Yoo Yeon-ha would be. Then he closed the messenger and began to yawn, covering his mouth with his hand, because he was very tired after one. Evangel was fast asleep on the floor, and the young man was saying in his mind that the excursion had been fruitful, but he still had some things to do. He decided not to waste time and would do this while the baby was sleeping, after which he picked her up and decided to put her to bed. Kim Ha-jin then became quiet and reached for the top shelf where the bag of butterfly seedling pollen was. He carefully picked up the bag to place it on the table and start doing something that was quite important to him. Opening the bag, he began to carefully examine the pollen of the butterfly seedling, because the process required extreme caution. In his mind, Kim Ha-jin said that no matter how he looked at it, there was much more pollen in the bag than he had previously thought. He decided to share it with Kim Soo-ho and Rachel, after which he divided it across his face into 3 equal parts, since there was enough for him too. The young man understood that the heroes needed pollen, but he would also need it, and would use it as soon as the opportunity arose. Kim Ha-jin decided that it was time to strike while the iron was hot, so there was no point in putting this matter off until later. He knew that it was useless to use the butterfly seedling pollen on himself, since he had quite a low potential. The boy understood that the best solution would be to apply the pollen of the butterfly seedling to his precious ether. After this, he took the paper on which there was pollen and began to carefully sprinkle it onto the ether. Then it was necessary to wait until the precious pollen of the butterfly seedling was absorbed inside and bore fruit. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin received a message and then saw that it was written by Che Na-yun, which was even more unexpected. The girl in the messenger thanked him for saving her, but said that there was one thing which interested the guy a little. Then Che Na-yun started writing him a meaningless message and laughing, while Kim Ha-jin just called it stupid. At one point, he caught himself texting a girl and feeling calm, not even nervous. The guy would never have thought that he would be texting Chae Na-yoon like this, and he also said that these emotions were something new. Ha-jin started out as a side character unrelated to the main plot, but found himself in the thick of things. He did not understand how he had ended up in the thick of things, and these thoughts never left him for a minute. Kim Ha-jin is still just a supporting character, but nothing is certain, and he can change absolutely everything. Meanwhile, Yoo Yeon-ha was in her room typing something on her laptop, all the while concentrating. She sipped her coffee and realized that she needed to write a report on the guild tour and a recruitment notice for the guild. The Strait of Entity has an information team, but they still need people who can process information. She remembered her uncle again and became angry, after which she decided to do everything herself so as not to wait for this lazy man. Suddenly, Yoo Yeon-ha was distracted by Chae Na-yoon's call and wondered why she was calling at such a late hour. She picked up the phone and asked if something had happened and what the sudden call was about, and also said that she was busy. Chae Na-yoon said that she would be attending a seminar with Kim Soo-ho next Tuesday and asked if Yoo Yeon-ha would join them. The girl said no and wanted to voice the reason, but Na-yoon said that Shin Jung-hak would be there too, after which she agreed. Yoo Yeon-ha then asked if that was the only reason she called, but the girl asked if she saw the recording of the fight with the stone golem. She replied that she did because she needed to write a report, and asked if Na-yoon wanted to discuss the time when Ha-jin helped her. The girl replied that this was not the case at all, and Yeon-ha said that the angle looked like she was throwing herself into his arms. Chae Na-yoon became angry and asked him not to show this fragment to anyone, and Yeon-ha asked with a smile why he was saying that. She continued to tease the girl, after which Na-yoon said that she had a lot to do and ended the phone call. Yeon-ha smiled and called her a little liar before turning her gaze to her laptop and deciding to get back to work. But suddenly she received a notification again, after which she began to check it and wondered who needed her again. Yoo Yeon-ha was taken aback and jumped up from her seat because she saw that Kim Ha-jin had refused the guild tour. She then found out that it was all because of Lee Jin-ah's words, after which the girl hung up and became even more angry. The girl was very angry because they barely managed to convince Kim Ha-jin to sign the contract, and Lee Jin ruined everything with her mouth. Ha-jin unexpectedly received bonus luck points and was surprised because he didn't know for what merits, but he was still happy about it. Then he sat down on a chair and, looking at his laptop, said that now was the time to distribute the points he had earned on something important. Kim Ha-jin knew that no matter how hard he tried, his physical stats would eventually start to lag behind. He decided that it was better to choose and focus on one thing, and decided to spend the points not on himself, but on weapons. Although from the outside, this talent is so-so, but with his luck, there is no hope for the best. So Kim Ha-jin did not even doubt it. Then at one point, he became very serious, and gritting his teeth, he decided to try to spend the points on a weapon. Kim Ha-jin agreed to rewrite his talent, and in his mind, he prayed for luck in that exciting moment. Then he narrowed his eyes, and when he opened them slightly, he saw that the points were not enough. But luck had been activated, and the losses were compensated. After that, a table appeared on the laptop screen, which contained all the information about the random improvement system. Kim Ha-jin read the information with surprise and interest, which would be very useful to him. He was not entirely pleased, but he could not hope for anything better, and he also understood that he had to be grateful for that too. The preparations were complete, and the reason why Kim Ha-jin was rushing the preparations was because of one thing. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a notification that arrived, which the young man immediately began to check. The notice said that the Travelers Club would meet in England the following Friday, which indicated the beginning of a new story. Kim Ha-jin spent the entire last week of summer vacation training like crazy to improve himself and become stronger. Even though he put all his points into weapons, this does not mean that he should forget about physical training, which is very important. But despite his hard training, Kim Ha-jin's stats were still average. Ether had completed its improvement and could materialize, and part of the potential was revealed thanks to the mysterious power of the spirit. With the additional feature of the specific implementation, you can choose the color and texture of the ether. Kim Ha-jin knew that it would be difficult to create a gun, but the structure of the knife was much simpler, and he managed to create it. It was very interesting and amazing, and the ether was transformed and looked like a knife, and the feeling was also like a knife. He then read a notice that he could recognize up to 5 types of weapons, and this improved their characteristics. Kim Ha-jin threw the knife forward with a sharp movement to test its strength and other important characteristics. The knife crashed into a huge rock nearby, causing the rock to break into 2 large pieces. The young man was surprised and said that the concrete implementation of the random improvement is very useful. The knife was not as powerful as the relic, but it was no different from a regular weapon, meaning it would pierce the enemy's heart when needed. Kim Ha-jin was about to leave and asked Evangel to behave well and not make noise while he was at the club. He smiled at the sweet girl and said that he would buy her some treats, and the girl played with the ether and said that she would obey him. The young man said that with the help of a spirit friend, one can only create animals, but not people, and she said that she already understood this. Kim Ha-jin then walked up to the front door and waved at Evangel, saying that they would see each other later when he got back from class. The sweet girl waved goodbye to the young man, after which he went to class, and she was left alone in his room. The servant told the lovely Princess Rachel that she had nothing to worry about at all, but the girl could not help but worry. Henry said that their contract with Cube had expired and they had decided to hire reliable agents, and the girl thanked him. The man said that if she didn't mind, he would like to contact the cadet who saved her, and she gave her consent. The Ha-jin that Rachel saw back then definitely shouldn't have been ranked 934th. The princess understood that there was a possibility that other guilds would also want to get their hands on such a capable cadet. Even though the Royal Guild is not inferior to the best guilds in Korea, it has the right of priority recruitment. They could legitimately offer much better conditions than any other guild, which gave Rachel hope. The leader of the travel club, meanwhile, asked that since everyone had come, were they ready to go to England? Meanwhile, Chae-na-yoon was sweating from the heat and said that she was going to melt, and Yeon-ha asked why she was wearing a uniform. But she didn't answer this question, and asked Kim Ha-jin if he wasn't hot since he was wearing a jacket on top of his uniform. The guy replied that he was comfortable because he was wearing a black royal jacket that had a temperature control function. After some time, the cadets arrived in England, after which they began to look around with particular interest. The leader of the travel club said that they would go to an island that was floating in the sky, which sounded very interesting. The young man said that the island was called Clancy Islet, and they would get there with the help of an unusual portal for movement. The island was created by the English government using the floating crystals that were in their possession. Here, money rules everything and all kinds of events and auctions are held, and entertainment can be found for every taste. It is a golden island, more like Las Vegas, where the next chapter of the main story of the novel will begin. Chae-na-yoon was delighted and said that she hadn't come here for a long time, and Yeon-ha, who was walking next to her, said the same thing. Kim Soo-ho asked if they had been here before, but Kim Ha-jin said no, and Chae-na-yoon said she had come with her brother. She said she came here when she was 11 with her brother, but then realized she never came here again after that. The girl became a little sad and lowered her head, and Kim Soo-ho just silently looked at the slightly upset girl. He then smiled and said that it was his first time here and asked if she could be his guide, which immediately inspired the girl. Chae-na-yoon happily exclaimed that she could be his guide and asked Kim Soo-ho to rely on her in this matter. The club leader said that there would be a big event on the island that evening and said that they could have fun until it started. The young man asked if anyone had any questions, and Yeon-ha raised her hand and exclaimed that she had a question for him. She asked if they could go to the casino, and he said yes because Cuban cadets were considered adults. Chae-na-yoon was very happy and immediately began to rush the others because she couldn't wait to get to the casino. After some time, the cadets arrived at the casino, where people were placing various bets and were busy playing cards. Kim Ha-jin said it was a lot more fancy than he thought, and Chae-na-yoon said she wanted to exchange some chips. The manager asked the young man to show his ID, and he kindly handed her the document that confirmed his identity. The young man immediately realized that Jane was disguised as the manager and asked how long she had been working at the casino. The sweet girl smiled and said that it was already the 6th year, and Kim Ha-jin was a little surprised and thanked her for the chips. Then he began to leave and said in his thoughts that, as expected, Jane had already penetrated here, which was not at all surprising. The event will start at 7 in the evening, and animals will come here from all corners to get what was important. Even though Ha-jin wanted to remain calm, he couldn't help but feel nervous, causing the young man to tightly clench his fists. The reason for this was that where else, if not here, can you make a lot of money with just luck? The incident would happen at 7 o'clock in the evening, and he knew he still had time, so he decided to play a little. After a while, Kim Ha-jin happily threw 2 chips into the air and then deftly caught them. He got the idea and said that it was worth starting with slot machines, and people were surprised that he hit the jackpot. Kim Ha-jin began to think about where he would continue his game from, but suddenly he noticed someone's dissatisfaction. It turned out that it was Chae-na-yoon, who was unhappy with her loss, and the other players were laughing at her. The young man then noticed a long-haired man named Bert, who was also blonde. Chae-na-yoon stood up from the table in displeasure and said that she was done and would not play anymore, and the men laughed at her. Bert said it was somehow wrong to beat a child and said he would give her back 25%, after which he handed over the chips. The girl immediately turned around, and at the same time she began to get angry because the return of the chips seemed like an insult to her. She screamed that he was lucky that her money came easy, but when she started playing seriously, she would fleece him completely. Just an hour later, Chae Na-yoon will be crying in the hotel because she lost all the money she took with her. The author was well aware that all the players in this casino were scammers who only wanted to rip others off. A particular rogue is their leader, Bert, who's also one of the important characters in the author's novel. Chae Na-yoon lost again and began throwing cards around in anger, while Kim Ha-jin only mentally called her a fool. She comes from a wealthy family, fourth generation, and for her, losing a lot of money is not such a big tragedy. But something caught his interest, after which the young man approached the table and asked Chae Na-yoon to stand up, which surprised the girl at that moment. He said that he would play instead of her, because Bert had something that caught his attention and interested him. Chae Na-yoon asked if he had the money for it, since the minimum bet started at $100. Still, she didn't interfere, and the dealer said that the game was called 7-Card Stud, and he would now deal the cards. The players sitting at the table were no longer laughing and were extremely focused on their cards. Soon the dealer said that the game had begun, and one of the players looked nervously at Kim Ha-jin, who had joined the game. He asked the boy if he was going to look at his cards, and the boy replied that he was not going to do that at all. Although no one knew it, Kim Ha-jin could see his cards without turning them over, because he had abilities. The player became nervous and asked if he was crazy, and the young man called him crazy and thought about which card to choose. Kim Ha-jin's choice fell on the 3 of spades, which he considered a good card to start with, and settled on it. The player next to him asked how he dared to speak to him so casually, and the young man asked if he hadn't started it. The man wanted to attack him, but Bert said that the guy was wearing a Cuban cadet uniform and asked him to maintain good manners. Ha-jin understood that the leader of the scammers was also very nervous, but he was good at keeping a straight face, but there was one caveat. The young man looked at the bracelet on the man's hand and then grinned slyly because a plan had already formed in his head. Jane understood that there were 6 villains in the casino, 3 heroes from the association, 1 swindler, and 1 from the Light Source Guild. The girl also understood that among the casino guests, there was even Kim Ha-jin, who was the favorite of the Chameleon boss. Jane thought that everyone was at a low start and wondered if she had been exposed since Kim Ha-jin had seen her face earlier. She knew he could only see through her if he focused his magic on his eyes, but there was no reason to do that now. The boss said she hoped she was right, adding that she didn't feel any movement of magic either. The dealer said he would deal the 6th card, and in the meantime, the 12th round was underway, with 60,000 at stake. Bert's card was the Ace of Hearts, and given the previous 5 cards, it was clear that he had a full house. At one point, he said the call command, and Kim Ha-jin realized that he was still keeping a straight face, even though he had good cards, and that was not bad. The young man himself said that he was raising the stakes, and Chae Na-yoon said the same thing, but the third player also said the call command. Now Bert has a full house, and to win, Ha-jin needs to collect 4 cards of the same rank. He usually didn't try to do this, since after a full house there was a low chance of getting 4 cards of the same rank. But there was one thing. Bert laughed slightly and asked if it was true that the guy didn't have much money, and that was why Ha-jin was hoping to win it here. The man pointed his finger at the boy and asked if he wanted to put his ring down so he wouldn't have to spend the rest of his money. Ha-jin lifted the ring hanging on his neck, and Bert asked if it was an artifact and said that he couldn't see it with the naked eye. He began to look closely at the shiny silver ring with a blue stone and asked why he was wearing the ring around his neck. Kim Ha-jin put the pendant with the ring back on his neck and replied that he had his own personal reasons for doing so. Chae Na-yoon was a little surprised and looked at the guy silently, not even going to get involved in the conversation. But still, she couldn't hold back and slammed the table, suggesting that they just leave, which surprised Kim Ha-jin at that moment. The girl exclaimed that she would return his loss to him and said that this game was not worth putting a valuable and important decoration on. Kim Ha-jin took her hand near the forearm and asked her to just sit down because he didn't want to leave at all. He then quietly and calmly told her that he definitely wouldn't lose, so she could sit quietly, and Chae Na-yoon was surprised. The young man nevertheless took off his pendant with a ring and said that the ring was very expensive, so he would put it up as a bet. Bert started to take off the bracelet from his wrist because Kim Ha-jin said that he wanted him to risk his bracelet. At that very moment, the precious jewelry of both men was placed as stakes, after which the game was to begin. After a couple of minutes, Bert asked if it was time for them to show their cards, then said that he would do it first, because he was impatient. His 5 cards formed a full house, which should have won this round. Chae Na-yoon was stunned and silently watched everything that was happening, realizing that this was a loss on the part of Kim Ha-jin. Bert began to pull all the chips towards himself and laughed and said that he was very sorry, but the young man asked him to wait a little. Kim Ha-jin looked at the man with a little confusion and said that he still hadn't revealed his cards. The man did not understand what the young man was hoping for, because he was sure that his combination of cards was invincible. Kim Ha-jin revealed each of his cards and said that luck was his middle name, because his combination was stronger. Che Na-yun was shocked, and the young man said that it looked like he won because he had 4 cards of the same value. Bert was shocked and couldn't believe it. And Kim Ha-jin said that he shouldn't be surprised, because in poker everything depends on luck. The man still couldn't believe it, because he was already confident of his win. But this was a blow below the belt. The guards started holding him, and Bert shouted that he had cheated, but he also started accusing the young man of it, and Che Na-yun asked if there was any evidence. The swindler was then taken away, and the girl said that he should learn to lose, while Kim Ha-jin looked at the bracelet he had won. It was all the Diana bracelet of an Athenian, which allowed him to convert damage into mana and store it inside the bracelet. Bert never knew its value, because although the bracelets are capable of accumulating mana, the owner cannot use it for himself. Kim Ha-jin decided to add a magical component that would enhance his physical performance. Che Na-yun turned to the young man and asked him what he would do if he lost the game. The guy replied that he would jump into the Han River, but the girl asked him not to say that, which was a bit unexpected. Ha-jin asked if she really wanted her money back, and Na-yun replied that he could keep it since he was the winner. They soon went outside where Kim Soo-ho saw them and started waving for them to pay attention and come over to him and Yoo Yun-ha. He said that if they had waited a little longer, they would have been late, but Ha-jin appeared before them in new chic clothes. Che Na-yun complained about pain in her arms, and Yoo Yun-ha asked why he was dressed like that, to which the young man asked if it didn't suit him. Ha-jin said that he stopped by an antique store on the way, and the girl asked where he got so much money. Na-yun said that he was simply great at all card games, and suddenly an unknown young man appeared behind her. The young man began to smile and asked if this was little Na-yun, whom he had missed so much for a long time. The girl immediately became angry and asked what he was doing there, and the guy replied that he just came to have fun. Ha-jin asked who it was and if it was her boyfriend, but an angry Che Na-yun replied that it was just a friend. Yoo Yun-ha looked at the boy and said that he was Hunter Kim Jun-woo from the Light Source Guild, whom she immediately recognized. The young man smiled and said that it was true and it was him, and then asked if he was still popular since he was so easy to recognize. Yoo Yun-ha shook his hand and said that she was glad to meet him, and Kim Jun-woo smiled back and said that he was glad too. After that, they began to talk, while the other 3 cadets remained silent and intervened in the conversation. Meanwhile, the boss of the Chameleon group was somewhere to the side and silently watched everything that was happening. The silhouette of Kim Ha-jin was reflected in her eyes, and she continued to follow him and turned to Jane. The girl immediately appeared and said that everything was ready, as the boss had ordered earlier, so she didn't have to worry. Soon the event began, and the host said that they were at the portal on the River Thames, leading to Clancy Islet. He said the news of the white crystal demonstration was shocking and attracted the attention of people all over the world. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the speech of the General Director Zelen, and a woman's leg steps out of the arriving limousine. The host took note of this and said that in the meantime, the respected Princess Rachel had arrived. The princess wore a luxurious white dress that trailed along the red carpet and was accentuated by white high-heeled shoes. Reporters asked her to say a few words about today's event and began asking various questions. Security guards told reporters they were not allowed beyond that area, but Princess Rachel continued to walk the red carpet. She soon approached the portal that led to Clancy Islet and stopped, then began to look at it. Princess Rachel was glad to enjoy the silence for a while, but after a few seconds, someone addressed her. Lawton Corporation CEO Zelen thanked the princess for coming here. Rachel approached the CEO because she had one question that had been on her mind for a minute. The girl asked if they had good protection against the human monsters, and Zelen replied that this was exactly the case, and that she didn't have to worry. He said that Clancy Island is the safest place in Europe because a huge number of heroes were not hired for this event. Zelen also said that as the largest sponsor of the Royal Guild, they promised to support the level and reputation of her guild. Princess Rachel remained silent and cold-minded because she didn't believe the CEO completely. And all this was not without reason, because in fact Zelen was hiding something and was clearly not a positive character. He asked the princess to look forward to the beginning of the incredible event, while the guests began to gather. Kim Ha-jin looked at his watch and realized that there was still half an hour left before the event started, but there were already a lot of people around. However, there were thoughts that did not leave him for a minute at that time. because this question was truly urgent. In a world teeming with human monsters, it is hard to believe that such a dangerous event is taking place. The author wrote that the Lawton Corporation is one of the most corrupt in history, whose leaders commit evil. And such terrible people own a white crystal that was incredibly precious and very rare. Although this item should not fall into the hands of monsters, the Lawton Corporation will not use it for good purposes either. The author remembered that 3 important human monsters would appear today, 2 of which were the crystal courier Need and the fighter Silicon. And the third of them was the leader of the group searching for artifacts, or rather villains, whose name was Kim Hak Pyo. With Ha-Jin's current abilities, there is no chance that he will be able to thwart their plans to steal the crystal. Suddenly, the boss of the Chameleon group appeared, saw the young man, and asked if he was here too. Kim Ha-Jin moved his chair slightly and was surprised to see Xiao Ping, who said that she was providing security for the event. Jane congratulated his boss on the radio that she had finally met her favorite, and she became angry because of her words. She clenched her fist in anger and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. But Kim Ha-Jin didn't understand who she was talking to. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho turned his attention to his comrade, who was talking to a woman he didn't know. He immediately asked who it was, and Ha-Jin replied that it was his acquaintance Li Xiaoping, who was an above-average hero. Then the young man introduced Kim Soo-ho and Yu Yan-ha to the girl, and she replied that she knew them because they were famous cadets. Kim Jun-woo suddenly appeared, put his hand on Kim Ha-Jin's shoulder, and told Xiaoping that he was glad to see her. Then the smile on his face disappeared, and he asked the girl how she knew Ha-Jin, and his gaze was cold-blooded. Kim Jun also asked if he could ask what group she was in, while Xiaoping tried to remain calm. But suddenly the spotlights turned on in the venue, and Yu Yan-ha said that the event would start soon. Xiaoping did not answer the question, and said that she would go because she needed to patrol the event. As she left, she wished him all the best and began to walk away, and Kim Jun, to whom she had never responded, did not even try to stop her. Kim Ha-Jin was very nervous and hoped that the young man had not guessed anything, but in the meantime, he simply remained silent. Meanwhile, Princess Rachel was in the stalls and looked at the cadets, among whom she saw Kim Ha-Jin. She looked at the young man and saw a jacket on him, after which she realized that it was the artifact that she had given him. Rachel was very pleased and smiled because she realized that her gift was not indifferent to Ha-Jin, and he was wearing it. The CEO of the corporation, meanwhile, greeted all the guests present and respectfully bowed before them. Zilin asked those present what force they thought was the source of all creation on Earth. He then turned his attention to Princess Rachel and said that this incredible power was precious mana. He said that as mana accumulates, it can become a treasure with incredible power, and such is the white crystal. 480 crystals have been discovered, but at present the method for their proper use has not yet been discovered. The spotlight was pointed at a white crystal that was covered with a pink cloth, and Zealand was about to present it. The CEO said that they, the Lawton Corporation, would show the audience right now how to use the white crystal. Those present were surprised and watched the demonstration with interest, clapping their hands. Kim Ha-Jin, meanwhile, folded his arms and silently watched the demonstration, without showing any emotion. Zelen said that the history of the creation of this vacuum cube originated in the Persian Empire, and Rachel listened silently to the story. But something was bothering her, and she noticed the black puppets scurrying around the hall from the very beginning of the event. Princess Rachel said in her mind that she initially thought they were security, but there were more of these men. The girl understood that something was wrong and sensed danger, but she could not act recklessly. Then she turned her attention to Kim Ha-Jin, who suddenly stood up from the table and started walking somewhere. The young man looked around carefully and continued heading towards the exit, and the princess did not understand what was going on. She wondered where Kim Ha-Jin was going in the middle of the event since it had just started. The obsessive thoughts continued to haunt Rachel, and she became even more nervous because she began to suspect him, a person who is always on the scene and who is always surrounded by an unusual atmosphere. Rachel asked security to keep an eye out for suspicious individuals in the hall and said that she could stand up for herself. The guards went down and began to spy, and in the meantime, the princess used one of her abilities. She pulled the pendant on her neck slightly, which allowed her to use the shadow expansion ability. A shadow began to appear around Princess Rachel, and she took a few steps back so as not to arouse suspicion. She quietly walked down from the stalls and then followed Kim Ha-Jin, who was acting suspiciously. Rachel decided that from now on she would follow the young man because she was curious to know where he went. The CEO of the Lawton Corporation aroused a lot of suspicion in her and did not inspire any trust at all. At one point she saw his sly smile, which did not promise anything positive at all. Princess Rachel was sure that something was about to happen in this room because Kim Ha-jin's behavior also spoke of something. Zelen said that they had gained access to the corporation's internal documents, and the artifact was located in Clancy Hall. He said the cube was originally clay, but they broke it down into its basic components and gave it new life in the form of a container. Kim Hak-pyo sat in the hall and thought that Zelen wanted to show the big shots that he owned the real artifact and make money. He realized that the only way to get to Clancy's flying island was through a closely monitored portal. Hak-pyo also understood that the island was floating due to mana, so there was no way that the human monsters could get here. But it never occurred to anyone that they could use air transport, after which he grinned wickedly. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin continued to walk in an unknown direction, and the princess continued to follow him. The thought of where he was heading did not leave her, and she continued to follow him closely. Rachel decided to continue watching him from a safe distance and stood around the corner. Kim Ha-jin tried to open the door leading to the roof, and she wondered what kind of business he might have on the roof. Ordinary people are forbidden to go up there, so the door is closed and opens only during rounds. The guy couldn't open the door to the roof, and Rachel knew he needed a key to do that, which he didn't have. Kim Ha-jin reached into his black jacket and suddenly pulled out a double-sided hammer. Princess Rachel was shocked by what she saw and did not understand why he needed a hammer. She wondered if he was going to knock down the door, and also remembered that it was forbidden to bring weapons onto the flying island. Rachel wondered if he was going to break down the iron, mana-reinforced door with a hammer. The princess knew that this would never work, but Kim Ha-jin swung his sword with a sharp movement. Rachel was stunned, but the reinforced iron door was knocked down with an incredibly powerful blow from the hammer. Kim Ha-jin threw away the hammer. The girl tried to understand how he knocked down the door with a simple hammer, without even using mana. Then Princess Rachel heard strange sounds, and then loud human screams began to be heard. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the event hall, which was created by the human monsters that had infiltrated the island. The bloodthirsty monsters mercilessly dealt with peaceful people who begged for help, but they were not spared. The human monster Nade grabbed the company's CEO by the face, preventing him from speaking. The monster grabbed the white crystal that he had wanted to steal for a long time and said that he would take it for himself. But suddenly, one of the trained heroes whose duty it was to protect the event attacked him. The young man was surprised, but Nade managed to dodge his attack, which was quite unexpected for him. The human monster created clones, laughed, called it all an unpleasant ability, and then prepared to strike. Jin Xiangchen said that his opponent would be him, a high-ranking hero, but Nadu didn't care about that. He and his clones began to run in different directions, and the high-ranking hero was confused and did not understand who he should chase. And then the young man began to run after the monster, while the boss of the Chameleon group stood aside and watched what was happening. Yu Yun-ha tried to calm the civilians and asked them to move towards the exit, but Che Na-yun did not understand what was happening. A male voice asked the girl where she was, and Na-yun herself tried to understand what kind of voice it was that was so familiar to her. It was Jun-woo, holding the monster by the shirt and with a bloody face, saying that he was very glad that she was okay. He then threw something to Kim Soo-ho and asked him to catch it, still with a strange smile on his face. The hero immediately looked at the object, and there was surprise on his face, which did not leave his face for some time. He was surprised because Jin-woo had thrown him a sword that would be useful to him in the fight against the monsters surrounding them. The young man smiled again and said that he needed to fight with something because there were many vile creatures around. He said that this sword belonged to the human monster that was lying nearby. Kim Ha-jin was on the roof of the building at the time, concentrating on his thoughts. In the original story of the novel, Need created 8 copies of himself and escaped without ever being caught by the heroes. The high-ranking hero Xiang Chen was chasing after one of the human monster clones that was heading east. But as it turned out later, the precious white crystal was not his at all, because it was just a clone. Jane, disguised as a human monster, followed the one that went south, but he was also a dummy. And the boss of the Chameleon group was pursuing Need himself, who at that time was moving north without stopping. In the author's plot, Crystal was supposed to be with him, and the boss understood this, so she didn't stop. But suddenly, several human monsters crawled out onto her, immediately attacking and swiping at her. The boss of the Chameleon group was not at all confused and immediately used one of her magical abilities. The monster man laughed and asked if she thought they would be afraid of some tiny black hole. But the smile disappeared from his face within a few seconds as the black hole began to suck him in. The other human monsters were shocked by this and knew that they had to run away immediately while they were still whole. They started to run away, but the black hole put down its roots to pull them in and prevent the human monsters from escaping. One of the monster girls began to be sucked into a black hole, and she screamed because she was very scared and in pain. Need looked around and became very nervous because he did not understand what it was and what was happening. Then, with the help of a sharp blade released from the black hole, he was pierced through and blood began to flow on his face. Ha-Jin was horrified by what he saw, and the white crystal ended up in the hands of the Chameleon group, just like in the original story. The group's boss began to examine the place where the corpse of the human monster lay, but there was no precious crystal there. She came to the conclusion that it was just another clone of Need, and the real monster had disappeared somewhere. Kim Ha-Jin became very nervous and wondered if the plot of the novel had changed again, which was unexpected. He received no further reports about this and realized that perhaps it was all due to the variables of the current situation. The young man began to bite his lip because he was very nervous and was trying to come up with a plan of action since there was little time left. Although he had never done it before, he needed to use the magical power of the stigmata. The magical power of the stigmata needs to be focused on the retina of his eye, which is what Kim Ha-Jin began to do. But then he realized that he needed to focus her on the skill of seeing 1,000 li, which is what the young man did at that moment. Eventually, his efforts were successful, and he began to see at great distances, which is what he needed. Kim Ha-Jin began to look around and tried to figure out where the white precious crystal was. Then he saw a car with a suspicious figure in it, holding the steering wheel tightly. In the car sat a human monster who was holding a case in his hands. A precious white crystal was walking around. But suddenly, Kim Ha-Jin began to feel strange, and his mind began to panic, but he tried to remain calm. The young man immediately grabbed his head and took a few steps back, because he felt very unwell. He held his hand over his face, and in the meantime, the mana reboot began, which happened at a very inopportune time. Kim Ha-Jin jumped off the roof and told himself that he would have to go get the crystal himself. The young man landed and saw a motorcycle right in front of him with no owner next to it. He realized that this was what he needed, and then he got on the motorcycle, despite the fact that it was not his property. Kim Ha-Jin felt ashamed in front of the unknown owner of the bike, but he knew that he would definitely return it later. Meanwhile, the people in the hall were still panicking and running in different directions, and the heroes were trying to calm them down. Chae Na-yoon asked citizens to remain calm because panic was very inappropriate at that time. The girl asked people to watch their step while a motorcycle parked behind her. Then her attention was drawn to Kim Ha-Jin, who called out to the girl, and she immediately turned around, not expecting to see him. Chae Na-yoon was surprised to see a young man on a motorcycle, but he didn't waste any time and threw an object to her. The girl immediately caught the object and asked in surprise what it was, since she had never encountered it before. Ha-Jin said that it was a magic sword, and she would be able to put it to good use, but without a weapon, she would hardly be able to fight off the monsters. The magic sword is a unique item he stole from Citus, and the higher the owner's mana level, the more powerful the weapon. Chae Na-yoon has great potential, and thus she will be able to surpass even the strongest human monsters. She asked Ha-Jin what she should do with the magic sword, to which he asked her not to get hurt, and the girl asked where he was going. Kim Ha-Jin replied that he was going out on business and said that she could handle it here alone, and Chae Na-yoon was stunned. The young man began to ride his motorcycle at high speed, and the girl asked him to stop because she was very nervous. Kim Ha-Jin used the ability and realized that he needed to speed up since the target was heading southeast. The car that contained the white precious crystal continued to drive at high speed. The guy in the car asked the driver how long they had to drive, and he replied that it would be less than a minute and started talking about the plan of action. The man didn't have time to finish speaking because at that moment, the motorcycle was already only a few centimeters away. Kim Ha-Jin acted very unexpectedly and crashed at high speed right into the side of the car where the crystal was located. The car immediately flipped over from the incredible property of the moment, and the young man simply watched from the side. He then rubbed his face, wiping away beads of sweat, and looked at the car warily, ready for anything. The young man in the car remained alive, and as he climbed out of it, he called the culprit a scoundrel who had acted so cruelly. There were numerous abrasions and cuts on his face, and looking at Ha-Jin, he said that he could already consider himself a corpse. He then started calling his comrade for help, and Kim Ha-Jin looked through his laptop and realized where his confidence came from. He saw a plane in the sky that was supposed to come for the guy and realized that it was the A0937B model. Using an invisible laptop, he turned the plane around for 100 points, and the guy with the case was shocked by what was happening. The young man looked at the plane flying away and could not understand what was happening because he was supposed to pick it up. He then started waving his hand and asked if he was going to throw him away, and Kim Ha-Jin started to slowly approach him. The young man asked in a calm tone if he would mind discussing something, and the guy with the briefcase looked at him silently. But suddenly he heard loud screams coming from somewhere nearby behind him and turned around. Nearby stood a big guy who was holding a girl's body on his shoulder and had his hand pressed against the head of an unknown bloody guy. The thug squeezed the bloody head in his hand and said that it meant he wasn't imagining things, but that he had made a good entry. Then he let go of the boy's head and said that now there was one less annoying fly, and smiled bloodthirstily. Kim Ha-jin looked at him and became nervous, thinking that this was bad, because Jok Jun-kyung had appeared at the wrong time. But then the guy was even more shocked because he took a closer look at the girl who was on his shoulder. He became even more nervous and wondered why Rachel, who was unconscious, was with Jok Jun-kyung. The situation was getting worse with each passing second, and Kim Ha-jin just silently looked into the big guy's eyes. He immediately used the airwaves because he had no other plan of action at that moment. The brute wasn't scared at all, and laughing slightly, asked to put his pistol back because it didn't scare him at all. Kim Ha-jin pointed the gun at the case where the precious crystal was and said that Jok Jun-kyung should put the girl down first. The big guy asked if this was really his lady love and said that she was also looking for the crystal, and he had to drag her along with him so that she wouldn't get in the way. Ha-jin didn't answer his questions, still holding the gun near the case and looking into the enemy's face. Jun-jin suggested to think, because he would rip off the girl's head much faster than he could pull the trigger. The young man replied that he didn't care, and if he didn't let Rachel go to the ground, he wouldn't get the precious white crystal. The big guy laughed slightly and called him a stubborn ass, after which he realized that he would have to let the girl go after all. He then brazenly threw Rachel straight to the ground and said that he admitted his defeat and was ready to take the crystal. Jok Jun-kyung said that now it is Kim Ha-jin's turn to do what was said in the conditions earlier. The young man kept his word, after which he threw the case into the big guy's hands while being wary. The man deftly caught the case, then smiled and thanked him, after which he was about to walk away from there. Kim Ha-jin looked at Rachel lying on the ground, and in his mind he said that he still hadn't figured out what to do with the crystal. He knew it would be nice to give the crystal to Rachel's family, but because of Jok Jun-kyung, the artifact became just a bargaining chip. The young man also told himself that he would have to ask the princess how he managed to fall into the hands of this scoundrel. Meanwhile, the treacherous Jok Jun-kyung suddenly made a dash straight towards Kim Ha-jin to deal with him. The guy froze in place because he did not expect a sneak attack and did not even know how to resist the enemy. Kim Ha-jin realized that he had become distracted and relaxed, which he shouldn't have done, because he knew that Jok Jun was very cunning. The blow was dealt and columns of smoke rose up around, and Jok Jun-kyung looked into the guy's eyes with a small grin. The fist was still right in front of Kim Ha-jin's face, who remained completely cool and calm. In his mind, Jok Jun said that the guy was really good because he didn't even flinch and wasn't scared at all. He also called Kim Ha-jin a real fighter because he did not relax after getting what he wanted, but continued to follow him. Then he lowered his fist and told the boy that he had to admit that he was not such a weakling after all, because he had shown himself to be a man. Jok Jun-kyung laughed a little and said that he liked this behavior, but Kim Ha-jin continued to remain silent. The young man himself tried to hide his incredible fear, and his face even turned blue and was covered in sweat for a while. His eyes widened, and he told himself in his mind that he almost died from the fear he experienced at that moment. Everything happened very quickly, because it was worth being distracted for a second, and a huge fist was already flying at Kim Ha-jin. He knew that if he had moved, he would have lost his head, and he couldn't believe that the difference in strength between them had saved him. Meanwhile, Rachel, lying on the ground, began to come to her senses and cough, and Ha-jin asked if she was okay. The girl began to rise from her knees and asked what had happened, and the young man replied that everything was fine and he left. Rachel looked at him in surprise and asked who had left and who they were talking about, since she didn't remember anything. Kim Ha-jin told her everything and asked if she was looking for the crystal, and the princess replied that she was not looking for it because she was going after it. Rachel then opened her palm, which contained a shiny bullet, and asked the guy if the item belonged to him. Kim Ha-jin looked at the bullets in her hand in surprise, and the princess said that she found it during the final exam. The young man realized that it must have been left behind by a shot from a sniper rifle, and then reached for the bullet. But suddenly Rachel closed her palms and removed her hand, which put Kim Ha-jin in an awkward position. The girl hid the bullet in her pocket and said that she just wanted to make sure, which is why she followed him. Then she looked away and said that she had managed to get into trouble and called it all a disgrace for which she was ashamed. Rachel looked into Kim Ha-jin's eyes with a sparkle in her eyes, and then suddenly asked why he helped her back then. The girl recalled those events and said that what happened during the midterm exam could be called a simple coincidence. But then she remembered the gunshot during the final exam and said that it was definitely not an accident, and Ha-jin listened to her silently. The young man listened very attentively to Rachel at that moment and did not even know how to answer her question. The princess said with a trepidation in her voice that she had the impression that he was constantly protecting her. Kim Ha-jin didn't know what to answer and suddenly said that, to be honest, he was her fan. Rachel was stunned, and the young man said that he was a member of the princess's fan club, which had 10,000 members. Kim Ha-jin understood that she didn't believe him, but he also realized that he couldn't tell her the truth. Rachel is very important to the development of the plot, and if something happens to her, it is unknown how the story will change. The princess was very tense at that moment and experienced great discomfort trying to say something to the young man. Still, the girl gathered all her courage and asked Kim Ha-jin if he liked her as a girl. The young man's eyes widened in surprise at that moment, and sweat appeared on his face from excitement because he did not know what to answer. Meanwhile, an ambulance arrived on the flying island, and Yu Yan-ha sat silently clutching the ends of her long hair. There was panic all around because a rescue operation was being carried out, and the girl, tired, exhaled and just sat on the bench. Che Na-yun, being very excited, ran up to her and asked if she saw it, and the girl asked what the hell was going on. She didn't understand at all Na-yun, who was trying to explain something to her, but she did it very unclearly. A lot had happened today, but Kim Jun-woo's movements remained clear and precise even when fighting the golem. When the golem dealt crushing blows, the young man managed to dodge and move to the side to counterattack. He destroyed many enemies with his bare hands, and everyone around him was amazed by his incredible power and strength. Kim Jun-woo was a hunter who radiated light, and in the fight with the giant golem he was simply irresistible. Kim Soo-ho, in turn, possessed the gift of the Holy Sword, and his opponents had no chance to harm him. He cut through enemy attacks like they were just paper, and the sword in his hand complemented his appearance and bright blue eyes. Che Na-yun held the magic sword that Kim Ha-jin had given her earlier in her hand and was about to use it. She still dared to use it, after which the sword began to emit a bright yellow color that blinded the eyes. After that, Che Na-yun tightly gripped the handle of the ball in her hand and swung it, while helping her hand by turning her body. The girls managed to crush the monster in her path, and he was not even able to attack her or cause the slightest harm. Che Na-yun was very surprised and happy that the magic sword was so strong, which was very cool for her. She told Yu Yan-ha that she was talking about Kim Ha-jin, who had gone somewhere on a motorcycle and had not returned yet. The girl said that he was very skilled at handling the motorcycle, and Che Na-yun said that she was more interested in where he got such a handsome bike. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to Kim Soo-ho, who excitedly asked if they had seen Rachel, since she had gone missing. Che Na-yun said that she remembered that the princess was here right before the human monsters appeared. Yu Yan-ha excitedly said that it was possible that Princess Rachel was the human monster's target from the beginning. She understood that this way they could get the rights to Clancy Islet, and Kim Soo-ho asked everyone to look away. Excited people saw Princess Rachel, who was sitting on the passenger seat of a motorcycle wearing a helmet. Yu Yan-ha breathed a sigh of relief since the princess was okay, and Che Na-yun said that it was the same motorcycle she saw earlier. The girl said that it was indeed the motorcycle she saw Kim Ha-jin had, and Yu Yan-ha was surprised by it. She began to analyze the situation and realized that while everyone was trying to figure out what was going on, Ha-jin had gone off somewhere alone. Yu Yan-ha realized that he had dealt with the monsters and saved the princess since Rachel had returned on that motorcycle, which was surprising. But still, the girl could not believe it, because something did not allow her to do this and rejected this thought. She remembered that Kim Ha-jin had once saved her, but she wondered if he really had that much power. After a while, Che Na-yun was standing at the entrance of the hotel, checking the notifications on her smartwatch, but someone called out to her. Kim Ha-jin asked where the rest of the club members were, and she replied that he was very late and that they were probably already waiting at the restaurant. Then, Che Na-yun started walking towards the entrance of the hotel and asked him to follow her, saying that she would pay for the food. The young man asked why she was suddenly so generous, and in his mind he said that this was not like her at all. Che Na-yun stopped at one point, as if she wanted to say something to the young man, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Still, she plucked up her courage and asked Kim Ha-jin to listen to her, and he stood silently in one place. The girl stood a few meters away from him, not looking him in the eye, about to say what she had wanted to say for a long time. Suddenly, her cheeks turned red, and Che Na-yun finally asked Kim Ha-jin to be friends, which was unexpected. But the young man immediately said that they could not be friends, which was very shocking for the girl. Kim Ha-jin remained emotionless and continued to look into the eyes of the girl, who was shocked at that moment. The young man's rude refusal began to anger Che Na-yun, causing her to clench her fists tightly, and she turned around abruptly and asked him to forget those words, saying that it was a joke and she felt extremely awkward. Chae Na-yoon quickly walked away and finally said that they would think that she hadn't said anything. Kim Ha-jin thought that no matter how painful it was, they couldn't be friends, because one day he would return to his world. He also remembered that sooner or later, he would have to kill the person dearest to Chae Na-yoon, and that would be a betrayal. The young man thought that they could not be friends, and after some time he returned to his room in the dorm. Sweet Evangel was very happy to see Kim Ha-jin, so she immediately rushed into his arms because she missed him very much. The girl immediately began to jump for joy and asked if he had really brought a chicken, and the young man replied that he had even brought 2 chickens. Evangel happily grabbed the bag and thanked him, and Kim Ha-jin felt like a father and was very happy. He remembered that there were only 3 days left until the end of the holidays, and he needed to finish his business before the start of the new semester. Then the young man decided to link his smartwatch to his laptop, because this would make it much easier for him to use the gadgets in the future. Ha-jin felt uncomfortable taking out his laptop when something stupid happened, and he put it off because he didn't want to spend points. He reviewed the events that had recently happened to him, where Jok Jun-jen threatened to kill Princess Rachel. The system notified him that the number of points had increased, and the effect of unheard of luck had also worked, and he miraculously survived. Still, Kim Ha-jin decided to synchronize his laptop with his watch, because he had enough of them after his fight with Jok Jun-gyeong. Within a few minutes, the synchronization of the gadgets was successfully completed, and the young man began to check its validity. The function was very convenient, and he regretted that he had put it off for so long, and in his thoughts, he thanked Jok Jun-gen for the past skirmish. He dealt with this problem, but then remembered that he still had one important matter to attend to and decided to call Park Soo-hyuk. He asked the agent if he had found out the information he needed, and the man replied that it was most likely an Augusta model motorcycle. Park Soo-hyuk said that even without a complete set, it costs about 150 million, and Ha-jin asked him to buy the motorcycle. The agent was taken aback and asked if he was serious, and the young man replied that he was, after which the man promised to place an order at the agency's address. Kim Ha-jin won 2 billion in the casino, and some 150 million is nothing. Besides, that day is already approaching. This day is the day when the master of the pack horse attacks the Suvno Devil's Nest, and this means a lot. For the young man, this day meant that very soon he would become rich, so there was no point in worrying about finances. Thinking about this, Kim Ha-jin chuckled slightly, because he knew how things would turn out, and he had some aces up his sleeve. After some time, the holidays ended, and the cadets of the Cube Academy began to gather at the training center again. The month of vacation came to an end unnoticed, and Kim Ha-jin walked calmly around the academy grounds. He looked around and thought that probably all the cadets had had a good rest because the atmosphere in Cuba was relaxed. He also remembered that he hadn't checked the main characters' accounts for a long time, although he used to look at them often. Kim Ha-jin went to Shin Jong-hak's account, where he posted a photo of himself in good shape. In the second photo, he was holding a barbell behind his head, and at the bottom was a caption where he wrote that only God can judge him. Next came a third photograph, the caption of which made one feel even more Spanish shame. Kim Ha-jin couldn't stand to watch this and thought to himself that Shin Jong-hak was simply the master of cringe. Kim Soo-ho and Yoo Yeon-ha rarely posted anything, and Princess Rachel's account is managed by people hired by the royal family. And Chae Na-yoon, in turn, did not let anything happen after what happened at the casino, and Kim Ha-jin hoped that she would cope after what was said. A few minutes later, he entered the classroom and sat down at a desk, realizing that at least all the heroes were okay. An instructor suddenly entered the room, greeted everyone, and said that the second semester was starting today. He said that soon you will all have an updated rating and new cadets will join them, and the cadets listened attentively. The instructor then said that there had been a welcoming ceremony yesterday, and perhaps some of them had attended it. The welcoming ceremony was a process where the most worthy mages wishing to become heroes were selected from the 10 academies of the country. They are transferred to the Cube, 20 students per class, and the author even remembered some of them, because they will be important for the development of the plot. The instructor said that the transferred students would study with them and asked them to come in, and Kim Ha-jin carefully analyzed them. Among the students brought in was a girl in a dark blue robe, whose face seemed familiar to the young man. Kim Ha-jin immediately began to think deeply about it, but at one point his eyes widened in shock. The girl took off her hood, and the young man wondered in surprise if this was Tomer, whom he had never seen before. Although the hair and skin color were different, it was definitely her. And Kim Ha-jin wondered what she was doing here. There was a partial change in history, and the system wrote that measures were taken to establish a connection between Tomer and the main characters. Due to her incredible power, the decision was made to introduce her plot much earlier, which made the author nervous at the time. Kim Ha-jin called all of this pointless adjustments because it made him very angry, and he didn't see the point in it. Tomer was smiling at that moment, and she had an orange stone on her neck that looked precious and beautiful. After some time, Kim Ha-jin was busy transporting boxes of things to his new place of residence. A joyful evangel held a white cat in her arms and asked if they were really going to live here now. The young man said yes, because it's good when there's a lot of free space, and the happy girl said that she really liked it. They moved because Kim Ha-jin had risen quite a bit in the rankings, and where you live directly depends on your rankings. He was no longer behind in the rankings, and there was much more space here, so he was confident that Evangel would be comfortable here. But the young man was still worried about Tomer's appearance, and decided that he needed to think about it at his leisure. Afterwards, Kim Ha-jin went to the academy, where the first lesson after the break was outdoor training. Allowing the transferred students to integrate into the new group was the goal of this foray into the so-called dangerous mountains. The instructor said that there were no dangerous monsters in these mountains, but there was still something that all students should be wary of. He said that there were horrible traps placed all over the area, similar to those usually used by human monsters. The man threatened the cadets that if they screwed up, they would go straight to the infirmary, so they had to be careful. They are divided into groups of 12, after which Chae Na-yoon asked Kim Soo-ho if he is also in the third group. Princess Rachel stood to the side and looked at Kim Ha-jin, who in turn looked away from her. He looked at the instructor, who asked the cadets if they were all ready to begin the training mission, and asked them to begin. After this, all the groups of cadets began to move forward, and behind them came the magicians who had been transferred to them. Chae Na-yoon, Kim Soo-ho, and the rest of the team members walked under a tree on which a black crow was sitting. One of the team members asked why it was so dark and cold here, since it was only 10:30 in the evening. Kim Soo-ho asked them to remember the instructor's words and said that there were many traps concentrated here, and they needed to be careful. The main character once again asked everyone to be careful, but unexpectedly, one of the team members still fell into the trap. Kim Soo-ho and the rest of the team were shocked because they suddenly heard their teammate scream. Chae Na-yoon immediately paid for the sword and said that the traps worked as soon as they spoke, which was ironic. Eventually, almost all of the team members were trapped, and the main characters began to think about what to do. At one point, a fire broke out next to them, which made all the team members even more nervous. Suddenly, a female monster appeared in front of them. Her eyes were red, and her arms had sagging skin on them. The main characters immediately ran away, and the monster did not run after them, because she would not have caught up with them anyway. After a while, the team members finally stopped to rest, and Chae Na-yoon said that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Kim Soo-ho smiled and told the girl that she still did well, and she said the same about him. Then she remembered the questions that had been bothering her and decided to ask the young man something. Chae Na-yoon asked Kim Soo-ho if they were friends, and Kim Soo-ho didn't understand why she suddenly decided to ask about it. He replied with a smile that of course they were friends, and then asked why she was asking. The girl nervously replied that she had simply decided to ask and discreetly wiped the sweat from her face, asking him to forget about it. This was roughly the answer she expected, but the question of why Kim Ha-jin had told her that tormented the girl non-stop. Chae Na-yoon went through all the possible options and came up with a possible scenario that was more plausible. She wondered if Kim Ha-jin had said that they couldn't be together because he wanted more. Ha-jin and the rest of his team suddenly appeared from behind the bushes and asked what they were doing here. The teams united and their leaders sat down on the ground to discuss everything and exchange important information for each other. Simon Derek was a rank 41 and said that they had been wandering for about an hour, and his comrade Lee Jin-yun was silent. He then pointed his finger at Kim Ha-jin and said that he looked at them with some disappointment and told them to follow him. At first they thought he was pretending to know where he was going, but he quickly led them here, which was commendable. Derek asked if it was true that they would have to split into groups this semester, and Lee Jin said yes, because it was important. Lee Jin-yoon said that she wanted to team up with Kim Ha-jin, which immediately caught Chae Na-yoon's attention. Then Jin-yoon said that the team should have members of different ranks, and he is one of the best who is in the top 100. Chae Na-yoon agreed with this, but she wanted to say something, but she couldn't explain it, and was shocked. She herself didn't understand what she was saying, but she said that Ha-jin was very calculating, and it would be difficult to work with him. Simon Derek said there are also various rumors circulating about this young man, many of which are not positive. He said that many people say that Kim Ha-jin often leaves the academy grounds for various kinds of entertainment. Chae Na-yoon was shocked by what was said, but she continued to listen silently and did not intervene in the story. Simon Derek started laughing and said that there were also rumors that he was paying gangsters. But suddenly the girl interrupted her. Che Na-yun became angry and, gritting her teeth, asked in a stern tone if he had really been holding a candle when all this was happening. Derek said with trepidation that this is what they say, and she asked again if he saw it with his own eyes, to which he replied, no. Then the girl turned her head and asked if he still believed this nonsense, even though he hadn't seen anything with his own eyes. Kim Soo-ho confirmed that she was right and asked Simon not to talk about things he hadn't seen, then said that Ha-jin was not like that. He then said that they had rested enough and it was time for them to go, to which Derek agreed, after which they moved on. Meanwhile, Yu Yeon-ha was in her dorm room, testing the voice changer system. The girl made sure that the voice changer program works as it should, so she doesn't have to worry about it. After that, she stood up from the table and pulled the hood over her head, realizing that mistakes were unacceptable because this was the first meeting. The Falling Flowers Information Guild was a group independent of the Essence Strait that would become its arms and legs. Yu Yeon-ha successfully used the voice changer program and greeted the guild members. The three participants greeted each other and said that they were glad to meet him, since they had not heard his voice for a long time. Yu Yeon-ha hid her happy smile behind her mask because everyone was gathered, and also said that there would be 3 divisions in the guild. The first division will be engaged in the introduction and collection of secret information and their competitors called spies. Their first task will be to find out what the creators' Grace and Dark Moon guilds are planning, because this is very important. The leader then said that the second division would be searching for new dungeons and high-ranking monsters. The members of the third team radioed that they were beginning the mission as observers. The third unit will be engaged in collecting information about people, surveillance, kidnapping, and intimidation. The leader said that they would call themselves Shadows, and in addition to all this, they would also engage in murder if necessary. Yu Yeon-ha ordered the members of the third division to find out everything about the background of the 5 people on the compiled target list. She also ordered them not to show up under any circumstances and not to try to harm them, and the team members listened to her attentively. Finally, the head said that she was waiting for the results, and of these 5 people, she was only interested in one person. She then ended the meeting and began to read the information she had about the person who was most important to her. Young-ha's target was 17-year-old Kim Ha-jin, who had provided the straight entity with information worth billions. Meanwhile, the young man himself reluctantly woke up at 6:30 in the morning, after which he sat up and began rubbing his eyes. Evangel was sleeping soundly on the bed next to him, and he found her very sweet, and he didn't understand when she managed to lie down next to him. Kim Ha-jin started getting ready for class, but decided to still stroke the sleeping cute girl he loved very much. The young man heard strange sounds behind the door, after which he went out the door and saw a white cat that belonged to them. The young man stroked the cat and said that witches cannot live without familiars, and this ghostly kitty is not an illusion. Even though he was created by Evangel, he was a living being, and his beautiful blue eyes made anyone smile. Kim Ha-jin looked at him, not realizing that over time this harmless creature would turn into a real predator. After some time, the young man was walking down the street when suddenly a female voice said that the meeting was quite unexpected. The guy turned his attention to Yu Yeon-ha, who smiled sweetly and asked me where he was heading so early in the morning. Kim Ha-jin pointed to the side and said that he was thinking of going into a cafe for food, but the girl simply smiled. Yu Yeon-ha said that she saw his ratings rise noticeably, and the young man responded that it was indeed so. Then he said that he was not going to go any higher, and the girl asked if he had not thought about the future. Ha-jin said it was too early for that, and Yeon-ha said that their third year was their probationary period as heroes. The girl asked him how he felt about joining the Essence Strait Guild, since it was important to her. The author remembered that when Yeon-ha became the guild leader, it would begin to develop rapidly, but he wanted to join the vast plains. Ha-jin said that it was far from certain that they would take him, since there were only mercenaries there, but at the same time, there was complete freedom of action. Yu Yeon-ha suddenly and confidently said that she would make him change his mind and not join the Wide Plains Guild. She asked if she brought him the thing he had been looking for all this time, would he reconsider his decision about the guilds? Kim Ha-jin looked at the girl with confusion and asked what she was talking about, but Yu Yeon-ha smiled and did not answer the question. After some time, the young man was attending classes at the academy, and at one point he began to look at Kim Soo-ho. He understood that at this moment, the hero was probably preparing for a trip to the dungeon, which was a very important part. In the original, he goes to Mount Hammock after summer vacation and followed Soo-ho for the resonance of energy, or his sword. But the resonance of energy led him to an unknown dungeon, and to clear it out alone, one must have enormous strength. This job is just right for the main character because Kim Soo-ho easily dealt with the boss and got a special weapon. The special weapon can only be awakened with the pollen of a butterfly seedling, which is what he had in the original. But the problem was that Kim Ha-jin currently had pollen, and he was worried that Soo-ho wouldn't be able to handle the dungeon. This whole world is not as kind to Soo-ho as the one the author created, and in order to improve it, Ha-jin needs to go with him. Then Kim Ha-jin began to write notes, thinking that in the process of all this, something might come his way. In the evening, the young man was in his dorm room, thinking about what to do with Tomer. He stroked Evangel's sleeping head and knew he needed to come up with a strategy before he went into the dungeon. Although Tomer is now on the side of the human monsters, she could join them if he helped her achieve her goal. Kim Ha-jin remembered that what she wanted most was to find her missing father and kill him with her own hands. Out of anger and hatred towards him, she was able to clench her fist tightly because the desire to kill him overwhelmed the girl. But even the author himself did not know where Father Tomer was, so this task would be far from easy. Even the book didn't really give him a clear answer to this question, and Kim Ha-jin guessed that he didn't have enough mana for it. He could have contacted Jin Hyuk, but he only searches within Korea, and the target could be in any other country. Ha-jin remembered that Kim Chung-dong's only acquaintance was a military academy graduate who was engaged in collecting information. The young man immediately called Kim Ho-sap, whose gaze was trembling, and there were bags under his eyes from lack of sleep. The man immediately recognized Kim Ha-jin and said that they had not called each other for a long time and that his call was unexpected. Ho-sap added that they had not called each other since the entrance ceremony and asked how things were, and the young man replied that everything was fine. Ha-jin asked if it was true that he was currently working for a company that was collecting information and asked him to find someone. The man said that if he had a person's personal information, he could easily find him, and Ha-jin understood everything and thanked him. He then said that if Ho-sap wanted to leave his job, there was a place where he would be welcomed with open arms. This place was the Falling Flowers Information Guild, where the man would be accepted immediately, given his abilities. Ho-sap said that he would keep his words in mind, after which they said goodbye and the challenge was ended. Kim Ha-jin smirked and said that Yu Yan-ha was now in his debt since he had sent someone to her guild. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho was focused on his training and swung his sword from side to side. He masterfully performed all the various maneuvers with the magic sword without stopping for a second. Kim Soo-ho swung the ball a few more times with his eyes closed, further highlighting his ability. At one point, he stopped and began to look at the floor, thinking about his personal experiences and problems. Kim Ha-jin suddenly appeared behind him and asked if he was training at such a late hour. Kim Soo-ho asked if he had also gone out to work out. The young man replied that he was just taking a walk while he was already working hard. He said that one might think that he was going to clear the dungeon alone, and Soo-ho laughed and said that was not the case. But unexpectedly, Kim Ha-jin said something about Mount Hamak, after which the young man literally froze in place from what he heard. Ha-jin said that Soo-ho discovered the entrance to the dungeon on this mountain last week and asked if he was going to defeat the boss. The smile disappeared from the protagonist's face, and he asked the young man how he knew about his intentions and goals. Kim Ha-jin replied that she saw it by accident, because she often goes out and doesn't sit around at home. Then he closed his eyes and said that he didn't want to brag at all, but there was one special thing in his eyes. He opened them abruptly and said that his eyes were something he was truly proud of, because they were special and useful. Kim Ha-jin suggested that the main character go together and split the rewards 9-1. He said that Kim Soo-ho would get all the cream and asked what he could say about his proposal. The main character looked at him with his mouth open in surprise, and the young man asked again if he agreed to such conditions. For a few more minutes, he silently looked at Kim Ha-jin, trying to make the right decision so as not to make a mistake. However, he said that Ha-jin was right and that he did indeed discover a dungeon on Mount Hamak last week. Kim Soo-ho said that it must have formed recently because it was small, and so he thought he could handle it alone. Kim Ha-jin said that the difficulty does not depend on the size, and the main character said that it is risky, but you can't give up. Then he suddenly said that even despite this, he was not ready to trust Ha-jin with his back, which was astonishing. The protagonist cracked his fingers and said that he thought it would be worthwhile to conduct a small test that would show him everything. He said it would be a simple test, and Kim Ha-jin was shocked and didn't understand why he decided to test him so abruptly. The young man understood that even if Soo-ho fought with one hand, he would hardly defeat him, because they had a big difference in strength. Ha-jin said that in large open spaces, shooters are always at a disadvantage, and his strength is in his weapons. But Kim Soo-ho didn't care about that and said that he wasn't interested in his weapon at all, because it was a matter of pure power. He then took out his sword and asked Ha-jin to just show what he was capable of, and he would decide when to stop. Kim Ha-jin didn't try to dissuade him, but he knew that he couldn't stand up to Suho, and going alone was risky. He understood that if the hero poured mana into the ball, not a single bullet would touch it, and going into a frontal attack was very stupid. The young man took a fighting stance and mentally told himself that he could only count on luck in a fight with the hero. Kim Suho asked him to tell him when he was ready, and Ha-jin was very wary and nervous. He typed something on the digital board behind him, and then said he thought there was no point in dragging it out. Kim Ha-jin activated the function on the smartwatch and asked how about starting the test right now and not delaying. Kim Suho said that in that case he would attack, after which he rushed forward straight at the enemy. Meanwhile, Ha-jin had his ability activated, but he still remained in place and did nothing. He used the ability of bullet time, which allowed him to see the further trajectory of the enemy's weapon. Everything turned out as the young man had planned, and he had the ability to see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. Kim Suho didn't hesitate and immediately delivered a crushing blow, but Ha-jin managed to jump aside. But the main character immediately delivered a second blow, which the young man also managed to dodge and move aside. At one point, the blade flew right past Ha-jin's shoulder, but he still managed to survive and dodged to the side again. The young man grabbed the gun and realized that he couldn't let Kim Suho hurt him, otherwise the consequences would be unknown. Kim Ha-jin then fired a pistol shot, causing the bullet to fly right past the hero's left ear. He used the bullet's timing skill, but Suho still managed to dodge, and there wasn't much time left. Ha-jin had to catch him off guard because just one careless step could change everything. But while aiming, the young man became a little confused because Kim Suho suddenly appeared behind him. The young man immediately turned around excitedly and wondered in his mind when he had managed to appear behind him. At the very last moment, Kim Ha-jin used the precious ether because only it could save him. The long ether was like a rope I tied around the tree, after which the young man could be pulled straight to it. Kim Suho kicked the ball at that moment, but Ha-jin suddenly pulled his body towards a nearby tree. The main character said that as expected, he was able to avoid something like this, but still, there is one thing. He suddenly made a dash forward to attack the enemy and catch him off guard, which he did. Within a few moments, Kim Suho was only a few centimeters away from Ha-jin's forehead. Ha-jin himself understood that there was still just a little bit left, and Suho meanwhile continued to approach with slow steps. Ultimately, the main character fell into the young man's trap and was thrown up several meters. Kim Ha-jin silently watched everything that was happening and understood that he had managed to win after all. After a few seconds, he began to smile because he was convinced that his strategy had worked and the enemy had been defeated. Meanwhile, Kim Suho collapsed to the ground and tried to recover from the fall, and Ha-jin took advantage of this. Approaching him from behind, he presented the barrel of the gun to the profile side of his head, which gave him some power. Ha-jin then asked in a confident tone if this was enough, and Suho was surprised and remained silent for a while. Kim Ha-jin's trick really worked, and he began to think about how he managed to pull it off. He prepared one thing that needed to be activated within 10 minutes, but it did not cause any serious damage. The cadet's cloak was a good trap and an investment of points, and Kim Suho smiled and admitted his defeat. He didn't expect such amazing abilities at all and looked into Kim Ha-jin's eyes with surprise. The shooter himself also looked him in the eyes and continued to hold the gun in his hands, not even taking it away from the main character. Kim Suho laughed and said that he had convinced him and they would go clear the dungeon together since he had confidence in him. The boys then shook hands and Kim Ha-jin asked the main character to rely on him. It was night outside, and at the same time, a glass object broke loudly in the abandoned factory in Suwon. Chok Jun-gen told Drun, broke the artifact as he asked, and then asked if it was okay to destroy valuables. The guy said that there is a way to earn twice as much, so he doesn't have to worry, because a professional is taking on the job. Chok Jun-gen looked at him in bewilderment and did not understand anything, but Drun said that now he would understand everything. Suddenly, the process of creating a new object from the remains of the broken object lying on the floor began. The fragments of the object began to rise into the air and form new objects, which looked amazing. Chok Jun-gen knelt down on one knee and silently watched everything with amazement, while magical things happened around him. Drun asked what he could say about this and said that replicas could be created from the remaining fragments. He said that with the help of this crystal, they will get many partial artifacts, which will greatly simplify their task. The young man said that about 30 swords could be created from one relic, and the crystal's mana capacity would allow for the creation of about 600. Drun added that if they were sold for 800 million won, it would not be difficult to calculate that their earnings would be 500 billion. He then threw one of the balls into the hands of Chok Jun-gen, who understood the gist of the topic and said that it was like a goose laying golden eggs. After that, the big guy clapped his hands and said that it was impressive and the result of all this was excellent. Suddenly, Jane appeared, said that she had one important announcement and asked everyone to listen carefully. She said that it seemed like the Pack Horse Master Guild had launched an attack on the Suwon Devil's Nest. Someone asked if it was true that they were their next target, and the boss responded emotionlessly that it was. The leader then said that the Chameleon group would not go to the Pack Horse Master Guild to catch them off guard. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho walked along the street lit by lanterns and thought about Kim Ha-jin's movements during the fight. They were quite slow, and he was constantly opening himself up to attack, but he still dodged all of the attacks. In the end, Kim Ha-jin even managed to get the main character, who was shocked by this and did not understand what it was. Kim Soo-ho wondered if it was a physical blow, or if he had released a huge amount of magical power. Still, he laughed and said that he was giving up because he couldn't find the right answer no matter how hard he tried. A person with great strength will inevitably attract attention, so he needs to do something to protect himself. Kim Soo-ho muttered softly that he thought he was the only one hiding the true strength, but it turned out that was not the case. The protagonist realized that there was someone else sharing his thoughts, but he did not understand who it could be. Suddenly, the young man stopped because he heard strange sounds behind the thick foliage, which attracted his attention. He decided to follow the sound and came across Che Na-yun, who was training in sword fighting techniques. Kim Soo-ho asked what she was doing, and the girl was taken aback and screamed and asked what he wanted. He asked if she was planning to practice with the sword, and Na-yun replied that it was just endurance practice. Then the girl asked him where he was coming from so late, and Soo-ho didn't know what to answer. Still, he came up with an excuse and smiled, because he was sure that it would work and she wouldn't care. Kim Soo-ho said that he had met Kim Ha-jin, and Che Na-yun asked in surprise what they had done together. The provocative young man replied that they said they, and the girl immediately began to get angry and frown. She screamed at him to stop talking nonsense, and Soo-ho smiled and said that they were sparring. Che Na-yun asked if Ha-jin was too weak to fight against him or if there was some special reason. Kim Soo-ho apologized and said that it would remain their secret, and the girl asked why. However, Che Na-yun turned away and said that in that case it didn't matter, and asked him not to distract her and to leave. The young man suddenly advised her to try to loosen her grip, which immediately attracted the girl's attention. To illustrate, Kim Soo-ho took hold of the sword handle to demonstrate to Che Na-yun the difference in grip. Then he swung his sword sharply and said that if you squeeze the sword so hard, you will hardly be able to cut anything. Che Na-yun was extremely surprised by his incredible skills and watched everything that was happening with her mouth open. They trained for some time, and in the evening, the girl lay in her bed and looked at the ceiling. She was very thoughtful, and her thoughts did not leave her for a minute, and her mood at that moment was not the best. Che Na-yun remembered how Kim Soo-ho said that, if she wanted, he could help her with training. The girl tried to master the material that he was trying to convey to her, and said that she almost understood it. She suddenly raised her body and screamed that she couldn't stop thinking about it. The thoughts were literally eating her away from the inside. Che Na-yun was very nervous, and said that at such a late hour, there was only one way to distract herself from her thoughts. The only way to distract herself was a video game, and the girl immediately looked at the virtual reality helmet. Many Kubo students developed their imaginative thinking in this way, and Che Na-yun put on the helmet and the game began to enter. Nowadays, fully immersive games are gaining popularity all over the world, and the game was called Gladiator of the Century. Competitions are held periodically, and the game is so popular that the champions are constantly in the media spotlight. The Gladiator of the Century distinction was not something every player could see, but it was very significant and important. There is no statistic system in this game, no items that improve characteristics, and the player can only rely on his intuition. Che Na-yun was nicknamed Na-cha-jun Yun-ming and had a record of 98 wins and 17 losses. The girl didn't want to think about ranks anymore. She wanted to relax and began to think about who she would fight with. She saw a player with the nickname Invisible, who had 43 wins and 43 losses. Che Na-yun had looked into some information about him, but the question of what rank he was a bit of a concern to her. For some time, the girl studied information about the Invisible Man, who was secretive and had ash-colored hair. Then she laughed a little and said that she would quickly put someone like that down, and that it would only take 2 blows. Che Na-yun pressed the battle call button and said in her mind that just for today, he would be her punching bag. She immediately received a notification that the player Invisible was ready to fight her right now. The girl understood that the key to victory was knowing all the enemy's movements in advance, which she tried to predict. There were 2 seconds left before the fight began, and Chae Na-yoon wondered how she should attack. A second later, the fight began, and the Invisible Man suddenly lunged at the girl, which was very unexpected for her. Chae Na-yoon tried to fight back against her opponent, trying to understand what was going on, since he had started the onslaught from the first seconds. The opponent grabbed the girl by the shirt with a sharp movement, which shocked her even more at that moment, and she could not resist. She tried to step back to trip and knock down her opponent, but it was she who was tripped. The Invisible Man then swung his blade and pierced Chae Na-yoon's character's body, causing her to fall to the ground. Within a few seconds, the girl was declared defeated in the battle, and she was trying to understand what had happened. Chae Na-yoon immediately became very angry and began asking questions about whether he could really defeat her with just a footstool. She was not going to give up and offered to fight again, and the Invisible Man immediately accepted her invitation. But in the end, after just a few minutes, she was defeated again, and her character was lying on the ground. Chae Na-yoon once again sent out a proposal for a duel, and Invisible Man accepted it once again. The girl was defeated once again, but her assertiveness prevailed and she continued to try. But nothing changed, and Chae Na-yoon continued to lose to the Invisible Man over and over again, which made her very angry. Her character was once again getting up from the floor, and she was worried that she couldn't win. Chae Na-yoon suggested playing again, but Invisible Man said that it was time for him to sleep and was about to pass out. The girl asked if he always came at this time of day, and the young man replied that this was indeed the case. Na-yoon asked him to teach her the tricks he uses during fights that help him win. The Invisible Man looked at her and said that he could do it since she insisted so much, and it was not at all difficult for him. After this, the young man disconnected from the game, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts about the defeat. Chae Na-yoon took off her VR headset and wondered where this restless person came from. But she didn't know that it was Kim Ha-jin, who took off his helmet and said that he had won 7 times in a row. But at the same time, he just wanted to check if his ability applied to game consoles, and he was convinced that it did. Kim Ha-jin was worried when the score dropped due to a lack of points, but the effect was much better than he expected. After recognizing an item, there was a chance to increase the characteristics, which gave some hope. The young man literally created the next generation console, and now in the game, all his senses are heightened to the limit. But his maximum gain was 44%, but the indicator was high, which at least made the guy a little happy. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin turned his attention to Evangel, who was eating a white strawberry cake. He immediately took the cake away and asked when she had managed to eat it all, and then said that that was enough for today. Otherwise, she would get a stomach ache. The baby immediately started crying and screaming that she wanted more, and Kim Ha-jin asked her to be patient until tomorrow. But Evangel started to be capricious and asked for cake, and the young man put it on the refrigerator, although it was very difficult to refuse her. Then he took the girl in his arms and said that if she was good, he would bring her more goodies. The girl looked at him and with tears in her eyes asked if he was being honest and not deceiving her. After a while, Kim Ha-jin put Evangel to bed and began reading messages on his smartwatch. At one point, he saw an unread message from Suho, where he wrote that they would go to the dungeon on the second Friday of August. This message made Kim Ha-jin smile, and in his mind he said that after all, Suho decided to leave on Friday. He realized that everything was going as it should, and wrote that they should meet at Suwon Station on the second Friday of August. For the next few days, Kim Ha-jin trained hard, as clearing dungeons required good preparation. In addition to training, he went to classes, but there was also another thing that he did constantly. Kim Ha-jin played Gladiator of the Century, where Chae Na-yoon, being nervous, asked how the opponent managed to do a combo. The Invisible Man replied that he needed to concentrate, and the nervous girl screamed that it was easy to say. Chae Na-yoon asked him how he ever lost and why his win rate was so low, and the young man didn't know what to answer. The young man began to lie that he was not chasing numbers, but in fact the random improvement did not work out well. Then the Invisible Man said that it was time for him to sleep and that he was not finished for today, but Chae Na-yoon did not try to dissuade him. She was also about to pass out, and the young man looked at her one last time, but remained silent. Looking at her in his thoughts, he said that she spoke as if he had already agreed to a permanent game with her. Chae Na-yoon smiled at the young man and was about to meet, and sincerity was visible in her eyes. The Invisible Man smiled back at her and said that they would see again, after which both players disconnected from the game. Kim Ha-jin took off his VR helmet and, while experiencing a headache, said in his mind that he was already going to this game as if he were going to work. He wondered why his opponent in the game challenged him to a fight, since he was quite polite, unlike their first meeting. The guy also wondered what his opponent's nickname was, and he still didn't know how to pronounce it, and only addressed them informally. For the next few minutes, Kim Ha-jin tried to remember exactly his opponent's nickname, which sounded like Najajan. He began to take the nickname apart piece by piece, and at one point he wondered if it was really Chae Na-yun, but he began to push these thoughts away. Kim Ha-jin began to analyze the player's behavior and communication style, after which he came to the conclusion that it was definitely a guy. Meanwhile, Chae Na-yun swung her sword and shouted to Kim Soo-ho that she was doing well, and he said that the movements look better now. The happy girl said that she has been playing a lot of games lately and it is bearing fruit, which is very noticeable. Kim Soo-ho asked if it was Gladiators of the Century, and Na-yun said yes, and asked if he had tried playing it. Then she said that she found a mentor there, with whom she quickly found a common language, and he agreed to conduct training with her. Na-yun said that in pursuit of ratings, everyone is cautious and takes risks, but this person is not like that and it is not boring with him. He constantly attacks and his confident, precise movements feel like a threat, and he helps the girl master close combat. Kim Soo-ho was surprised because she admired the man and asked if she was trained by a hero, but Na-yun replied that it was not so. Suddenly, the girl became a little wary because she heard a male voice addressing the guy next to her. Chae Na-yun turned and looked into his eyes, trying to remain indifferent and emotionless towards him. Kim Ha-jin asked what they were doing, but the girls weren't entirely comfortable being around him. Kim Soo-ho wanted to say that the girl admired the mentor from the game, but she interrupted and said that she admired Soo-ho's skill himself. The main character looked at her with surprise and a little bewilderment, but Kim Ha-jin understood everything and remained silent. Chae Na-yun looked into Soo-ho's eyes and threatened him with her fists so that he wouldn't tell all the details to the guy who came. Kim Ha-jin told the boy that it was time for them to go, after which he said the same to the girl and smiled. She asked where they were going together, and Soo-ho replied that they had something to discuss and asked her not to forget about rest. Kim Ha-jin looked into the girl's eyes and wished her luck in her training, after which they began to leave. Chae Na-yun slightly opened her mouth in surprise and wished him luck in return, and after they left, she was left alone with her thoughts. She looked at the two guys talking and wondered when they managed to become close, because it all happened spontaneously. Na-yun remembered that last time Kim Soo-ho joked that they were discussing her, and those words made her angry at the time. The girl assumed that if it wasn't a joke, but still remembered that Ha-jin didn't even want to be friends with her. She knew it would be better to just forget about him, but she couldn't do it, and she continued to watch them. Chae Na-yun peered out from behind the tree cautiously, and with some apprehension, trying to eavesdrop on the boys' conversation. At one point, she pricked up her ears even more because she heard her name, which made her feel even more anxious. Kim Ha-jin asked Kim Soo-ho how Chae Na-yun was doing and whether she was coping with her duties. The girl was shocked and broke into a sweat as she realized that they were mentioning her in their conversation. After some time, the boys were sitting in a restaurant, and Kim Ha-jin asked if it was true that the dungeon was located near Suwon. Kim Soo-ho replied that this was exactly the case and that they needed to be very careful while enjoying the delicious food. Suwon was the most dangerous place in the capital region, and after the outcall, it underwent huge changes. Once one of the largest cities, it has turned into a rocky wasteland, which has shocked everyone who has looked at photographs of the city. As a result, the western part of Suwon became a restricted area, and Ha-jin remembered that Mount Hamak was located right on the border. When creating the world, the author decided to add several secret places that the villain could not be allowed to reach before him. Ha-jin analyzed the situation and realized that together with Kim Soo-ho, who was not inferior in strength to a mid-rank hero, they could do something. They would be able to find secret places faster than the enemies, which he was 100% sure of at that moment. Kim Ha-jin handed a napkin to Kim Soo-ho, who got his face dirty and thought that this was another child on his head. He also realized that Soo-ho hardly had enough money, and he would have to take care of the supplies as well as their quantities. A mysterious stranger, dressed in a long black coat with a hat and a mask, suddenly entered the cafe. Kim Ha-jin noticed the stranger and wondered in his mind who this suspicious person was. The secretive man immediately began to nervously cover the exposed areas of his body while carefully looking at the guy. It turned out that it was a woman who approached the manager and said that she had called them recently, after which he began to check it. Kim Ha-jin found the mysterious stranger suspicious as her hands began to sweat from nerves. But at one moment, everything became clear to him. The young man smiled because he understood who was hiding behind this black mask. The girl had her back turned, and Kim Ha-jin began to draw attention to her in a loud tone and asked her to look at her. Smiling, he asked if it was really Yu Yeon-ha herself in front of them, who was stunned because she realized that she had been exposed. She asked who he was talking to, and Kim Soo-ho smiled and asked if it was true that it was Yu Yeon-ha, since the voice sounded familiar. The girl was ready to sell her soul for burgers, and the guys started inviting her to the table, but she said that they were mistaken. They asked her to join them for some rice soup, after which tears began to well up in Yeon-ha's eyes. A waitress approached the table and handed over a bowl of rice soup that had not been ordered and which was snatched from her hands. Yu Yeon-ha started running away with the soup arrow and screaming that she didn't know these guys, and the waitress said that she didn't pay. Then the woman looked at Kim Ha-jin in shock, who said he would pay for everything, even though he felt awkward. After that incident, Yu Yeon-ha couldn't look him in the eye for 3 days, and when they met, she hid behind her backpack. Finally, the second Friday of August arrived, and Kim Ha-jin looked around, hoping to see Kim Soo-ho. A few seconds later, he saw the main character, who waved his hand at him and asked him to come to him right away. Kim Ha-jin immediately approached him and asked where they were going next, and Soo-ho asked him to just follow him. After some time, the young people wandered into a dense forest, continuing to move towards the dungeon they needed. Ha-jin looked around and thought that they had gone too far, but Mount Hammock was on the border. He was extremely careful and understood that he had to be constantly on guard because the mountain was too close to the border. At one point, Kim Soo-ho stopped at the gorge and said that they needed a dungeon located right at this place. Kim Ha-jin said that such a place is difficult to find even if you know where it is, and that is why they did not stumble upon it. Kim Soo-ho agreed with him and said that the opening was narrow enough that it could easily be missed. He said that they would be able to enter, but retreating if necessary would be difficult, and asked if they would cope with this task. Kim Ha-jin looked into his comrade's eyes, and for the first few seconds he simply remained silent, his face expressionless. Then he smiled and said that of course they could handle it, after which he reached into his side pocket. From a leather holster, the young man pulled out a Desert Eagle pistol, surprising his comrade at the time. Ha-jin smiled confidently and said that this thing was quite powerful, so they had nothing to be afraid of at all. Previously, he spent some points to make white light bullets because he knew it was very important, although due to the boss's higher rank, white light bullets will only be able to buy them a little time. But Soo-ho doesn't need anything else because he will take care of everything, and the main character himself asked if he was ready to go to the dungeon. Kim Ha-jin stood at the entrance to the dungeon, then extended his hand to his comrade, who looked at him with bewilderment. The young man asked him to give him his hand so that they could go into the dungeon, but it was still a little confusing. Soo-ho asked why he was doing that, and Ha-jin replied that it was dark inside and it would be better to hold hands and he would lead them through. He pointed out that if they used the flashlight, it would attract the monster's attention, and Kim Soo-ho said that he understood everything. Kim Ha-jin took his comrade by the hand and began to move forward, holding a pistol in his hands and ready to fight. Kim Soo-ho looked around and said that it was quite spacious inside, although it was very dark and he could hardly see anything. He then called the place very creepy, while Kim Ha-jin stopped and looked ahead in surprise. He asked his comrade to stop in place and freeze, but he himself was very careful at that moment. With the help of the method, Kim Ha-jin saw a long pipeline and wondered if there was a passage there too. In the original story, there was no other entrance to the dungeon, considering they came from the east. The young man used his ability again and decided that he needed to take a closer look at it and draw conclusions. Ahead he saw strange silhouettes, which surprised him even more, but he tried not to show this to his comrade. Kim Ha-jin still held Kim Soo-ho's hand, looking ahead carefully and analyzing the situation around him. With the help of his ability, he made sure that he was not mistaken and really saw silhouettes not far from them. The young man became even more nervous, because someone unknown was walking towards them, which made him nervous. 2 men were heading toward them, looking very serious and carrying weapons on their backs. Kim Soo-ho asked with trepidation what happened, but Ha-jin immediately interrupted him and asked him to be quiet for a while. One of the men asked what this place was, and the other replied that it looked like some kind of hidden level of a dungeon. Kim Ha-jin became even more nervous because he didn't understand who these people were and didn't know anything about them at all. Although he didn't know men, the aura exuded something bloodthirsty and terrible, and the young man realized that they were in trouble. Then his attention was drawn to a message on his smartwatch, which came very unexpectedly and scared him even more. The message stated that the problem was that the reward for clearing the dungeon did not correspond to its difficulty. Kim Ha-jin became worried because Mount Gammock became the hidden level of Suno Devil's Nest. Everything fell into place and he realized that the one he had seen earlier was a very important center. That passage connects the Suon Devil's Nest with Mount Hammock, where it was located at the time. Suddenly, he asked Kim Soo-ho what day it was, and the surprised young man replied that it was August 14th. Kim Ha-jin put the puzzle together in his head and realized that their end today was inevitable, which was hard to admit. It is on this day that the Human Monster Guild Pack Horse Master attacks the Suwon Devil's Nest. He realized that the two men were human monsters, and also assumed that they were scouts, since there were only two of them. The situation was very tense, and Kim Ha-jin gritted his teeth, and Kim Soo-ho asked what happened and if he could see something. The young man replied that there were two people walking towards them, which surprised Soo-ho greatly at that moment. The Master of the Pack Horse is the strongest guild of human monsters, which is feared by many. Each of the members of this guild was equal to a hero of average rank or even higher, which was even more frightening and alarming. The author understood that Kim Soo-ho would have a hard time dealing with them and began to think about what to do while clenching his fists tightly. Kim Ha-jin continued to be very nervous and kept an eye on the scouts who were heading their way. One of them said that he had better go back because they could be accused of misappropriating awards later, and they didn't need that at all. His comrade at first simply remained silent, but then he thought it over and agreed, and then said that they really should go back. The human monsters suddenly started to retreat, which was surprising and unexpected for Kim Ha-jin. He was very surprised by their sudden departure, after which hope appeared in his soul that everything would work out for him. Ha-jin knew he had to deal with the boss while he could, and decided to enhance his abilities with the stigmata. The youth then used the ability of Thousand Li Sight to inquire about the location of the fall boss. He looked around the cave for a while, concentrating so as not to miss anything. At one point, he came across a strong wall with inscriptions in ancient Chinese written on it. Kim Ha-jin managed to translate the signs and said that they needed to go straight ahead and then write twice. He turned around and told Kim Soo-ho that that was where the boss's room was, that he needed to go to that dungeon. The young man suggested doing everything quickly, and the main character looked at him with some surprise because he understood little. Meanwhile, in the Suwon Devil's Nest, there was a team of human monsters who were resting after the fights. Many of them complained of being extremely tired, and the leader spoke on the radio to James and Jo Hong, who were on Mount Hammock. Kim Jin-gyung, guild leader. The pack horse owner asked if they had found anything else. They told him over the radio that they had indeed found something. Namely, they had discovered a secret passage leading to a hidden level. Jin-gyung laughed wickedly, and one of the scouts radioed that they were already heading back and would show them the way. But the chief said that they could handle it themselves and asked them to continue exploring the dungeon because it was important to him. He then ordered the rest of the guild members to get up, as they had a lot of work and tasks ahead of them. Jin-gyung happily said that the scouts had discovered something interesting, so they would be continuing the banquet. One of the guild members asked if the scouts would arrive soon, and the leader replied that no, but they would catch up with them. The boy with the unshaven chin smirked slightly and looked at the guild leader with interest. He asked if he understood correctly that they had lost 2 guild members, which was proven by the words of the head of the pack horse master. After these words, Kalen tapped the earpiece in his ear twice, intending to contact someone on the radio and discuss everything. The guild member with the scar on his face noticed this and began to carefully listen to his conversation on the radio. The chief asked Kalen what he was doing there and asked him to hurry up because they were in a hurry. The young man became very wary and immediately turned his attention to the rest of the guild members while remaining silent. But everyone was shocked because Kalen took off his sunglasses from his forehead and stood near the entrance to the portal. Jin-gyung was quite surprised and asked the young man what all this meant and who allowed him to open the artificial portal. But Kalen held up his sunglasses and tried to formulate a clear answer to make his intentions clear. He said it wasn't a portal, a phase shift connecting 2 nearby points, but he was too lazy to explain all that. Kim Jin-gyung became nervous and asked if he had gone deaf, then ordered the artificial portal to be closed immediately. But Kalen wasn't going to obey him, after which he put on his sunglasses and put his headphones in his ears with a smile. The head of the guild became very angry with him and shouted, asking if he really thought he would stand on ceremony with him. The young man suddenly waved his index finger, but the meaning of this action was unclear to everyone. All the guild members stood to the side and watched everything that was happening with surprise, and the guild leader suddenly fell silent. After Kalen's gesture, a sharp blood rod was thrust out of the portal and pierced Kim Jin-gyung's head. The rod ripped open the insides of the guild leader's skull, and his blood splattered in all directions. The ordinary members of the Pack Horse Master Guild looked at everything that was happening in surprise, but none of them intervened. After a few minutes, Kim Jin-gyung's corpse stood up to suck in the portal, while Kalen stood next to the portal and did nothing. The guild members were stunned, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads because everything that happened was very unexpected. The hand of the dead guild leader was sticking out of the portal, and the other members began to ask in horror if Kalen had gone mad. Suddenly, a long-haired girl in white pants appeared from the portal and stood next to Kaylin after her appearance. The guild members were shocked because they understood that this was the boss of the Chameleon group, whose appearance was incomprehensible. The girl herself looked at everyone with a cold-blooded gaze and remained silent while the rest trembled with fear. Suddenly, she sprayed an incomprehensible gas, from which the guild members' eyes gradually began to sink in. Within a few seconds, having inhaled an unknown poison, they all began to lose consciousness and fell to the ground. Soon, all the guild members were lying unconscious on the ground, and the group's boss, Chameleon, was left alone with Kaylin. She began to take arrogant steps forward while starting to talk about stock prices and their destruction. The boss said that it was better to leave the guild members alive so that the stock price wouldn't collapse, and Kaylin said that he fully supported it. He asked if she wanted to explore the hidden level, but the girl asked him to stay here, and he asked why. Kaylin folded his hands over his chest and asked with a little trepidation if there was some kind of problem. The boss of the Chameleon group replied that there were currently 2 uninvited guests on the hidden level, which was very inconvenient. The girl looked at Kaylin and called the young men candidates, which spoke volumes to her. The guy laughed and asked if this was a test, and the boss said that they needed to check if they were worthy of becoming part of the Chameleon group. She then froze in place and focused on her sensations to use her ability. At that very moment, a purple liquid spilled onto the floor, which in its consistency was similar to human blood. As a result of its use, ghouls, which were 9th-rank monsters below average, appeared in the dungeon. One of the monsters rushed at the heroes and began to intimidate them, but a magic bullet immediately flew into his forehead. Kim Ha-jin fired a precise shot straight into the monster's head, causing white smoke to billow out of the gun's barrel. The young man blew effectively, dispersing the white smoke a little, after which she began to look around, being on the alert. He didn't relax because there were still a lot of monsters around him, and he began to aim carefully again. The magic bullet flew straight into the left eye of another monster, causing it to scream very loudly from incredible pain. Kim Soo-ho, in turn, finished off the vile ghouls with his magic ball, which made the shooter's task much easier. Then he began to look around, and in his thoughts he said that it was very dark around, and he could see practically nothing. Soo-ho was pleasantly surprised that Kim Ha-jin hit the vulnerable spots clearly and quickly took out all the monsters around him. He then smiled sincerely and told his comrade that he was amazing, and Ha-jin felt uncomfortable hearing the praise. He didn't dwell on it and said that they needed to go immediately because time was running out. The heroes began to move forward, and there were still many vile ghouls around, which they successfully destroyed. Kim Ha-jin fired precise shots with his pistol, while Kim Soo-ho finished off the monsters with his magic sword. The shooter managed to fire a shot right into the center of one of the monsters' backs, which looked very impressive. After defeating his opponents, the young man did not relax for a second, because he understood that they could jump out of nowhere. Monsters were waiting literally on every corner, but the good thing was that they were low-ranking, and they scattered them in no time. Ha-jin knew that there must be something important to him somewhere nearby, and Kim Soo-ho called him at that moment. The boy shouted that he had found writing on the wall, and Ha-jin wiped the sweat from his face and smiled, because this was what they needed. Kim Soo-ho asked him to pay attention to some ancient inscriptions on the stone wall, the translation of which he did not know. He suggested trying to translate them using a smart watch, which Kim Ha-jin immediately tried to do. The young man selected the desired function on the smartwatch, and within a few seconds it was ready to scan the inscriptions. Kim Ha-jin slightly twisted his hand and pointed the smartwatch directly at the wall inscriptions, and the scanning began. It was written that he and she always walk together, especially visible if you stand next to each other, and if from a distance she overtakes, easy to distinguish. Soo-ho asked if it was a mystery, since it was unknown who she was. And then he said that he heard that they often met in the dungeons. In the original story, Kim Soo-ho failed to solve the riddle on the stone wall and puzzled over it for a long time. So he turned to Yu Yeon-ha for help, who received a response through the guild within 5 minutes. But they didn't have time for that, so Kim Ha-jin used his ability and was about to voice the answer. He said that the answer to the riddle was the word lightning, after which the wall immediately lit up with a bright blue light, which was amazing. The ancient Chinese characters began to glow a bright blue, and cracks appeared on the wall itself. Kim Soo-ho said with a little trepidation in his voice that the writing on the wall had disappeared, and that already meant something. Small stones from the wall began to fall onto the ground, followed by the complete destruction of the wall, which alerted the hero. And a few minutes later, the wall began to move away from its place, and behind it a passage to an unknown place was visible. Kim Ha-jin and Kim Soo-ho stood still for a moment, waiting for the wall to completely slide away so they could see what was behind it. Then he rose into a column of white smoke and Suho asked if the word lightning was really the answer, and Hajin replied that it was. The author said in his thoughts that he was not the author of this riddle, but found it on the first website he came across and decided to add it to the novel. In nature, thunder and lightning occur simultaneously, but due to the speed of sound, the flash of lightning is seen first, and then the rumble of thunder. Kim Soo-ho was pleasantly surprised that he quickly solved the riddle and called Ha-jin smart, but he was a little embarrassed by it. Instead of accepting the compliments, he loaded the gun and said he would tell her how he had figured her out so quickly another time. Kim Ha-jin said that the boss was ahead and they needed to give it their all, and his comrade was ready to fight. But they didn't even suspect that the boss of the Chameleons, who wanted to get Ha-jin, was watching them from behind on the hill. Looking at the young man's back, she said in her mind that, as she thought, he really was different from the other cadets. She believed that he had strength, courage, determination, and of course an exceptional mind, which was important. The boss said that even though it was just a hidden level, he managed to get to the boss's room in about 10 minutes. Then she smiled confidently and said that he would definitely become one of them, because she couldn't miss such a big fish. But after these words, the girl scratched her head and began to think about one problem that was more relevant than ever. She wondered if Kim Ha-jina would be able to kill a person, as this was an important factor for joining the group. The monster man from the Pack Horse Master Guild said they were going in circles, and the other one said it was a cursed labyrinth. The boss heard the conversations and realized that they were human monsters, and she also realized that Ha-jin probably didn't know that they weren't human. The girl silently watched from the heights at the human monsters, who were out of breath and tired. She smiled and said that she seemed to have found some guinea pigs to test them on, so there was no need to worry. Somewhere in the cave there was a human skull that looked very creepy, and drops of water were dripping onto it. Kim Ha-jin and Kim Soo-ho were wary and looked around but were ready to fight. Not far from them, on a stone throne, sat an unknown man whose hair was long and ash-colored. Kim Ha-jin looked at him with a little excitement and realized that this was the dungeon boss they were looking for. The boss of the dungeon was the Swordsman of Destruction, who even looked very serious and frightened with his appearance. The boss was dozing, sitting on the throne, propping his jaw up with his fist, which made the atmosphere around him even more alarmingly tremulous. But suddenly the Swordsman of Destruction opened his eyes and glared at the guys who dared to disturb his sleep. Kim Soo-ho was very surprised and froze in place with his mouth open, not understanding what to expect from the dungeon boss. The Swordsman of Destruction moved towards him with a sharp movement and poked his chest with his finger, saying that he liked him. The main character was shocked because he could not understand when he managed to approach him so quietly and quickly. The young man's hand became sweaty, and he immediately reached for the magic sword because he had to act quickly and unexpectedly. Kim Ha-jin was very worried about his comrade and shouted his name and asked him to come to his senses, but Soo-ho was shocked and froze in place. However, Soo-ho came to his senses and saw the Swordsman of Destruction, who was still sitting on his stone throne, propping up his jaw. The young man wondered if he really had the ability to teleport, since he had just been right in front of him. But then, he put the sword back in its sheath and came to the realization that it was all because of the aura that the dungeon boss possessed. The Swordsman of Destruction, meanwhile, began to chuckle insidiously, which alarmed the hero, but did not frighten him at all at that moment. Soo-ho realized that this humanoid monster was at least above average in rank, and was on a completely different level from the others. He then spread his toes slightly, and the dungeon boss poked his sword right next to his feet and asked if he was afraid. Kim Ha-jin stood to the side and watched this, but at the same time he was very wary, because his comrade was in danger. The Swordsman of Destruction said that there was no need to be afraid at all, and also said that he would try to finish everything quickly. Kim Soo-ho saw the sword in his hands and was a little surprised, after which he began to analyze the situation and think. Kim Ha-jin smirked slightly and said in his mind that the dungeon boss had finally shown himself in his ability. He then asked his comrade to pay attention to the dungeon boss, because it was very important. Kim Soo-ho smiled, and Kim Ha-jin looked at him and realized that he had become more confident when he saw that his opponent was a swordsman. The main character has the gift of the Holy Sword, and his destiny is to become the strongest, which is what he has been striving for throughout his life. And no swordsman in the world could resist the power that Kim Soo-ho possessed, even though he himself did not fully understand it. Kim Ha-jin suddenly turned to his comrade, who immediately turned and paid attention to him. The young man said that he felt like the boss was a sword, and Soo-ho looked at him with a little confusion and asked again what he was talking about. Ha-jin began to explain to the hero that the voice came from the boss, and therefore the body was just an empty shell. Soo-ho stared at the dungeon boss's shiny white teeth for a few seconds, and he kept smiling. Meanwhile, the author was saying in his mind that he should have realized this himself during the battle, but now every second counted. Then Ha-Jin loaded the pistol and told his comrade that since he understood everything, he should aim straight at the enemy's sword. He himself smiled and confidently said that he would cover him while he aimed at the enemy's sword so he didn't have to worry. Kim Soo-ho smiled at his comrade and said that he relied on him, and he really trusted Kim Ha-Jin's back. But their plans were ruined before they could even be realized, because the swordsman of destruction suddenly began to attack. Kim Ha-Jin was stunned by what he saw and did not understand why he attacked first, because this was not supposed to happen according to the plot. He didn't have time to help his comrade, but the dungeon boss still struck, after which a lot of dust and white smoke rose. Ha-Jin closed one eye to keep out the dust and tried to see through the rising smoke. But the smoke was quite thick, and he could not see anything because of the dust that had risen and was not going to settle. Suddenly he heard a loud sound of sharp blades clashing, which came from several meters away from him. The dungeon boss looked into the eyes of his opponent and laughed confidently, because he knew that no one would be able to defeat him. But Kim Soo-ho was not going to give in to his opponent, and continued to hold off his onslaught with his magic ball. The swordsman of destruction pushed the young man aside with a sharp movement, hoping that he would not get up after such a fall. The main character skidded on his toes along the ground, but by clinging to the ground, he managed to slow down in order to rush forward towards the enemy. Kim Soo-ho rushed towards the swordsman of destruction with a sharp start, not even thinking about retreating or surrendering in the battle with him. The dungeon boss swung his hand at him again and said with a sly smile that he was quite good for not giving up. The heroes meanwhile made a high jump, after which he swung his sword, which was unexpected for the enemy. The impact was followed by a loud roar, after which a large amount of thick dust rose up around again. After a few minutes, the dust began to settle, and the dungeon boss tried to come to his senses and coughed. In one moment, the sly smile disappeared from his face, and in its place came a state of shock that was rare for him. The swordsman of destruction didn't understand where the youth who had just tried to hit him with his magic sword had gone. He heard a strange sound and immediately turned around, then turned his attention to Kim Soo-ho, who was above him. The protagonist held the sword tightly in his hands and was about to attack from above to prevent the enemy from dodging. Kim Soo-ho tried to keep a cool head and understood that his main goal was the dungeon boss's sword. He gripped the handle of his magic sword tightly and was ready to deliver a precise blow to defeat his opponent. The hero put a lot of effort into sticking the opponent's ball in, and Kim Ha-Jin looked at it all in surprise, holding a gun in his hands. Kim Soo-ho still held the ball's handle tightly and was a little wary because things weren't going according to plan. A small part of his sword entered the dungeon boss, but he still remained on his feet and did not even scream in pain. The swordsman of destruction began to laugh as if he hadn't been stabbed by Kim Soo-ho's magic sword just a few seconds ago. He said that the young man was strong, and the hero himself tried to pull the sword back out of his body, but he couldn't do it. The sword blade was stuck in the dungeon boss's wrist area, and he himself laughed and said that Kim Soo-ho's body would become his. The hero himself was very nervous because he could not pull the sword out of the enemy's hand, and he began to behave strangely at that moment. Strange things began to happen to the young man's sword, and he understood that he should expect something bad in the next few seconds. Kim Ha-Jin asked his comrade to be careful, then fired a pistol straight at the boss's sword. Soo-ho pulled his sword back out and thanked his comrade, because without him he risked losing his life. After that, Ha-Jin turned to Soo-ho, who looked at him in surprise, being very wary. He told the hero that the dungeon boss had revealed their plan, while the boss himself continued to laugh despite the loss of his arm. Kim Ha-Jin, with sweat on his face, said that if they had just a little more, they would have lost. But still, they were lucky in a way. The young man admitted that the opponent was quite smart, and Kim Soo-ho looked at him warily, listening to everything he said. He then waved his magic sword and said that this meant they would have to become more serious in order to defeat the enemy. The dungeon boss, meanwhile, continued to laugh slyly, although the reasons for this were unclear to the heroes, but they were ready for anything. The swordsman of destruction looked at Kim Soo-ho, who at that moment was staring into his eyes and did not even look away. In his mind, the boss said that the boy had put so much effort into that blow, and the power of that blow was explosive, which could not be denied. He laughed again, that sly, annoying laugh, while thinking of something against the boys and preparing to carry it out. Then the dungeon boss shouted at the top of his voice that he had been waiting for an eternity, and that finally what he wanted would come true. He fully extended his fingers and exclaimed that at last a body that could withstand all his power would belong to him. His severed arm suddenly regenerated and was as good as new, which was quite surprising to his opponents. Kim Soo-ho was surprised by this, and Ha-Jin said that the body is just a tool, and the damage to the dungeon boss will not work. But the hero stepped forward and said that if they destroyed the copper, everything would end, so they had to act. He made a sharp lunge forward and exclaimed that they would try again, his confidence sky high at that moment. The swordsman of destruction, meanwhile, laughed in his face and was not at all afraid of the boy's sudden attack. Kim Soo-ho jumped high and swung his sword at him, but the dungeon boss was not asleep and also swung his sword. Their blades met in midair, causing a loud screeching sound that sent out a multitude of bright sparks. Kim Ha-jin covered his eyes from the blinding light, and in his mind he said that such incredible pressure could drive one crazy. He watched the fight and understood that at this rate, Soo-ho would definitely win, but they didn't have time and it was time to end this. The young man analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that a shotgun would definitely not work, because he could hit his comrade. He also understood that a sniper rifle was useless at such a distance, so he needed to think some more. Then Kim Ha-jin slightly raised the hand that held the gun and said that this was the only best option. Kim Soo-ho and the swordsman of destruction continued to fight and were extremely focused on their attacks. The dungeon boss became angry and wondered what was going on and why he couldn't handle some kid. He knew that a normal sword would have broken long ago, but there wasn't a single scratch on his opponent's blade. The swordsman then wondered if this was all because of the golden mana, and Kim Soo-ho continued to press the blade firmly into his sword. The dungeon boss clenched his teeth in anger and tension because he no longer knew how to resist this boy. He then exclaimed and asked the boy not to think that he would give up so easily, and Kim Soo-ho was thrown back a little. A large amount of sweat was running down the young man's face, and he looked warily at his trembling hand. But soon, Soo-ho smirked as the enemy's movements became more and more predictable, and that said a lot. He once again gripped the hilt of his magic sword tightly, and he had no doubt that he would be the winner. With a grin on his face, the young man prepared for another attack from the enemy, not going to give up and not tormenting himself with doubts at all. The swordsman of destruction screamed at the top of his voice, and Kim Soo-ho swung at him with a sharp movement, helping his hand by turning his body. The young man was completely confident in his strength and cover, because he had a reliable ally who would help him win. Once again, a magic bullet flew into the dungeon boss's hand, which made him very wary at that moment. As it turned out, Kim Ha-jin once again fired an accurate shot from a pistol, hitting the enemy in the wrist area. His original goal was to distract the enemy for at least a second, which he did more than superbly. Kim Soo-ho took advantage of the enemy's confusion and prepared to deal a crushing blow to finish him off once and for all. Although the boss wasn't that strong in the original novel, he's still very far from the main character's level. Soo-ho made a sharp movement with his magic sword, causing the opponent's sword to immediately fly away. The force of the protagonist's blow was incredible, so he managed to knock the sword out of the dungeon boss's hands. Kim Soo-ho immediately rushed for the sword and grabbed it in midair with his agility, making the enemy even more nervous. The dungeon boss's sword began to disintegrate into small pieces, indicating that his end was coming soon. Following the sword, the hand of the swordsman of destruction also began to dissolve, and he could not believe that his end had come. He dissolved more and more quickly, and finally asked the main character who he was, since he had managed to defeat him. In less than a minute, the powerful dungeon boss had turned into a pile of gray ash, no longer posing any threat. Kim Ha-jin was glad that his comrade had succeeded, and he realized that all that was left was to collect the reward for clearing the dungeon. Kim Soo-ho, meanwhile, lowered the magic sword and began to cough into his fist, because the rising dust irritated his throat. But at one point, he looked at the floor in surprise, because he saw something there that was very unusual. Kim Ha-jin asked his comrade with trepidation what had happened, but the main character initially remained silent. The young men saw a stick on the ground and could not understand what it was, because a minute ago there was a pile of ash lying there. Soo-ho refused to believe what was happening and looked around with trepidation, hoping to see what he wanted to see. Sweat appeared on the young man's face, and he still did not want to believe that he would receive only a branch from a tree as a reward. Then, with tears in his eyes, he wondered if the reward for the main boss of the dungeon was just a branch. After Kim Soo-ho fell on all fours and was upset, Kim Ha-jin smiled and said that he understood why he was upset. He wanted to explain to him the properties of this branch, but suddenly, he was interrupted by the human monsters that were behind him. Kim Ha-jin turned around abruptly and was very careful because the voice was very familiar to him, but not. The young man looked at the faces of the men who had arrived and wondered if these were really the human monsters from the master of the pack horse. He wondered if they weren't supposed to return to the main party, and one of the monsters asked who they were. The bald man monster started kicking up dust and cheekily asked what they were doing there, but his comrade held him down with his hand to calm him down. After that, He said that their guild had made an official request to clear this dungeon and asked who they were. Kim Ha-jin replied that they were Cuban cadets and had wandered here by chance while exploring an area that was important to them. James asked the cadets what they were doing there, and the boy replied that they were fighting a monster, which sounded unexpected. After this, the stern man asked what the reward was for the killed monster, preparing to take it from the cadet by force. Kim Ha-jin spread his arms out to the side and said with a smile that, as they could see, they didn't receive anything as a reward for the monster. James remained silent in response to this, after which he turned to the head of the guild on the radio to report everything that had happened. He reported that they had an emergency, namely, they had come across 2 cadets from the Cube Academy. The guild leader gave them an order via radio to immediately kill any cadets who might stand in their way and hinder them. The 2 cadets became very wary because they heard the order and began to think about how to get out of this situation alive. James remained emotionless and said that they heard everything themselves, and his comrade was already ready to deal with them. After that, he looked at them with cold blood, and using his ability said that they had no business sticking their noses in where they didn't belong. Suddenly, a strong wind arose all around, which almost knocked you off your feet with its incredible power and the force of its gusts. Kim Ha-jin was very worried about his comrade, but he could not get closer to him because of the strong wind. Kim Soo-ho shouted his comrade's name and also tried to get closer to him, but he was not successful at all. After a few minutes, the strange phenomenon ended and Kim Ha-jin, left alone, began to look around. Having analyzed the situation around him, he realized that he had found himself in an isolating barrier, and now everyone was on his own. He really hoped that Kim Soo-ho would cope with the test that awaited them in the near future. The bald monster man looked at the guy and said that once again he got some weakling and it was already boring. Kim Ha-jin looked closely at the symbol that was depicted on the man's shirt and understood its meaning. The young man said that he was a mid-ranking hero, and the bald man looked into his eyes emotionlessly. Ha-jin then asked why the mid-ranked heroes were willing to get rid of the ordinary cadets who couldn't do any harm. But the man-monster grabbed the axe tightly and said that there was no point in explaining anything to him, because there was only one outcome. He swung a huge axe and, looking bloodthirstily into the guy's eyes, said that he would die at his hands very soon anyway. Kim Ha-jin didn't show his excitement, but in his mind he was saying that the monster man had incredible mana. The difference in strength between them was too great, and cutting off the boy's head was just a trifle for this man. But still, the young man clenched his fist tightly and told himself in his mind that even in this case, he still had a chance. The monster man looked at the boy with bewilderment because he was sure that he did not pose any danger to him. Kim Ha-jin had his hand on his belt, which was somewhat puzzling because the meaning behind it was unclear. For a few seconds, he fiddled with the back pocket of his white pants, which began to make the monster man wary. The bald man gripped the axe handle tightly because he sensed that her youth was clearly plotting something against him. His face was tense with alertness, and there was even a drop of sweat trickling down under his eyelid because he didn't know what to expect. But in the end, Kim Ha-jin took out a glowing stone from his pocket and showed it to the nervous man. The monster man laughed out loud and asked if he really couldn't think of anything better than a pebble. Kim Ha-jin began tossing the stone in his hand and said with a smile that for a moron like him, the stone would be just right. His words began to anger the monster man, and he nervously asked the boy what he had said a few seconds ago. He then began to stare closely at Kim Ha-jin, who was calm and smiling at that moment. In his mind, the man said that the boy had no mana, but he was pretending to be God knows what, as if he was something. The monster asked the boy to stop bragging, and Kim Ha-jin provocatively and unexpectedly threw a stone at him. But suddenly, a thin yellow thread appeared in front of the man's face, and he began to follow it closely with his eyes. With a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed the end of the yellow thread, after which he clenched his fist tightly to prevent it from disappearing. After that, he felt a pulling sensation in his hand, which made him wary, and sweat appeared on his face. Kim Ha-jin used a sharp movement of his body to pull the thread towards himself in order to damage the opponent and make him fall. The monster man was hit in the head and barely managed to stay on his feet as his brains were nearly crushed. The young man, meanwhile, pulled the thread towards himself again, intending to tie up the enemy and completely neutralize him. The monster tried to recover from the stone blow to the head, and his eyes rolled up for a few seconds. Kim Ha-jin deftly pulled a rope towards himself, to the end of which was tied a small stone, which he used to strike. A series of blows bore fruit, and after a few minutes the man-monster fell face down on the ground. The guy, meanwhile, pulled the rope all the way over himself and realized that the enemy was neutralized, after which he relaxed a little. Then he hunched over slightly and tried to catch his breath after the fight, and in the meantime, the bald man-monster began to laugh. Ha-Jin said that such a cheap trick only worked because the monster relaxed, and he discovered another use for ether. After this, the young man took a few steps and approached the body of the monster man lying on the ground to finish him off. He pointed the barrel of the gun straight at the monster's head, intending to fire the finishing shot and finish it off once and for all. Ha-Jin understood that he couldn't hesitate because the monsters recovered quickly, and he couldn't use the shotgun due to a lack of mana. At that very moment, a shot was fired from a pistol, which was aimed straight at the head of the lying monster. But the shot did not produce the expected result, and the young man was stunned because he did not expect to see what he saw. The bullet did not penetrate the head of the man-monster and simply deformed upon contact with it, which was amazing. After the shot, the monster opened its left eye and looked at Kim Ha-Jin standing next to it, and a bullet mark remained on its head. The young man took aim at him again and was nervous, although no one could have predicted that the pistol would not be able to penetrate his head. The human monster suddenly screamed at the top of his voice, and his incredible scream hit the ears of those around him hard. Kim Ha-Jin tried to cover his face with his hands and clenched his teeth because the scream was incredibly powerful, and he was blown away from the spot. A few seconds later, he was thrown aside and hit his back against the wall as the screaming continued. The blow was very strong, causing Kim Ha-Jin to spit out his own blood into his hand, which left him stunned. Then he began to rise and said that he was in great pain, and this despite the fact that he had softened the blow with the help of ether. Ha-Jin tried to understand how strong the monster was because he put so much mana into his voice, and the human monster addressed him. The veins began to stand out on his shaking hand, and then he said that he thought the boy was getting a little cheeky. Then the man-monster clenched his teeth in rage and, with veins in his eyes, asked if he was satisfied with what he had received for his actions. He said in a stern tone that for the sake of a trash like Kim Ha-Jin, he had to activate this giant form. The young man looked at him and nervously said in his mind that the situation was very bad, and now he was in deep trouble. The human monster's ability was demonization, and he remembered James saying that they had no business getting in here. At the moment the barrier was formed, Kim Soo-ho was also very nervous, because further events were unknown. He found himself in a closed barrier with James, who was also a human monster with powers. Soo-ho was very worried and called out to Kim Ha-Jin, but it was all in vain because they were in different barriers. The young man didn't hear anything at all, and after a few seconds he realized that they had been separated, and now it was everyone for themselves. The protagonist realized that there was no way out in sight, and the man in front of him was clearly determined to kill him, which was evident from his appearance. Kim Soo-ho wondered if he would have to fight, then grabbed his sword and asked the monster man why he was doing this. A cool James looked the boy in the eye and said that they were just unlucky that they got in their way. The main character looked into the man's eyes, and the monster realized that he had already seen this boy before. Kim Soo-ho looked at him with a serious face and held the hilt of his sword tightly, preparing to fight the monster. James looked closely at the guy and realized that he was the best cadet of the Cube Academy, whose name was Kim Soo-ho. He analyzed the situation and realized that such personnel would be useful to them because the young man was quite capable. The main character, meanwhile, was wary and on guard because the insidious monster man could attack at any second. But despite the need for personnel, James made an unexpected leap forward and his blade ended up at Kim Soo-ho's throat. The young man was not asleep, and his readiness for battle bore fruit, which surprised the man-monster at that moment. Kim Soo-ho managed to dodge his blade at the very last moment, but a small cut was still left on his body. He then deliberately fell to the ground to create support with his hand and continued to dodge further attacks from the enemy. Leaning on the ground with his hand, the protagonist swung his foot at the monster man, which was supposed to knock him off his feet. But at the very last moment before the kick, James disappeared, which made the guy a little wary at that moment. Kim Soo-ho did not sleep on the move and immediately changed his position so that the enemy would not attack him unexpectedly from behind. The monster man still started running at him from behind, but the main character immediately turned around because he heard his steps. He looked warily at his opponent and wondered when he had managed to get behind him, since he was right next to him. After a few seconds, Kim Soo-ho froze in place because he felt something strange and very sudden. His leg immediately bent at the knee and he pressed it into the ground, after which he realized that the enemy had wounded him in the leg. Kim Soo-ho began to analyze the situation and realized that the enemy was fast because he managed to wound him in a split second. He suffered from the unpleasant pain in his leg and remained wary because he did not know what to expect from the enemy. The main character wondered how he could catch the monster man, who was very unpredictable. He soon came to the conclusion that he needed to focus on the enemy's movements and then build on that. James still remained cool and lunged forward to attack the guy again. But this time, Kim Soo-ho managed to put his magic blade in place at the last moment, thereby repelling the enemy's attack. He barely held the sword in his hands after the incredibly powerful blow, but he still realized that he had managed to block the attack. But despite this, everything was still happening too fast, and he decided to attack when James approached for another blow. The monster man once again approached to attack the young man, but he dodged again, although the blade slightly grazed him. James tried to remain cool so that his anger would not interfere with him during the fight, but he was a little unhappy. Then he immediately turned his attention to Kim Soo-ho's magic blade, which was a few centimeters away from him. The main character tried to switch from defense to attack, but James managed to react and dodge his blow. However, the monster man still had a small cut in the knee area, but it didn't play a big role for him. Kim Soo-ho cautiously analyzed the situation and realized that he had barely hit his opponent, so there was nothing to be happy about. Although James was much weaker than the swordsman of destruction, it was very difficult to dodge his attacks because he had great speed. The protagonist continued to hold the hilt of the magic sword and told himself that everything would have been different if Ha-jin had been there. But he immediately began to drive these thoughts away from himself and said that now was not the time to think about this because the battle was still ahead. Kim Soo-ho also muttered under his breath that he wanted to clear the dungeon alone with such and such skills. The protagonist relaxed his hands slightly and reminded himself that he had no equal in sword fighting because he was the best of the best. He looked at his opponent and understood that as long as his opponent was a swordsman, he had a chance to win the battle. Kim Soo-ho raised his sword tip up and told himself that if he gave it his all, he would definitely win. He then began to invest a huge amount of mana into the power of his magic sword while standing in one place. James tried to remain emotionless on the outside, but in his heart, he was surprised by such an incredible amount of mana. He was sure that despite being the best cadet, Soo-ho was just a pathetic brat, but he couldn't drag it out any longer, and it was time to finish. After this, the monster man looked sternly into the protagonist's eyes and said in his thoughts that the next attack would be the last. Kim Soo-ho firmly gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, 100% prepared for the decisive battle between them. But suddenly, he was very surprised because he began to feel a strange feeling that could not be ignored. The young man looked at his opponent and understood that he had nothing to do with it. The problem lay somewhere else. After a few seconds, he remembered that it was this feeling that had brought him to the dungeon some time ago. Kim Soo-ho felt that just like then, something was calling him to itself. But he couldn't understand what it was, and meanwhile the stick was calling him to itself. Meanwhile, the exhausted Kim Ha-jin looked at the monster that had used the demonization ability. The monster called the wounded guy a little rat, and Ha-jin himself, due to his serious injury, could not even stand up on his feet. Then the bloodthirsty monster with steel horns said that today was the boy's last day in this world, and he could say goodbye to life. Kim Ha-jin could barely contain his panic, and looking at the monster he understood that it was all over, because he could not defeat it. He clenched his teeth and tried to think of a plan of action, but nothing came to his mind, and he was about to give up. The young man immediately fell to the ground in pain and lowered his head, expecting his imminent death, while the monster simply laughed. Kim Ha-jin closed his eyes tightly and waited for death, and the monster immediately rushed at him to finally get rid of the guy. But there was no murder, and the young man decided to open his eyes to understand what was happening around him. A dumbfounded Kim Ha-jin looked at the sharp blade that was in front of his eyes, with blood flowing down it. The guy became even more wary because he didn't understand what was happening, and the monster was pierced by someone's blade. The sharp blade was then pulled back and the monster fell to the ground with a loud crash, raising a bit of dust. Kim Ha-jin still held his injured side and looked ahead, trying to understand what was happening around him. Realizing the situation, the guy was stunned and wondered why the boss of the Chameleon group was here, since she saved him from death. He looked at her with a stern gaze and saw no hope of salvation in this, because her intentions were unclear. The girl continued to approach him with a cold face, and her appearance was neat. Kim Ha-jin once again tried to get to his feet, pushing himself onto the ground with one hand and holding his side with the other. In his thoughts, he said that all this was very untimely, because his current condition left much to be desired. He also confirmed that there was some kind of connection between the pack horse master and the Chameleon group, and the boss was approaching him. Kim Ha-jin still couldn't get up and simply wondered what the Chameleon group wanted from him. The boss of the Chameleon group was a few steps away from him, silently looking into his eyes, and he did the same. Then she finally approached him and extended her hand, and Kim Ha-jin initially looked into her eyes with bewilderment. The girl still held her hand outstretched and said that she was glad to meet them, but there was no joy visible on her face. The severity was replaced by surprise on the part of the young man, who was silently looking at the boss at that moment. Kim Ha-jin then smiled and said that they have been running into each other quite a lot lately, which is quite surprising. The boss said that this was indeed the case, because she was watching him, so there was nothing surprising about it. The young man was shocked by her statement and looked at her with his mouth open, trying to understand the true meaning of her words. He asked again what she meant by surveillance, and suddenly a monster appeared behind the back of the Chameleon group boss. The vile monster immediately pounced on her from behind, and she remained completely cool in this situation. Kim Ha-jin was very scared for the girl and shouted for her to be careful, because there was danger behind her. But with a sharp movement, the vile monster was thrown aside, and the boss of the Chameleon group did not even raise an eyebrow. The young man, meanwhile, was shocked by what he saw, because he did not expect the girl to have such physical fitness and abilities. The boss said she wanted to discuss something with him, and a surprised Ha-jin couldn't believe that she didn't even bat an eyelid. The girl came closer to him with her face and muttered something, but the guy didn't hear anything and just looked at her. He trembled and wanted to ask her again about the words she had said, but at one moment he suddenly stopped and fell into deep thought. The author recalled that this moment is a turning point in Shin Jong-hak's story, because a lot will change for him. But then he wondered why everything had changed, and whether it was because of him, which was what was bothering him at that moment. Kim Ha-jin apologized to the emotionless boss of the Chameleon group with a trembling voice. The girl looked away and said in a calm tone that time was up and it was time for her to leave. With the help of her abilities, she began to dissolve, and smiling, she said that she hoped that he would make the right decision. Within a few seconds, the boss of the Chameleon group had completely dissolved, and the young man watched silently. He didn't even move from the shock he was experiencing, and only the smallest traces of the girl's disappearance remained on the ground. Kim Ha-jin was drenched in sweat and just stared at one point for a while, trying to collect his thoughts. But suddenly he heard a voice calling him, after which he looked around the corner because it caught his attention. It turned out to be Kim Soo-ho, who asked him with trepidation how he was feeling, and if he was okay. Ha-jin replied that everything was fine and asked if he had done well, and the protagonist replied that he had and asked if he could walk. The boy told his comrade that he could probably walk, after which Soo-ho extended his helping hand to help him stand up. He began to support his wounded comrade and asked if everything was okay, and Ha-jin replied that he would rest and be as good as new. The main character looked back and asked what they were going to do with him, while looking at James lying on the ground. Kim Ha-jin realized that since the monster man's body had not disappeared, it meant that he was simply lying unconscious and still alive. Kim Soo-ho asked if it was true that they should notify the association, and his associate was shocked by these words at that moment. Ha-jin said that they had no evidence and no one gave them permission to clear the dungeon, so they would be punished. The author has invested all his savings in the Packhorse Master's stock, and it would be very bad if they were exposed right now. Kim Soo-ho suddenly asked his comrade what happened to his opponent since he was nowhere to be seen. Kim Ha-jin turned his tired gaze to the side, and remembering the recent events, decided that he would not talk about them. He said that his opponent simply ran away, while recalling the face of the Chameleon group boss standing in front of him. After some time, the cadets emerged from the dungeon and stopped near one of the trees in the dense forest. Kim Ha-jin felt very unwell because he was experiencing recovery after using the stigmata magic. Soo-ho showed him a thin branch and said that he had a feeling that this branch was quite unusual and could be useful. The author was surprised that the young man had not forgotten about her, and the main character tried to formulate a speech to explain what he wanted. Still, he was able to formulate it and said that during the battle with the monster man, this branch called him to itself. Then Soo-ho apologized and said that it probably sounded like complete nonsense, but Ha-jin said that he understood what he was talking about. He smiled at the protagonist, and the young man asked if it was true that he really understood what he was talking about. Ha-jin said that he knew at first glance that there was a special power hidden in this branch, and Soo-ho asked if this was serious. The reward for defeating a boss is always a unique item, but only by knowing the ancient myths can you recognize the true value of the branch. Kim Ha-jin asked his comrade if he had ever heard of mistletoe, which was also related to ancient mythology. It was a legendary weapon of Scandinavian mythology, with which, according to legend, the god of light Balder was killed. The young man also added to the story that this incredible weapon was also called the Godslayer branch, which said a lot. Kim Soo-ho looked at the branch in surprise after hearing the story of ancient mythology and couldn't believe it. Kim Ha-jin smiled because he saw in his comrade's eyes the interest and desire to hear the story further. He then added that, as he himself knew, The legendary weapon needed to be awakened in order for it to take its true form. Kim Soo-ho became even more interested and realized that the root would change after waking up, and Ha-jin confirmed it. The protagonist said that he knew it because it was a reward for clearing the dungeon, and his comrade said that it was really confusing. The energy of the yet-to-awaken Mistletoe helped Kim Soo-ho deal with the human monster, so it is very powerful. Then Kim Ha-jin was distracted from his thoughts and asked to put the branch in the indicated place, which the protagonist immediately did. After completing the request, he began to look at his comrade's actions with surprise and absorb the information. Kim Ha-jin took out a bag of pollen from a butterfly seedling from his pocket, the color of which was a pleasant blue. Kim Soo-ho looked at the contents of the bag in surprise and asked what it was, since he had never seen it before. In response to this, Ha-jin said that this was the relic with which he would be able to awaken Mistletoe, which was even more surprising. In the original, the pollen from the butterfly seedling was supposed to go to Kim Soo-ho, and the writer was trying to think of something to tell him. He came to the conclusion that he needed to show what sacrifices he was making for him, after which he began to formulate a speech. Kim Ha-jin said that it was a family heirloom that was very important to him, and Kim Soo-ho was shocked by his words. A large amount of sweat appeared on his face, and he didn't know what to do or whether he should give up the branch right now. Ha-jin said he was joking, and it was just something precious to him. But in his mind, he said he went a bit overboard, calling the pollen a relic. He also added that pollen helps to awaken hidden potential and can also influence people and objects. He then said that in short, if you sprinkle the powder on the legendary weapon Mistletoe, it will give a result. By sprinkling the powder on a legendary weapon, it will immediately transform and its potential will awaken. Then Kim Ha-jin brought the pollen bag closer to the branch and asked if his comrade was ready for this. And he was very excited. At the very last moment before the pollen fell, Kim Soo-ho took his hand and asked him to stop. He was very excited and asked Kim Ha-jin with trepidation in his voice if he was sure, because this powder was very important to him. The young man exhaled slightly and said that although this powder was very important to him, the time had come to use it. He said that awakening the legendary weapon is very important, and now is the best time to use the powder. Kim Soo-ho did not interfere anymore, after which Kim Ha-jin carefully and slowly began to sprinkle the powder onto the weapon. Within a few seconds, the legendary weapon began to awaken, and the cadets literally held their breath. Kim Ha-jin watched the weapon awakening with caution, and a light breeze blew through the laces of his windbreaker. Kim Soo-ho watched the process with surprise, because for him all this was new and he had never seen anything like this before. After a short period of time, the awakening process was complete, and several green leaves appeared on the branch. The protagonist took the weapon in his hands in surprise, and Kim Ha-jin smiled and said that he was right in his statements after all. The author was a little happy and realized that the first awakening of the legendary Mistletoe was successfully completed. Adapting to Kim Soo-ho, who will become stronger as time goes on, the branch will take the form of a sword. Then Kim Ha-jin stood up from the ground and leaned forward slightly, about to start a conversation on a slightly different topic. He picked up a green sprout and asked the protagonist if he remembered their agreement with the ratio of 9-to-1. The young man said that in that case, Kim Soo-ho would get the whole branch, and he would take just one leaf for himself. After some time, the halt was over, and the young men continued to move forward towards the exit from the forest. The protagonist asked his comrade if he was really happy with this arrangement, and Kim Ha-jin said that he had already said that everything was fine. He said that he had no use for Mistletoe, because close combat was a ridiculous death for a shooter, and he had no use for him at all. The smartwatch said that a decoction from its leaf makes the body stronger and can be used to make powerful weapons. Kim Ha-jin realized that everything was as expected, because the leaf did not grow on a simple branch and was an excellent thing that would be useful. In his mind, he said that he would find a worthy use for it, and then unexpectedly, he tripped over the root of a tree lying on the ground. He screamed in pain throughout the forest and then began to look around and try to understand why all this was happening to him. But then Kim Ha-jin looked back warily, because everything that was happening reminded him of something at that moment. The young man recalled the past and said in his mind that he had already encountered something similar when he came across the ginseng root. Kim Soo-ho asked her lagging comrade if he was okay and why he was standing still, and Ha-jin replied that it was nothing and he was already on his way. The young man realized that he had come at a very good time, because in the ground there was a precious root that was very useful. The root was shallow and was in the flowering stage, which was visible from the green shoots at the end. Kim Ha-jin began to dig up the root of the plant, but he did not even suspect that he had been closely monitored before. Jane watched what was happening in the young man's life, whistling a song and saying that it was quite good. She rewatched his fight with the monster and realized that he had turned ordinary contact into such a powerful weapon. Then the girl wondered how much magical power he put into this, because this was also an important factor. But there was also another factor that really won her over, because not every cadet had that. That rare factor was Kim Ha-jin's composure when he shot the monster man in the head. What surprised Jane even more was that he didn't even know that his opponent was a human monster, and yet he tried to kill him. At the moment of the shot to the head, the girl stopped the video and said that it looks like this time the boss made the right choice with the person. Jane smiled and said that she saw potential in this boy that not many cadets could see. The boss of the Chameleon group did not want to hear this and asked him to stop, after which she began to walk away. Jane asked if she wouldn't watch the rest of the video with her, to which the boss replied that she wasn't interested. In response to this, the serious girl muttered that all this was very disgusting to her, after which she silently left. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin finally came home and stood at the door like a zombie, because he was incredibly tired after all this time. The young man's legs could barely carry him, and he wanted to be simply killed, because his body ached incredibly and unbearably from fatigue. Evangel rubbed her eyes and stood in front of him, and Kim Ha-jin asked if he had woken her up, which made him feel guilty. Then he took the girl in his arms and hugged her, asking for forgiveness and saying that she needed to go back to bed. Kim Ha-jin brought the sleepy girl into the room to put her to bed, but suddenly he turned his attention to the street. There was a full moon outside the window, and the moon was shining brightly into the young man's window, and he stared at it and did not look away for some time. A while ago, Kim Soo-ho asked him to return to Cube Academy without him, which sounded a little surprising. Kim Ha-jin asked what he would do, and the protagonist said that since he was here, he wanted to go home while he had the chance. After this, he said the name of his comrade, who immediately paid attention to him and looked into his eyes with interest. Kim Soo-ho looked away a little and said that he wanted to tell him something about today's events. He then chuckled slightly and said thank you very much to Kim Ha-jin, as he had sacrificed so much for him and helped him. The young man said nothing in response to his gratitude, and the main character turned around and began to go home, leaving him alone with himself. Kim Ha-jin looked at the protagonist's back with great surprise, whose gratitude was unexpected for him. Kim Soo-ho is the main character and protagonist who is true to his ideals and never gives up, following the path of justice. The author understood that there were simply no such people left in the real world, so this prompted him to create the character. Dreaming that one day the world would change, he decided to create Kim Soo-ho, who was ideal and correct in many ways. For the author of the novel, this name was deciphered as the verb to defend, and this word was firm and suited the hero. Kim Ha-jin held the sleeping beauty Evangel in his arms and looked out the window with a smile, thinking about the main character. The author was confident that Kim Soo-ho was the true protector who would save this world from all adversity. At that moment, Ha-jin looked into the eyes of his comrade, and it made him a little nervous because he didn't understand what was going on. Kim Soo-ho asked if something was wrong, but Ha-jin immediately smiled at him and said that everything was fine and asked him to take care of himself. He asked him to take care of himself because there was no one in this world he could trust more than Kim Soo-ho. The Hero Association nicknamed the 9 strongest human monsters the 9 evils, and the explanation for this was not simple. The number of destruction was a mark that was adopted with pride by its new owners. Disobedience was the 3rd of the 9 evils, and deep in the mountains of South Hamgyong, a secret hideout was established. The Defiance shelter itself was well equipped and modernized, but inside it had a gloomy, dark appearance. One of the girls moved back slightly in her chair and asked to pay attention to the man who had come to visit them. Her colleague added that the guest was indeed rare, and Tomer with white hair looked at them emotionlessly. They immediately started talking to each other, and one of the girls asked if this girl was really a human monster. Then they finally stopped chatting and pretended to be working, and at that moment the girl in uniform walked past them. One of the girls turned to the white-haired Tomer, who was busy with something and didn't like being distracted. She banged on the table out of fatigue, because everything that was happening around her irritated her. She just wanted peace and solitude. A colleague handed a folder of documents to a nervous Tomer, and she looked at it with a little bewilderment. The woman said that Tomer, although one of the best, but the phrase is too simple, this is not a reason for refusal. The girl snatched the folder with documents from her hands with displeasure and asked what they wanted from her this time. The boss asked her to look and check everything with me, and Tomer said that she would like to hear more details. She then looked at the information on the paper and asked if she understood her task correctly, and the commander replied that she did. Tomer realized that her task was to observe the target, which was a very responsible and important task. Her target was a long-haired girl with yellowish hair, who was thin in build and tall. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin was sitting in one of the city's establishments, enjoying the sun's rays and good weather. Suddenly, someone called him sir and addressed him by name, which immediately surprised and attracted the attention of the young man. The cute, green-eyed young man asked if it was true that he had an appointment to have a magical seal applied. Kim Ha-jin immediately replied that he was here for that very reason, after which the girl smiled sweetly at him. The guy introduced himself as Jin and said that he was a 4-star magician, and the young man was counting on his help. Ha-jin understood that he had managed to sign up for a day when a high-level mage was receiving, and such ranks rarely dropped. Then he began to look at the clothes of the high-level magician, who also continued to smile at him, smiling. After that, the smile disappeared from Jin's face, and he pointed with his hand in the direction he needed to go. Ha-jin understood that magicians were obsessed with money, and he was prepared for this, and spent a lot of money on his appearance, but it was not enough. Jin sat down at the table and asked what kind of seal he would like to have engraved, and the secretary brought him a tray of hot tea. The young man replied that she was thinking about enhancing her physical abilities or defensive magic, and the high-level mage poured himself some tea. Then she snapped her finger and said that since that was the case, it was necessary to begin the process immediately. Jin took a sip of hot tea and asked him to consider the options he had offered him. Kim Ha-jin began to carefully consider all the proposed options, and the girl asked what he thought about them. Activating a magic seal requires some mana because artifacts have restrictions on its use. But his bracelet doesn't fall under this rule, so Ha-jin needs a powerful seal that he can use once a week. Jin calmly sipped his tea, and Kim Ha-jin was saying in his thoughts that she was very annoyed by his attitude, which was negligent. He felt like a nobody to the magician and wondered if he really needed to dress in gold and diamonds. The young man wondered what to do, because he understood that if he left everything as it was, the magician would probably skimp on the seal. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin caught the magician's attention and said that he was not interested in ordinary offers, and that he needed something more. He asked if they didn't have any magic seals that could use a large amount of mana. The example of instant awakening, and Jin said that in general it is possible, but there is one thing. After these words, the young man put his hands in his pockets and asked with a smile if this was really too much for a magician like him. But in response to his provocative question, Jin only asked why he was saying that and did not start a scandal with the client. Kim Ha-jin said that he was in a bit of a hurry and would come back another time, but the high-level mage began to ask him not to do that. The young man nevertheless stopped and looked at the magician because he wanted to hear what he would say about this. Jin didn't understand where he got the money for this and said with trepidation that perhaps he had not expressed himself very well. He said they could create such a seal, but there was concern that the price would be much higher than some. Ha-jin asked what it was about, and Jin changed the subject and said that it only applied to regular customers and he didn't have to think about it. After that, the high-level magician asked how much money he was counting on, and the young man whispered it in his ear. The magician literally blossomed upon hearing the amount and asked with a smile if he was serious, since the amount was quite impressive. The genie told his dear client that he would select the best options for him in a moment and asked the secretary to bring fresh tea. The next day, Kim Ha-jin was in class at Cub Academy, where the cadets were happily chatting with each other. The young man summed up the results in his thoughts and said that the dungeon on Mount Hammock had been cleared and Mistletoe had been successfully obtained. The order for the magic seal was also placed, and in his mind he thanked Kim Soo-ho as well as his expensive shares. He didn't intend to make such a circus, but the magician only has money on his mind, but finally everything has returned to normal and he can relax. At that very moment, a stern instructor entered the room and shouted at all the students to pay attention. He said that a new stage was beginning today and ordered us to split into groups of 5 people each. Kim Ha-jin realized that he wouldn't be able to rest because there were team competitions coming up, otherwise they would have to work together. The team competition included storming towers, which was an important factor in testing the students' skills. The second stage is a battle between teams, which was also a pretty good test of skills and results. The most enjoyable part was the joint travel and everything in that spirit, which allowed the cadets to relax and have fun. The instructor repeated that they needed to split into teams and submit a list of participants by next Wednesday, and this was mandatory. Kim Ha-jin wondered what he should do, because many had already chosen a team, but he was an outcast and did not know who to be with. The young man was not particularly nervous, but he understood that he had to get out of this, after which he turned back because he remembered something. In the back row stood the cadets who had already decided on their team, and in front of them sat a lonely Rachel. The girl's look was very sad and upset because she was the same loner as Kim Ha-jin himself. The young man looked at the sad princess and wondered if Rachel was alone too, and he realized that he could be on a team with her. But then he remembered that, unlike him, She decided that it would be better to be alone, because she was, after all, a princess. Ha-jin knew that it would be good if they united, and at the same time he would give her the pollen of the butterfly seedling, which also belonged to her. In the original, Rachel was supposed to know how to achieve enlightenment by this point, and if she didn't, the plot would change. He decided that he needed to take action and asked the princess in correspondence if she would like to join his team. With a little excitement, the young man sent the girl this message, and then immediately turned to her and began to look at her. Princess Rachel was immersed in her own thoughts and experiences, oblivious to the world around her. But suddenly, she received a notification on her smartwatch, which immediately caught her attention, and she decided to check it. Kim Ha-jin was worried at that moment because he saw that she had started reading his message, and he was anxiously awaiting her reply. Princess Rachel read his message and began to think about how to respond to it, because she herself did not know what to do. But suddenly a man approached her and addressed Mrs. Rachel, thereby attracting her attention, interrupting her thoughts. Kim Ha-jin was very wary because the man approached her at the wrong time, and her answer might have changed because of him. He was stunned to see Tomer asking Miss Rachel if she wanted to join her team. She smiled politely at the princess, holding out her hand, and the girl looked into her eyes in silence for the first few seconds. Tomer continued to smile, and the princess tried to decide because this was not the first proposal for her. One of the cadets told another cadet that Jamer and Rachel were on the same team, and the girl asked if it was true. Kim Ha-jin was very tense and wondered if Tomer had already started acting and why she chose the princess. He understood that the disobedience's subordinates were mercenaries, and most likely this was an order, but only one person came to mind. For the young man, there was only one person who could be behind all of this, which made him even more nervous at that moment. This man was Alex Lancaster, and Ha-jin had no idea how he could help the princess in this situation. Rachel asked Tomer to give her some time because she wanted to think about her sudden proposal. Jamer smiled imperceptibly but slyly after her words, because she understood that the princess would probably bite her hook. After that, she did not detain the princess any longer, and Rachel remembered that she had received a message on her smart watch. As it turned out, she had not read the message before, and was surprised after she read who sent it to her. Rachel was surprised because the message was sent by Kim Ha-jin, after which she immediately looked at him. The young man himself was also looking at her and smiling at that moment, and this made the princess even more nervous. The girl felt very awkward and immediately began to look away, and Ha-jin wondered why she looked away. He began to fear that he would receive a rude refusal from her, after which he received a notification on his smart watch, and he began to look through it. Princess Rachel told him that she would think about his proposal, and Kim Ha-jin simply began to smirk at what he saw. Then he looked at the girl again, her cheeks slightly red, and in his thoughts he said that waiting was not a problem. The young man admired the beautiful Rachel for a while, who was propping up her jaw with her snow-white hand. Meanwhile, Che Na-yun was in class, where she was very bored and tried to write something down in her notebook. The girl faced a difficult choice of which of the candidates not in the top 100 to include in her team. It was very difficult for her to choose, and she understood that extra points were awarded for them, but she knew where to get good ones. But then Che Na-yun remembered that she had someone in mind, and she was going to talk to that person. The man turned out to be Ha-jin, who was approached by another cadet and asked if he had chosen his partners. A cadet also approached him, who was going to the museum to look at Napoleon's gun, since he already had a ticket for 2. From all sides, the cadets surrounded Ha-jin, offering to join the team, and Che Na-yun realized that everyone was already clinging to him. She analyzed the situation and remembered that one of the stages of the team competition would be knowledge of theory, where he had no equal. The girl was sure that if she wanted, she could easily get Kim Ha-jin into her team. Then she propped her chin on her hand and said that she was a little worried about this because she might be left without a team. But what worried Che Na-yun more was the fact that Kim Ha-jin might think that she had some feelings for him. She then began to calm herself down and reminded herself that it was just a task, and Shin Jong-hak suddenly asked what she was thinking. But in response to this, the girl said that it did not concern him, and the guy sighed with displeasure after hearing these words. Shin Jong-hak advised not to worry and choose someone more decent and then boost their fighting spirit. Che Na-yun stuck her tongue out at him and asked him to leave, and then said that she would sort out her problems without him. The young man snatched her notebook with a sharp movement and said that he would look at what she had scribbled there, and the girl was stunned. Shin Jong-hak stood up to open the notebook and wanted to see who she had her eye on, but Che Na-yun tried to snatch the notebook back. He began to read out names, among which were Hazuki and Raymond, and Che Na-yun tried with all her might to snatch the diary from his hands. But at one point, every smile disappeared from the young man's face, and was replaced by a state of shock and a lack of understanding of the situation. Shin Jong-hak was taken aback by the fact that Kim Ha-jin, whose name he had just said out loud at the time, was also on the list. The cadets noticed the screams and wondered what was going on, and realized that someone else had taken a fancy to the coveted Ha-jin. Everyone began to look at Shin Ha-yun, who at that moment blushed and froze in place, angrily looking at the floor and remaining silent. Shin Young-hak asked, since when did she pay attention to worms like this guy, and the girl could barely contain her anger. She could no longer contain her anger and grabbed him by the throat, pushed him away, and asked him to close his mouth because he was annoying her. Then Chai Na-yoon snatched the notebook from his hands and asked who gave him permission to remove her notebook, and Jong-hak hit his head on the table. Two cadets immediately approached him and were alarmed that he was not moving and began to assume that he had died. Chai Na-yoon was still angry and began to leave the classroom, and the other cadets looked at the girl in surprise. The girl didn't even turn around because Shin Jong-hak angered her with his behavior and drove her to a white heat. Kim Ha-jin didn't get involved in the situation and remained silent, but at the same time he looked at the girl and tried to understand what had happened. After that, he joined the two cadets and walked with them along the academy corridor, and Chai Na-yoon suddenly called out to him. The young man did not hear right away, but the girl suddenly took his hand and turned to him again, and this time he looked into her eyes. Kim Ha-jin became a little tense and asked Chai Na-yoon what was wrong, since she had never approached him like that before. The girl was very nervous and took a step forward, then said that he might understand what she was getting at. Chai Na-yoon tried to invite the young man to join her team, but she couldn't find the words or courage to do so. Suddenly, Rachel intervened in their conversation and told Kim Ha-jin that she had sent the list of participants to the instructor. Standing next to the young man, Na-yoon asked in surprise what other list he was talking about, since she didn't understand anything. Princess Rachel approached the silent Ha-jin and said that they had decided to join forces as a team. Chai Na-yoon was shocked by the words she heard, and then she began to look at the guy with wide eyes. For a few more seconds, she couldn't come to her senses and simply froze in place, because she didn't expect such a turn of events at all. Kim Ha-jin felt a little awkward at that moment and looked at her silently, and Chai Na-yoon also awkwardly said that everything was clear. She made a haughty face and said that she just thought that no one would take him and decided to save her clubmate. The girl then patted the silent Kim Ha-jin on the shoulder and said that she was happy for them and their team and wished them all the best. After that, she turned around and began to quickly walk away, although in her soul she felt very unpleasant and even a little offended. Princess Rachel looked at Chai Na-yoon leaving with a little sadness because she even felt sorry for the girl. Na-yoon herself continued to walk forward and began to think about the princess, because she did not expect that she would unite with the young man. They are about the same height and build, both fight with swords, and their grades are similar, not taking into account the theory. With each passing second, the girl became sadder and sadder, and she did not understand one thing that worried her very much. With tears in her eyes, Chai Na-yoon wondered why Kim Ha-jin chose Rachel over her if they were similar. Meanwhile, the young man was walking down the academy corridor with the princess and decided to stop at the soda machine. Suddenly, Princess Rachel broke the long silence and turned to Kim Ha-jin, who immediately looked at her. The girl asked excitedly if he would leave for another team because the recent conversation had made her a little wary. Kim Ha-jin knew it was because of the recent scene with Chai Na-yoon and said he wouldn't leave. And suddenly a cadet called him. The young man looked at Ho-seung and greeted him, and he thanked Ha-jin for choosing him. He also admitted that he really wanted to work with him, and Ha-jin wanted to say that they should have thanked Rachel instead of him. Ho-seung suggested going somewhere together, and Ha-jin was a little worried about Tomer, but he pushed away the bad thoughts. The young man couldn't make this decision alone and looked at Rachel standing next to him, who said that it was a good idea. After this, Ho-seung asked the girl what she would like to eat, and the princess replied that it would be the same as the others. Ha-jin realized that Rachel wasn't particularly picky about food, and then asked how about the Korean restaurant Han Kyu-jung. Everyone agreed to his proposal, and Chai Na-yoon communicated with the help of the watch and said that they had two warriors, a shooter and a magician. Hazuki said that Chai Na-yoon is 2 in 1, both a warrior and a shooter, so she is the treasure of their team. Then the girl suddenly said that she thought Kim Ha-jin would be with them, and her words shocked Chai Na-yoon. She decided to wriggle out of it and said that she simply decided not to invite him to the team, and Hazuki looked at the monitor screen in surprise. The girl said that Ha-jin often helps out, and Na-yoon asked them to stop talking about him and asked if she should send a list of their team. Tazuki said that she could send a list of their teams, after which the girl sent the list to the academy instructor. Then Chai Na-yoon put all her work aside and collapsed onto her bed to get some rest after a hard day. Although she felt very tired mentally, she was wide awake and didn't know what to do about it. If she had known, she would have definitely invited Ha-jin earlier, and there would have been no need to worry about the theoretical material. Che Na-yun blamed herself a little for being too shy to approach. But in the end, the young man was now on Princess Rachel's team. She remembered her failure in the midterm exams well, because it left a deep mark on her soul. Failure in the exams was almost the main reason why she decided to switch to a sword instead of a bow. Then Che Na-yun became very angry and started hitting the bed with her hands and feet because all this irritated her. The girl became very sad and upset about what was happening in her life, and she thought about it non-stop. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin was in a restaurant with Rachel, who wanted to eat, but did so carefully because she was shy. After some time, the first team training began, which consisted of exploring a frozen dungeon. The cadets' task was to explore the discovered dungeon, and they were very cold, and Rachel asked everyone to look ahead. The other two cadets were a little unhappy that they had been walking for 20 minutes already, and the landscape around them still hadn't changed. The cadets saw 5 passages in front of them, after which one of them asked what their further instructions would be. Tomer said that they were all the same and suggested choosing the one she pointed to, but she immediately heard a firm refusal. Kim Ha-jin said that they would not go there, and this sounded surprising to the cadets around him. The girl asked a little nervously why they didn't go there, since the passage was no different from the others. Ha-jin knew she was leading them into a trap, and he said they were unlikely to get out through that passage, and he had a keen eye. Tomer was dissatisfied with his distrust and looked into his eyes, after which she was going to continue to insist on her own. The girl asked the team leader to judge them, and Princess Rachel said that in this matter, they would trust Ha-jin. The young man looked with a smile at the angry Tomer, who was unhappy that even the leader did not support her. The upset girl said that she still felt like they were going there, and Ha-jin looked at the pitiful sight emotionlessly. After some time, they came out of the passage, after which they saw in front of them a huge white beast that was sleeping. Ho-seung said that it seemed that Kim Ha-jin was not mistaken, and the girl who was arguing meanwhile simply remained silent and was dissatisfied. Despite constant failures, Tomer continued her desperate attempts to trap them time after time. At some point, Kim Ha-jin even became imbued with her persistence, but he still couldn't let her get what she wanted. Ho-seung asked the young man how he was able to find the right one so easily, and he replied that he was just lucky. Tomer was getting angrier and couldn't understand why it was so difficult to trap even one of the team members. In her mind, she said that Kim Ha-jin left her no choice, after which she turned into Princess Rachel. The girl was very angry at that moment and asked the princess to go with her, immediately holding out her right hand to her. Tomer said that important decisions should not be made by one person and that it would be better for them to split up, but Rachel did not want to agree. Kim Ha-jin intervened and said that they didn't have time to argue, after which he decided to take responsibility for everything. He abruptly took Princess Rachel by the hand and then began to walk forward, while Tomer was dumbfounded and froze in one place. She became more and more angry with the young man and at one point turned to him, after which she asked why he was behaving like this. Ha-jin couldn't say that he was acting like this because he knew the way thanks to his ability to see 1,000 miles. He used his ability again and saw the destination, after which he said that he knew where they needed to go. The young man began to walk forward and pulled Princess Rachel along with him, who looked at him in surprise but walked forward after him. Ho-seung asked if they had passed, and the other team members said in surprise that it looked like it. The team members came across a stern instructor who stood in the middle of the dungeon and silently looked at them. Princess Rachel turned to Ha-jin, who looked at her and didn't understand what she was unhappy about. The girl asked him to pay attention to his hand, and the young man realized that he was still holding her hand tightly. Kim Ha-jin immediately let go of her hand with a little trepidation and asked for forgiveness, and Rachel said that there was nothing wrong with it. She pulled his hand towards her, and her cheeks turned a little red, after which she said that he had nothing to apologize for. The instructor asked for a report from the team, after which Ha-jin said that a snow golem, a tree, a yeti, and a white dragon had been found. He said that considering the levels of the monsters, the dungeon boss should be at least rank 3 mid-level. The instructor smiled and said that everything was correct, and the result was excellent, and the team members immediately began to rejoice. Ho-seung said that they did a good job because the instructor praised them, and Ha-jin looked at him with a smile. The young man said that they would then continue to count on him, while Tomer stood behind everyone. She looked at Kim Ha-jin very angrily and secretly, because she hated him for preventing her from achieving her goal. Tomer recalled how she had previously been briefed by her superiors that she would have to conduct surveillance of the target. The boss said that Rachel had to be taken out of action by any means necessary, and that there were people in the cube leadership who would help. He said that once she completed her part of the task, The agents would take care of the rest and asked if Tomer could handle it. The girl smiled and said that any fool could handle it, and added that the cadets were still just children.